since he was 32, when his father died suddenly. He was trim, tall, and had an athlete's build. He spoke quietly in meetings and seemed almost passive. The bankers laid out the plan to take Koch public. They revealed what, to most executives, at least, might have been the most significant detail: if Charles Koch agreed to the deal, he could earn $20 million overnight. The bankers seemed incredulous when they prepared a confidential memo about Koch's reaction. "He does not want this cash," the memo reported. Charles Koch calmly explained to them why their offer made no sense. His company was breathtakingly profitable. It operated in vital, deeply complex corners of the American energy industry. During the 1980s, Koch Industries was the largest purchaser and transporter of U.S. crude oil. It owned an oil refinery. It employed teams of commodities traders who bought and sold a wildly diverse menu of raw materials and financial products, from gasoline to paper futures contracts. This might have encouraged most CEOs to take their company public. Koch Industries, however, did not want outsiders to know how much money its traders were earning. Taking the company public would expose too many of its secrets. Certain of Koch's commodity traders are particularly worried that their high salaries, once disclosed to the public, would be used against them by their trading partners, the memo said. Secrecy was a strategic necessity for Koch Industries. Charles Koch did not want to surrender it. He also didn't want to surrender control. He had a specific, clear vision of how to run his company, and he didn't need Wall Street investors to interfere. If the bankers expected Charles Koch to go along with the conventional wisdom of their time, then they, like so many outsiders, did not understand him. Beneath his low-key veneer, Charles Koch was, at his core, a fighter. He had unmovable ideas about how things should be, and he did not back down when challenged. When he was challenged by his own brothers for control of Koch Industries, he fought them in a bitter legal battle that lasted decades. When he was challenged by members of a powerful labor union during his first years as CEO, he fought them even as they committed an act of industrial sabotage that nearly destroyed Koch's oil refinery. When the FBI and the U.S. Department of Justice launched a criminal investigation into Koch Industries' oil-gathering business, Charles Koch fought them with every legal and political tool at his disposal. When a liberal Congress and President Barack Obama sought to impose regulations on the fossil fuel industry to control greenhouse gas emissions, Charles Koch fought them in ways that changed U.S. politics. In each of these fights, Charles Koch prevailed. When Charles Koch dismissed the bankers in 1981, it was just a small skirmish in the larger war to control Koch Industries. After prevailing in that fight, he created a company that was true to his vision. He avoided the snares that entangled many publicly traded companies that report their financial results to investors every 3 months. Koch Industries didn't have to think quarter to quarter. The company thinks year to year. An internal think tank and deal-making committee, called the Development Group, will sometimes think through a business deal on a timeline measured in decades. This long-term view made Koch nimble where other companies stumbled. In 2003, for example, Koch Industries bought a group of money-losing fertilizer plants when no publicly traded company was willing to take the risk. Today those plants are as profitable as a broken ATM machine that spews out cash around the clock. Unlike publicly traded companies, Koch Industries does not pay out rich dividends to investors. Charles Koch insists on reinvesting at least 90% of the company's profits, fueling its constant expansion. This strategy laid the foundation for decades of continuous growth. Koch Industries expanded continuously by purchasing other companies and branching out into new industries. It specialized in the kind of businesses that are indispensable to modern civilization but which most consumers never directly encounter. The company is embedded in the hidden infrastructure of everyday life. Millions of people use Koch's products without ever seeing Koch's name attached. Koch refines and distributes fossil fuels, from gasoline to jet fuel, on which the global economy is dependent. Koch is the world's third largest producer of nitrogen fertilizer, which is the cornerstone of the modern food system. Koch makes the synthetic materials used in baby diapers, waistbands, and carpets. It makes the chemicals used for plastic bottles and pipes. It owns Georgia-Pacific, which makes the wall panels, beams, and plywood required to build homes and office buildings. It makes napkins, paper towels, stationery, newspaper, and personal hygiene products. Koch Industries owns a network of commodities trading offices in Houston, Moscow, Geneva, and elsewhere, which are the circulatory system of modern finance. Koch traders sell everything from fertilizer, to rare metals, to fuel, to abstract derivatives contracts. Koch Industries' annual revenue is larger than that of Facebook, Goldman Sachs, and U.S. Steel combined. The profits from Koch's activities are stunning. Charles Koch and his brother David own roughly 80% of Koch Industries. Together the two men are worth $120 billion. Their fortune is larger than that of Amazon's CEO Jeff Bezos, or Microsoft founder Bill Gates. Yet David and Charles Koch did not invent a major new product or revolutionize any industry. The Koch brothers derived their wealth through a patient, long-term strategy of seizing opportunities in complex and often opaque corners of the economic system. This book tells the history of Koch Industries and shows how the Koch brothers' fortune was made. In doing so, it also provides a portrait of the American economy since the 1960s. Koch's operations span the entire landscape of the American economy. The company's story is the story of America's energy system, of its blue-collar factory workers, of millionaire derivatives traders, corporate lobbyists, and private equity deal-makers. To examine Koch is to examine the modern American economy. This account is based on hundreds of hours of interviews, conducted over 6 years, with dozens of current and former Koch Industries employees, managers, whistleblowers, and senior executives, including Charles Koch. Also interviewed were outside regulators, prosecutors, politicians, bankers, and competitors. These verbal accounts were supplemented by internal company memos, minutes of executive meetings kept by first-hand witnesses, government documents declassified for this book, legal transcripts, regulatory filings, contemporaneous news accounts, and other documents. Ralph Waldo Emerson famously said that an institution is the lengthened shadow of one man. This observation would seem to be particularly true of Koch Industries, which has been led by one CEO since 1967. Charles Koch's control of the company is complete. His portrait hangs in the company's lobby, and employees are trained with his videotaped speeches. Every employee must embrace Charles Koch's highly detailed philosophy called market-based management. But Emerson's quote captured only half of the truth about institutions. They are shadows of people, but they are also shadows of the political and economic systems in which they exist. A large corporation in China, for example, is quite different from a large corporation based in America. The laws, culture, and economic incentives are radically different in each nation. Koch Industries, then, reflects an American system in which it grew and thrived. When Charles Koch took control of the company, America operated under a political framework called the New Deal, which was characterized by dramatic government interventions into the private marketplace, empowered labor unions, tightly regulated energy companies, and a shackled financial industry. Charles Koch despised it. He subscribed to the philosophy of Austrian economists such as Ludwig von Mises, who believed that government intervention only created more harm than good. During Charles Koch's career, the New Deal system fell apart. The system wasn't replaced by a libertarian society, as Charles Koch might have wanted, but by a dysfunctional political economy characterized by selective deregulation coupled with a sprawling welfare and regulatory state. Charles Koch didn't just operate within this political framework. He dedicated his life to transforming it. He created a political influence network that is arguably the most powerful and far-reaching operation ever run out of an American CEO's office. Koch Industries has one of the largest, most well-funded lobbying operations in the United States. Its efforts are coupled with a nationwide army of activists and volunteers called Americans for Prosperity, along with a constellation of Koch-funded think tanks and university-based programs. Charles Koch's political vision represents one extreme pole in the ongoing debate about the role of government in markets, a view that government should essentially protect private property and do little else. Political figures on the opposite pole believe that a robust federal government should provide a safety net and contain the power of large corporations. There is currently no political consensus in support of either view. As the argument between these visions drags on in a stalemate, the modern American economy is one that favors giant companies over the small, and the politically connected over the independent. More than anything, it favors companies that can master complexity, the complexity of interconnected and global marketplaces, and the complexity of wide-reaching, intrusive regulatory regimes. Charles Koch frequently derides the current political era as one of crony capitalism, but the company he built is perfectly suited to thrive in this environment. Koch Industries employs an army of legal experts to navigate the extensive legal intrusion of the state. A similarly large group of market analysts and traders navigate the fractured and Byzantine markets of energy products. It is revealing that Koch Industries expands, almost exclusively, into businesses that are uncompetitive, dominated by monopolistic firms, and deeply intertwined with government subsidies and regulation. To take just one example, Koch derives much of its profits from oil refineries. The entire economy depends on refined oil, but no one has built a new oil refinery in the United States since 1977. The industry is dominated by entrenched players who run aged facilities at near full capacity, reaping profits that are among the highest in the world. A single refinery shutdown causes gasoline prices to spike across entire regions of the United States. The underlying cause of this dysfunction is a set of loopholes in the Clean Air Act, a massive set of regulations passed in 1963 and significantly expanded in 1970 that imposed pollution controls on new refineries. The legacy oil refiners, including Koch, exploited arcane sections of the law that allowed them to expand their old facilities while avoiding clean air standards that would apply to new facilities. This gave them an insurmountable advantage over any potential new competitor. The absence of new refineries to stoke competition and drive down prices meant that Americans paid higher prices for gasoline. Koch Industries has applied its profits to maximum advantage. In 2018, the company's headquarters campus in Wichita resembled a fortified kingdom. The facility was expanded in 2014, with the addition of several thousand square feet of office space in buildings arrayed at the base of the iconic Koch Tower, a large building with black windows and gleaming dark granite. The renovation also included the installation of a tall, earthen wall surrounding the north side of the campus. A local city street was diverted around the wall, at Koch's expense, to keep passersby at a safe distance. Seldom has a company gained such deep reach into so many Americans' lives while simultaneously walling itself away into an insular community. Koch Industries employees arrived to work early, creating small traffic jams at entrances to the campus, under the watch of security guards. Many of them enter Koch Tower through an underground pedestrian tunnel, passing a series of photo collages that memorialize Koch's history. They reach an underground lobby and an elevator bank, where the portrait of Charles Koch hangs on the wall. It is one of those composite portraits, made of countless tiny images that combine to form a larger picture. The tiny images are of Koch's employees, the larger picture is Charles Koch. Across the lobby, employees shop at the company store, called Hot Commodities, where they can buy coffee or an audio CD relating the history of founder Fred Koch. There is a magazine rack stocked with glossy copies of the company newsletter, called Discovery, which regularly features columns by Charles Koch. When each employee is hired, he or she undergoes a multi-day training session to learn the tenets of Charles Koch's philosophy, market-based management, or MBM as they call it. Charles Koch says the philosophy is a blueprint for achieving prosperity and freedom. It is equally applicable to business ventures, personal habits, and national government. Adherence to the creed is non-negotiable for anyone who remains at Koch Industries. Charles Koch, in one of his books, writes that an act of conversion is necessary for MBM to be effective. It cannot be adopted in bits and pieces. The 10 guiding principles of MBM are printed and hung above cubicles throughout company headquarters. When employees get free coffee in the break room, the guiding principles are printed on the disposable cups. The employees learn MBM's vocabulary and speak a language among themselves that only they truly understand. They drop phrases like mental models, experimental discovery, and decision rights that instantly convey deep meaning to insiders. The employees become more than employees. They become citizens of an institution with its own vocabulary, its own incentives, and its own goals in the world. The financial success of Koch Industries only reinforces the idea that what they are doing is right and that the tenets of MBM are indeed the key to proper living. Because this book is the biography of an institution, not an individual, many people will come and go through its pages. Readers will meet Heather Farraher, a Koch employee who blew the whistle on systematic wrongdoing inside Koch, only to face the harshest consequences. Readers will meet Bernard Paulson, a hard-driving executive who helped Koch Industries break the back of a militant labor union. They will meet Dean Watson, a rising star at Koch Industries, who embraced the teachings of market-based management but whose career collapsed under the weight of his own ambition. They will meet Philip Dubose, a Koch employee who stole oil to make his bosses happy. They will meet Steve Hammond, a warehouse worker who negotiated for workers' rights against his bosses at Koch. And they will meet Brendan O'Neill, a striving middle-class man from Wichita who became a millionaire on Koch's commodity trading floors. Unfortunately, many of these people will arrive and then fall away as Koch Industries moves forward and changes with the times. This is the nature of large institutions. The people in them come and go. If it is difficult to keep track of so many individuals, readers can turn to an alphabetical directory of characters at the end of the book. There is one person, however, who is present for the entire 50-plus year span of this story. He resides, almost the entire time, at the pinnacle of power at Koch Industries, driving it forward, shaping it to his vision, and reaping its great rewards. Charles Koch is the author, more than anybody, of Koch Industries' story. Even though his influence is felt throughout Koch Industries, and throughout America's political system, Charles Koch remains a remarkably opaque figure. He prizes his privacy and cherishes secrecy. Countless people have tried to understand Charles Koch by looking at him from outside the tall walls and dark glass windows of Koch Industries headquarters. One of those people is an FBI special agent named James Elroy. He dedicated many years of his life to investigating the leadership organization of Koch Industries. Elroy was convinced, in 1988, that Charles Koch and his lieutenants were engaged in a massive criminal conspiracy. That is why Elroy positioned himself, one day, in the middle of an Oklahoma cow pasture, holding a camera with a wide-angle lens, trying to surveil Charles Koch's employees. That is the moment where this book begins. Part 1. The Koch Methodchapter 1. Under Surveillance. 1987–1989. FBI Special Agent James Elroy stood on a remote expanse of pastureland and waited for the man from Koch Oil to arrive. Elroy had a 600mm camera, a telephoto lens, and plenty of film. Perhaps most importantly, he also had a bag of feed cubes for the cattle. Elroy had arrived early at this carefully chosen spot to stake out his position. He stood at a place with a commanding view of a large, cylindrical oil tank. The tank was one of hundreds just like it that were scattered throughout the Oklahoma countryside, sitting on land that was desolate on its surface but which covered rich deposits of underground crude oil lakes. The oil was slowly drained by unmanned pumps that bobbed up and down day and night, drawing out the crude and sending it into the big metal tanks. When those tanks were finally full, an employee from Kochland would arrive in a big truck, siphon out the fuel, and take it to market. Elroy planned to be ready for him. Elroy opened the feed bag, grabbed handfuls of cubes, and scattered them on the ground. Soon enough, the cattle began to congregate around him, lowering their heads to sniff through the grass and pick out pieces of their unexpected meal. As he hoped would happen, Elroy was soon fully encircled by the cattle. On the flatland prairies of Oklahoma, this was about the only way to stay hidden. For a long time, it was just Elroy out there, all alone. The nearest town was called Noata, and it wasn't much more than a tiny grid of neighborhoods surrounding a strip of one-story brick buildings that passed as downtown. In Noata, the main drag wasn't called Main Street, it was called Cherokee Avenue. Elroy was standing in Indian country, as outsiders called it, the Indian reservations that were home to the last remnants of American tribes like the Osage and Cherokee. Elroy was familiar with this country, having been an FBI agent in Oklahoma City for several years. During his time in Oklahoma, Elroy had developed a specialty in breaking open large, complicated fraud schemes. His biggest case was a massive public corruption sting in the early 1980s that netted more than 200 convictions, including 2/3 of all the sitting county commissioners in the state of Oklahoma. So maybe it was inevitable that Elroy would be sucked into this investigation and would find himself standing in the middle of a cattle herd, staring at a lonely oil tank. The surveillance was part of a special detail. The FBI had loaned Elroy out as a special investigator for the U.S. Senate. Although he had a new boss, the job was a familiar one. Elroy was collecting evidence for a sprawling, complex fraud case. Elroy's new bosses in the Senate were increasingly convinced that the obscure company called Kochland was engaged in a conspiracy to steal millions of dollars worth of oil from local Indians, and possibly U.S. taxpayers, too. Elroy's job was to document whether the fraud was real. That's why he had the 600mm camera at the ready. Soon enough, Elroy spotted his target. A lone truck was coming down a narrow road that led to the oil tank. As the truck approached, Elroy was well concealed behind a wall of cattle. He raised his camera and aimed it at the truck as it pulled alongside the oil tanker and a man got out. Elroy then trained his telephoto lens on the Kochland man as he went about his work, down by the oil tank. The camera went in and out of focus. Blurry, then sharp. Then Elroy could see the Kochland man as if he were standing just feet away. His face, his clothing, his hands as he worked. Elroy focused in. Snap, snap, snap. Elroy's photos were developed in a darkroom. The images were vague at first, but the picture clarified with each dip in a chemical bath, shapes and profiles refining and sharpening until the complete picture came into view. The Kochland man approaching the oil tank. Opening it, measuring the oil within, writing a receipt. The images were crisp and clear. Inarguable evidence. Over time, Elroy developed a stack of images like this, high-quality shots that allowed him to see the Kochland man perfectly. The 600mm telephoto lens had done its job. As clear as the photos were, Elroy did not plan to use them as evidence in court. They were going to be a tool for his investigation, a way to exploit human weakness. Elroy learned how to investigate large conspiracies for the FBI during the 1980s. To break open a large conspiracy, you start at the edges. You find the most vulnerable link in the large chain of corruption, and you exploit it. That's why Elroy decided to focus on the Kochland employees who actually emptied the oil tanks. These were the kind of people who were very quick to start talking when an FBI agent knocked on the door. They were the working stiffs, the most visible players in what Elroy was increasingly convinced was a complex conspiracy. Elroy wasn't the typical FBI man, with the stereotypical crew cut and shiny black shoes. When he graduated from the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in 1970, Elroy looked as much like a young corporate attorney as anything else, with a slightly shaggy mop of dark hair and a knowing smirk on his face. He knew American criminal code inside and out, was full-mouthed and well-trained with a rifle. In spite of his irreverence, he was a law and order man through and through. He revered director J. Edgar Hoover, whom he saw as a visionary leader rather than the bureaucratic despot that many historians judged him to be. When Elroy was told he'd be working for the U.S. Senate, he wasn't thrilled. As a rule, Elroy thought that Senate investigations were political theater. As an FBI man, he was accustomed to operating under strict legal rules about gathering evidence to ultimately prosecute a criminal case. The Senate investigations seemed lightweight compared to that. The senators only seemed to ever want enough evidence to support a public hearing in Washington so they could have a show. But Elroy's bosses knew him well. They knew that when he was assigned to a case, he became borderline obsessed. And that is exactly what happened in the case of Koch Oil. The Senate had gotten a tip that Koch Oil was stealing oil from Indian reservations throughout Oklahoma. These Indian lands were administrated by the federal government, so the Senate took a keen interest in the allegations. Elroy was told that the scheme was relatively simple. Koch Oil was an oil transportation company. The company would show up at the metal oil tanks, drain the oil, and then ship it to the market by truck or pipeline. But every time Koch drained the oil, it would intentionally underreport just how much it was taking. If Koch drained 100 barrels, for example, it would say it had only gathered 99 barrels. This meant that Koch was getting 1 barrel for free every time it bought oil. While the alleged scheme was simple, it proved remarkably difficult to investigate. Koch Oil seemed to be built for the very purpose of avoiding outside scrutiny. The company was owned by Koch Industries, a conglomerate based in Wichita. The company was family-owned and private. It seemed that nobody in either the Senate or the FBI had ever heard of the firm when they began investigating it in 1988. They mistook it for Coca-Cola, the soft drink maker in Atlanta, or they mispronounced the company name altogether in a way that rhymed with watch, rather than the correct pronunciation, which rhymed with smoke. But for all its obscurity, it turned out that Koch Industries was a sprawling and vitally important company. Senate investigators learned that Koch Oil was the single largest purchaser of crude oil in the United States. Over the decades, it had quietly bought up tens of thousands of miles of pipelines and trucking services. As a result, when oil drillers like Exxon or Chevron wanted to ship their oil from remote wells in places like Oklahoma, Koch Oil was sometimes the only buyer for their product. It was the only way to get oil from the well to market. Millions of Americans used Koch's products when they filled up their car's gas tank, but no one seemed to even know the company's name. The only thing that was clear about Koch was that it harbored a deep antipathy toward the federal government and toward regulation in general. David Koch, one of the company's primary owners and executives, had run for vice president on the national ticket for the Libertarian Party in 1980. Its platform had called for the abolishment of everything from the U.S. Post Office to the Environmental Protection Agency to public schooling. The company itself had tangled with federal energy regulators for years over price control laws and other matters. Koch executives consistently argued that energy companies should operate in markets untrammeled by federal regulations. Koch Industries sat at the nexus of America's energy supply, but for all its power and influence, Koch was a hidden giant. The company had somehow insinuated itself into nearly every corner of America's energy infrastructure without ever revealing its position. How, then, could Elroy hope to prove whether the company was stealing oil or not? He went after the employees who drained the oil tanks, known as gauges, in the business. The only benefit they could possibly get from mismeasuring oil was their paychecks. They lived in small towns, worked hard to support their families, and some of them probably didn't even fully grasp what they were doing when they took the oil. They were just doing what their bosses told them to, Elroy suspected. Elroy visited their houses in the evenings. He pulled up at the houses with a partner, walked up to the front door, and knocked. When someone answered, Elroy identified himself as an FBI agent and asked if he could come in and talk. It was highly likely that these men had never met an FBI agent before. This gave Elroy the advantage. The Koch oil men were confused, knocked off balance, wondering why in the world two men from the FBI were standing in their living room. He, on the other hand, was prepared with a list of specific questions and some evidence on hand to back up very serious allegations of theft. Elroy sat down and began to run through his list of questions, asking the men about the daily jobs and the business of measuring oil. It must have been surreal for them, their minds racing, trying to figure out why the FBI was asking them about their relatively mundane days at work. Asking questions about wood-backed thermometers and oil gauges. The men must have wondered, did I do something wrong? Am I in trouble? An FBI agent is an expert at asking such questions in a way that leaves a witness to slowly ponder the terrible possibilities that might result from his answers. And then the agent, Elroy in this case, drops the terrible word that no one wants to hear. Wouldn't you consider this kind of mismeasurement to be stealing? Aren't you basically getting oil without paying for it? To finish him off, Elroy brought out the photos taken with a telephoto lens. He could put the crystal clear pictures on the table, and the men would look down at them and know that they had been made. Elroy could ask them, as quietly and innocently as possible, "Isn't this you in this photo? Isn't this you measuring the oil?" And then Elroy could tell them that, in fact, he had been there as well, and he had measured the same tank of oil right after the Koch oil man had left, and, boy, was there a difference in the measurements. Significant differences. The Koch oil man had some explaining to do. In this way, Elroy rolled up several witnesses who began to describe what life was like at Koch Industries and how the company went about measuring the oil that it took. Each witness statement gave him more ammunition to use against the next witness. Soon he could start asking about specific meetings, specific managers, specific directives that were sent down from management. Over the months, Elroy would interview more than 15 employees. He granted many of them the promise of anonymity so that they could talk openly about their employer. As he gathered their stories, a picture began to emerge. Koch managers never told their employees to go out and steal. It was never that obvious. Instead, the company put relentless pressure on the employees to meet certain standards. Koch managers made clear to the gauges that they were never to be short, meaning they reported taking more oil from the tanks than they actually delivered to Koch, on too many tanks of oil. If a gauger was short week after week, he wouldn't be working for Koch much longer. So the gaugers found ways to be perpetually long. That meant they were consistently underreporting how much oil they drained from the tanks. They told the producer they were taking 100 barrels, and then they were delivering 101 barrels to Koch's pipeline. As a result, the company ran a profitable surplus every year, collecting far more oil than it paid for, at least in the state of Oklahoma. The Koch employees told Elroy that the need to be long on oil was constantly drilled home to them in something called continuous improvement meetings. These meetings seemed to be the way that employees got their marching orders from Koch headquarters in Wichita. Elroy soon became convinced that Koch Oil was a corporate-directed criminal enterprise. What wasn't clear to anyone in the government was just how far up the chain of command the control of this enterprise went. Who was putting the pressure on gaugers to continuously improve? Who was telling them to fudge the numbers when they measured how much oil they were taking? Elroy sought to answer these questions as he roamed from living room to living room in rural Oklahoma. His efforts would bring Koch into direct confrontation with the federal government that the company so deeply disdained. It was almost an accident that Koch Industries found itself the target of Elroy's efforts. A strange and unlikely series of events put the company in the crosshairs of U.S. Senate investigators to begin with, and that chain of events began on a quiet Sunday morning in Phoenix. It was the morning of October 4, 1987. Early that day, newspaper boys rode their bikes through the neighborhoods of Phoenix and threw fat copies of the Arizona Republic Sunday edition onto lawns and driveways. The front page was plastered with an explosive story that carried the headline, "Fraud in Indian Country, a $1 billion betrayal." The story was the first in a series that the Arizona Republic would publish over the next week. The series consisted of 30 stories covering several full newspaper pages, and it focused mostly on rampant corruption and incompetence at a federal agency called the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or BIA. The front page story on that first Sunday said that federal Indian programs were a shambles, plagued by fraud, incompetence, and deceit, and strangled by a morass of red tape that has all but destroyed their effectiveness. And that was just the first sentence. While the central target of the stories was the federal government, the bulk of the first day's investigation focused on U.S. oil companies that drilled on Indian lands. A headline across the front of the Sunday paper declared that the federal system allowing oil companies to drill on Indian reservations was really nothing more than a license to loot. The looting happened in a complicated and insidious way. The Arizona Republic story showed that the oil companies themselves were responsible for reporting how much oil they drilled on the Indian reservations. The companies would drill wells, pump the oil, and then report to the government how much oil they had taken out of the ground. The government was not effectively double-checking the companies' reports to verify how much oil they were actually getting from the Indian reservations. The whole thing worked on an honor system, and the Arizona Republic alleged that firms were abusing it by consistently underreporting how much oil they pumped out of the ground. The stories said that oil companies were carting off at least millions of dollars in free oil every year. The Arizona Republic series garnered the kind of attention and outrage that most reporters can only dream of. In particular, the series captured the attention of Arizona's Democratic U.S. Senator, Dennis DeConcini. He told reporters that the series was devastating. The stories, he said, indicate criminality as well as mismanagement. There was something about the allegations that seemed to particularly bother DeConcini. Crime and bureaucratic mismanagement were always offensive, but it seemed especially offensive when the victims were Native Americans. DeConcini sat on a Senate committee that oversaw affairs on Indian reservations. He was intimately familiar with the fact that Native Americans in his home state were among the most beleaguered people in America. On paper, America's Indian tribes were considered sovereign nations. By the late 1980s, those nations were really nothing more than a giant, failed socialist state. After being hounded and dislocated and, finally, penned into reservations, the tribes signed treaties that left them with land and natural resources. However, the land was held in trust by the United States and administered by the BIA, so that, in short, the treaties made the federal government a paternalistic overlord of the supposedly sovereign tribes. It seemed that every aspect of life on Indian reservations was governed by the BIA, from healthcare to housing, education to oil drilling. By the late 1980s, the results of this arrangement were truly ruinous. About 45% of all Indians lived below the poverty line, the unemployment rate was above 50%, and fewer than half of Indian households had a telephone. Most of the people lucky enough to have a job earned about $7,000 a year. Town squares were boarded up, and business was booming at liquor stores. Some of the villages resembled shantytowns. This squalor was all the more offensive because a tidal wave of taxpayer money washed up on the shores of Indian reservations every year. The federal government spent about $3.3 billion a year to support the BIA and Indian programs. Strangely, the entire Native American population managed to earn less than $3.3 billion a year even when government assistance from Indian programs was factored in. The federal bureaucracy was sucking up cash while managing to infuriate the very Indians it was supposedly helping. The Arizona Republic alleged that oil companies were exploiting this toxic system. Some of the world's biggest oil drillers operated on the wide belt of federal land and reservations stretching across Oklahoma, Texas, Arizona, and surrounding states. These firms were making a killing amid all the dysfunction and poverty, collecting a steady stream of crude oil and piping it out to U.S. and world markets. Rumors of oil theft had been circulating for years. In Washington, The Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs held a private meeting and voted to form a special investigative subcommittee that would look into the allegations. Senator DeConcini was selected to lead the subcommittee. He was joined by Arizona's other senator, the Republican John McCain, and by Tom Daschle, the Democrat from South Dakota. What resulted was one of the most far-reaching investigations of its kind. DeConcini and his counterparts decided to investigate major oil companies, the BIA, local Indian schools, and even the tribal authorities themselves. DeConcini knew that he would need a top-notch investigator to run the effort. He would need someone who could manage a large team of lawyers and field agents like Jim Elroy, and someone who could oversee a sprawling and complicated chain of evidence that would be developed. Luckily for DeConcini, there was a young lawyer who had recently gone on the job market named Ken Ballen. Ballen was on the job market because he had been a lead investigator for the Iran-Contra hearings, a nationally watched investigation of covert U.S. arms sales to Iran. When the investigation wrapped up, Ballen was looking for a new challenge. And he was about to get it. In the spring of 1988, Ken Ballen walked down a tree-lined sidewalk near Capitol Hill, on the way to his new job. He walked past a strip of low-slung brick buildings that were built back in Washington, D.C.'s earliest days, when it was not much more than a sleepy little town that seemed to shut down when the legislature was not in session. Just across from these quaint buildings was the imposing 9-story structure where Ballen was headed, an edifice that evoked the new age of Washington and all of its power. This was the Hart Senate Office Building, where Ballen had just recently started work as the lead investigator for the Senate's investigation into potential criminal conduct on Indian reservations. The front of the Hart Building was a grid of rectangular, black windows, bordered by a facade of white marble. This was the face of the Senate bureaucracy. Ballen hustled into the main entrance of the Hart Building along with the usual crowd of Washington workers. While it is nondescript from the outside, the interior of the Hart Building is magnificent. It's the kind of place that makes a person feel important, even powerful, just by the mere fact of working there every day. Even in the bathrooms, the partitions between urinals are made from slabs of white marble, giving every corner of the space a feeling of quiet authority. Ballen certainly had considerable authority in his new position. He oversaw a large team of investigators who had recently been given full reign over the 9th floor of the Hart Building, the top story that contained a warren of cubicles and offices. He was just 33 years old in 1988 and not too long out of law school. But even at that young age, he had already played a major role in one of the biggest investigations in the U.S. Senate. That's how he caught the eye of Senator DeConcini. Ballen took the job when DeConcini offered it because he believed that the new subcommittee was dedicated to uncovering the truth and, just as importantly, because the Senate would be willing to give him the resources he needed. Ballen wasn't disappointed on this front. As he entered the Hart Building and took an elevator to the 9th floor, he walked into an entire suite of offices that were now dedicated to his effort. Early in the investigation, Ballen knew that he needed a lead investigator in the field, and the Senate turned to the FBI to find one. The request was sent to Oliver Buck Revel, who, at that time, was the FBI's Associate Deputy Director in charge of all investigative operations. When Revel got the request, he only had one agent in mind, Jim Elroy. Revel had worked with Elroy back when the two of them were based in Oklahoma, and he thought Elroy would be the perfect agent to head a complex and difficult investigation. "I think Jim's the best investigator I ever ran into at the FBI. And I ran into thousands," Revel said many years later. Elroy agreed to take the assignment, and soon he and Ballen were talking back and forth about Elroy's plans to lead the fieldwork out in Indian country. One of the first items of business was dealing with the oil companies. In the beginning, Ballen decided that his primary target would be the biggest oil companies, the majors, as they were called, such as Exxon and Mobil. The Arizona Republic articles insinuated that these firms were the prime offenders of oil theft. Ballon approached the companies with the same prosecutorial zeal he'd applied to witnesses of the Iran-Contra affair. He sent them a series of subpoenas demanding that they hand over documents that would otherwise be confidential and closely held, documents that showed exactly how the firms bought and sold the oil that was drilled on Indian reservations. With his subpoenas, Ballon was able to breach the wall of corporate secrecy that reporters at the Arizona Republic could never penetrate. He used the full authority of the federal government to compel them to turn over the records that would show, in black and white, what they were doing. Not surprisingly, the phone calls started coming in soon after. And the callers were not happy. Ballon began to get inquiries from the top lawyers for the oil companies, the highly paid Washington insiders who represented Exxon, Mobil, or Phillips. The attorneys told Ballon that the subpoenas were onerous and complying with them would require untold hours of labor and expense. Why was he casting such a wide net? What was he looking for? Ballon didn't back off, and eventually the boxes of documents started arriving at the Hart Senate office building. Ballon's team began digging through them and compiling numbers. Ballon's team did not find what it expected. The picture that developed, in fact, was downright shocking. It was also deflating. The companies, it turned out, were not stealing at all. Their own records proved it. The large oil purchaser Kerr-McGee, for example, was actually taking away less oil than it paid for in the state of Oklahoma for the years 1986, 1987, and 1988. The company was short every year, to use the industry term. During that same period, Conoco was also short for 1 year, and the other 2 years, it was long, or over, by only a tiny margin. Conoco took 351 extra barrels in 1986 and 375 barrels in 1988. The overage was tiny, negligible. The same pattern held for Sun Oil. It appeared that the Arizona Republic had gotten its facts wrong. But as his team was compiling the records, Ballon kept getting phone calls from top oil company lawyers. And they told him there was more to the story than he was seeing. They informed him, in confidence, what was really going on, and their admissions would never be made public over the ensuing years. Everyone operating on Indian territory told us one thing and one thing only: we're not stealing oil, but we'll tell you who is. Koch Industries, Ballon recalled. And they all told me that Koch was taking 1 to 3%. And I said, why don't you do something about it? And first of all, they said, it's just more trouble than it's worth to fight with them. Quote, the oil companies also pointed out another compelling reason: Koch Industries had too much market power to be trifled with. It was risky to make the company mad. The oil wells in question were hardly the best wells. They were scattered across the countryside and were hardly gushers. The wells barely broke even for the producers, and Koch Oil was the only firm willing to take the oil and ship it, and the producers like Exxon and Mobil didn't want to aggravate Koch Oil more than they had to. And the oil companies said something else. If Ballon's team was willing to look into the matter, he could count on the oil majors for help. This was a highly unlikely alliance. Oil companies held a unique role in the American economy in 1988, and that role made them politically toxic. They were both a villain and an indispensable part of life. Everybody depended on the oil companies, but nobody seemed to like them. This wasn't a new thing. One of the first major U.S. oil companies was also one of America's most hated firms. The Standard Oil Company was operated by John D. Rockefeller, the most famous of the robber barons of the late 1800s. Rockefeller amassed a fortune by cleverly using a network of secret trusts, or shell companies, to build an unrivaled monopoly in the oil business. Rockefeller controlled supplies, put competitors out of business, and cut secret sweetheart deals with railroads. His business became the poster child for the antitrust movement, which was aimed squarely at breaking up the kind of opaque and powerful business enterprises that he'd spent his life creating. The government eventually split Standard Oil into multiple competing firms. But all the bad blood over Rockefeller seemed to have dissipated by the 1960s. At that time, the United States was the nation of the oil gusher. America was the biggest oil producer and seemed to have a limitless supply of the geological treasure. Oil was the primary energy source of America's industrial economy, and it became the raw material of its economic growth. Dark crude oil was an embodiment of America's special place in the world and its unrivaled economic supremacy. During this era, the United States developed a deep dependency on its oil companies. The well-being of the economy itself and the price of oil became intertwined. 10 of the 11 recessions after World War II were preceded by a spike in oil prices. This dependence, predictably, created deep resentments. Public sentiment turned against the oil industry decisively in the 1970s, but this time it wasn't necessarily the fault of a robber baron like Rockefeller. This time the villain was the public demand itself, coupled with an unprecedented exercise of power by oil-producing nations in the Persian Gulf. Demand for oil in the United States had quietly surpassed the level of available supplies, leaving the nation reliant on imports to make up the difference. In 1973, a cartel called the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, imposed an embargo that unleashed unprecedented chaos in oil markets. By the time the whole mess had settled in 1974, oil prices had risen from $3 a barrel to $12 a barrel. Oil prices would fall again during the 1980s, but the psychological wound never healed. Americans knew that their economy was now held hostage by oil. The stability of the 1950s and 1960s was gone. Oil prices could spike overnight, a concept that no one had ever really thought of before. The concept of oil price spikes would soon become embedded in Americans' vocabulary, and with it a new way of seeing oil companies. These firms were now seen as predatory. The well-being of oil companies and the American people were at odds by 1988. Oil companies embodied the opposite ideal of the old maxim, which claimed that what was good for our country was good for General Motors, and vice versa. Instead, what was good for oil companies came at the expense of everyone else. Most people suspected that the oil companies were screwing them in one way or another, so it only made sense that oil companies would be the central target of Ken Ballen's investigation. This was a message that was delivered to Ballen in no uncertain terms by Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii, who was chairman of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee and a friend of Senator DeConcini's. As chairman of the committee, Inouye had authority over the special investigative team that DeConcini had put together. Inouye therefore had some measure of authority over Ballen, and he made it clear to Ballen that the investigation was meant to uncover wrongdoing on behalf of the oil majors like Exxon or Mobil. Instead, Ballen found himself working with the oil majors in order to entrap Koch Industries, which no one had ever heard of. It was a politically risky move, in Ballen's eyes, but that's where the evidence in the case was leading him. Ballen's case grew stronger after he took a trip to Boston. He'd received a tip that there was a whistleblower in Boston who might be able to shed light on Koch Oil's alleged theft. The whistleblower was in a good position to know about it. His name was William Bill Koch, and he was brothers with Koch Industries CEO. Ballen learned that Koch Industries was a family-controlled company, founded in 1940 by a man named Fred Koch in Wichita, Kansas. Fred Koch had 4 sons. 3 of the sons worked for the family company until 1967, when Fred Koch died. At that point, all hell broke loose. The second oldest son, Charles, was left in charge of the firm. In that role, he oversaw his younger twin brothers, David and Bill. It became clear that Bill didn't want to take orders from his older brother Charles, and so Bill left the company in 1983. Then he sued David and Charles, claiming that they had ripped him off by underpaying him for his share of the family business. What interested Ballen was what Bill did next. Bill launched a private investigation into the very behavior that Ballen had stumbled upon, Koch Oil's alleged theft of oil from remote wells. After arriving in Boston, Ballen met with Bill Koch for 2 hours in a conference room. He listened carefully while Bill Koch laid out detailed allegations that matched what the oil majors were already saying. Koch Oil practiced widespread theft, Bill Koch confirmed. He should know, because it was happening while he worked there. The story was convincing, but it also made Ballen uneasy. Bill Koch's testimony was tainted by the fact that he was suing his brothers. For that reason, he would not make a great witness at a public hearing, or in a courtroom. Ballen went back to Washington and met with his team. He told them that there was only one path to follow. They would subpoena Koch Oil just as they had subpoenaed the other oil companies. And they wouldn't proceed unless the company's documents compelled them to. Then Koch's documents began to arrive. The parcels of internal company papers were hauled up to the 9th floor and opened by Ballen's team, who began to tabulate them. Ballen's team narrowed its subpoenas to examine oil sales in the state of Oklahoma. This made it easier for the companies to comply with the request and made it easier for Ballen's investigators to sift through the documents once they arrived. The financial results from Koch's records were stark. They were so stark it seemed unbelievable. The numbers were checked, and checked again. And even then, they told the same story. In 1988, Koch Oil had taken 142,000 barrels of oil without paying for them and cleared pure profit on each of those barrels when it sold them. In 1986 and 1987, the other years that Ballen's team investigated, Koch was over by 240,680 and 239,206 barrels, respectively. The second highest overage of any other company in those years was the Phillips Petroleum Company's overage of 2,181 barrels in 1987, still just 0.009% of Koch's overage that year. The set of numbers was the only clear thing that the Senate team could determine about Koch. As investigators dug further into the company, they discovered an organization that seemed built to obscure its very existence. There was a reason that no one had heard of Koch Oil, even though the company operated huge pipeline networks and two major oil refineries, one in Corpus Christi, Texas, and the other just outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota. To begin with, Koch made the rare decision to remain privately owned rather than selling shares of the company on the stock market. Most firms go public after they reach a certain size because doing so gives them access to an almost limitless amount of money they can use to expand and fund their operations. The downside of this decision is that when a company goes public, it is required to disclose a lot of information to the public, so that investors know what they're buying. Publicly traded firms need to publish the salaries of their CEOs, the value of the debt, the amount of money they make or lose every quarter, and any risks that might be in store for investors who bought their stock. Koch had apparently decided that getting money from Wall Street wasn't worth the headache of making such information public. Even more confusingly, the firm was an intricate web of interlocking subsidiaries and divisions. Its pipeline unit, for example, had done business under different names over the years, such as Matador, without using the name of its parent company. Without the kind of public filings that most companies release to public investors, it was difficult for Ballen's investigators to even puzzle out exactly what Koch owned and where. And Koch clearly made no effort to build its brand. The company didn't even put a sign on some of the buildings where it operated, let alone invest in advertising to build a good reputation with customers. Koch clearly preferred being a dark box. Koch was a difficult target to go after, but Ballen was convinced that the evidence was persuasive enough to warrant the effort. Ballen worked with FBI agent Jim Elroy to draw up a plan to build the case against Koch Oil. They came up with an audacious idea. Elroy and a team of experienced oil workers would arrive at oil tanks before Koch Oil employees were scheduled to get there, and Elroy's team would measure how much oil was in the tanks. Then they would lay in wait until the Koch Oil man arrived and drained the tank. The Koch Oil employee would leave a document behind, called a run ticket, that stated how much oil Koch had carted off. If the firm was really taking as much oil as it appeared to be, the run tickets should show a smaller amount of oil than Elroy and his team had measured. That's how Elroy ended up surrounded by cattle, secretly photographing the Koch oil gauges. But there were two big obstacles to making this plan work. The first was the fact that the oil tanks were all located on private property owned by oil drillers like Exxon and Mobil. Elroy couldn't just trespass on the land to take oil measurements. The second obstacle was figuring out when Koch oil was due to arrive and drain the tanks. It would be cost prohibitive to have Elroy stake out the company around the clock for weeks at a time. Ballon turned to the oil majors for help. While none were willing to attack Koch publicly for taking oil from them, they were more than happy to help Ballon behind the scenes. Their assistance was never publicly disclosed, even as videotape of the surveillance was shown publicly during a later Senate hearing. The companies gave Elroy permission to enter their property and to measure their oil. They also told Ballon's team when the Koch oil truck was scheduled to arrive, so that Elroy could be there to observe it. With the secret help of the oil majors, Ballon and Elroy were ready to build the case against Koch. They had copious amounts of documentation and photographic evidence. They had the testimony of Koch's own oil gauges, whom Elroy had interviewed. But Ballon knew that they needed more. So the Senate issued subpoenas to senior Koch Industries executives in Wichita, subpoenas that would compel the men to answer questions under oath. Then Ballon bought a plane ticket to Wichita. There he would question one of the men he had just subpoenaed. It was the man who had ultimate control over this enterprise, the chief executive, Charles Koch. It is almost awe-inspiring to fly into the Wichita airport. During the daytime hours, airplane passengers can look out the window and see the Kansas prairie stretching away toward the horizon like an impossibly long tabletop covered in green. Wichita itself seems minuscule and stranded within this wide expanse, a small jewel of white buildings surrounded by residential neighborhoods and factories. Outside the city limits, the emptiness looked like the far edge of America. Ken Ballon arrived in Wichita with his assistant attorney, Wick Sollers, in late April of 1989. They had a grueling schedule ahead of them. On April 24, the two Washington attorneys drove to Koch Industries headquarters. They were scheduled to depose, or interview under oath, 11 of the company's senior executives and employees. As they drove to the headquarters, Ballon and Sollers might have thought they'd been given wrong directions. One of the largest and most profitable companies in Wichita wasn't located in a skyscraper downtown. Instead, Ballon and Sollers kept heading west on 37th Street, away from the city center, until they reached the far northeastern corner of Wichita's city limits. On the north side of 37th, the city ended and gave way to a limitless horizon of tall prairie grass. On the south side of the street was their destination, a squat office building of steel and glass with darkened windows. They arrived early in the morning. Their first deposition would take place just after 9 o'clock, and it was arguably their most important. They would start the day by interviewing Charles Koch. Lower-level investigators like Jim Elroy became convinced that Charles Koch must have been aware that his firm was taking far more oil than it paid for from oil wells throughout the Midwest. It seemed that the behavior was so widespread that it must have been directed from the top. It was almost inconceivable that Koch would not be aware of it. Now Ballon would have the chance to question Charles Koch directly. But first, they had to get into the building. This turned out to be no easy task. Ballon and Sollers were stopped at a security checkpoint, where security guards asked them to show their identification. They passed through a metal detector. Then they walked down a hallway into the center of the building and came to yet another security checkpoint. They showed their identification for a second time and once again passed through a metal detector. They walked down yet more hallways, twisting and turning through the labyrinthine interior of the building. Then another security checkpoint. It seemed to Ballon that they went through concentric rings of security as they progressed deeper and deeper into the complex. The setup reminded him of traveling to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. Eventually, Ballon and Sollers were led into a windowless conference room. They sat down at a table and were joined by 4 attorneys representing Koch Industries. 2 of the attorneys were from Washington, and the other 2 were in-house Koch lawyers based in Wichita. The contingent of attorneys was clearly led by Don Cordes, a vice president at Koch Industries and the company's top lawyer. When Charles Koch entered the room, it became clear almost instantly that this man was the master of this domain. The people around him treated Charles Koch with deference, a deference that seemed to go deeper than simple respect for a boss. Sollers and Ballon had no way of knowing that Charles was not, in fact, just the boss of the company. He was its leader. Charles Koch did not order people around him to do what he said. He inspired them to do so. He had a command of the people around him that was difficult for outsiders to understand. Visitors like Ballon and Sollers couldn't have known that Charles Koch had spent decades building up the loyalty and admiration of the people who worked for him. They didn't know about his management seminars, the classes and lectures that he held to impart his philosophy. But what they could see clearly was that Charles Koch's authority was complete. He was trim and, at 53, still had an athletic build. He had thick blonde hair, a square jaw, and bright blue eyes. He sat down at the table across from Ballon and Sollers and he looked at the 2 of them, these Washington lawyers. Whatever he might have thought about them, it was impossible to say. But it was clear that he was not intimidated. "Could you please state your full name for the record?" Ballon began. "Charles de Gaulle Koch." "Sir, what is your position with Koch Industries?" Ballon asked. "I am Chairman and Chief Executive," Koch replied. Chairman and Chief Executive. This was much more than a job title. It was a statement that there was no higher authority within Koch Industries than Charles Koch. And this authority was greater than most seers because Koch Industries was privately held. Charles Koch and his brother David were the primary shareholders. They bought out any shareholders who might have challenged them. Many people could criticize Charles Koch, but it was difficult to see how anyone could actually fire him. As long as his brother David agreed with him, Charles Koch had total command over the enterprise. Ballon didn't treat Koch with deference. He certainly wasn't inspired by Koch. There might have even been a note of disdain in his voice. As Ballon had done in many depositions and many interviews before, he began to bore in with a list of questions. "Sir, what were the company's overall sales in 1988? Ballon asked. "I think about $10 billion. "What was the net profit figure for the company last year? "It was about $400 million. Ballon could not have known exactly how offensive those simple questions were to Charles Koch. The CEO prized his privacy and his ability to keep Koch's financial performance concealed behind a wall of secrecy. It was privileged information to know what Koch's annual revenue was. The level of profits was considered top secret. And here was this lawyer, stomping all over Koch's secrets with total disregard. What percentage of the business involves crude oil purchases? Ballon continued. Percent in what sense? Koch shot back. Percent in what sense? Ballon gamely tried to define the word percent, and the sense in which he meant it. Of sales and profit, approximately, Ballon said. I would guess about 10% of the profit and, this is a guess again, about 20% of sales, Koch replied. Ballon gave Charles Koch a set of documents, the same documents that had shocked Ballon's investigators in Washington. These were Koch's own internal figures showing that Koch had taken far more oil than it paid for from oil wells. Ballon would see how Charles Koch responded to these documents. Charles Koch might say that the documents were forgeries, or that they did not actually show what they appeared to show. But Charles Koch said none of those things as he looked over the figures. Have you ever seen any of these documents? Ballon asked. Yes, I typically see the quarterly. All right, Ballon interrupted. Figures, Koch finished. Charles Koch said he didn't review monthly figures that showed whether the firm was long or short on the oil it bought. But he didn't dispute the authenticity of the numbers. Ballon pushed further. Referring to one of the documents, he asked, And then what is indicated in the first quarter, 86? What do those numbers show? Well, Louisiana was about 2,000 barrels long. And that would be long. That would be long. For a prosecuting attorney like Ballon, Charles Koch had just done two important things. He had confirmed that Ballon's evidence was authentic, that the numbers on oil sales Ballon obtained through the subpoena were correct, and Koch had also confirmed that he had been aware of those numbers, that he had known that Koch was long on its oil sales. Ballon's line of questioning then sought to establish that Charles Koch knew what long really meant. That way, there would be no ambiguity about the case. Charles Koch didn't seem interested, however, in helping Ballon establish that fact. Charles Koch parsed the definition of long and seemed to indicate that Ballon didn't understand it. The two men went back and forth over the definition until Ballon finally asked, "So, in other words, if you purchase oil and then sell oil, if there is more oil in the inventory than sold, then you are long. Is that correct?" "I am not sure." "Is that correct?" "I am not sure I understood that." "All right, why don't you explain it again? What do you mean by being over or long on oil?" "I am not sure I can do any better than I just did," Koch replied. Around they went. Ballon tried a different route. If Koch purchases crude oil, purchases 100 barrels, the actual inventory shows 110 barrels, would Koch be over in that example by 10 barrels? Ballon asked. "Did we sell any?" "Well, why don't you try the question first?" Ballon said. "Is that an accurate?" "Well, it is an incomplete equation." "I mean it is, there is no answer. You got two unknowns. Suppose you sold 110, Ballon pressed. Okay, you bought 100, and you sold 110. Right, I am going to need my slide rule in a minute, Koch joked. It went on like this for a long time, with the two men discussing barrels of oil, inventory levels, and even hypothetical inventory levels. The other attorneys in the room begin to interject and add their own observations and questions about hypothetical inventories. Finally, Ballon's assistant, Wick Sollers, dove in and started asking questions. Eventually, he pushed Charles Koch into a corner, eliciting a very elegant description of just what it means to be long. "I don't think there is such a thing as an exactly accurate measurement," Charles Koch said. "But if you just look in dollar terms, yes, we got more money than we paid for oil." There it was, we got more money than we paid for oil, Koch had said. But there was something else in his statement, the idea that there was no such thing as a perfectly accurate measurement. Earlier in the interview, Charles Koch had interrupted Ballon to press this point and to make it sound as if unsophisticated oil gauges were making mistakes out in the field that might account for the company's annual overages. "I mean, in the oil field, as I understand it, it is, you got a lot of small tanks, you got a lot of changing conditions, and it is a very uncertain art," Charles Koch had said. "And you have people who aren't rocket scientists, necessarily," he continued. "I mean, good people. I don't mean to imply, good people, trying to do a good job, and they're always not fully trained, either." This defense contradicted everything that Agent Elroy had been hearing in his field interviews with the Koch gauges. Those gauges told him that they faced constant pressure from above to be long. They knew that if they were not long, then the consequences would be dire. They weren't making mistakes, the gauges said, they were following orders. And these orders were apparently conveyed in meetings where Koch managers discussed the company's policy of continuous improvement. It was on this point that Ballon began to press. Just what was continuous improvement, exactly? Ballon asked. "How much time do you have?" Koch replied. "How much time do you have?" Ballon replied. "Continuous improvement philosophy is a philosophy developed by a man called J. Edward Deming, who is a statistician," Koch said. 2. So he set up a philosophy based on statistics, how companies can improve their competitive position by improving the quality for the customer and your own productivity. Koch went on for a long time, talking about this guy named Deming, whom Koch seemed to truly admire. Deming's ideas seemed to revolve around coming up with mathematical models for how to improve a business, and then continually driving workers to make those improvements and hold true to the plan. "This is a long-term program," Koch said. "As Deming puts it, you never get out of this hospital. You are going to be working at this forever." The digressions about Deming and statistics didn't matter much to the case that Ballon was building. Charles Koch had already laid out what continuous improvement might mean for gauges. "What our policy is to be as accurate as possible and not have a loss, try to avoid losses within that," Koch had said. He denied that the company had a stated policy of stealing oil, but he supported the notion that gauges would face pressure to be long. When the interview was over, Charles Koch stood up and left the room, walking down the corridor. He eventually went back to the company's executive suite and his office, a large room with a wide open view of the Kansas prairie. Ballon kept working through the day in the building's interior. He and Sollers interviewed nearly a dozen more Koch Industries executives, slowly building a case that the investigators would soon present before the Senate, slowly gathering evidence that they would hand over to the U.S. Department of Justice. At the end of the long day, Ballon and Sollers packed up the papers and left. They caught a flight back to Washington and continued their work up on the 9th floor of the Hart Senate office building. But even after all the time they'd spent at Koch headquarters, even after all the time they'd spent digging through boxes of Koch Industries confidential documents, and even after all the time they'd spent interviewing Charles Koch himself, Ken Ballon and Wick Sollers were no closer to answering one of the most perplexing questions at the center of their case. It was a question that would be asked later, by Senator DeConcini himself, as the Senate panel held public hearings on Koch's alleged oil theft. At one point during the hearings, DeConcini was questioning Agent Elroy. DeConcini stopped, as if perplexed, and asked the FBI man the most important question of them all. "Who is Charles Koch? Can you explain that?" Some gauges and Koch managers used an interchangeable set of terms, saying under rather than short, and over rather than long. 2. Charles Koch appears to have misspoken here. The statistician's name is W. Edwards Deming, and his influence on Koch Industries is discussed at length in Chapter 6. Chapter 2. The Age of Volatility begins. 1967–1972. It was a Friday in mid-November, just 1 week before Thanksgiving 1967. A multimillionaire named Fred Koch sat in a duck blind watching the sky, his gun at the ready. Fred Koch was a large man, and he had a forceful personality to match his physical presence. He was one of those people whom Midwesterners call larger than life, meaning that he filled a room when he entered it, one of those very rare breed of people who are unquestionably the masters of their own realm. He was an engineer, an entrepreneur, and a self-described patriot. At the age of 67, Fred Koch had built a small business empire, and as the master of this empire, Koch was the hub of so many spinning wheels. He was chairman of the board for his growing company. He was a co-founder of a right-wing political group called the John Birch Society. He was a self-published author who sold anti-communist pamphlets through the mail for 25 cents a copy. He was also the father of 4 rowdy and brilliant boys in whom he'd worked to instill the values that mattered most to him: intelligence, a hard work ethic, integrity, and drive. If Fred Koch's life was a noisy one, then the duck blind where he sat that Friday in November was pristinely silent. Maybe that's why he traveled to the place, which was about 1,000 miles from his home in Wichita. The duck blind was near the Bear River, just outside the small town of Ogden, Utah. The natural beauty of the place was overwhelming. When visitors turned and faced east, they saw a craggy wall of mountains rise up, the sharp and irregular peaks often painted white with snow. Turning to the west, a visitor could see where the land immediately flattened out into a hard plateau of ranchland and salt marshes. The Great Salt Lake was nearby, and the glittering marshes around it lured flocks of migrating ducks as they made their way south from Yellowstone Park and the forests of Idaho. The ranchlands spoke to Fred Koch in a special way. He owned thousands of acres of pasture, land that he would pass on to his sons and that they would keep for decades, knowing how much it meant to their dad. A ranch was an unfettered place, a place of freedom. It was also a place of ceaseless work, a place where any enterprise, whether it be a family or a business, survived or failed based solely on the work ethic and competence of the people who ran it. Ranching was honest, and it happened in the most wide open and most free countryside in America. Maybe Fred Koch went to Bear River to think, to make plans for his business and his life in a place where he could enjoy a little silence. His business empire was a complicated set of interlocking companies. He oversaw an oil refinery, oil pipelines, manufacturing plants, and, of course, his beloved ranches. Bear River would have been a good place to escape it all, to consider it from a distance. It was the kind of place where a man could think, where he could compose a game plan to enact when he went back home. Considering Fred Koch's life, it seems highly likely that he was considering those things as he scanned the horizon, waiting for the V-shaped flocks of ducks to come into view and start circling, looking for a place to land. Fred Koch sat in the duck blind with a field guide who helped him handle his weapon and other provisions. According to Koch family law, Fred Koch aimed his weapon at the sky, took a shot, and then marveled at his marksmanship when a duck came wheeling down. Then, Fred Koch slumped over. He was unconscious, and he was very far from the nearest hospital. The gun loader must have tried to figure out what to do, but there was nothing to be done. Fred Koch died there at the foot of the mountain range, overlooking the salt marshes and ranchland. Whatever plans he might have been considering disappeared with him in that instant. His company and his family would never hear another word of guidance from him. It would be entirely up to them to figure out how to go forward. In one moment, the great patriarch was gone. Fred Koch's sudden death was not the end of a story, but the beginning of one. It was the first surge of volatility in an era that would be defined by volatility for Fred Koch's family. It was only the first time that stability would disappear in an instant and leave everyone scrambling to figure out what to do. And these waves of volatility would crash primarily onto the shoulders of one person. One person, more than anyone, would have to figure out how to negotiate this era and, ultimately, how to profit from it. That person was Fred Koch's second oldest son, Charles. One of Charles Koch's earliest memories is of sitting in a public school classroom in Wichita, watching the teacher write math problems on the chalkboard. He was in the 3rd grade. He would always remember how the other students were asking questions, and how the teacher kept trying to explain to them the mechanical interactions between the big white numerals and symbols. This was puzzling to Charles Koch. He didn't understand why the other children should be confused. I can remember that clearly. Most things back then, I can't remember at all. But I remember that clearly, he later said in an interview. All the other kids, or most of them, were struggling. Why? I asked myself, he recalled, and then he laughed. The answers are obvious. This was when he realized that he had a gift for math and the mind of an engineer. He could clearly see a set of rules, the language of numbers. And this was a set of rules that existed perfectly within its own realm, whether people understood it or not. Math didn't change just because a person struggled with it. Math was perfect. And Charles Koch understood it. Charles Koch was not completely surprised when his father died. Fred Koch had been ailing for many years. The end was sudden, but not unexpected. When that terrible moment came, Charles Koch had a plan. He had been constructing this plan for years. During the summers of his childhood, Charles Koch's family belonged to the Wichita Country Club. There was the pool and the clubhouse and the Elysian green hills of the golf course, all of it contained in a tiny oasis hidden away from the rest of the city. The Koch family's house was close enough to the country club that the Koch boys, when they were teenagers, could hear kids playing at the pool during the long summer days. This was a place where the rich kids in town whiled away their summers and charged meals to their parents' accounts. In the evenings, A teenage Charles Koch would have been able to sneak liquor with friends at the clubhouse or organize card games in private rooms where the walls were paneled with tasteful, burnished hardwood. But Charles Koch was denied that kind of summer while he was growing up. It was understood that he would stay away from the country club, as close as it might be to his backyard. Fred Koch felt that too much leisure time would corrupt the boy's character. So he sent Charles out west to the ranch country that Fred loved so much. As a teenager, Charles Koch learned to ride horses, which might sound nice, or even romantic. But it wasn't. For Charles Koch, learning to ride a horse was more like learning how to drive a forklift. His job was to ride on horseback for monotonous hours on end, inspecting the fence lines that kept the cattle from wandering off into the wilderness. At night, during those summers, he slept in a log cabin with other ranch hands, who had names like Bitterroot Bob, men who had likely never set foot in a country club. This was the rhythm of Charles's childhood. Work, and school, and back to work again. It was the rhythm prescribed by his father. And Charles Koch rebelled against it. He got into trouble as a teenager and was sent to a military-style prep school in Indiana. He didn't straighten out until he graduated high school, when he enrolled at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, receiving an engineering degree in 1957, just as his father had done before him. But even then, Charles Koch rebelled. He wasn't satisfied to follow in his dad's footsteps. He didn't return to Wichita but stayed out east in Boston and got a job on his own. Fred implored Charles to come home and join the family business. The business was a complicated thing, and Fred wanted a capable son who could help him run it. The business units included Rock Island Oil and Refining Company, which held a refinery and pipelines, the Matador Cattle Company, which ran the vast expanses of ranchland, and Koch Engineering Company, which made specialized equipment for the oil refineries and chemical plants. Fred Koch wanted to pass this group of companies on to someone who could manage it well, and he made it clear that Charles was the person for the job. But Charles resisted. He was happy making his way in the wider world. Fred Koch had been a domineering father, a forceful personality who had an unmovable set of beliefs about how the world worked and how a man should conduct himself. Charles had carved out his own life in Boston, getting a job as a management consultant with the prestigious firm Arthur D. Little. He knew that if he went back home, he'd be living in his father's shadow, always subject to his father's authority. I thought, my God, I go back, he won't let me do anything, and he'll smother me, Charles Koch recalled decades later in an interview with the Wichita Eagle. When Fred Koch was unable to persuade his son to return home, he resorted to guilt. He told his son that unless Charles returned to run the firm, Fred would sell it. The patriarch knew that his health wouldn't last forever, and if Charles didn't want the company, then someone else would. Out of a sense of guilt, or obligation, or simple duty, Charles Koch finally relented. In 1961, he came back home to join his father's company. Over the years, Fred Koch gave Charles increasing authority. Charles had originally been hired within the Koch Engineering Division, and eventually Fred Koch gave up his job as president of that division and handed over the title to Charles. In 1966, Fred Koch did the same thing with the much larger division of Rock Island Oil and Refining Company, which was the main pillar of the family's fortune, making Charles president. But Fred kept his authority over Charles by remaining chairman of the board. On Monday, November 20, 1967, Charles Koch attended his father's funeral. The services were held at the Downing East Mortuary, and Fred's remains were cremated. When prominent members of the Wichita business community dropped by to pay their respects, they tried to console the large family that Fred Koch had left behind. Most prominent in the crowd, of course, was Fred Koch's elegant widow, Mary Koch, a poised and beautiful woman who was known throughout Wichita as an energetic supporter of the arts. And then there were the couple's children, the 4 boys. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, the Koch boys were an impressive sight. They were very tall, all of them, standing well above 6 feet. The Koch boys lived their lives looking downward during most conversations. And they were handsome on top of it, with slender, muscular frames and square jaws inherited from their father. It might have seemed natural that Frederick Koch, the firstborn, would be heir apparent to his father's company. But Frederick, or Freddie, as everybody knew him, never had a strong interest in the family business, or any commercial business, for that matter. He was interested in art, and he studied drama in college rather than engineering. Freddie drew himself away from the orbit of the family company very early on in his life. When Fred Koch died, Freddie was teaching acting classes and producing plays in New York City. After Freddie came Charles, who adopted the role of surrogate firstborn. Then there were the youngest Koch boys, a set of fraternal twins named David and William. Both twins, like the dad and Charles, attended MIT. When their father died, David had graduated and was working as a chemical engineer in New York. He was not just tall, but also possessed the muscular physique of a star athlete. He'd played basketball at MIT and was captain of the team. During his tenure on the team, Koch averaged 21 points and 12 rebounds per game, allowing him to graduate as the school's top scoring player. He set the record for most points scored during a single game, at 41, a record that wouldn't be broken for 46 years. His twin, Bill, was also on the team, but he didn't have David's talents. Bill, who was slightly shorter, spent more time on the bench. When their father died, Bill was still studying at MIT, working on his PhD. Charles was the only son working at his father's company at that time. As he stood there, at Fred Koch's funeral, he was standing alone in a very significant way. Their father's business empire, everything that Fred Koch had built during his life, all of it was suddenly left to Charles to manage. He was 32 years old. It's a truism of family business. The second generation of a successful family company is destined to ruin everything. Charles Koch was painfully aware of this stigma and wanted to prove that he was a builder. When he was left alone to run the company, he arrived early every day at the office, stayed late, and worked over the weekends. It was not uncommon for Koch to call employees on a Sunday afternoon, asking them to come down to the office for a meeting. And he didn't just work hard. He worked with an intense purpose. Even in early 1968, just a few months after his father died, it was clear that Charles Koch had a stunningly ambitious vision for the company he and his brothers just inherited. He also had a strategy for how to get there. He wasted no time in carrying out a plan of his own, a plan that would fundamentally reshape everything that Fred Koch had built during his lifetime. The first pillar of the plan to fall into place was organizational. Almost immediately, Charles Koch set about restructuring the interlocking group of companies that Fred Koch had left behind. The confusing amalgam of corporate entities, the engineering company, the oil gathering business, the pipelines, the ranches, would soon be welded into a single entity. The second pillar of Charles Koch's plan was physical. The company would be based in a new office complex. Before Fred Koch died, the company had offices in a downtown building that was named after him. But by a stroke of coincidence, that building was scheduled to be demolished just when Fred died, torn down in order to make way for an urban renewal project. In its place, Charles Koch oversaw the construction of new headquarters, this one on the far northeast corner of town. The new complex included an office building and a mid-size factory floor where the company would make oil refinery equipment and other products. This is where Charles Koch would start to build a new company. Over the next 40 years, the office complex would expand. Parking lots would be made where the prairie grass stood in 1967. A corporate tower would be added alongside the low-slung office complex just north of the factory. The complex, located on a remote stretch of 37th Street, was the blank slate on which Charles Koch would draw his plans and execute his vision. The third pillar was personal. Charles Koch surrounded himself with the smartest people in the company that his father left behind, and the people that Charles Koch could trust. The most important of these people was a man named Sterling Varner. Varner was a tall man, like Fred Koch, and, also like Fred Koch, he had the giant personality to match his imposing physical presence. When Varner walked through the hallways of the new Koch offices, he was known to stop and talk with employees of every rank. He was a backslapper and a shoulder squeezer. He remembered everyone's name and always took a moment to ask how he or she was doing. He was the kind of boss who made an employee feel important, no matter their rank. Some people get sought out, you just want to be with them and be around them. And that's just the way Sterling was, recalled Roger Williams, who worked alongside Varner at Koch for many years. Varner was born into a poor family, and famously told stories of life growing up in the Texas and Oklahoma oil patches, working as a roughneck on the drilling rigs and sleeping in tents. A Koch employee named Doyle Barnett recalled one moment when Varner was driving through rural Oklahoma and saw a vagrant by the side of the road. Varner declared, "But for the grace of God, there goes I." Charles Koch relied on Sterling Varner from the very beginning of his time at the head of the company, and not just for counsel. Varner provided a measure of warmth and personal charisma that Charles Koch simply lacked. Charles Koch was not imperious, he didn't demean the people who worked for him. But he didn't have the common touch. Charles Koch was quiet, almost awkward. But he seemed to recognize this shortcoming, and he kept Varner close. While Charles Koch relied on people like Varner to help him as he laid the foundations of his new company, Koch did some of the most important work on his own. Charles Koch was intently focused on what made people tick, and he approached the subject with the mind of an engineer. He was seeking to discover discernible laws. He knew that there were laws dictating what happened in the physical world, laws that were well understood by physicists and chemists. He thought there must be similar laws that dictated affairs in the human world. It's an orderly world, the physical world is. It follows certain laws. And so I thought, well, the same thing's got to be true for how people can best live and work together, Koch recalled. So I started reading everything I could on the subject. Koch read the work of Karl Marx and other socialist thinkers. He read books on history, on economics, on philosophy, and on psychology. But for all the breadth of his research, it appears that his conclusions about the world came to rest on the small patch of ideological terrain where he was raised. As a boy, Koch's father had regaled Charles and his brothers with horror stories about his time in the Soviet Union, where he had helped Stalin's regime build oil refineries. He had impressed upon his boys the evils of government and the inevitable overreach that seemed to arise when the state interfered with the activities of free people. Charles Koch became enamored with the thinking of economists and philosophers like Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek, two Austrian academics who did most of their formative work during the 1930s and 1940s. In later years, Charles Koch would be described as a libertarian or a conservative. But these were imperfect labels that didn't capture his true worldview. More than anything, he was an Austrian economist, or a classical liberal, as he liked to call it. Hayek, in particular, put forward a radical concept of capitalism and the role that markets should play in society, and his thinking had an enduring effect on Charles Koch. In Hayek's view, even well-intentioned state actions ended up causing far more human suffering than the market-based ills that they were meant to correct. His most famous example of this was the policy of rent control, which was big in Hayek's hometown of Vienna. Politicians put a cap on rent prices to help people who rented homes and apartments. But Hayek described a long list of unintended consequences. The controls made it unprofitable for landlords to reinvest their cash in money-losing apartments, for example, so those apartments devolved into squalor. Because there was no incentive to build new apartment buildings, housing shortages became perpetual. Big families were stuck in small apartments because they couldn't afford to move out of their rent-controlled dwellings. Hayek said this proved a simple point: cutting one thread in the tapestry of a free market, even with the goal of helping people, only unraveled other parts of the tapestry. Hayek was almost religious when it came to describing what the market could do when left to its own devices. He believed that the market was more important, and more beneficial, than the institution of democracy itself. A market was able to mediate all the wishes of everyone on earth. When people entered a market, their demands instantly put a price on the thing they wanted. The market also put a price on the things that they had to offer, like their labor. These prices were not dictated or set by a king. Instead, they were derived from the push and pull of supply and demand. The prices in a free market were the most honest assessment of reality that humans could ever hope to achieve. Government, on the other hand, was never really able to mediate between all the competing needs of its people. It was impossible for everyone in a large society to come to some sort of consensus that the government could then enforce through law. Laws and regulations were unworthy tools to use to deal with problems of the natural world, because the natural world was always changing. Laws were static, the world was fluid. Only the market could respond to the ways the world rapidly changed, Hayek believed. And if markets were Hayek's religion, then entrepreneurs were his saints. He saw entrepreneurs as the lifeblood of adaptation and efficiency. They were the ones who spotted new ways of doing things. They were the ones who created new products, created new technology, established new orders when it was time for the old orders to decay. Charles Koch believed this, too. From the very earliest days of Koch Industries, Charles Koch sought to stock his workforce full of entrepreneurs, employees who would keep their eyes open, learn constantly, and spot new opportunities on the horizon before others saw them. That's why one of the first and most important jobs that Charles Koch and Sterling Varner tackled was bringing new blood into the company. The two of them quickly began hiring some of the smartest minds they could find. Roger Williams was an engineer with Mobil Oil Company, based outside of Houston, Texas. Williams had worked for Fred Koch back in the early 1960s but left the company to strike out on his own as an entrepreneur. His independent business venture had failed, so he took the job with Mobil and was still happily working there in 1968. That year, Williams was in a management meeting when he got a phone call from Sterling Varner, whom he'd worked with years before. Varner said he had a job offer for Williams. He wanted him to move to Wichita and help run Koch's pipeline system. Williams politely declined. He was very happy with Mobil and felt no need to go job hopping. Varner told him, "Well, you haven't ever met Charles." Williams remembered. It was true, he had never met Fred Koch's son. At Varner's suggestion, Williams took a trip to Wichita to meet Charles, just to talk and hear him out. Shortly after the meeting, he quit his job and moved to Kansas. One of Williams's first assignments was to open an office in Alaska, near the North Slope region, where Koch would set up a shipping business. Charles Koch and Sterling Varner came to visit his new operation, and they invited him to come back to Wichita with them on the corporate plane. As they flew over the densely wooded mountainsides of Alaska, the three men began discussing a thorny issue: what should they name the new company? Charles and Sterling had successfully fused the many companies Fred Koch ran into one firm, but now they needed to name it. Why not call the company Koch Industries? The name would honor Charles's late father, and it was an easy enough catch-all title for a group of businesses that were already very diverse. Charles Koch wasn't wild about the idea. He seemed embarrassed by the thought of having his last name stamped on the entire company. His name would be embossed on the letterhead, emblazoned on the sign outside the company headquarters, spoken on the lips of everyone who worked for him. There was a vanity about this that seemed at odds with Charles Koch's nature. But Williams argued in favor of naming the company Koch. In his mind, the benefit of the name was that it was neutral, in the way Exxon was neutral. For many industries, neutrality was the enemy. Companies like Coca-Cola spent millions to ensure that the names weren't neutral and forgettable. But the oil industry was different because Big Oil was cast as the villain in so many economic stories. For this reason, Koch was the perfect moniker for the firm. It was slippery, hard to grasp. Everybody mispronounced it when they read the name, and when they heard the name, they confused it with the much better-known soft drink maker. Koch was the perfect flag to fly for a firm that sought to grow, and grow exponentially, while simultaneously remaining invisible. In June of 1968, Charles Koch announced that his father's holdings would be consolidated into one company, and it would be named Koch Industries. When he was in Wichita, Roger Williams met with Charles Koch and Sterling Varner in their new corporate suite. And that's where he learned about the strategy at the heart of Charles Koch's corporate reorganization. Fred Koch's fragmented holdings would be fused into one organization, but they would be combined in a loose way that made the new Koch Industries nimble. The new company would be divided up into a set of divisions that could be more easily managed than the standalone companies had been. As a single entity, these divisions would be bound together with one simple goal: to grow. Koch Industries would grow in a way that reflected Sterling Varner's approach to business. Varner was opportunistic, in a way that Koch employees used the word, meaning that he was always looking for new deals that were connected to businesses in which he already operated. When Koch was shipping natural gas, for example, Varner pushed the company to build a specialized natural gas refinery in Medford, Oklahoma, to process the gas into liquid byproducts. In this way, Koch could expand while building on the skills it already possessed. The gas refinery, or fractionator, as they called it, became a huge moneymaker. Varner encouraged his senior managers, like Williams, to think the same way. Williams was told that his job wasn't just to keep his head down and run his division. His job was to keep his eyes on the horizon, to scan the environment of his business for new opportunities. Even more important, Varner told Williams to pass this mentality on to everyone who worked for him. The pipeline employees, the engineers, the oil gaugers, all of them needed to look for new deals as they went about the daily work. Everybody was supposed to act like an entrepreneur who worked in the mergers and acquisitions department. When you get that idea spread among your people, then you've got gaugers out there with their eyes open. The ideas come in. If you've got a couple of thousand employees looking for things, you're going to get some stuff that comes in that'll be all right. Williams said. Charles Koch and Sterling Varner held quarterly meetings to evaluate how managers like Williams were doing in this regard. Williams was expected to report on his pipeline business and also to bring up new, high-quality investments that he had spotted in the field. A ritual was formed at these meetings. A manager like Williams would propose the idea for some new investment. And then the questions would begin. Charles Koch's questions were relentless, seemingly never-ending, and the managers understood that they must be prepared to answer all of them. If a manager didn't have the answers, the topic was dropped until he could return with them. The rhythm of corporate life at Koch Industries began to revolve around these quarterly meetings. And the rhythm beat a steady message into every manager and every employee below them down the chain: grow. This message would soon be felt in the farthest corners of Koch Industries, such as the Bayou country in southern Louisiana, where Koch Industries was running some of its largest pipeline and oil gathering operations. The oil gathering business was still the company's foundation, handed down from Fred Koch. In Louisiana, Koch was reaping a fortune from the oil-rich land. And the ways in which Koch was reaping this fortune would soon be discovered by one of the company's newest hires, a young oil gauger named Phil Dubose. The company directives that came out of Wichita would become a daily part of Dubose's life. And it would change him in ways that he would never be proud of. The directives also set Koch on a path that drew the attention of Kenneth Ballin and the U.S. Senate Committee investigating oil theft on Indian land. In 1968, Phil Dubose was working in a grocery store in rural Louisiana. His future didn't look especially bright. He was in his late 20s, had no college education, and was married with 3 kids. He was raised in a part of Louisiana with chronically high unemployment, where many people worked intermittently and made most of their money in cash under the table. It might seem unlikely, then, that over the next 20 years Dubose would be promoted up through the ranks of Koch Industries, into the realm of senior management, where he would find himself in charge of a surprisingly large chunk of America's energy infrastructure. Dubose loved hard work. His mom was a hard-working farm girl who instilled in him the religion of an honest day's pay for a hard day's work. His dad was an oil company manager who considered weekends to simply be a time when he could get work done outside the office. Dubose didn't finish college because he was inspired to join the army in 1962 when he was newly married and just a year out of high school. President John F. Kennedy's call for public service, combined with the Cuban Missile Crisis, convinced Dubose that he needed to enlist. He served in Vietnam, and then came back home in need of work. That's when he landed a job as manager of a local grocery chain. Dubose's life changed one day when a teenager asked if Dubose could give him more shifts at the store. Dubose told the boy that he'd allow it, but only if the kid brought his report cards to work so that Dubose could make sure his grades weren't falling. This small decision changed the path of Dubose's life. The kid's father was named Don Cummings, and he was impressed to hear that a grocery store manager would care so much about his son's grades. Cummings thanked Dubose, and then he offered him a job. Cummings said Dubose could work for him at a local oil company called Rock Island Oil. Cummings made a convincing pitch. Rock Island might sound like a tiny company, but it was owned by a conglomerate out of Wichita that was owned by the wealthy Koch family. Oil companies garnered a lot of respect in the Gulf Coast. The economy in most bayou towns was tied to the rice harvest, which ran in boom and bust cycles. But the oil business was different. The money was steady, and the pay was good. Dubose knew this because his father was an engineer with Superior Oil Company, which people in the area referred to, even in casual conversation, as the Superior Oil Company. In the 50s and 60s, the swamplands around Lafayette, Louisiana, were like a microcosm of the entire U.S. oil industry. It was a place full of gushers, in other words. There were tremendous oil deposits located beneath the marshy wetlands and out in the bayous, and the landscape was covered with oil wells. Across the country, oil drilling was increasing, and the price of oil was falling slowly each year through the 1960s. Koch Industries hired Dubose as an oil gauger. His job would be to measure the oil in each tank before Koch collected it, and then he would pump it onto a barge and take it to one of Koch's pipelines, where it would be shipped to a refinery. Dubose spent many of his days on the water, out on the bayou and river channels. He piloted a small barge that could navigate through just a few feet of water, an ideal craft for negotiating the marshy lands. He steered expertly through the finger-like lanes, avoiding cypress stumps and rocks and muddy shallows. He went from oil well to oil well, collecting the crude that was held there in large tanks. After running a circuit of several tanks, he took the oil to one of Koch's terminals, where it was fed into a pipeline or moved onto a larger barge for shipment. But before he could drain the tanks, Dubose had to measure just how much oil was in there. There was a regimented series of steps to taking the measurements, a kind of standardized ritual that oil gauges around the country followed. This ritual was codified in an industry standard published by the American Petroleum Institute. These standards were voluntary, however, and Koch Industries did not follow them. Dubose said he was given a playbook for taking oil without paying for it. The Koch method for oil measurement followed a few simple steps. First, Dubose dropped his gauge line to see how deep the oil was. If the gauge line said it was 15 feet and 2 inches, Dubose would record it as 15 feet and 1 inch. Already, this meant that Dubose was getting an inch worth of oil for free. This was called cutting the top. Then he measured the gravity of the oil, which determined its quality. The top dollar crude oil fell within an API measurement of gravity between 40.0 and 44.9, so Dubose fudged the numbers to push it outside of that range. This way, Koch would pay the oil producer less for the oil, even if the quality was ideal. If the oil measured 40.0, then he would record it as 39.2, for example. After Dubose drained the tank, he would take his final depth measurement, which was recorded to show how much oil Koch had taken. If Dubose measured that 14 inches of oil were left, he would record it as 15 inches. This meant he was paying for 1 less inch of oil than he had taken. This technique was called bumping the bottom. Dubose learned the Koch method by rote. He estimated that by using it, he could get about 10 to 12 extra barrels of crude from each tank he drained. That was only a small fraction of the whole, but it was enough to ensure that he was over at the end of every month. And he knew that the extra oil added up over time, because all of his co-workers were doing the same thing. Dubose's bosses measured the amount of oil that Dubose drained from each tank, and then they compared it against the amount of oil he finally delivered into Koch's pipelines or terminals. Everybody knew that those numbers probably wouldn't match up exactly, thanks to the slippery nature of oil. If a gauger was under, it meant that he delivered less oil into Koch's pipelines or trucks than he gathered. If a gauger was over, on the other hand, then the opposite was true, he delivered more oil into Koch's system than he had recorded gathering at the oil tanks. It was only possible to be over by mismeasurement because it was physically impossible for oil supplies to increase as they made their way through the supply chain. At the end of each month, Koch tabulated its oil shipments and figured out if each was over or under. The company posted the results at the branch office where Dubose worked. If a gauger was consistently under, his manager would grill him and ask what was going wrong. If a gauger was consistently over, then he had no problems. Dubose's boss at the time was a manager named Doyle Barnett, who later recalled the reason for encouraging employees to be over. "You wanted to keep your company operating for sure. So, I guess I'd rather be over than short if I was the company," Barnett said. His bias toward being over was widely shared by Koch managers across the country. Keith Langhofer, a Koch oil manager overseeing Texas and New Mexico, would later tell federal investigators that he also encouraged his gauges to be over. "I think we probably take an aggressive approach to purchasing crude oil. We certainly don't want to be short," Langhofer said, while under oath. If an employee came up short, then he was punished or demoted. If an employee was consistently over, the company didn't do anything to him, Langhofer said. It was clear to Dubose that the Koch method was not the industry norm. New hires expressed shock at the company's practices. In fact, the norm was for oil companies to be slightly under overall because it was more natural for them to lose some oil along the transportation chain rather than miraculously create oil, as Koch did. Even being slightly under, these other firms made money. Oil was a profitable business, after all. The new hires at Koch either adapted, or they quit. Dubose adapted. He knew in the back of his mind that he was effectively stealing oil. But it was only a little bit at a time. He took comfort in the fact that measuring oil was an inexact science. No one ever got it perfect. It's a very gray area. And I think Koch saw this, Dubose said. They saw where they could manipulate this, because it's such a gray area. And they took advantage of it. Koch's oil gathering division delivered a steady flow of cash and profits into the company. This money gave Charles Koch a chance to put his management theories to the test. He encouraged his employees to look for new growth opportunities and to act like entrepreneurs. He wanted to lead by example. In his first years as head of Koch Industries, Charles Koch put together one of the most brilliant and profitable deals in the history of Koch Industries. The deal involved an oil refinery. Since the late 1950s, Fred Koch had owned a minority share in the Great Northern Oil Refinery outside of Minneapolis, near the Pine Bend Bluffs Natural Reserve. The other shareholders in the refinery were an oil tycoon named J. Howard Marshall II and the Great Northern Oil Company. In 1969, the refinery didn't look like a gold mine. Competition in the sector was fierce, with new refineries being put into production monthly. But the Pine Bend Refinery, as everyone called it, had a secret source of profits. And this source of profits could be traced to exactly the kind of government intervention that Hayek hated most. In the 1950s, President Dwight Eisenhower capped the amount of oil that could be imported into the United States, in one of the federal government's many ploys to protect domestic oil drillers. Imported oil was often cheaper than domestic oil, so U.S. drillers wanted it kept out. But there was a loophole in that law that allowed unlimited imports from Canada. As it happened, Canada was the primary source of oil processed at the Pine Bend refinery. Pine Bend was one of only 4 refineries in the nation that was able to buy cheaper imported oil in unlimited quantities, giving it a huge advantage over firms that were forced to buy mostly domestic oil. The 4 companies who benefited from this loophole received a second advantage from the government. Thanks to a complex voucher system for oil imports, companies like Koch were able to double-dip and exchange their voucher tickets for domestic oil in a scheme that gave them a subsidy of $1.25 per barrel. This loophole boosted profits, and Fred Koch had been happy to remain a minority shareholder and enjoy the windfall. In 1969, Charles Koch executed a secret plan that would increase those profits beyond anything Fred Koch could imagine. Charles approached J. Howard Marshall and convinced Marshall to sell his share in the refinery in exchange for shares in Charles Koch's newly created firm, Koch Industries. When that secret deal closed, Charles Koch was a majority shareholder in the Pine Bend refinery. He then approached Great Northern, now a minority shareholder, and convinced that company to sell its ownership stake. By the end of the year, Koch Industries was the sole owner of the Pine Bend refinery. Charles Koch saw something in the refinery that others didn't see. There was, however, one significant obstacle standing in the path of Charles Koch's plan. It was a labor union. Workers at the Pine Bend refinery had been organized in a union since the 1950s. The union was deeply entrenched and powerful. No sooner had Charles Koch purchased the Pine Bend refinery than he learned that he could not control it. Charles Koch had almost total authority over Koch Industries, but his authority was hemmed in at the Pine Bend refinery. The union set the rules in Pine Bend, and the union set the wages. Over the years, the labor contracts in Pine Bend became so favorable to the employees that even some of the union members thought that it was a little excessive. In the late 1960s, most CEOs considered powerful unions to be a fact of life. The New Deal included pro-union laws, passed in the 1930s, that made unions almost indomitable. It was a losing game to take on unions. Their power was too great to challenge. Most companies chose to accommodate organized labor. Charles Koch faced this same choice, and he chose to fight. The battle against organized labor at Pine Bend was the first to test Charles Koch's resolve. His first move was to find the right commander for the conflict. Charles Koch found his man in the spring of 1971, when he attended an industry conference in California and met an oil industry engineer named Bernard Paulson. Paulson was living in Corpus Christi at the time and managing an oil refinery for Coastal Oil and Gas. Paulson was instantly impressed with Charles Koch. Like so many people who met him, Paulson was first struck by Koch's intelligence. Paulson had met a lot of impressive people in the business, self-made millionaires and wildcatters, but even when compared against such characters, Charles Koch stood apart. There was nothing of the wildcatter about Charles Koch. He was not a flamboyant man who needed to impress strangers. He was an engineer by temperament, a man who questioned more than he talked. Charles Koch also seemed taken with Paulson. The two men quickly hit it off and Koch asked Paulson if he'd like to get dinner. Paulson agreed, and they talked a long time over dinner that night. Koch described his new investment at Pine Bend. The deal made perfect sense to Paulson. They talked about the oil refining business in depth. Refining is the kind of hyper-complicated business that only two engineers could discuss in detail over dinner, and that's what the two of them did. After Paulson returned to Texas, Charles Koch called him. They talked more, and soon Koch offered him a job. It seemed to Paulson that he had one job qualification that was especially important. he knew how to handle unions. When Paulson was hired to run the Coastal Oil Refinery in Texas, the company had narrowly avoided a vote to unionize its employees. Paulson took over the business, and a few years later there was another union vote. He worked hard to convince his employees that union membership only hurt them, and he bargained hard against unionized firms that tried to get contracting work at the refinery. When still another union vote occurred under his management, the union lost by a 5-1 margin. Paulson had proved that he was adept at keeping unions out of an oil refinery, no matter how hard they might fight to get in. During their conversations, Charles Koch told Paulson how toxic the union was in Pine Bend. Koch Industries needed to regain control. Breaking the union would be a key part of Paulson's job. Paulson was, in many ways, the perfect man for this job. He came from tough circumstances. He was raised on a small farm in Michigan and educated in a one-room schoolhouse. He wasn't sentimental about business, and he knew how to stick out a hard situation. One of Paulson's heroes was General George S. Patton, the military hero who was best known for his rousing speeches that gave soldiers the courage they needed to head into battle. Patton had famously told his recruits, "Americans, traditionally, love to fight. All real Americans love the sting of battle. Americans love a winner and will not tolerate a loser. Americans play to win all the time." Paulson yearned to be a leader who had the kind of inner strength that Patton possessed. In 1971, Paulson joined Koch Industries. He was transferred immediately to Pine Bend, where he took control as manager of the refinery. He immediately began, in his words, to straighten it out. Chapter 3: The War for Pine Bend. 1971–1973. Public policy concerning labor unions has, in little more than a century, moved from one extreme to the other. Unions have become the only important instance in which governments signally fail in their prime function, the prevention of coercion and violence. Friedrich A. Hayek, 1960. Married life ain't hard when you got a union card. A union man has a happy life when he's got a union wife. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking to the union. I'm sticking to the union, till the day I die. Lyrics of the folk song, Union Maid, by Woody Guthrie, 1940. Bernard Paulson arrived for his first day on the job at the Pine Bend refinery in 1971. As he drove to work, Paulson traveled down two-lane country roads that passed through a sparsely populated landscape of rolling corn and soybean fields. The refinery is located near the tiny town of Rosemount, Minnesota, about 20 miles south of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Good-paying jobs were scarce in this place. The local kids were raised on farms, and when they graduated from public high school, if they graduated from high school, they didn't have many job options other than farming. There was a smattering of industrial plants throughout the area, an ammonia plant near Rosemount and a paper plant across the river in Wisconsin, for example. But these jobs didn't pay a lot. The best source of jobs throughout the 1960s was at the Great Northern Oil Company, which had just recently been renamed the Koch Refining Company. Jobs at the refinery were sought after. They were union jobs, with union benefits. A guy could get hired at the refinery right out of high school and soon make the kind of steady wage that supported a mortgage and a family. The refinery played a towering role in the local economy, and it dominated the landscape as well. As Paulson drove nearer to the refinery, he would have been able to see this for himself. The refinery became visible on the horizon many miles before Paulson arrived there, and it was an arresting sight. After passing many miles of rolling hills, small farmhouses, tractors, and grain silos, the refinery came into view and looked very much like the skyline of a small city. But there was something alien, even ominous about this skyline. The towers in the skyline didn't have any windows. They spewed clouds of white steam and gas, and some of them, on the south end of the refinery, spewed columns of flame into the sky. The gargantuan torches burned so steadily that airline pilots used them as a landmark when they approached the local airport. To reach the refinery gates, Paulson drove along a highway that ran roughly parallel to the Mississippi River, which was hidden behind a dense stand of pine and oak trees. Great Northern was smart to locate the refinery where it did, near a big, wide spot in the Mississippi called Pine Bend. In this part of Minnesota, rivers are not scenic waterways but industrial transit tools. The river afforded passage for giant barges toting mountains of grain or coal, or, when they were loaded at Koch refining, crude oil and asphalt. The barges took these commodities down south at a much cheaper rate than either rail or road, at least when the river wasn't frozen over during Minnesota's brutal winters. Paulson pulled off the highway onto an access road that led to the refinery's front gate. At the base of the giant towers, there was a squat office building made of beige bricks, just north of a parking lot where Paulson steered his car. This was the refinery's main office, where Paulson would work. As he drove into the lot, he noticed that the parking spots were marked by signs with employees' names on them. The spots were apparently reserved for individuals, and he saw that the best parking spot, the one nearest the sidewalk to the office door, had his name on it. Paulson had arrived early, as he always did, and most of the parking spots were empty. He pulled into the best spot, the one marked with his name, and turned off his car. Paulson walked down the sidewalk and into the double glass doors of the office building. One of the first things he told his assistant that first day was to get rid of the reserved parking spots. "I said, if you want the best spot, you get here early." Quote, Bernard Paulson often wore cowboy boots to work. They were a parting gift from his employees back in Texas, and he wore them with pride because they reminded him how well he'd gotten along with employees in the past. He considered himself a good leader, and a fair leader, even if he was tough. He saw very quickly that Charles Koch had been correct. Paulson's leadership skills were needed, and needed desperately, at the Pine Bend refinery. Paulson saw this when he started doing the rounds at Pine Bend. Unlike most managers, he came to work on Saturdays. He arrived early on the weekends, just like he did on the weekdays, and he walked the grounds to inspect operations firsthand. What he saw often appalled him. He came across employees who were sleeping. He stopped and watched them sleep next to the large machines where superheated petrochemicals passed through pipes under extreme pressure, enough pressure to cause an explosion if a problem went undetected for too long. Paulson woke up the employees, and he didn't do it gently. Sleeping on the job in an oil refinery is not like sleeping on the job at a car factory. The Pine Bend refinery covered 700 acres, and it was a landscape of winding pipes, giant tanks, and looming towers with walkways between them. This was a dangerous landscape, a massive circulatory system full of inflammable liquids under high pressure. The refinery was divided into different units, or different machines that each had a unique function. Each unit, in turn, had a team of operators who oversaw it. There were usually 3 operators per unit, men who would sit for long shifts, sometimes 10-hour shifts, sometimes longer, babysitting the complex and dangerous chemical reactions happening inside the machinery. If everything went well, it was a mundane job. If things didn't go well, it could quickly turn into a disaster. Oil arrived at the refinery by pipeline, and it was stored in giant, white tanks. This crude oil was then moved into the giant, boiler, units, which were giant furnaces that heated the oil to around 700 degrees Fahrenheit. Running the boilers is a dangerous and vital job. When a young man named Lowell Payton was hired at the Pine Bend refinery, he noticed that there was a tall, thick wall around the boiler. He asked what that wall was for, and he remembers his boss telling him, "That's so if the boiler blows up, your body won't be found 50 miles away." After the oil is heated up, it undergoes a series of chemical reactions that seem to border on alchemy. Oil looks like nothing more than shiny black goo, but it contains a remarkably diverse set of chemicals. The heat unwinds the chemical chains that kept these riches together and breaks free a rainbow of compounds like gasoline, butane, kerosene, propane, diesel fuel, and an almost countless array of petrochemicals that are used to make everything from clothing to lip balm and plastic building material. This chemical unwinding happens inside the most visible part of an oil refinery, the giant towers. The towers are called fractionators because they break the crude oil into fractions, or its component parts. The heated crude oil is pumped into the bottom of the towers, where it is vaporized. The oil vapors float up through the fractionating tower like smoke through a chimney. Along the way, the different components of oil are captured on a series of trays inside the tower. One tray separates out kerosene, another gasoline, and so on. Vaporized crude oil is like the apocryphal buffalo that the Plains Indians used to hunt. Every piece is used, nothing is left to waste. One of the biggest skills for oil refining is figuring out how to squeeze every possible drop of every possible petrochemical out of the crude without wasting anything to evaporation. Paulson knew this business very well, and he was obsessed with running the refinery as efficiently and profitably as possible. But he wanted order among the men who worked in the units. Paulson was tall and imposing, and when he toured the refinery grounds, he walked like a Navy admiral inspecting the deck of a battleship. He was often trailed by 2 assistants, and he wasn't shy about barking orders or using crude language. This might have been intimidating, or even frightening, to many employees. But the refinery employees were not afraid of Bernard Paulson. They were not afraid of anybody, in fact. They had the union to back them. Employees at Pine Bend were organized under the auspices of a powerful labor union called the Oil, Chemical and Atomic Workers Union, or the OCAW, for short. They belonged to a local chapter called the OCAW Local 6-662. Men took an oath when they joined the OCAW. They raised their right hand and they pledged allegiance to the union. More specifically, they pledged their allegiance to their fellow union brothers and sisters. For these men, it was union first, company second. The OCAW men gathered for meetings in rented halls, where they held votes on union contracts and discussed their problems with certain supervisors or managers. They drank regularly at a little bar south of the refinery called the House of Coats, which was built to look like a log cabin or large hunting lodge. The union president, Joseph Hammerschmidt, was known for drinking heroic quantities of alcohol at the House of Coats and then talking at very high volume about the refinery's management and what he planned to do to that management. Hammerschmidt was a union man down to the level of his DNA. He was a hard case, as his fellow workers called him. Everybody at the refinery knew that it was Hammerschmidt who led contract negotiations with a nearby company called Red Wing Pottery, which also employed OCAW members. During the negotiations, Hammerschmidt refused to believe that Red Wing Pottery was really in the financial trouble it claimed to be in. Even when Red Wing showed him the company books, Hammerschmidt refused to believe the books were genuine. The OCAW couldn't reach a contract agreement with Red Wing, and Red Wing's owners were forced into bankruptcy. Hammerschmidt seemed proud of this fact. It was like a scalp on his wall. No damn company was going to boss around the OCAW. Hammerschmidt carried himself like a provincial governor while he belted back shots of whiskey with his union friends at the House of Coats, and he had reason to act like that. Like a governor, Hammerschmidt had real power. The OCAW was a strong union in itself, but maybe even more important was the fact that the OCAW was located in a heavily unionized state. This was important. The OCAW didn't just draw power from itself, it drew power from an interlocking web of loyalty oaths with other unions in the state. The police were unionized, the truckers were unionized, the teachers were unionized, the newspaper reporters were unionized, the chemical workers were unionized. The OCAW men were loyal to their own union, and the union was, in turn, loyal to other unions in the state. If one union went on strike, the other unions would support it. Men like Hammerschmidt could put a company out of business if they felt like it. Red Wing Pottery was proof of that. And the OCAW wasn't shy about using this power to its members' benefit. During the 1950s and 1960s, the OCAW negotiated a framework of rules at the Pine Bend refinery that did far more than provide higher pay and benefits for the union members. The rules gave the OCAW a large measure of control over the refinery's operations. Paulson saw the fruits of this arrangement shortly after he took over as the plant manager. When an OCAW employee found a broken valve while inspecting the refinery, for example, that employee didn't fix the valve. Instead, he sat down and radioed for help. The union had broken the workforce down by specialty skills, or by trades, to use the union terminology, and the men only performed work that fell within their trade. When an employee found the broken valve, he called someone whose trade was insulation to come and unwrap the insulation around the pipe. Then he'd call a guy from the electrical trade to check the wiring or shut off electricity to the problem area. And these employees who came to help fix the valve had to drive a truck to the site. The refinery covered 700 acres, after all, and there was a union rule that prohibited any union employee from riding in a vehicle with a supervisor. To satisfy this rule, the refinery had a union guy whose job was to sit in a pickup truck and ferry people around the refinery. As the different tradesmen were called on the radio, the pickup truck driver went to collect them, first the insulation specialist, then the electrician, and take them down to the problem site. The truck driver job was one of the cushier positions that the union carved out for its members. Only after the different tradesmen were called, and were ferried down to the site, and did their work one by one, only then could the leaky valve be fixed. There were also rules for overtime pay that even the OCAW men found amusingly absurd. One rule stated that a shift worker needed to be given at least 2 hours of notice if he was going to be asked to stay late and work. If he didn't get that notice, then he received a bonus payment worth 2 hours work plus time and a half. Thanks to this rule, it was often hard to locate anyone at the refinery around 2 in the afternoon, exactly 2 hours before the 4 o'clock shift change came around. The control rooms were empty at 2. Then everyone suddenly reappeared at the desks at 2:15, available to stay late and work overtime if asked, but in need of the bonus payment to do it. Even longtime union members recognized that these rules were too good to be reasonable. "It's crazy, I don't know how they got what they got." The union had management by the balls, recalled Ernie Tromberg, who was hired at the refinery in 1956 when he was still in his early 20s. Paulson talked often to Charles Koch on the telephone. He told his boss what he was seeing in the refinery. This might not have been news to Charles Koch. He had seen the union operate firsthand. For at least one summer when he was younger, Charles Koch had worked at Pine Bend and must have seen the near impunity enjoyed by union bosses like Joseph Hammerschmidt. Koch couldn't have been shocked as Paulson relayed over the phone what he was seeing in the plant. The union put at risk everything that Charles Koch was hoping to build. "He told me, I'm worried that the union is going to take this company down," Paulson recalled. Shortly after arriving at the refinery, Paulson was given his chance to fight the OCAW. The union contract was set to expire at the end of 1972. Negotiating a new contract would give Paulson, and Charles Koch, a chance to rewrite the refinery rules and make the place operate as they believed it should. In April of 1972, Paulson made his first move. He scheduled Hammerschmidt to work on Easter Sunday. Hammerschmidt, apparently, did not want to work on Easter. So Hammerschmidt did what was commonly done in those days. He told Paulson no, he wasn't going to work Easter Sunday. Hammerschmidt could be forgiven if he thought that his open insubordination would not be challenged or punished, because that's how things worked at Pine Bend. If the union guys were unhappy about something, say, the disciplining of a fellow worker, they simply dropped what they were doing. They walked to the front office and took a seat until the matter was resolved, and management usually caved to their demands. It seemed that Paulson would have caved as well because he wasn't popular with the employees. The cowboy boots, the military-style inspections, waking the guys up and embarrassing them on Saturday mornings, all of it had soured the employees on Paulson. He recalls hearing what the union men were saying behind his back. They were going to jam those boots down Paulson's ass and send him back to Texas. Quote, when the shift began on Easter, and Hammerschmidt wasn't there, Paulson fired him immediately. In the eyes of the OCAW, Paulson had just declared war. In the late fall and early winter of 1972, it was time for Koch Refining Company and the OCAW to negotiate a new labor contract. There was a regular calendar and set of traditions that surrounded these contract negotiations. A labor contract is a broad agreement between a union and a company that sets out the terms of employment at the workplace, from the level of wages to the value of extra benefits like health care coverage. The contract even laid out workplace rules, like the procedures for firing a worker or the means by which an employee could file a grievance to complain about abuses by management. The labor contracts typically lasted about 3 years. When the contracts were set to expire, a group of Koch Refining lawyers would go into a meeting room and sit down across the table from a group of negotiators selected by the OCAW. The union negotiators were almost always refinery employees rather than lawyers or negotiating experts. When it came to bargaining with the company, the union men relied on the personal knowledge of how the refinery worked. They knew what to ask for, and they knew what they could offer in return. To get what they wanted, the union men relied on the collective willpower. They stood together, ready to walk off the job as a group if management did not agree to their requests. During his first meeting with the OCAW team, Paulson sat down in the meeting room, flanked by his company lawyers. Across the table sat Joseph Hammerschmidt, the union president. Even though Hammerschmidt had been fired, the union insisted that he be present for the negotiations. The union had already filed a grievance over Hammerschmidt's firing, and, in the meantime, he was still a member. After everybody was settled, Paulson presented his offer. Koch would unilaterally rewrite all the work rules inside the refinery. The seniority system the union enjoyed would be gone. The rules that barred employees from doing work in different trades would be gone. The employee shuttle truck, gone. The rule about a bonus payment for overtime without 2 hours notice, gone. And then Paulson showed the union men that there would be precious little room for negotiation. These were the new rules. This was how things would work at the refinery. End of story. This might have seemed like a bluff, like a way for Paulson to start the contract negotiations with a Texas swagger. But after Christmas, and into the first frigid days of the new year, it became clear to the union that Paulson was not bluffing. He was not going to negotiate. In the eyes of the OCAW men, there was no choice as to what to do next. On January 9, 1973, at 4 in the afternoon, the entire unionized workforce left their stations and walked off the property grounds. They walked out through the parking lot and then through a wide gate that led outside the refinery property. As they passed through the gate became something entirely new. It became a picket line. Crossing the picket line marked a moment of no return. After they left the gate, the OCAW men became locked out of the refinery. They became locked out from their jobs. They became unemployed. The refinery inside that gate had provided the men with everything they had, the income that fed their kids and paid down their mortgages. It made a middle-class life possible for them. And none of the men knew if they would ever get back inside or if their job would ever be open to them again. Bernard Paulson and Charles Koch had made it clear at the negotiating table. Koch Refining planned to break the OCAW. And the union men had to make it clear to Bernard Paulson and Charles Koch, the OCAW could not be broken. This wasn't an easy thing to do. None of the OCAW men were happy about using their jobs as a bargaining chip. Joseph Quinn, for example, had a wife and 5 children. Quinn didn't see his kids a lot. He missed at least 5 Christmas mornings in a row because he'd been working at the refinery. His wife, Rita, handed out the presents without him. But through his absence, Quinn gave his kids a life that he had never known. He and Rita owned a tidy home in suburban Minneapolis, near Rosemount. Their kids went to good public schools. They didn't work long days in the farm fields under the hot summer sun, as Joseph Quinn had done growing up in western Minnesota. But Quinn didn't question his union when the OCAW told him to walk off the job. There was a simple idea that motivated his obedience: solidarity. Solidarity encapsulated everything that the union stood for and everything that made the union strong. Quinn hadn't learned about solidarity growing up. He was raised by a farmer, so he learned about individual accomplishment and the value of hard work. Quinn's dad taught him that unions were communist front groups and that unions encouraged laziness. But when he moved to Minneapolis, the only jobs available to Quinn were union jobs. When Quinn raised his right hand and pledged allegiance to the OCAW, he pledged solidarity to his union brothers at the refinery. But the pledge didn't sink in too deeply. Quinn just wanted the job. Then Quinn got in trouble for the first time. One of his jobs at the refinery was to check on the level of crude oil in the big white tanks on the south end of the plant. This was a critical job because the tanks could overflow if their levels weren't closely monitored. At the end of one shift, Quinn was unable to check on the oil in one tank because men were welding some equipment there. After the men left, he went to check the oil levels, but a fellow worker was urinating near the hatch that Quinn was supposed to check, so Quinn backed off to give him privacy. The end of his shift came, and Quinn still hadn't checked the level of that oil tank. He told his manager as much, and his manager told him not to worry about it. The next thing I knew, that big, beautiful white tank was black, covered completely in oil, Quinn recalled. The tank had overflowed, and it would not have done so if Quinn had checked the oil levels as he was supposed to. Quinn was suspended without pay for 3 days for the transgression. The paycheck that covered his mortgage, that fed his kids, would be about 1/3 short of what it should be. He couldn't afford to take a financial hit like that, and he didn't think it was fair that he should need to. So Quinn filed a union grievance over the punishment. A grievance is a formal complaint that only union members can file. It is a complaint that is handled somewhat like a lawsuit, with the union acting as the employee's personal legal team. Without a union, there are no formal grievances. An employee can simply complain and he or she is on their own to persuade the boss to take their complaint seriously. With a grievance, the employee has the union on their side. After Quinn filed his grievance, he was summoned to the refinery offices. He went into a meeting room and found a company lawyer there, who wanted to discuss Quinn's punishment. But Quinn wasn't alone. There was a representative of the OCAW sitting at the table next to him. As Quinn and the company lawyer were talking over the issue, the OCAW man kept interrupting. He kept correcting Quinn, kept interjecting new details into the story. Quinn disagreed vehemently with some of those details, even though the details skewed the story to Quinn's benefit. Quinn even started to argue with the OCAW man as the company lawyer sat there and watched. Finally, the company lawyer called an end to the meeting, seemingly in exasperation. It was hard to get a straight answer about anything with the pushy OCAW man sitting right there. A few days after that meeting, Quinn was called to the front office once again. This time it was only his manager there. His manager pointed to the desk, where there was a check made out to Quinn in the amount of the wages he had lost from the 3 days he was suspended. He told me, "Don't take this as a victory." But there was the victory right there on his desk. Quinn recalled. Quinn happily took that check and cashed it. The episode taught Quinn an important lesson. The OCAW negotiator had made the grievance process hellish for the company lawyer and had chosen to fight for just 3 days' wages for just one guy. Thanks to that episode, Quinn understood what solidarity meant. "I saw how things really work." When it came time to walk off the job, Quinn walked off the job. He didn't question the OCAW, because the OCAW hadn't questioned him. It was all for one and one for all. When the strike began, Joseph Quinn helped organize the picket line. The refinery employees took scheduled shifts to picket at the refinery's 3 main gates to ensure that the picket line was staffed around the clock. The OCAW organized much of this activity out of a small trailer parked just outside the refinery property. Guys lounged and played cards outside the trailer. Others showed up to get picket signs that they would hold during their shift, signs bearing slogans like, "Koch for Slavery," and "Or Local 6 to 662, on strike." It was Quinn's job to make sure the shifts ran smoothly and that the signs were always available. The striking employees carried placards and signs, but the picket line was far more than a simple form of public protest. It was an economic weapon that had been employed to great effect over 100 years of American labor struggles. The goal of the picket line was to financially strangle Koch Refining Company. The picket line was a barricade designed to stop any truck traffic going in or out of the refinery, a barricade that would effectively shut the refinery down. A huge proportion of products made at the refinery were shipped out by big tanker trucks that took heating oil to nearby school buildings or gasoline to nearby service stations. If the trucks couldn't come and go, Koch couldn't sell its products. The OCAW aimed to starve the company out, forcing it back to the negotiating table in a weakened position. The tanker truck drivers, and even the cops who patrolled the road outside the refinery, belonged to the Teamsters Union, which meant that crossing the picket line was akin to violating their own sacred oath of solidarity. The picket line worked. On a typical day at the refinery, about 200 tanker trucks passed through the gates to pick up fuel and ship it out. That number dropped to near zero after Quinn helped get the OCAW picketers organized and standing in shifts. The union had cut off the oxygen supply of cash to Koch's refinery. They knew that the owner, Charles Koch, was losing enormous amounts of money for every minute the OCAW was on strike. It seemed certain that Charles Koch would have no choice but to fold. He might hold out for a week or two to save face, but there was no way Koch could hold out for long. These union men clearly had no idea who they were dealing with. Bernard Paulson was prepared. He had set up a cot in his office, a cot where he would sleep for most of the next 9 months, rarely leaving the refinery, rarely leaving his post. He had also stockpiled food. The refinery had a large cafeteria near the office building, and when the union workers walked off the job, Paulson gave an order that the cafeteria was to be open 24 hours a day. A skeleton crew of non-union workers would be living inside the refinery gates, and Paulson made sure that the cafeteria was open to them whenever they needed to eat. And they would need to eat at odd times during the strike because there weren't going to be any more 8-hour shifts. Running the refinery would now be an around-the-clock job. There wouldn't be regular meal times. Paulson did more than just stockpile food. He had also quietly built the workforce he needed. Many members of this new workforce were the non-union supervisors who worked at the refinery. They would each now do the job of 2 or 3 men, working 16-hour shifts. But even that wouldn't be enough. So Paulson started making phone calls back to Texas, back to the oil patch state where Paulson had friends and employees who thought the world of him. He called these old friends and asked them to come up to Minnesota to work. Shortly after the picket line was erected outside the refinery gates, Paulson arranged for helicopters to fly these workers into the refinery. The helicopters swooped in low over the refinery fences and landed on the refinery grounds to drop off his new workers from Texas and Oklahoma and other states where unions were not only rare but widely hated. Inside the main office building, Paulson converted a large room in the basement into a barracks for the new workers. On the picket line, the OCAW men watched as the helicopters passed over them, hovered, and landed inside, delivering the workers who would replace them. The picket line was becoming symbolic. But even with Paulson's new workforce, it wasn't easy to keep the refinery going. Paulson needed to run giant machines called reformers, for example, which made a vital chemical for Koch's fuel products. The reformers could not be started with the simple press of a button, however. They needed tank loads of hydrogen to spark their ignition. After running out of hydrogen, Paulson knew he couldn't convince any local truckers to break the picket line and deliver more to him. So he called some old friends of his at Amoco, and they told him about a solution. He could use natural gas, which came into the refinery via pipeline, to ignite the reformers. It was a tricky, complicated process, but Paulson and his team figured out how to make it work. Soon he had all the reformers firing, and the fractionating towers were running at full steam. On the first night of the strike, however, one of the boiler units, the large furnaces that superheated oil before it was sent to the fractioning towers, wasn't working right. The mechanical problems inside the boiler went unnoticed for many hours because the unit was understaffed. Usually the boiler was monitored by 3 employees, but Paulson had to run the unit with fewer. The boiler malfunction grew worse until the system collapsed with an incendiary blast. It was a small miracle that nobody was killed. The explosion tore a gaping hole in the side of the boiler. The unit was shut down in a panic. The valves were closed to stop the flow of oil and prevent a fire that could have engulfed the property. The salaried supervisors went out and inspected the boiler. It was a total loss. A manager came into Paulson's office and told him the news. The boiler couldn't be fixed, the manager said, at least not without help from the unionized operators who ran the machines. Koch would need to bring the operators back from the picket line for the repair job. He said, "We've lost the strike. I want my operators back," Paulson recalled. "And I said to him, if you believe that, hit the effing road." Quote, Paulson again called one of his friends in Texas, waking him in the middle of the night. He said he needed an urgent favor and told his friend about the explosion. Paulson's old friend hustled a team together and got them on a plane to Minneapolis. From there, the team was flown by helicopter into the refinery. The unit was up and running again within about a week. At night, before he went to bed, Paulson walked around the refinery to make sure his men were doing well. He dropped into the monitoring rooms where the men were staring at screens, gone from spending unending hours on the job. The pressure on them was tremendous. Everyone knew that there was a potential catastrophe waiting to happen every minute of every day. The boiler explosion was proof of that. Now, with a skeleton crew overseeing them, the boilers were firing and pumping out superheated, flammable fuels throughout the refinery. It was almost reckless to run the refinery so short-staffed, when just a few minutes of inattention could get people killed. One employee quit after suffering from exhaustion and an anxiety attack that left him nearly catatonic. When Paulson walked his rounds at night, he made sure to exude confidence to keep the spirits of his employees high. They said it was very important, my demeanor, during that strike, Paulson recalled. One of our salespeople, during that time, he called me Patton. He said, "All you lack are those 2 ivory-handled revolvers." Quote, weeks passed. The men on the picket line kept their positions at all hours. They choked off truck traffic going into the refinery. But standing outside the refinery gates, they could see that the fractionating towers were still spewing steam, and the flare towers were still shooting out flames. The picket line was not able to stop every truck. Paulson's workers from Texas and Oklahoma passed in and out of the refinery. Even some of the local non-union truck drivers began to break the picket line, delivering and gathering fuel. Ernie Tromberg, an OCAW employee who worked in one of the fractionating towers, watched the anger boil over among his co-workers as scab drivers approached. The union men stood in front of the trucks and waved their placards. But the scab trucks inched forward slowly, haltingly, heading into the refinery. Tromberg saw his co-workers assemble jacks, thorny balls made of outward-facing metal spikes and nails, and throw them on the ground in front of approaching trucks. Paulson estimates that Koch spent $100,000, or about $593,000 when adjusted for inflation in 2018, to replace truck tires in the first few months of the strike alone. Koch Refinery hired a private company called Wackenhut to police the gates, and the private guards looked like teenagers with rented badges. They only made the picketers angrier. Tromberg was standing near a truck as it passed when he heard the unmistakable tink of a jack being thrown into the truck's wheel well. A young Wackenhart guard approached Tromberg from behind and accused him of throwing the jack. The guard escorted Tromberg over to a state police trooper, but the officer said there was nothing he could do because he hadn't witnessed the event. Tromberg saw that the Wackenhart guards were helpless to do much of anything, and the picketers realized it. An atmosphere of lawlessness began to surround the picket line. When scab drivers edged closer to the gates, the Union men jumped up on the running boards of the trucks and pounded on the windows. When that didn't stop the trucks, they grew more violent. "We had some pretty tough guys working there. They would open the doors and pull out drivers," recalled Lowell Payton, a unionized worker who picketed outside the gates. When the workers got violent, Paulson seized on their mistake. He went to court and filed a motion that would bar the OCAW from picketing in front of the refinery. Paulson's lawyers argued that the OCAW's property destruction and violence went far beyond the scope of legal union activity. A local district court judge agreed with the company and handed down a temporary restraining order against the union. The restraining order didn't bar picketing outright, but it greatly limited what the union could do. The judge said the union must now be limited to having 4 men stand with picket signs at the refinery, where there had been dozens before. These 4 men would be prohibited from doing anything intimidating or violent. The unionized police officers at the site couldn't stand back and remain neutral. They had a judge's injunction to enforce. The judge's order smothered the picketing. As the 3rd week passed and then the 4th week, the reality of the strike began to sink in. The men at the plant still had mortgages to pay and kids to support. They sought out part-time jobs in secret, and many of them found work, but it didn't pay what the refinery had paid. As the strike dragged on, the OCAW members began to see just how easy it might be for them to fall from the middle class. They saw how easy it might be to lose their home, lose their car, endanger the economic future of their kids. And they knew who was responsible for this danger. They blamed Bernard Paulson. Many of the men began to hate Paulson and his Texas cowboy boots and his superior bearing. The men gathered at the Coates Bar and drank and talked about what they might do. And their anger boiled over. On Friday night, February 23rd, more than 30 union men gathered outside the refinery. Paulson and his employees had been camped inside the gates for about 6 weeks, and they couldn't stay inside forever. The union men knew this, and they were waiting outside when a caravan of Paulson's employees, packed inside a row of cars, drove out through the refinery gates. The union men pounded on hoods, broke car windows, and screamed at the workers inside. The picketers had been practicing a technique to tip the cars over by gathering in groups and rocking the cars from side to side. They tried this technique on the cars that passed. Someone fired gunshots into the refinery during the melee. No one was hit, and no one was able to determine who fired the gun. Around this time, Bernard Paulson's wife was alone at the couple's home, taking care of their 6 children. One night a man called her house and asked if Paulson was there. She said he wasn't and asked if she could take a message. The caller said she could, and he told her the message was that soon Mr. Paulson would not be breathing anymore. Then the caller hung up, leaving Mrs. Paulson alone with her thoughts and 6 sleeping children. Bernard Paulson did not bend. He kept working, sleeping on the cot in his office. He was not going to quit. He was not going to back down in the face of threats. Whenever Paulson needed encouragement, he picked up the phone and called Wichita. I worked directly for Charles, and we consulted several times a day. It was with his backing, Paulson recalled. He knew exactly what I was doing and why I was doing it. On the night of March 15th, Paulson went to his office, laid down on his cot, and pulled up the covers before drifting off to sleep. He was exhausted, and he slept soundly. While he slept, someone carried out a plan that might have killed him and every employee to whom he had just said good night. A set of railroad tracks ran along the west side of the refinery. The tracks carried tanker cars of crude oil and ran right into the middle of the refinery complex where the trains could load and unload fuel. At night, the tanker cars and diesel engines were often parked in a small depot outside the refinery, waiting for the next day's delivery. It was common practice for railroad companies to leave the diesel engines idling throughout the night because it takes a lot of fuel to start the vehicles. Some of the refinery employees would have known this because a handful of them had once worked for the railroad. These men knew how the trains worked and knew where they were parked. In the dark hours just after midnight on March 15, someone snuck between the train cars and engines near the refinery. The saboteur jumped up to the doorway of one of the diesel engines and climbed inside. It is unknown whether it was one person or a group of people who did this, but whoever went inside the engine knew how to operate it. They knew where to find the throttle and how to engage it. They pushed the throttle forward and leapt out of the train as it began to chug forward. The diesel engine picked up momentum as it traveled down the track. The cab was empty, and there were no employees at the depot to spot the engine as it headed over empty cropland and gathered speed. At roughly 1 in the morning, the train was speeding directly toward the refinery. The tracks it rode led directly to the center of the plant, into a nest of pipes and silos and towers filled with flammable fuel. Bernard Paulson woke up in his office to the phone ringing. He answered it and heard an employee shouting on the other end. Paulson was half asleep and trying to make sense of what he was hearing. There had been some kind of accident. A train crash. Paulson quickly dressed and ran out of his office. There were men shouting outside, and he ran toward them. Then he saw a surreal thing. A diesel engine, lying on its side, in the middle of the refinery grounds. The giant train engine was still running. When the train engine came hurtling through the refinery, it had been heading straight toward a large refining tower. But there were mechanisms set into the train tracks, called derailleurs, that acted as a safety stop to prevent damage from runaway trains. The engine hit the derailleurs at a high speed and the mechanisms did the job, flipping the steel engine onto its side and off the track, sending it skidding over the refinery grounds. If the derailleurs had not been in place, if the train had kept going, it would have crashed directly into a series of gasoline lines, pumps and pipes. It is likely that an inferno would have engulfed the refinery and killed many of the men who were working there. Paulson could have been burned alive in his office. The wreck was roughly 200 feet from where he'd been sleeping. Paulson tried to absorb what he was seeing as he circled the diesel engine. One of his employees on shift at the time had worked on train lines before, and he climbed into the fallen engine and shut it off. Paulson stared at the wreckage and thought of all the people who had just narrowly avoided death. And he thought to himself, who could do something like that? The wreck sent a clear message. If Koch aimed to destroy the OCAW would destroy Koch. The Union's violence was driven in part by anger. But it was also driven by fear. The Union men might have had strength in numbers, but, in many important ways, the Union was not as powerful as it once had been. The strength of modern American unions rested largely on one significant piece of New Deal legislation passed in 1935, called the Wagner Act. The law gave workers the legal right to join a union and legally obligated companies to bargain with them. The act also created a federal agency to oversee union disputes, called the National Labor Relations Board. With these new legal protections, the ranks of union membership swelled. By the 1950s, labor unions were an accepted, almost inevitable part of mainstream American life, with more than 1/3 of U.S. workers belonging to a union. The impact of the unions was felt even by workers who didn't belong to them. The very presence of unions affected non-union companies. These companies knew that their wages and working conditions had to be generous enough to ward off the threat that their employees would defect or start a union of their own. This system started to corrode during the 1960s, however, and it corroded partly from within. Unions were formed to protect the little guy, but by the late 1960s, many unions had become bloated power structures that lost the sympathy of their own members. Union leaders became union bosses, many of them overpaid and corrupt. Violence and thuggery became all too common hallmarks of organized labor campaigns. Public approval of unions began to plummet, according to opinion polls. At the same time, companies in heavily unionized states began to move their factories down to southern, non-union states. Rather than negotiate with unions, these companies started sneaking out the back door. In spite of their militancy and their arrogance, union leaders like Joe Hammerschmidt were losing their power by the early 1970s. This added an element of toxicity to their efforts and a level of desperation to their actions. Koch Refining Company, on the other hand, acted methodically and patiently. The actions reflected the thinking of the man in charge. Charles Koch traveled to Pine Bend, and when he arrived, he entered the refinery compound quietly. The media did not report his presence, and it appears that none of the picketers outside knew he was there. Koch walked the grounds with Bernard Paulson and saw for himself the toll that the strike had taken. The refinery looked like a disaster site. Equipment was being run far past the required time for maintenance. The staff was minimal, provisions were sparse, and the OCAW was not going to give up its fight. It might have seemed unreasonable for Koch to ask Paulson to continue this fight. Paulson and his team were risking their lives each night of the strike. The refinery's previous owners, including Fred Koch, would almost certainly have surrendered and headed back to the negotiating table. But Paulson didn't want to back down. And Paulson saw that Charles Koch didn't want to back down, either. Koch and Paulson retired to Paulson's office, which now resembled the quarters of a field general. Near Paulson's desk was the cot where he slept most nights, the telephone always nearby. The two men sat down, and together they worked through a new budget for the refinery. With pen and paper, they sketched out new projections of revenue and production for the year. After the crash, Bernard Paulson went back to the negotiating table with the OCAW. His position had not softened, but the unions had. When Paulson sat down at the table, there was somebody missing. Hammerschmidt had been replaced by the OCAW's new local president, a man named John Kajawa. Paulson felt that Kajawa was more reasonable than Hammerschmidt had been. He was less militant, more likely to listen to Paulson's demands. Roughly 1 week after the diesel train sabotage, Kajawa and Paulson began a bargaining session, overseen by a Minnesota judge who acted as a mediator. The session went on for 6 days. The major point of contention was not money or benefits, but work rules at the refinery. Paulson was insistent that Koch be given more control over the operations, while Kajawa and his team fought to maintain the rights the union had bargained for over the last 20 years. At noon on March 26, the talks ended with no agreement. On the night of April 17, an OCAW man was driving near the refinery when he pulled over to the side of the road and removed a hunting rifle from his car. He took aim at the electrical substation of the refinery, a large patch of electrical transformers and wires that was essentially a miniature power plant that kept electricity flowing through the plant. The man opened fire. He sent several armor-piercing bullets into the substation. One of the slugs penetrated a large transformer, which began leaking oil from its punctured hull. Employees in the refinery heard the shots, and knew quickly what they were. They called police, and a witness described the parked car where they believed the shots were coming from. The rifleman got back in his car and drove away. Police soon pulled him over because he was driving erratically and appeared to be drunk. The rifle was in the backseat, and he was arrested. On June 2, 1973, John Kajawa traveled to Washington, D.C., to testify before Congress. A joint House and Senate committee was investigating national fuel shortages, and part of the inquiry examined the supply disruptions in Minnesota caused by the strike at Pine Bend. Almost 6 months into the strike, it appeared that Koch and the OCAW were no closer to an agreement than they were when the strike began. Kajawa and Paulson continued to meet even though neither seemed to have faith in the process. Paulson even flew to Washington to meet with Kajawa and his team of OCAW negotiators. The two camps met at the U.S. Department of Labor, and during their session, the U.S. Secretary of Labor himself came into the room to talk with the opposing negotiators. The Secretary's message was clear: let's work this thing out. During the negotiations, Koch's team and the union's team were sent to separate conference rooms. A mediator shuttled back and forth between the rooms, passing demands and counterdemands back and forth. The sessions went on through the night. At one point, Paulson laid down on a conference table and fell asleep while waiting for the courier to return from the OCAW's room. It was useless. Even prodding from the Labor Secretary could not push the two sides to an agreement. The kernel of the dispute still remained the work rules at the refinery. It was a fight over control, and neither side would budge. Koch Refining Company offered a $25,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of whoever had sent the diesel train crashing into the plant. But the money never induced anyone to come forth with information about the diesel engine sabotage. The reward was never collected, and an arrest was never made. And the picket line remained outside the refinery even as the employees entered their 7th month without a paycheck from Koch. But Bernard Paulson and Charles Koch seemed to understand something intuitively. They understood that solidarity had its limits. The OCAW's cohesion was unbreakable. But the OCAW would be weaker if it stood alone. In fact, it was doubtful if the OCAW would be able to stand at all if it was alone. Isolating the union would prove to be the only way to beat it. During the summer and fall of 1973, that's exactly what happened. At that time, Paulson needed to perform maintenance at the refinery and install new equipment. The repairs could be delayed no more. But the companies in Minnesota that could do the specialized work were largely unionized, and they would not cross the picket line to do the job. Paulson had faced this problem before, during his days in Texas. When he ran the refinery there, he often hired both union and non-union companies to do maintenance work at the facility. During one project, Paulson had two companies, one unionized and the other non-union, working at the refinery simultaneously. The unionized firm said it would walk off the job unless the non-union firm agreed to let its workers organize. It was a high-pressure ultimatum, and Paulson responded by calling the union president personally. I knew him. I knew he'd come from Oklahoma. So I got him on the phone. I said, "You damn Oklahoma squirrel hunter," Paulson recalled. I said, "Look, you go ahead with what you're trying to do, and I will only do one of these units at a time. I will do it non-union, and you union guys won't even be in the plan." So he backed down from that. Now, in Minnesota, Paulson used a similar tactic. He let the local maintenance and repair companies know that he needed work to be done at Pine Bend, which was the state's largest refinery and an important source of work. He also let the companies know that if they refused to do this work now, when he needed it, then he would never call them again. If they refused, Koch would only use non-union maintenance companies in the future. The outside unions buckled. They accepted the work Paulson was offering them. Paulson built a special entrance into the refinery for these companies, one far away from the main picket line out front. The work began, and the OCAW picket line was weakened that much more. Next, Paulson put a wedge between the Teamsters Union, which handled trucking and shipping at the refinery, and the OCAW. The Teamsters still refused to cross the picket line, so Paulson arranged a cunning system that allowed the Teamsters to work with Koch Refining anyway. Paulson used a small parking lot near the refinery as a transit point. The Teamsters pulled into the lot and got out of their trucks. Non-union truck drivers who worked for Koch Oil in the South were waiting for them there, and as the Teamsters got out of their trucks, the Koch Oil drivers got in. The Koch Oil drivers then took the trucks down the road and into the refinery, past the gauntlet of the picket line where men beat on the truck windows and threw their jacks beneath the wheels. Thanks to this arrangement, The Teamsters did business with Koch without technically violating the picket line. The oil was flowing in, the gasoline was flowing out, and support for the OCAW was ebbing away by the day. John Kajawa, the OCAW president, did not talk about work when he got home. His wife, Martha Ann, knew very little about the negotiations he was leading with Koch Refining. John often spent the weekends and evenings drinking with his friends. When he was home, he was silent. But Martha Ann could see the tension building in him. He was in turmoil inside. His drinking was intense. Kajawa was in an impossible position. If he pushed for an agreement to end the strike, he would be labeled a traitor or a sellout. If he failed to meet Koch's demands, or at least some of them, the employees he represented might never get their jobs back. Then Bernard Paulson dropped a bombshell on Kajawa during their negotiations. Paulson said that he was prepared to break an unwritten agreement that refinery owners had long honored. He was prepared to hire in non-union replacement workers. It was exceedingly rare for any company to make such a move, which violated all principles of collective bargaining. Doing so would alienate Koch Refining from any unionized worker it dealt with in Minnesota. And it would effectively destroy the OCAW Local 6 to 662. As August turned to September, Kajawa began pressing his union to end the strike. But working with his own union members was almost as difficult as working with Paulson. Martha Ann Kajawa said internal tensions were so heated that she believed her husband might be in danger. John never confided in her what was going on, but she saw things that concerned her. I was looking out the window of the duplex that we lived in and he was being followed home by somebody. And they were threatening him. He was walking on the sidewalk and he started speeding up and came to the house quickly. And I thought that was strange, she recalled. I wouldn't even be a bit surprised if his life was in danger. By September 15, Kajawa had helped the union come to a tentative agreement with Koch. The agreement caved to many of Koch's demands, but the union leaders argued that it was the best deal the members could get after 9 months of being on strike. On the evening of September 17, the OCAW workers gathered in a junior high school near the oil refinery. They were presented with the contract that Kajawa had negotiated. It was time for them to vote on it, time to decide whether they were willing to end the strike and move on. Kajawa pointed out that pay and benefits were not even the primary issues in the negotiations. The main dispute was over how much control Koch's management would have over the employees. The members voted to reject the contract, 149 to 103. After the vote, Paulson gave the Teamsters an ultimatum: either you guys start coming across the picket line or we are going to go non-union with all of our deliveries. Even after this strike is over, he remembers telling them. The Teamsters came around to Paulson's rationale. In mid-September they drove across the picket line. In doing so, they broke the back of the OCAW. Even decades later, feelings were raw about that betrayal. Lowell Payton, an OCAW man who stood for months out on the picket line, was still bitter decades later when he recalled watching the Teamster-driven trucks roll past the picket line. Teamsters are no better than an egg-sucking dog, Payton said. On the evening of September 23, the OCAW gathered again at the junior high school to vote on the contract. They voted this time to accept the contract, by at least 140 to 100. Either contract would last 16 months, only 7 months longer than the strike itself. Paulson felt that the OCAW had no choice but to agree to it. They could see they were, losing everything, he said. OCAW workers like Ernie Tromberg and Joe Quinn were shocked when they returned to the refinery. The place was in terrible shape. Most of the OCAW men who went back to work remember the massive overtime payments they received as they worked long days to get the refining equipment back into good working order. But many of the employees did not come back. The bitterness ran too deep. Tromberg said that Koch lost many of its best engineers and operators after the strike, the people who knew the Pine Bend facility most intimately. Kajawa later lost his re-election bid to be president. Joe Quinn replaced him. Paulson retained his job as head of the plant, and he said that each new union president was more reasonable than the last. The days of Joseph Hammerschmidt were over. The union members knew who was truly in charge, and they knew that Charles Koch would not back down to demands as his predecessors had done. The OCAW agreed to significant changes in its relationship with Koch Refining. The work shuttle that ferried employees around was gone. A new rule imposed mandatory overtime, meaning that a manager could simply tell a shift worker that he must stay and work late, or come in on a Saturday, rather than request those extra hours from him. The work rules of old, which required that workers of certain trades could only work on the tasks that fit their skills, were jettisoned. The grievance process, by which employees could appeal their boss's decision, was defanged. There would be no more cash payments if an employee won a grievance fight. There would be no more checks like the one that Joe Quinn received to compensate for lost wages or other penalties. Instead, if an employee won a grievance fight, he or she would be allotted enough overtime work to cover the amount they were owed. In other words, if an employee won a grievance, he earned the right only to work extra hours to earn back the money Koch owed him. Employees at the Pine Bend refinery remain unionized to this day. But the strike of 1973 broke the union's power. This fit into a pattern that was being played out across the United States between 1973 and 1993. Unions disbanded and broke apart. Solidarity became an artifact. The remaining unions became something like a shadow human resources department. They offered employment services like health insurance and credit union membership, but they seldom went on strike for better wages or working conditions. Charles Koch won the labor battle at Pine Bend. In doing so, he took greater control over an asset that would become the fountainhead of profits for his company. Decades later, former Koch Industries executives would refer to the Pine Bend refinery with a sense of admiration, and almost awe. Virtually all of them would use the term, cash cow, when describing the facility. The years would prove that Charles Koch was remarkably insightful, or remarkably lucky, when he purchased Pine Bend in 1969. In the 1960s, the refinery had profited in part by exploiting a loophole in U.S. oil programs, but even after those loopholes were closed, the refinery was in a prime position. It was one of the few refineries in the United States that had access to a special form of Canadian oil that was very cheap, and it sold the gasoline it made into a retail market that was particularly expensive. Charles Koch was able to exploit this opportunity to the fullest. But in 1973, after beating the OCAW, Charles Koch didn't have any time to celebrate. On September 24, the St. Paul Pioneer Press carried a story on the front page with the headline, "Employees End Koch Strike." But just a few weeks later, on November 26, that same newspaper carried a headline that was much larger. That headline read, "Nixon asks for wide energy power." For Charles Koch, the true age of volatility had just arrived. At least one news report put the tally at 144 to 100. This rule cut both ways for the union. While it reduced the freedom of workers to set their own schedule, the majority of them seemed to approve of the mandatory overtime provision. There is a culture of working long shifts at the refinery, and employees enjoyed the pay bumps that overtime brought them. Most of the labor disputes about overtime at the refinery revolved around who got it and did not, rather than how much overtime work was required. The OCAW eventually merged with the larger United Steelworkers Union, which currently represents the employees. The refinery had once benefited from a special importing arrangement with Canada, outlined in the previous chapter. Chapter 4. The Age of Volatility Intensifies. 1973–1975. Within a matter of months after the OCAW strike ended, Charles Koch found himself sitting on the edge of a large hole on his family's estate in Wichita, a pit that was meant to be the foundation of a new home he was building for himself and his new wife, Liz, a local woman whose family owned a chain of department stores. But construction might have to be suspended because he feared he was running out of money. Koch Industries was suffering huge losses because of decisions he had made, and he worried the company might go out of business. "I was worried that if the company went under, this house would take me under as well," Charles Koch later wrote. He had won control over the Pine Bend refinery, only to be blindsided by market forces outside his command. The trouble started on October 6, 1973, when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise military attack against Israel. The United States assisted Israel in its defense, causing Arab nations to retaliate in a novel way. The oil-rich nations banned oil exports to the United States entirely, while also cutting overall production by 5%. In every ensuing month, the Arab nations would cut an additional 5% of production. It was not obvious at first just how catastrophic this retaliation would be. Up until that point, Americans had felt secure in their abundance of oil. The 1960s were the era of the all-American gusher, but the age of abundance was about to end. American demand for fossil fuels had been slowly outstripping domestic supplies. In 1968, the oil economy pivoted from surplus into scarcity as oil drilling outpaced oil supplies for the first time, by 0.07%. American oil drillers were essentially operating with the pedal to the metal and still were not able to entirely meet growing demand. Oil imports nearly tripled between 1967 and 1973. With U.S. demand for imports so strong, there was virtually no cushion of extra oil supplies on global markets to help absorb a shock to supplies. The Arab embargo kept about 4.4 million barrels of oil a day off the market, 9% of the total supply. For the first time in its history, the United States could not make up for the loss. The shock was unprecedented. Gasoline prices, which had hovered along at the same level year after year for decades, spiked. In some markets, crude oil prices jumped from $5.40 a barrel to $17 a barrel, a 600% increase in a matter of weeks. There were shortages and long lines at gas stations that were open for limited hours if they were open at all. Fistfights broke out, black market auctioneers sold gasoline at exorbitant prices, and people hoarded gas when they could find it. The price shock caused a calamity inside Koch Industries. Charles Koch had been quietly expanding a profitable segment of the company, a shipping division that carried crude oil on ocean-going tankers. Strong demand for U.S. oil imports created a small boom for oil tankers, and Koch Industries signed leases to carry crude around the world. The money was so good that Charles Koch decided to make a giant bet on the business by building a supertanker of his own. He named it after his mother, Mary R. Koch, then in her mid-60s. What Charles Koch didn't realize was that he was making a giant, one-directional bet on the future of oil imports. When production plummeted, the bet left him exposed. The shipping market was plagued by crippling excess capacity, almost overnight. The value of the Mary R. Koch plunged, and Koch was obligated to money-losing shipping leases. The mid-1970s were a period of economic crisis for both Koch Industries and the United States. The years of inflation, recession, and energy shocks transformed America's political and economic landscapes. This period also shaped Koch Industries. In response to the crisis, Charles Koch began to transform the company into an institution that was built for the new era of volatility. The changes made during this time laid foundations for Koch Industries that remained in place for decades. Charles Koch aimed to build a corporation that would not only survive the brutal swings of the marketplace, but profit from them. He built a company that learned constantly from the world around it and prized information discovery above almost everything. It was a company that embraced change and hated permanence, one where every division would be up for sale all the time. He built a structure with centralized control, which emanated from his boardroom, but that also gave managers and employees a remarkable level of freedom. He fused the sophisticated management techniques he learned as a consultant in Boston with the folk wisdom of his mentor Sterling Varner and the free market religion of thinkers like Hayek and von Mises. Also during this time, Charles Koch built a political action network that he operated in tandem with Koch Industries business, creating a public influence operation that was arguably unique in the history of corporate America. Even in the face of a downturn, Charles Koch invested heavily in Pine Bend to ensure its long-term profitability. But investing money alone wasn't at the heart of Koch's efforts to transform Pine Bend. The effort would not be built on cash, it would be built on information. In the face of unprecedented market volatility, Charles Koch and his team adopted a strategy that would inform Koch Industries for decades. It relied on deep analysis and information gathering. Charles Koch couldn't control the market's violent ups and downs, but by understanding them better, he could beat his competitors. Once again, Charles Koch turned to Bernard Paulson to help carry out the new plan. Bernard Paulson moved to Wichita shortly after he ended the OCAW strike at Pine Bend. He was promoted to vice president over all of Koch's refinery operations, a role that let him work closely with Charles Koch and Sterling Varner. Paulson, like other Koch executives, found himself studying information systems just as much as he studied the oil business itself. Accordingly, the first step that Paulson took to revolutionize the Pine Bend refinery was to learn more about the refinery itself. Paulson began running tests on each unit at the refinery. Every unit served a particular purpose. One unit, for example, was a giant tower that processed crude oil into gasoline. Byproducts from that unit might get sent through a pipe to another unit that would process those byproducts into different fuels. One unit turned some of the most unusable byproducts into asphalt. Paulson tested each one by running them under different conditions, running them 8 hours a day instead of 16, for example. Or he tested them by burning different types of feedstock in them. Then he closely measured the results. By doing this, Paulson built a new database, a roadmap that let him know exactly how each unit operated while it processed different types of oil or when run for different lengths of time at various levels of intensity. This taught Paulson more about the inner workings of Pine Bend than anyone had known before. He knew when the machines would operate at their most efficient and when they would lag. He became familiar with the inevitable trade-offs that resulted from running one unit longer than another or choosing a different feedstock. Then Paulson started learning more about the raw fuels that were flowing into Pine Bend to be refined. He began running tests, called assays, on the oil that Pine Bend was buying. Paulson wasn't satisfied with the assays that the unionized workers were running on the oil, so he formed a team in Wichita and moved the testing there. Inside the Wichita laboratories, engineers ran Pine Bend's feedstocks through a battery of assays that peeled away the component parts of each fuel for examination. With this information, Paulson developed a microscopic understanding of each fuel that flowed into Pine Bend's units. Paulson turned to Koch's sales and marketing team. He told them to learn everything they could about the markets where Pine Bend sold its products. They learned the prices of different fuels at different depots during different times of the year. The marketing team learned the prices of asphalt, which Pine Bend produced, and the prices of Canadian crude oil, which Pine Bend purchased. All of these numbers were compiled into a new and massive data set that showed the complex financial environment that surrounded Pine Bend, the chaotic push and pull of supply and demand for the variety of products that the refinery could make. This information allowed Paulson to abandon the hunches and guesswork that were often used to run an oil refinery. Now he had a team that could predict with remarkable reliability just how profitable the Pine Bend refinery would be when it processed any given combination of feedstocks and sold them to any given combination of customers. There was one major obstacle to using this information. The tests and surveys produced far more data than could be processed by any person, or even a team of people. To solve that problem, Paulson used an unlikely tool. He used a computer. This was far more innovative than it might sound decades later. In 1974, computers were still the stuff of myth. NASA was known during the 1960s to have used a supercomputing machine to send astronauts into space. Photos of the high-tech equipment were awe-inspiring. Computers were enormous installations that filled many rooms. The machines stood in rows like giant refrigerators with glass doors, holding reels of tape inside of them that processed information at unimaginable speeds. Some computers still used punch cards to make their tabulations. Paulson had used some of these machines back in Texas, when he worked for the coastal refinery. He had been experimenting then with the idea of using the computers to produce marketing models and forecasts to help operate the plant. But those models had only been done on a month-by-month basis. Paulson wanted the models to be much larger. He wanted to feed information in and come up with models for each quarter of the year. Data sets that would let Paulson know exactly what fuels he should be producing and exactly where he should be selling them. Varner, an oil field man more familiar with the world of roughnecks and drilling rigs than with NASA scientists, wasn't impressed with Paulson's plan. Sterling says, "Oh, we don't need that," Paulson recalled. "I didn't listen. I kept doing it." Charles Koch quickly grasped the potential that computers held. The company installed several IBM computers in Wichita. Paulson perfected his models, and before long he was using them to manage operations at Pine Bend at a granular level of detail. As the computer models improved operations, Charles Koch invested more money in the plant, expanding its capacity, and Koch's share of the market increased steadily. The management of Pine Bend was smart, even innovative beyond its time, but the biggest source of profits at the refinery did not have to do with computer models or marketing teams. Pine Bend became a gold mine mostly because of geography, and because of a bottleneck in oil markets. Because of its location in northern Minnesota, virtually all of the oil processed at Pine Bend was imported from Canada. Canadian oil was very different from most of the oil refined in the United States. Canadian crude was sour, meaning it contained very high amounts of sulfur. Sulfur is a contaminant that has to be processed out of the oil to make gasoline, a process that is both difficult and expensive. The sulfur is stripped out in a giant tower called a coker, and the process leaves behind a thick residue that cakes up on the walls and must be scraped out. The residue is used to make asphalt and other products. Oil that was drilled in Texas or Saudi Arabia, by contrast, was known as sweet crude because it had very low sulfur content. This made it a lot cheaper and easier to process. You didn't need coker towers to take the sulfur out. So many of America's oil refineries sprang up around the Gulf Coast because that's where sweet crude was imported and processed. Very few firms wanted to install the kind of expensive equipment that ran at Pine Bend, but Great Northern had done so. When Paulson took over, Pine Bend was one of very few buyers in the upper Midwest that offered to buy Canadian crude. Because there were so few buyers, the Canadian crude piled up. There was an excess of supply. This meant that prices dropped. Koch could buy the sour oil at a price that was significantly lower than oil prices elsewhere in the United States. But the cheap Canadian crude was only half of the equation. When Koch turned around to sell the gasoline it made at Pine Bend, it sold that gasoline into a Midwestern region where there were very few other refineries, causing supplies to be relatively tight and prices high. This made the economics of Pine Bend almost too good to be true. The refinery bought cheap oil that few people wanted, refined it, and then sold the gasoline into scarce markets where demand and prices were high. Paulson surveyed the market and saw one large competitor. There was a pipeline company called Williams Brothers, which shipped about 100,000 barrels of gasoline into the Minnesota area each day. Paulson knew that it cost about 6 cents per gallon to ship the gas from the Gulf Coast, where most American refineries were located. This meant that Koch had a 6-cent advantage over Williams Brothers that it could exploit. I said, "We can expand. And we can dry up Williams Brothers," Paulson recalled. The strategy worked. Smaller refineries throughout the upper Midwest went out of business, and Koch refining companies steadily swallowed their market share. Williams Brothers eventually reversed its pipeline flow, moving new supplies of oil from the upper Midwest into other markets. In just less than a decade, Charles Koch had transformed the Pine Bend refinery into a perpetual profit machine. Virtually nobody outside Minnesota even knew that there were major oil refineries in the state, a fact that was true even decades later when Koch Industries became a well-known firm. But the refinery played a pivotal role in making Koch Industries one of the largest and most profitable companies in the world. Pine Bend was the cash cow, really, that provided the early money for Charles to expand in other areas, Paulson said. Koch Industries' own confidential financial documents show just how important Pine Bend was for the company's fortunes. In 1981, Koch Industries had at least 32 major divisions, and the Pine Bend refinery was by far the most profitable. It netted $60.9 million in pure profit after taxes. That was 22% of all Koch's profits that year. The company earned $273.6 million after taxes. The second most profitable division was Koch Oil, the network of pipelines, barges, and trucks that Koch used to gather and ship oil across the country, the network that relied on the Koch method of measurement to ensure that the company was rarely if ever under when it came to gathering oil. Koch Oil reported $30.98 million in profits for the year, roughly half of what was earned on a single refining facility, covering just 700 acres, in Rosemount, Minnesota. By 1982, the numbers from Pine Bend were even better. Koch Industries cleared $107.8 million in profits. That was more than one-third of Koch's entire profits for the year, of $309.2 million. Of course, it wasn't the Koch Industries' way to brag about such accomplishments. When it came to making money, secrecy was prized above all else. Bernard Paulson was often contacted by outside business consultants who offered to help him run Koch's refineries. These were reputable men whom Paulson knew well, and he knew that there was good reason to hire them and borrow their expertise. But hiring them would have required Paulson to show them how Koch operated. Paulson would have to show them around the banks of computers inside the Wichita headquarters. He would have to share the computer models and explain how they were created. For this reason, Paulson always turned the consultants away. "I didn't want people to know what we were doing," he explained. "Because we did have a method that was, I thought, unique." Information analysis was only part of the strategy that helped Koch Industries thrive in a volatile world. Charles Koch also redesigned his company's management practices and financial systems. He wanted a management team that wasn't resistant to change, and could act as a shock absorber for future market upheavals. One witness to this transformation was a new hire at Koch, a finance expert named F. Lynn Markle. He would eventually reach the highest levels of leadership at Koch Industries. But back in the mid-1970s, Markle was working for a smaller company in Wichita that ran a chain of television stations. One of his friends from church, named Bill Hanna, asked Markle if he'd be interested in working for Koch. Markle agreed to meet him for lunch at the Wichita Country Club. When Markle arrived at the club, Hanna wasn't alone. He was seated at a table with a very tall man. When Markle approached, Hanna introduced his companion. It was Sterling Varner, the president of Koch Industries. Markle did his best not to act flustered. It seemed that a casual lunch to talk about a potential job offer had just turned into a job interview with the president of the company. But within a few moments of sitting down, Markle discovered that he didn't need to be flustered at all. Varner naturally put him at ease. Varner must have recognized quickly that Markle was exactly the kind of person that Charles Koch was searching for to fill the corporate ranks. If there is a single example of the prototypical Koch employee, it was Lynn Markle. He was born and raised on a farm outside of Dodge City, Kansas, so he was accustomed to a 7-day workweek. He attended Kansas State University and had no illusions that a college degree conferred on him anything more than the right to work hard for a living. After graduating, he became an officer in the U.S. Air Force, where he served for 4 years, so he learned to think of himself as part of a larger organization and put the needs of his teammates before his own. Markle had moved to Wichita right after his stint in the Air Force to work as a financial controller with the Cessna Aircraft Company. Working for a large, publicly traded firm hadn't agreed with Markle. There was a lot of bureaucracy to contend with. He wanted to be more entrepreneurial. He left Cessna and joined a large real estate firm that was expanding rapidly. But that firm went bust, and Markle landed in his current job as chief financial officer for the chain of television stations. After their lunch, Varner invited Markle to Koch Industries headquarters for more interviews. Markle was sitting in his first interview with one of Koch's top accountants when a slim man with blue eyes opened the door and leaned into the room. The man apologized for the interruption and introduced himself. He was Charles Koch, the company's CEO. Charles Koch told Markle that he was sorry that he wouldn't be able to interview him in person that day because he was caught up in other business. Markle was stunned. He didn't expect to meet the CEO during a job interview, much less have the CEO apologizing to him. That just wasn't how big companies worked. There were supposed to be several layers of bureaucracy between the CEO and most employees. The CEO was the figurehead you saw at Christmas parties. He wasn't the guy who interviewed you for the job. The next day, Markle returned to Koch headquarters and was escorted to the second floor, where he was shown into Charles Koch's office. Koch was wearing a coat and tie, which Markle would soon learn was the official dress code of Koch's senior management. Markle sat down for the interview, and he very quickly discovered that Charles Koch did not have Sterling Varner's warmth and charisma. Koch was more somber, more analytical in the way he asked questions. But this wasn't to say that Koch was cold. He didn't talk down to Markle or interrogate him. Koch's demeanor was friendly, but the questions were unrelenting. Koch zeroed in on Markle's job at the real estate firm. The company had failed, and Koch wanted to know why. Markle explained that the company had expanded rapidly, fueled by debt. But then it was ruined by the very forces that were slamming against Koch Industries every day. An unexpected spike in interest rates hit the firm at a terrible time, making its debt more expensive just when sales were falling. Koch cut to the heart of the matter. He asked me, "So, if you had so much responsibility over finances at the company, why did you go broke?" Markle recalled. Koch's intellect left little room for evasion. His questions made it clear that he could not easily be fooled by accounting jargon, and he wasn't interested in excuses. Markle gave the most honest answer that he could. The firm had been taken down by overheated ambition and a lack of foresight. The ambition led to the huge debt, and the lack of foresight made that debt fatal when the interest rates jumped. The interview was long, and some of the questions were very sharp. When Markle left the Koch Industries campus that day, he was certain of one fact: he wanted to work for Charles Koch. Markle was hired as the assistant controller over Koch's oil division. Just over a year later, he was promoted to be controller over the entire corporation. It was a job that gave him a bird's-eye view of all financial transactions at the company and how Charles Koch handled them. Like many other people at the company, Markle was struck by just how fluid, how adaptable, things were at Koch. There were about 200 people in the company headquarters, and more were being added every day. It was a big company by Wichita standards, but it didn't feel like a big company. It felt like an ongoing experiment. Roles changed quickly. New hires were brought in. There wasn't a bureaucracy to stifle people or hold back new ideas. One of the thorniest problems that Markle dealt with was the issue of budgets. It was common practice for each division in a company to set a budget for the year, and sometimes for each quarter, and then to measure how it did against that budget. That was simply the way things were done in corporate America, but the outside world was refusing to cooperate with standard operating procedure. For the first time in history, the price of oil was liable to drop by half in a period of a few months or to unexpectedly double in the same period. Frequently, within the first quarter, The budget for the rest of the year was almost worthless, Markle recalled. In spite of this reality, Koch managers still spent a large portion of their time between July and December tabulating and writing up budgets, and the managers expected that their performance would be measured against those budgets. Many of these employees, like Markle, came from publicly traded firms where the quarterly budget was considered a holy document. Publicly traded firms must report their profits to Wall Street every 3 months, and a bad report could send shares of the company's stock falling. Writing budgets gives companies a way to predict what the quarterly performance might be, and they can telegraph the expectations to investors. In this way, everything inside the business starts to revolve around the budget. Managers figure out how much they are going to spend and how much they are going to earn, and they share the information publicly. Then they would spend the year trying to hit the budget targets. Because Koch Industries was not publicly traded, it didn't have to transmit its profit expectations to anybody. Markle sat in on many meetings in the small cluster of offices surrounding Charles Koch's office on the second floor, an area that was the hub for executive decision-making. Markle and others were trying to puzzle out how they could get more precise budget figures when the market veered so wildly from one month to the next. One of the executives in those meetings was a young man named Paul Brooks. He was a former Exxon employee with an engineer's grasp of complicated problems. But Brooks also had a creative streak that hadn't been fully utilized in Exxon's rigid culture, and he quickly became a close confidant of Charles Koch's. During one meeting on budgets, Markle was surprised when Brooks made a simple proposal: why not do away with them? Charles Koch loved the idea, and so did Markle. Getting rid of budgets would instantly dispose of hours' worth of drudgery that defined a financial controller's life. Koch invented a new set of metrics to replace budgets. And the numbers that the company focused upon were telling. Charles Koch didn't care much about sales or costs, he cared about profits. He wanted to know how profitable any line of business was and how profitable it could be under the right management. He steered all of his managers to think this way. The key thing they needed to focus on was the return on investment, or ROI, what was the best use of Koch Industries' money. Soon each division was writing a profit goal for the quarter, rather than a budget. Sales, costs, and prices could veer wildly, but what mattered was whether a division hit its profit goal for the year. And Charles Koch was thinking in terms of years, not quarters. This was critical for a company in a highly volatile business. A graph showing Koch's sales and costs and the price of oil might spike and dip violently from week to week. But Charles Koch was only interested in whether the return on investment climbed steadily over the years. You didn't know what the exact trajectory was going to be, but you knew it was up, and to the right, Markle recalled. To keep things moving up and to the right, Charles Koch had an unwavering philosophy about debt. He was rigid in his belief that debt should be kept as low as possible so that interest payments didn't eat up Koch's cash. The reasons for this were strategic. Every downturn brought opportunities for companies that were prepared. Downturns weakened competitors and made them ripe for takeover. Downturns made assets cheaper to buy. For this reason, Markle and his team were discouraged from borrowing large sums even if banks were more than willing to lend it. It was really based upon kind of looking forward to opportunities, Markle recalled. The reason you like to build up cash and not have a lot of debt is so that you can capture opportunities that you couldn't capture if you were fully loaded in debt and had no cash. The economic ups and downs would begin to play to Koch's advantage. When the value of assets out there in the economy hit a low point, that's the best time to buy. It's pretty simple economics, Markle said. Koch made full use of this strategy. It began to profit from market downturns by snapping up its competitors. This was most evident in Koch's giant oil gathering and pipelines division. Roger Williams, the vice president over pipelines, oversaw an expansion funded by the cash that Charles Koch was pouring back into the company. Koch's pipeline network grew from 6,000 miles of pipe when Williams joined in 1969 to roughly 14,000 miles by 1976. The company purchased some of the pipe from other firms, and it built between 7,000 and 8,000 miles of new pipeline on its own. This expansion helped make Koch the single largest purchaser of crude oil in the United States by the 1980s. Even as Charles Koch streamlined his own organization and reduced debt, he operated in a political and economic world that was moving in the opposite direction. Every industry in which Koch operated was becoming subject to new and onerous regulations, price caps, and government controls emanating from Washington, D.C. Charles Koch had always been something of a political dissident, espousing views that were outside mainstream politics. But during the early 1970s, his views hardened and prompted him to take action. During this time, Koch came to embrace a concept that was embedded in the philosophy of thinkers like Hayek and von Mises, but that was rare in the thinking of corporate CEOs. He realized that there were not two separate spheres of American life, the public sphere of government action and the private sphere of business enterprise. Instead, there was only one tangled web of a nation's political economy, the deeply interlaced workings of government policy and corporate structures. One intimately affected the other. This reality was painfully apparent in the oil business. Government intervention affected every aspect of the industry. And the intervention reached its peak as Charles Koch was building his company. On November 7, 1973, shortly after the Arab oil embargo, President Richard Nixon proposed a sweeping government response. The government would cut the allocations of heating oil for homes and businesses by 15%, essentially rationing the vital fuel. Nixon said utility companies would be banned from switching from coal to oil as a fuel source. He would ask Americans to turn down the thermostats by about 6 degrees. He would ask Congress to pass a bill that would lower the national speed limit to 50 miles per hour, curtail the hours that shopping malls could be open, and impose other rationing measures. It will be essential for all of us to live and work in lower temperatures, Nixon said during a televised speech. Incidentally, my doctor tells me that in a temperature of 66 to 68 degrees, you're really more healthy than when it's 75 to 78, if that's any comfort. It might seem odd that a conservative Republican president would impose price controls and energy rationing, but Nixon's actions reflected the settled beliefs of American political life in the early 1970s. There was a broad consensus in America that could be called the New Deal consensus, tracing back to the 1930s, when Franklin Roosevelt created a new regulatory regime. The New Deal reshaped everything in America's business world. It replaced unfettered markets with price controls in some cases. It gave unions very strong protections that helped workers organize. And, maybe most important, the New Deal convinced Americans that the federal government should play a large and interventionist role in the economy. It was loathsome to acolytes of Hayek and von Mises. FDR's actions were a response to decades of economic stagnation, when the government largely refrained from regulating markets and large corporations, an era that was defined by the laissez-faire, or hands-off, approach to regulation. During that time, the economy was dominated by a new breed of large corporations whose operations crossed state lines and transcended the control of state-based regulators. The federal government, the only entity powerful enough to constrain the companies, declined to do so on the theory that it would harm economic growth. The government was also constrained by a conservative U.S. Supreme Court, which struck down regulatory efforts after a seminal decision known as the Lochner ruling. In 1905, the court ruled against New York state regulators who tried to penalize a bakery owner named Joseph Lochner. The state wanted Lochner's employees to work no more than 10 hours a day. He argued that the regulation violated the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which was passed to protect the rights of newly freed slaves. Lochner said that the 14th Amendment also protected his right, and his employees' right, to enter into whatever kind of labor contract they wanted to. The Lochner ruling hobbled lawmakers and ushered in an era of business-friendly legal decisions. During the Lochner era, the court would strike down minimum wage laws, federal child labor laws, banking and insurance regulations, and transportation laws. The Lochner era was a time of great prosperity in America, but the prosperity wasn't widely shared. There was a tremendous concentration of economic power. A handful of robber barons, like John D. Rockefeller and Cornelius Vanderbilt, amassed huge fortunes, while the people who worked to produce those fortunes, the farmers, weavers, oil rig workers, and others, lived in poverty. When FDR was elected in 1932, in the depths of the Great Depression, the hands-off era came to an end. Roosevelt, and the Democratic-controlled Congress that worked closely with him, created large-scale assistance and work programs to help employees who'd lost their jobs. They created regulatory agencies to oversee the stock market and prohibited banks from speculating with depositors' money. They established Social Security, or old age insurance, the precursor of Medicare. They passed the Wagner Act, which empowered labor unions, passed a minimum wage law, and established the 40-hour workweek. The role of activist government was cemented in American life and would only deepen over the next 30 years. Even Republicans like Richard Nixon were compelled to intervene. Nixon signed bills to create the Environmental Protection Agency, founded in 1970, and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, founded in 1971. He signed the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act into law, two pieces of sweeping legislation that would regulate huge portions of the U.S. economy. Government intervention affected the oil industry as much or more than any other. A complex web of price caps and regulations were put on Koch Industries, and they seemed to confirm every belief that Charles Koch had adopted from Hayek. A new task force in Washington, called the Cost of Living Council, tried to set the price of oil and control markets from a central office. The result was a Byzantine mess that hindered companies like Koch Industries and did little to solve the underlying crisis. The Cost of Living Council created an intricate pricing system that split the oil supply into three classes: old oil, new oil, and stripper oil. The old oil was oil already in production when the price caps hit, and most of it was controlled by oil majors like Exxon. New oil was any oil drilled after the price caps were put into place. The council put a hard cap on old oil of $5.25 per barrel but let the price of new oil float in an open market, where supply and demand played a role. Predictably, new oil was generally a lot more expensive. This put a major squeeze on independent oil refineries like Koch Industries, which bought oil on the open market rather than drilling it themselves. Big companies like Exxon drilled their own oil and refused to sell it because of the price cap, suffocating markets. To solve that problem, the Federal Energy Administration passed a law that effectively banned the oil majors from holding on to their old crude. The FAR ordered the sale of 56 million barrels of oil. And this was all just one program, meant to control oil prices. Other complex schemes controlled natural gas prices and the pipeline industry. This incensed Charles Koch. He called the Republican Party bankrupt for its unwillingness to challenge the New Deal philosophy and its inability to dismantle its political structures. Koch wrote a fundraising letter for the tiny Libertarian Party in 1975, saying that Republican efforts to regulate markets caused him to have abandoned them in disgust. Republicans were no better allies in the fight for free enterprise than the Democratic Party, Koch wrote. With the Republicans on the sidelines, Charles Koch set out to dismantle the system himself. For years, he had been dabbling in political philosophy. He owned a small bookstore in Wichita that sold conservative literature. He attended and gave money to the Freedom School in Colorado Springs, which taught courses in Austrian economic philosophy. In the 1970s, Charles Koch took his efforts a step further. He unveiled a plan in 1974 that didn't become widely known for decades, after he had been executing it with remarkable discipline from the CEO's suite at Koch Industries. In April of 1974, Charles Koch gave a speech at a gathering in Dallas held by a conservative think tank that he'd co-founded, called the Institute for Humane Studies. When Charles Koch addressed the group, his tone was belligerent, even caustic. Anti-capitalist feelings in the United States are probably more virulent today than ever before, he began. While many CEOs were grumbling about the burden of regulations, Charles Koch chastised his fellow business leaders as being insufficiently loyal to the principles of capitalism. It was a mistake to even characterize America's economy as capitalistic, he said. Koch chastised the business community for having been seduced by the thinking behind the New Deal. To date, business has attempted to defend itself by taking a conciliatory attitude rather than exposing the fallacies in the anti-capitalist arguments. For example, when the oil industry and others are criticized for having excess profits, businessmen should argue that in a free market there is no such thing as excess profit, that without high profits there would be no signal to invest more capital in order to increase production to meet the consumer demand that created the profits, he said. Koch attacked the entire narrative behind the New Deal, claiming that Roosevelt's legislation was not, in fact, in response to a lack of federal-level regulation. Koch said that when the New Deal was passed, the economy was already polluted by massive governmental manipulations of the money supply. He said that businesses needed to fight back, and not on the terms that were laid out for them by their opponents. The business community needed to wage a long-term campaign that would change the way Americans thought about the markets and the role of government. Koch said that the campaign should have 4 elements. 1. Education. 2. Media outreach. 3. Litigation. 4. Political influence. For education, Charles Koch said that business leaders needed to populate public universities with academics who would advocate for free enterprise and do research to support it. When it came to the media, Koch said that businesses should, appropriately, reward the media when they promote the free market and withdraw support when they attack it. In terms of litigation, Koch suggested that corporations should announce publicly and vigorously, both as individual companies and through associations, that they will not cooperate with the government beyond the legally compelled minimum in developing or complying with control programs. For political action, Koch recommended lobbying and litigation to affect bureaucratic behavior. But when it came to influencing Washington, he sounded a note of caution. He said that engaging with the government tends to corrupt businesspeople, tempting them to game the system through lobbying that delivers profit by hijacking public policy. He said this temptation ultimately undercuts businesses by making them look hypocritical. Their support for free markets must be pure if it was to be followed. Therefore, lobbying should be a limited program, he said. Charles Koch would remain remarkably true to this basic game plan over the next 40 years. The only part that would change significantly would be the limited nature of lobbying and campaign contributions. Koch would eventually build one of the largest lobbying and political influence machines in U.S. history. But the rest of the plan was executed almost exactly as he laid it out in 1974. But as Koch pointed out in his speech, such a plan took time. Its progress would be measured by decades rather than years. And Charles Koch didn't want to wait decades to see results. There was one arena where he could implement changes, one venue where he had near total control. There was one institution that he could transform into a laboratory where he could test the theories of von Mises and Hayek. This institution would become Charles Koch's privately controlled free market utopia. The institution was called Koch Industries. By 1975, it was clear that Koch Industries was not going to go under. Income from the oil gathering operations and the Pine Bend refinery helped offset losses in the shipping division. Charles and Liz Koch finished construction on their house and began to raise a family there. After the crisis passed, Charles Koch focused on cementing the gains he had made during his first 8 years as CEO. While most companies paid dividends to shareholders, Charles Koch insisted on plowing profits back into the company to fund its expansion. He also worked hard to cement Koch Industries' growth strategy in the minds of his managers and employees. Every year, Charles Koch held an award ceremony in Wichita to recognize employees who had done an outstanding job. One year, he singled out Bernard Paulson. Standing before the gathering of his brain trust, Charles Koch recited a long list of Paulson's accomplishments, the expansions, the market analysis, the new investments that steadily won Koch more market share. Paulson later said that it was embarrassing to be lauded before his peers, but there was clearly some part of him that enjoyed it. Charles Koch seemed to be praising Paulson to convey one lesson: Paulson had treated the Pine Bend refinery like it was his own company. Paulson didn't act like an employee, he acted like a small business owner. Paulson thought for himself, and he treated Koch Industries' money as if it were his own. And Paulson shared in the glory once it was realized. He pointed out, "This is entrepreneurial," Paulson recalled. He said that's what he wanted the entire company to do. To be entrepreneurs. To a remarkable extent, this lesson was successfully pushed out into the furthest branches of a rapidly expanding Koch Industries, from senior managers like Lynn Markle in finance, to Bernard Paulson, to the lower-level employees like oil gauges and refinery workers. Employees at all levels of Koch were made to feel like small business owners. They never owned actual shares of stock in Koch Industries. Ownership was reserved for the Koch family and a few small shareholders. But employees felt like they owned a piece of Koch Industries. Charles Koch gave them performance-based bonuses and issued them shadow stock contracts that paid out as the company's value increased, but that didn't confer actual ownership. The real shares of Koch Industries were chiefly held by Charles and David Koch, and a small group of relatives and associates. The vast majority of employees embraced this culture. They were inspired by Charles Koch's vision. But there was one exception. And that exception was arguably the most consequential employee that was ever hired under Charles Koch. The exception was Charles's younger brother, Bill. Stripper, oil is drawn from a well nearing the end of its productive life. Chapter 5. The War for Koch Industries. 1980–1983. Bill Koch became a full-time Koch Industries employee in 1975, at the age of 35. He spent his early years in one of the company's murkiest but most important divisions. Bill Koch came up through the trading business. Koch's trading division was enmeshed in an industry that managed to touch virtually every American while managing to remain almost entirely invisible. The operations had their roots in Koch's shipping and oil gathering business, where the company became a broker and middleman for crude oil and gasoline products. During the 1970s, Koch expanded its operations, buying and selling oil as a go-between for companies like Exxon and Chevron. These were specialized markets where only a few companies could operate. A trader needed lots of cash, expertise, and access to oil tankers and pipelines. As Koch's traders developed expertise, they branched out and traded commodities that were never priced on an open exchange. A single transaction might yield $1 million or more in profits without ever being recorded with a paper contract. One of these markets was for industrial chemicals that most people couldn't pronounce but that they used every day. Polyvinyl chloride, for example, is used in food packaging and bottles. But the markets to buy PVC were just as confusing and opaque as its chemical formula. The deals were too specialized for open exchanges, and they were often done one-on-one, confidentially, over the phone. Bill Koch was largely responsible for getting Koch Industries into the chemical trading business. It was a business that would become an integral part of the company. Bill came across chemical trading shortly after he graduated from MIT. He was living in Boston and looking for new companies that Koch Industries could buy with the massive amounts of cash the company was generating. In his search for new investments, Bill Koch stumbled across a chemical trader named Herbert Roskind, who ran what was basically a one-man chemical trading firm called Monosol. As a trader, Roskind was one of the few middlemen in the global market for industrial chemicals. He sold barges full of sulfur made in Louisiana to factories in Asia that needed it as an ingredient in their manufacturing plants. Roskind spent much of his day in an office in suburban Boston, working the phones to call contacts in Europe or Singapore or Houston, finding people who wanted to buy and sell giant quantities of things like chlorine, caustic soda, polyethylene, and polyvinyl chloride. Roskin's business was a murky one, built on a network of personal relationships and deep knowledge that only he held. People like Herbert Roskind were vital to the market. Rather than having a transparent market exchange, the buyers and sellers had Roskind's brain. He knew who was in the market at any given time. He knew what the demand was for polyvinyl chloride, and he knew what a fair price would be. Of course, whether a trader like Roskind actually quoted the fair price to a customer depended on just how informed the customer happened to be about the market himself. He had a Rolodex that spanned the globe and a body of knowledge that was integral to success in trading. He knew the habits of customs agents in different countries and knew which shippers could be trusted and which couldn't. He had an almost encyclopedic knowledge of global shipping rates. He knew the negotiation customs of different cultures and different nations, and he was adept at navigating dark markets, where prices were never posted publicly, where prices always came down to one-on-one negotiations. Bill Koch was fascinated with the possibilities offered by the chemical trading business. Its prospects seemed a lot better than the oil business during the 1970s. The oil markets were jumping up and down, but chemical prices were rising steadily as nations like China opened the doors to global trade, causing demand for industrial chemicals to climb dramatically. Bill Koch arranged a meeting with Roskind, and soon he proposed to buy Roskind's company outright. Roskind didn't know what to make of Bill Koch the first time he met him. Bill Koch was dressed like a college kid. He looked, in fact, like he was still attending classes at MIT. Everything about him reflected the MIT style, which might be called privileged chic. Koch wore slacks and a button-down shirt, but no jacket or tie. He wore leather loafers with no socks. He drove an old Toyota that had a hole in the floor of the front passenger seat. Bill Koch's pitch was simple. Koch Industries would buy out Roskind's company and create a new chemical trading company inside Koch Industries, with Roskind as its head. He would get a 20% ownership stake in the trading company, and Koch would invest money to make the firm much larger. Roskind would be able to open a new office, hire more traders, and do more business than he'd ever done before. Roskind went to Wichita to iron out the details, and that's where he met Bill Koch's older brother, Charles. Charles Koch ate with Roskind at the Koch Industries cafeteria and discussed the deal. The differences between Charles and Bill were stark. Charles wore a coat and tie. There was not even a hint of carefree campus life about him. He had an engineer's mind and an engineer's demeanor. Charles drove an older car, too, but there wasn't a hole in the floor. Charles was low-key, but his ambitions were apparent. Roskind asked Charles Koch how his company was doing, and he remembers Koch saying, "Well, we're the second largest privately held company in America. We'll be going to the first largest if we can do it," Roskind recalled. "I thought that was a pretty good answer," Roskind said. He agreed to become part of Koch Industries. Roskind quickly opened an office, hired traders, and installed a telex machine that could send written messages instantly to almost anywhere in the world. His new division was called Koch International Trading Company, and it did not operate a single production facility. It didn't make a pound of sulfur or chlorine, but instead it arranged deals for the transfer of countless tons of commodities. Bill Koch called Roskind and told him that he wanted a job. He wanted to be a chemical trader. Roskind had his doubts. "I said, well, Bill, I'll be honest with you," Roskind recalled. "I know you have a PhD in chemistry, but we need a PhD in chemical trading. And they don't offer those. You'd be welcome to work with us, but I'm going to have to treat you like I treat almost everybody else. And that is, I have to pay you a modest salary and see how well you do." Roskind pointed out that in the trading business, volatility had its upside. Bill Koch's salary might be low, but just one or two good trades might easily double or triple his pay. A trader's income swung wildly, but the payoffs could be enormous. Bill Koch's answer was immediate. "I'll take it." Roskin's office opened at 8:30 in the morning, and the trading began almost immediately. Roskind often arrived early, but the other employees drifted into work, and most of them were not seated and ready to go until around 9. One morning, Roskind was alone in the office at 8:30 when the phones began ringing. He went from desk to desk, answering the calls because he didn't want to miss a potential deal or give his customers the idea that nobody was home. In the chemical trading business, where written contracts were rare, reputation meant everything. A phone ringing with no answer sent the wrong message. Later that morning, Roskind called all his employees into the office, including Bill Koch. He tore into them. "I said, I want to tell you something. This office opens at 8:30. That doesn't mean you walk in at 8:30. That means you're ready to do business at 8:30. You're at your desks and you're doing business at 8:30. Don't be late again." Quote, the employees filed out of his office and got back to work. About an hour later, Roskind's phone rang. The call was from Wichita. It was Charles Koch. Roskind's first thought was that his short career at Koch Industries was now finished. He had just chewed out his boss's little brother. Charles Koch's first words affirmed his fears. He says, "I understand you publicly humiliated my brother," Roskind said. "I said, well, I didn't mean to. I had a meeting of the entire staff, and I laid down the law about how this company was going to be run. And your brother was part of the staff." Quote, Charles Koch's response was chilling. "You know, no one's ever talked like that to a Koch." I said, "Well, Charles, I'm really sorry that that's upset you." Quote, then Charles told him, "It's about time someone did that." Bill Koch was a very fast learner. He sought out Roskind's advice, and once he heard the advice, he followed it. Bill Koch also had one of the most important skills a trader needed. He was very good at dealing with people. Bill Koch was not warm or charming, but he was an expert at listening. He quickly absorbed what the client wanted, and what the client was willing to give up to get it. Roskind taught Bill Koch that trading was about one thing. "The idea of trading is to take what we have and get what we want," he said. Roskind's metaphor was that the trader begins his day with pennies, and he ends his day with a sirloin steak. Bill Koch was able to turn pennies into sirloin not just because he listened closely to his clients, but because he had the keen mind of an engineer. He saw commodities markets as a complex game board with several dimensions, and he was able to triangulate between the needs of people scattered around the globe, making them meet in a way that produced a profit. Chemical trading wasn't a simple matter of buying low and selling high. One of Bill Koch's more successful trades shows just how complicated the business could be. Roskind and Bill Koch heard from clients that there was very strong demand in East Asia for a chemical called acetic acid, which was in tight supply. The companies that made acetic acid were aware of the supply crunch, and they were not about to let go of their product easily. This made it almost impossible to buy acetic acid at a price that would make it profitable to turn around and sell it in Asia. But a good trader knows what is happening simultaneously in different markets. Bill Koch knew that the companies that made acetic acid often used corn as a feedstock for the product. Bill Koch also knew how to get corn at a cheap price on the futures market in Chicago. So Koch Trading bought corn on the futures market and bartered it with acetic acid manufacturers for large quantities of their product. Then they sold the acetic acid at a much higher price in Asia. Roskind said he made $1 million off that single trade. Charles Koch called him personally to express surprise that a single deal could be worth so much. "I said, I'm sorry we couldn't make more," Roskind told him. Like all senior executives at Koch Industries, Bill Koch and Herbert Roskind often traveled to Wichita to provide updates on their business division to Charles Koch. These quarterly meetings were also attended by a small coterie of executives like Sterling Varner and Bernard Paulson. Roskind enjoyed being around Charles Koch. It was impressive to see this tremendously wealthy man eating in the company cafeteria with the rest of the employees. Yet Roskin noticed that his traveling companion wasn't enjoying himself nearly so much. Bill Koch resisted going to Wichita. When Bill was at company headquarters, he was tense. And it was easy to spot the source of his irritation. There was something about Charles that put Bill Koch on edge. Just being in the same room with Charles seemed to darken his mood. Roskin didn't understand why Charles Koch irritated his little brother so much. Charles wasn't domineering. His demeanor was placid. His tone was always cordial. Charles Koch didn't insult people and didn't pound his fist on the desk. But even Charles's smallest comments caused an oversized reaction in Bill. "I didn't fully understand what the tensions were," Roskin said. "It never was over money, I don't believe." After his successes in the chemical trading division, Bill Koch got a promotion. Or, because of how things worked at Koch Industries, it's more appropriate to say that Bill Koch was promoted by his older brother, Charles. Bill Koch was made vice president of a new division called Koch Carbon, which was typical of the kinds of businesses that Charles Koch and Sterling Varner liked to pursue. It pushed the company into new territory and new markets by building on what Koch already knew. Koch Carbon was branching out into the coal mining and processing industries, which built on Koch's knowledge of the fossil fuel business. As head of the division, Bill Koch would have been encouraged to act like Bernard Paulson or Roger Williams, as an entrepreneur in charge of his own business. Bill Koch did this, but in his own way. He built a staff in Wichita, many of them originally hired by Charles. One of Bill's staffers was a young finance guy named Brad Hall, who was a prototypical Koch man, cut from the same mold as Lynn Markle. Brad Hall had been an athlete in college, played baseball at Wichita State University, and knew how to be part of a team. He had the kind of humility that was so deeply baked into his character that he didn't even know he was humble. He was one of those middle-class kids from Wichita who intuitively knew that the world didn't owe them a thing. Hall was also startlingly intelligent. He had the neural processing ability of a skilled engineer and a methodical approach to problem-solving. He was a natural acolyte of Charles Koch's, in other words. But shortly after he was hired, Hall was informed he would not be working for Charles. He would report directly to Bill and would help him build up the carbon division. Bill Koch became enamored of the kind of data-driven analysis that Bernard Paulson relied on to run the Pine Bend refinery. But Bill's version of data analysis borrowed more from the erudite traditions of MIT and the Ivy League than it did from the oil fields of the Midwest. Shortly after they started working together, Bill Koch sent Brad Hall an article that he'd read in the Harvard Business Review. The article outlined a computer technique that ran a probability analysis on the internal rate of return for potential deals. The model used something called a Monte Carlo simulation to figure out what the rate of return might be in light of a number of variable factors, like different overhead costs. Bill Koch asked Hall to do a Monte Carlo simulation on a major coal industry deal they were exploring. Brad Hall's task was overwhelming. He borrowed time on the mainframe computer that took up a large room in the basement of Koch Industries headquarters. The computer used punch cards that had to be individually tailored to each specific model run in each simulation. Initially, Koch's computer engineers punched the cards, but the simulation required so many cards that they just let Hall start punching the cards himself. His small office became overcrowded with punch cards. Hall pushed himself hard to meet Bill Koch's deadline, running simulation after simulation. He came into the office one Sunday morning, skipping church and leaving his family at home so he could work away at the punch cards. Hall knew it wasn't unusual for Charles Koch to work on Sundays and call in other employees to join him. But Bill Koch wasn't at the office when Hall arrived, and Bill Koch didn't show up while Hall worked through the day, punching cards and running simulations. Early in the afternoon, Bill Koch called the office to check in on Hall's progress. Hall began explaining to him how the simulations were going, but Bill kept interrupting him, shouting, "Ah! Ah!" Hall couldn't figure out what was going on, and he asked Bill if something was wrong. Bill replied, "I'm watching this Patriots football game," Hall recalled. After they hung up, Hall returned to the basement to keep running simulations while Bill Koch enjoyed the game. Hall finished the Monte Carlo simulations and prepared a presentation on the findings for Charles Koch and Sterling Varner. Bill Koch made it clear that he wanted to impress Sterling and Charles, so Hall rushed to a special store in downtown Wichita that rendered his findings onto color slides that could be shown from an overhead projector during the presentation. In the 1970s, this was high technology. Hall meticulously arranged the presentation and the overhead projector in the boardroom at Koch headquarters. He was still a new hire, and it was thrilling for him to be in the same room as Charles Koch. He was proud of the work he'd done. The computer simulations were extremely complex, and he'd spent hours memorizing his findings so he'd be ready for any questions. When the meeting started, Sterling Varner and Charles Koch sat down and Bill Koch began the presentation with a brief overview. Then Brad Hall went through the slides, laying out the extensive analysis he'd done on Koch's mainframe computers. Hall was only a few minutes into the presentation when Sterling Varner interrupted him. Varner said, "Billy, I know that you and Brad understand all this fancy stuff and everything. I know Brad's done all these calculations. And that's great. But I just want to know, is this a good deal?" Hall recalled. Hall was frozen in place. Is this a good deal? That statement would reverberate in his head many decades later. "It's like somebody hit me with a sledgehammer," he said. He called the statement, "Classic Sterling." It cut to the quick and exposed how flawed Hall's presentation really was. Brad Hall realized in an instant that he'd gotten lost in the minutiae of his analysis without thinking about the broader strategy that should have been behind it. He had 1,000 computer runs to tell him what the internal rate of return might be under various conditions. But he couldn't present any critical analysis about why the deal might be a good idea over the next decade, or why Koch Industries more than any other company was the right company to do the deal. "I had no idea what I was doing. I was all tied up in these details and everything. And there's this whole other spectrum of strategy that Varner employed when considering a deal," Hall said. Almost right away, Charles Koch began asking questions about other competitors in the business and the marginal suppliers in the industry. They were strategic questions, and they cut to the bone. For Brad Hall, these questions cemented one realization. Hall knew whom he wanted to work for, and that person was not Bill Koch. The message could not have been lost on Bill Koch himself. Like all vice presidents at Koch Industries, Bill Koch had to periodically answer a battery of probing questions from Charles that evaluated how well he was doing. But Bill was different from other executives in one vital way: he owned a big chunk of stock in the company. Charles, Bill, and David had very large numbers of shares, each son with roughly a 20% share of the company that had been left to them by their father. Their older brother, Frederick, also had shares, even though he wasn't involved in operations. J. Howard Marshall II, the former co-owner of the Pine Bend refinery, owned another large piece of the company. Marshall gave some of these shares to his son, J. Howard Marshall III. There was a smattering of other small shareholders, including cousins from Fred Koch's side of the family who were simply referred to as the other Kochs. Being a major stockowner complicated Bill Koch's standing with Charles. As a vice president, Bill reported to Charles. But as a major shareholder, he was, in many ways, Charles's equal. As Bill Koch spent more time at the company, he started to focus more on his role as a shareholder, the one role in which he could contend with Charles on equal footing. Bill's stock gave him a seat on a special executive committee of the board of directors, a committee that included only himself, Charles, and David, with Sterling Varner as an alternate. Starting in the late 1970s, Bill began to pursue his role on the executive committee aggressively. He peppered Charles Koch with questions about his decision-making and about the company's operations. Charles complied with Bill's questions and sent him reams of documents, only to find new requests were waiting behind them. Bill's request started to focus on one issue, and they started to take an accusatory tone. Why, Bill wondered, wasn't Charles reporting certain developments to the entire board of directors? There was a problem at a Koch Industries office in Denver, for example. Employees there had been indicted for rigging a government lottery system used to disperse energy leases. Why hadn't Charles Koch told the board about this problem earlier, before the indictments were issued? Bill also asked about a pending U.S. Department of Energy inquiry. The department was investigating several companies for possibly violating federal energy price controls. The alleged violations went back many years. The parameters of the investigation were unclear, but someone in Koch finance who studied the issue said that, theoretically, the government might demand as much as $1 billion to compensate for overcharges. Bill Koch asked Charles why he had not reported this fact to the board of directors. Wasn't a potential $1 billion fine worth reporting? Charles said the $1 billion figure wasn't significant, it was just a theoretical data point. Nobody in the company seriously believed that a fine that large would be imposed. It simply wasn't worth reporting to the board. Bill Koch was doing more than asking questions. Soon he was using his questions to tell a story to the company's board of directors. He painted a picture of his older brother as an autocrat, a dictator, who ruled the family company with no tolerance for dissent and a penchant for secrecy. Bill even coined a nickname for his brother, Prince Charles, and he began dropping it in conversations with coworkers. Charles became aware of the nickname, and did not seem amused. Bill did more than subtly accuse Charles of wrongdoing. He began to openly challenge him. The biggest challenge that he pursued was against one of Charles Koch's most important business strategies, the use of dividends. Bill pointed out that dividends at Koch Industries were exceptionally low when compared with those of other companies. He argued that this punished Koch's shareholders, what few of them there were. The Koch brothers were tremendously wealthy, but that wealth existed mostly on paper, their access to their wealth was extremely limited. Bill wanted higher dividend payments, he wanted cash up front from his father's inheritance. He complained that he was one of the wealthiest men in America, but still he had to borrow money to buy a house. Charles Koch resisted Bill's challenges on every front. He dismissed the idea that Koch should pay higher dividends. He had already explained to the board of directors how dividend money could be put to better use by reinvesting it in the company. He also dismissed the idea that he was secretive and kept important information hidden from the board. He gave directors all the information they needed, he said, and didn't need to give them more. On April 27, 1980, Charles Koch sent his youngest brother a handwritten note. "Dear Bill, what is the purpose of these attacks on me? I hear from all over the country that you're constantly criticizing me. Each of your recent reports to the board includes a slam at me. Even your memos to me are acerbic and accusatory. It seems to me that none of this serves any useful purpose, that, in fact, it is destructive to you and to the company. Whatever I've done to make you so bitter toward me is in the past. The best course for us both to follow now is to attempt to work together, if not in friendship, at least civilly and in mutual respect without the past suspicion and ill feeling. I, for my part, will do my best to accomplish this. Your brother, Charles." Bill did not stop. On June 12, 1980, he sent a memo to Charles that carried the title, "The Right of Directors to be Informed on Substantive Issues That Could Affect the Company." It was a broadside against Charles and his leadership, implicitly accusing him of deception and abuse of power. But most importantly, the memo stabbed at the most sensitive nerve that the Koch brothers possessed. It suggested that their father, Fred, would be ashamed of Charles. The corporation's good name is dragged through the mud by one set of indictments in the Denver case. The corporation's good name is threatened by more such actions, Bill Koch wrote in the memo. The corporation's good name, of course, was their father's good name. Bill implied that Charles was tarnishing it. During the month of June, Charles recalled getting between 6 and 10 similar memos from Bill. The younger brother was asking for more staff and more money that he could control for a new investment fund. He wanted more responsibility and a stronger voice. When Bill recalled this period later in media interviews, his explanations for his behavior always quickly devolved into a bitter thicket of childhood resentments and tensions. In a lengthy interview with Vanity Fair magazine, Bill recalled a mother who was distant, a father who was severe and parsimonious with his affection, and an older brother, Charles, who was relentlessly manipulative, controlling, and a bully. All of it seemed to come gushing out of Bill in those memos during the summer of 1980. Charles appears to have seen it the same way. Whatever I've done to make you so bitter toward me is in the past. He saw Bill's complaints over the business as a means for complaining about things that were deep-seated, personal, and largely irrational. While Charles dismissed Bill's concerns, he also kept trying to sue for peace. Charles called Bill at the end of June and asked him again to stop the emotional attacks. Bill told Charles that he wanted to have more access to him, more time to ask him questions and have his concerns addressed. Charles agreed to that, and remembers Bill saying that the attacks would stop. If the attacks did stop, it was only for a few days. On July 3, Bill sent Charles a memo that ended their relationship forever and nearly split the company apart. The memo was 10 pages long, single-spaced. But one paragraph stood out. "I'm not interested in a battle and would like to settle the problems between us," he wrote. "Since I'm not alone in these concerns, the failure to solve them, which can be done quite easily, will be destructive to everyone concerned. Indeed, if they are not solved, the company will probably have to be sold or taken public. The company will probably have to be sold or taken public," Bill had written. There was no going back after that. In early July, Koch Industries held an emergency meeting of the board. Both Charles and Bill attended. Charles confronted each of Bill's accusations and defended himself. Bill told the board that shareholders, himself included, needed to get more cash out of the company than they were getting. The board agreed to take actions that might address Bill's concerns. Charles agreed to form a liquidity committee that would look at paying out more dividends. He also agreed to explore the idea of taking Koch public. Going public would not only entail selling ownership of the company to ordinary investors through Wall Street brokers, it almost certainly would mean that the Koch family would lose control of the firm. But by losing control, the Koch family and other shareholders would get a one-time windfall of at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Bill Koch would be a very rich man, and not just on paper. He would never need to borrow money to buy a house again. Bill seemed satisfied with the deal. But he had seemed satisfied before. During the board meeting, Charles Koch told the directors that if the attacks from Bill did not stop, he would seek the authority to fire his younger brother. For a while, the attacks did stop. During this time, Charles called Bill and made a proposition. He asked Bill if he would be the co-executor and trustee of Charles's 2 children if Charles and his wife, Liz, were both to die. If that happened, Bill and David would split authority for the kids. It was the ultimate expression of trust in Bill, and the kind of agreement that would seem to cement their tie as brothers again. Bill told Charles he would be delighted. What Bill did not know at the time was that Charles was working on a memo of his own. It was a long memo that Charles would deliver to the board of directors, and one that would bring about the end of Bill Koch's tenure at the family company. This memo would not be sent immediately, in part because Bill's twin brother drew everybody's attention elsewhere. Bill Koch never found a comfortable place for himself in Charles's shadow, but his twin, David, did. David Koch discovered that he had one crucial skill his older brother Charles lacked: he could tolerate being in the public eye. Charles lived in Wichita, and he spent most of his days either at home or inside Koch Industries' secluded headquarters building. David made his home in New York City, where he attended galas and charity balls and developed the reputation as a rakish bachelor, dating one beautiful debutante after another. He became the public face of the company, to the degree that such a secretive company could have a public face. Starting in 1980, David also became the public face of Koch Industries' political activity. He joined the U.S. presidential campaign, running as the vice presidential candidate on the Libertarian Party ticket. In doing so, David became the public face of a battle that Charles Koch had long been fighting behind the scenes. In the preceding years, Charles had become a major financial backer and advisor to the Libertarian Party, exchanging letters with successive party chairmen who sought out his advice and support. Charles gave at least tens of thousands of dollars in donations to the party, using his own money and coordinating contributions from his mother and brother Bill. The Libertarian Party's national director, Chris Hocker, wrote Charles Koch a thank you letter in 1978, saying, "Right now, of course, we'd be in terrible shape without your support." Charles Koch advised and even chastised Libertarian leaders over the years, telling Hocker that he didn't want his large campaign donations to create false economics for direct mail solicitation within the party. Perhaps for that reason, Charles Koch often specified how the money should be used. The Libertarians were a relatively new and profoundly unpopular political party at this time. They made Republicans look like liberals, which is what drew Charles Koch to the cause. He wrote a Libertarian campaign letter in 1975 in which he said that he once supported Republicans but had abandoned them with disgust. Only the Libertarians, Koch wrote, would fight the rapidly increasing government control over all aspects of our lives. The campaign document was printed on Koch Industries letterhead, which seemed fitting. It was through his company that Charles Koch was most antagonized by the government. Richard Nixon's newly created EPA enforced a host of complicated new rules that were cleaning the nation's water and air supply. Another agency, OSHA, enforced an array of codes for workplace safety, a category that covered almost every kind of activity inside an oil refinery. The Department of Energy, meanwhile, continued to impose a complicated system of price controls while levying enormous fines on companies that violated the limits. While this burden grew on Koch Industries, there were some signs of hope that the Libertarian Party might be able to do something about it. Public opinion was turning against government. Vietnam, Watergate, inflation, and economic recession had corroded public faith in the government's ability to solve big problems. Support for deregulation was growing, making it seem like the moment for America to try a more conservative approach to governance. While Charles Koch continued his political work in the background, David Koch contacted the Libertarian Party and pitched himself to be their candidate for vice president in 1980. The Libertarian presidential candidate was Ed Clark, a popular Californian who won 5% of the vote for governor of that state in 1978, which was a remarkably high result for the party. David Koch suggested that he should be Clark's running mate. It appears that one of his chief qualifications for the job was his ability to bankroll it. David Koch's memo stated as much. "So my proposal is basically as simple as this. As the vice presidential nominee of the Libertarian Party, I will contribute several $100,000 to the presidential campaign committee in order to ensure that our ideas and our presidential nominee receive as much media exposure as possible." David Koch was given the vice presidential spot on the ticket. He had warned in the memo that he wouldn't be able to do much campaigning, but it appears that he enjoyed being in the spotlight once he was there. David Koch ended up visiting 27 states, meeting with college students, voters, and activists who were interested in the Libertarian platform. The Libertarian Party sought to abolish a vast set of government agencies and programs, including Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, which would be made voluntary, the Department of Transportation, and all government agencies concerned with transportation, including the Federal Aviation Administration, which oversees airplane safety, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Energy, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Consumer Product Safety Commission. And this is just a partial list. The party also sought to privatize all roads and highways, to privatize all schools, to privatize all mail delivery. It sought to abolish personal and corporate income taxes and, eventually, the repeal of all taxation. While David Koch had promised to spend several $100,000 on the campaign, he ended up spending $2.1 million. The Libertarian Party received just over 1% of the vote in an election that put Ronald Reagan in the White House with a landslide. It must have been disappointing for David Koch to spend so much of his own money, to travel to more than half the states in the country, and to have very little to show for it the morning after the election. But he didn't have time to reflect on this defeat or to step away from work and heal his wounds over his election loss. Back in Wichita, the familial contest for power was about to explode. While things appeared peaceful between Charles and Bill Koch during the final months before the 1980 presidential election, Charles Koch had been working on his long memo. Bill was still not aware of the memo, and Charles was planning to give it to the board of directors. Charles wanted to share his thoughts on two issues that the board was considering: the idea that Koch Industries should pay higher dividends to its shareholders, and the complaints about how the company was being managed overall. Charles Koch's memo was a distillation of his corporate philosophy. As such, it was unyielding. To begin with, the CEO must have far-reaching authority. Being an opportunity-seeking company, it's imperative that our management structure be such that prompt decisions can be made, he wrote. We simply can't function effectively if every business opportunity needs to have months of research and clearance through several tiers of committees. As long as I'm CEO, I'll resist any effort to impede our efficiency by the imposition of any such bureaucratic committee or board structures. The memo made it clear that the best approach to dividends was Charles Koch's approach: to keep plowing profits and cash back into the company, where it could multiply faster than if it were pulled out. Our short-term returns aren't going to be as high under this policy, but I believe that if we continue to have this kind of success, that long-term, everyone's going to be better off, he wrote. If shareholders disagreed with this approach, Charles Koch offered to buy out the shares and send them on their way. Charles Koch sent the memo to the directors on November 18. A week later, Charles met with Bill in his office to discuss the matter. Bill ambushed him with an idea. He wanted to call an emergency meeting of the board to immediately consider a liquidity plan for the company. I said, "Bill, what? Why are you doing this?" Quote, Charles recalled later during court testimony. Bill replied that he needed to be a man, he needed to take charge. Charles told him, "If this is what you're determined to do, then we need a divorce. Because this isn't going to work." By divorce, Charles Koch meant a division of their assets and a separation as business partners. He wanted Bill to figure out what parts of the company he could take with him, and Charles and David would take the rest. The differences were irreconcilable, and it was time to split up. The meeting lasted only 10 minutes. Bill left the office, and Charles left soon after. It was the end of the day, and as Charles was leaving the building, he noticed that Bill was inside Sterling Varner's office, talking over something in private. The next day was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. People were planning their holiday trips, including the company's top lawyer, Don Cordes, who was heading out to visit family in western Kansas for the long weekend. Charles and Sterling Varner met to talk about Bill. Varner said that during their conversation the day before, Bill had given him 3 conditions that would entice him to drop his request for an emergency board meeting. Bill wanted to re-establish the executive board committee that included himself, Charles, and David. He wanted to run a large program to invest in new deals, and he wanted roughly $25 million out of the company. Before he left town for vacation, Don Cordes got a call from Bill's lawyer. The attorney said that Bill was calling for an emergency meeting of the board after all, but he didn't plan to ask for anything drastic. Bill would use the meeting to request that 2 new directors be elected to the board, a move that would not change the balance of power. Neither Cordes nor Charles Koch was worried about it. Cordes decided to leave for Thanksgiving break. The day after Thanksgiving, Charles got a call from David Koch. David had gone into the office that day and found a notice delivered to him about Bill's emergency board meeting. The meeting was not nearly as innocuous as had been described to Don Cordes. The purpose wasn't to elect 2 new directors, it was to fire the entire board and replace it with a new one. And the notice said something even more alarming. It was being sent not just on behalf of Bill Koch but also on behalf of the eldest brother, Frederick Koch, along with J. Howard Marshall III, who had inherited shares in the company from his father. David and Charles immediately knew what was happening. These 3 shareholders, when acting together, would gain a slim majority of voting power on the board of directors if Bill had his way. If they replaced the entire board, they would win control of the company. The obvious goal would be to fire Charles Koch as CEO and find a replacement. Bill Koch would be a natural choice. It was clear that Bill had been working hard behind the scenes to arrange this surprise coup. But Bill made a critical mistake. He had given Charles time to respond. Charles Koch boarded a private jet Thanksgiving weekend and flew to Houston. There he picked up his father's old business partner, J. Howard Marshall II, and Marshall's wife, Betty. On Sunday night, they all boarded another private jet that took them to California. Howard Marshall had been unaware of what his son was planning. He only learned of the plot on Saturday, when Charles had called him. Marshall hung up afterward and called his son. When he called Charles back, the elder Marshall confirmed Charles's worst suspicions. "Howard, the younger, is going to vote against me," Marshall said. Charles asked Marshall what they should do. He said, "Well, there's one thing that Howard III understands, and that's money. And I'll go buy my stock back," Charles Koch recalled. Howard III lived in Los Angeles. His father wanted to go there and meet with him personally to close a deal to buy back his son's stock. Charles agreed to fly to Houston and take the 75-year-old Marshall to California himself. Charles Koch and the Marshalls arrived in California on Sunday night. The next morning, Howard Marshall met with his son and agreed to buy back his stock for $8 million. The deal would move the voting shares back to the elder Marshall and back into the columns supporting Charles Koch. It would effectively end Bill Koch's coup. Bill caught wind of the deal and offered $16 million for the shares, according to Howard Marshall II, but the son refused. He didn't want to break the deal he'd made with his father. The next day, Charles and Howard Marshall went to the son's house to sign the paperwork on the stock sale. As they talked with Marshall III, the phone rang. It was one of Bill Koch's lawyers, calling for Charles. Charles went into another room and took the call. The lawyer, Jim Lynn, said that Bill Koch had called off his special meeting. Lynn asked Charles Koch not to make a deal with that foolish Marshall kid. They should have a meeting instead to solve the differences. Charles said he could not agree to that. He hung up and went back into the other room to close the deal. Eventually Marshall's son signed over his shares for $8 million. The coup attempt ended there, and so did Bill Koch's future with the family company. When they were children, Bill Koch hit his twin brother David in the head with a polo mallet, leaving a permanent scar just behind David's eye. Later, Bill stabbed David Koch in the back with an African sword from their father's collection at the family compound, leaving another scar. David forgave his twin brother for both attacks. David Koch affectionately called his twin brother Billy, and when young Billy flew into rages as a child, David would act as a peacemaker between Billy and Charles. Now, David was put in a position where he would have to choose between them. There was a board meeting on December 5, at which Bill Koch's failed coup attempt would be dealt with. Sterling Varner asked Bill Koch to resign from the company, and Bill Koch refused. During the meeting, a motion was put forward to fire Bill Koch. When the votes were counted, the motion carried. Bill Koch's career at the family company was finished. David Koch abstained from the vote. Although Bill Koch was terminated as an employee, he was still a major shareholder. He continued to use that leverage over Charles, agitating for the company to go public or be sold. During 1981 and 1982, Charles Koch was challenged on multiple fronts to choose one of the two options. But going public would destroy the machine that Charles Koch had built. It would also mean that Charles Koch would lose control. Shareholders would have a vote. A new board of directors might have the power to fire him. Koch's business strategy revolved around rapid decision-making. Managers brought a plan to Charles Koch and Sterling Varner, and they had the authority to approve it on the spot. Publicly traded firms had to take their shareholders into account, leading to the proliferation of the kinds of committees and review groups that Charles despised. Charles pressed his case to the board and to the small group of shareholders, and his case was a convincing one. When Charles joined his father's company in 1961, the company had 300 employees. It earned a profit of $3.5 million a year, and paid annual dividends of roughly $150,000. 20 years later, Koch Industries earned $300 million in profits and had 7,000 employees. Even though dividends were a small share of profits, Koch still paid out $27.5 million in annual dividends because the profits were so high. That was a 91-fold increase over the level paid when Fred Koch died. The company overall was worth $1.5 billion in 1982. It had been worth just 3% of that amount in 1967. Charles Koch made the case to his directors and shareholders that if they stayed at his side, if they believed in his vision, the future would be just as strong. Bill and Freddie Koch finally came to a resolution with Charles and David. Koch Industries would buy out Bill's and Fred's ownership stakes for more than $1 billion. This would finally sever the business ties between the brothers. Koch Industries borrowed $1.1 billion to finance the buyout. The massive loan cut against Charles Koch's distaste for debt, but it was an emergency measure necessary to expel Bill and regain control. When it came time to close the deal, Charles Koch turned for help to Brad Hall, the young finance whiz who had helped Bill Koch manage the Koch Carbon division. Hall had since made it clear whom he'd rather be working for, and he was just beginning a career under Charles Koch that would last more than 20 years. In 1983, Hall accompanied a Koch Industries lawyer on a flight to New York, where they met Bill Koch and his team of lawyers to close the settlement deal to buy out Bill's ownership. There was a festive atmosphere as the papers were signed. Bill Koch, after all, had just earned something in the neighborhood of $470 million. They were having a big party and everything, and Bill wanted to have his picture taken with me, Hall recalled with a sad grin, shaking his head at the memory. He told me to tell his brother that he still loved him. About 1 year earlier, Bill had been fighting Charles for a deal that would have paid out $25 million if he stayed at the company. Now he had several times that amount. Bill was about to embark on a spending spree, describing himself as feeling like a child again. He bought opulent houses in the most exclusive beachfront communities. He bought a helicopter, fine art, and the world's finest wines. Like his younger brother, Charles Koch had big plans for what he wanted to do with the family fortune. Chapter 6. Koch University, 1983–1989. In the early 1980s, after he was unfettered from his dissident brothers, Charles Koch began to reveal just what his management dreams would look like. There was an auditorium at Koch Industries headquarters, and Charles Koch began to hold events there, filling the seats with between 400 and 500 of his most senior managers. Lynn Markle, Brad Hall, Bernard Paulson, and others would file into the room and take their seats. The events were not the typical corporate presentation. Charles didn't use the forum to talk about business operations or to hold some kind of pep rally. Instead, Charles Koch often sat in the audience himself, taking notes. The executives sitting near Charles Koch saw that this wasn't a business meeting, class was in session. In fact, they were attending the first seminars in a decades-long curriculum that would become the central work of Charles Koch's life. The curriculum outlined a specific and codified philosophy, an operator's manual that defined an immutable set of rules for creating prosperity. He would ultimately call this philosophy market-based management. But in the beginning, the philosophy had no name. In the beginning, there were only the seminars in the company auditorium. In the earliest sessions, Charles Koch invited outside speakers to address the crowd. He ran workshops on the Dale Carnegie theory of management that built on Carnegie's famous book How to Win Friends and Influence People. These classes focused on the art of management and productivity, and required managers to give short speeches to help them learn to communicate effectively. The classes got more technical and more strategic over time. Charles Koch invited one of the brightest young business consultants in the nation to speak in Wichita, a Harvard professor named Michael Porter. Porter published a book in 1980 called Competitive Strategy that offered a new framework for how to run a business. The book provided a detailed plan for companies to analyze the market in which they operated. Porter visited Koch Industries multiple times, accompanied by a team of consultants. The team helped Koch's managers look into their own business lines and apply Porter's ideas, using good data to figure out the best path toward boosting profits and growing. Porter helped Koch executives learn how to analyze the competitive advantage, analyze their competitors, and come up with the best plan to capitalize on the company's market position. Then Charles Koch began to teach the classes himself. He led sessions with smaller class sizes, maybe a dozen or so senior managers. This intimate setting helped Charles Koch give more attention to each manager. But he wasn't content for his teachings to reach only the senior leaders. Charles Koch wanted to multiply his efforts. After they attended Charles Koch's lectures, executives like Markle were expected to return to their offices and repeat the lectures to their own employees. Executives were even given pamphlets and slideshows to help them. In this way, Charles Koch's lectures were passed down through the chain of command, from his senior managers at headquarters out to the most remote branch offices. The managers who attended Charles Koch's seminars began to call them Koch University. Charles Koch wanted to ensure that every new employee learned how things were done at Koch Industries. He also wanted to ensure that the company culture could endure over time. Sterling Varner, for instance, was the father figure who guided Charles Koch after Fred Koch's death. Varner was the company's living library. But Varner was getting older and wouldn't be at the company forever. Charles Koch wanted to codify Varner's teachings before he left. These teachings, the classic Sterling guidelines, were some of the key elements of Charles Koch's new philosophy. Opportunism was one. Every employee needed to keep their eyes open for new deals on the horizon. Humility was another, knowing what you know and what you don't know, as Brad Hall recalls it. Humility dictated that while it was important for Koch to expand, the company needed to expand into fields where it already had expertise. Strength would be built upon strength. But in the early 1980s, Charles Koch's philosophy was just beginning to be incubated. He didn't have a fully formed set of guidelines to pass on to his managers. Instead, Charles Koch focused on the fully formed set of guidelines shaped by another man, a consultant named W. Edwards Deming. Charles Koch became fixated on Deming, and he set out to apply Deming's methods across Koch Industries. W. Edwards Deming was not simply a business consultant. He was more like a guru. For many years, he remained an obscure thinker within the United States, but he had become a major figure in Japan, where Deming helped Japanese automakers improve their factory production and build some of the strongest manufacturing companies in the world. Like Charles Koch, Deming stood apart from the mainstream thinking of America's business community, and he wasn't afraid to speak his mind about it. Deming's passion was for making better products, or, more accurately, for creating a system that could make better products, the journalist David Halberstam wrote. Deming wanted to overhaul American management using mathematics. He was a quality control engineer at heart, and he thought that the manufacturing process could be improved only by using hard statistics. Deming taught companies to measure what they were doing, to analyze it, and then to improve it. Deming's concept of continuous improvement was applied throughout Koch Industries, and the results were dramatic. One of the most successful students of continuous improvement was Phil Dubose, the oil gauger in Louisiana who had already mastered the Koch method of measuring oil. Dubose would eagerly absorb the lessons of Koch University. In doing so, he would see firsthand why Koch Industries became one of the largest companies in America even when most people had never heard of it. After rising through the company ranks over the years, Dubose was promoted in 1982 to oversee Koch's marine operations around the Gulf of Mexico. This put Dubose in charge of a fleet of barges that went from terminal to terminal, collecting crude oil and then shipping it to refineries in Texas. Some of his barges even traveled north on the Mississippi River to Koch's refinery in Pine Bend, Minnesota. Dubose was terrified by the promotion. There had been 2 previous managers of the Marine unit, and both of them had failed to turn a profit. If it failed again, I was going to go down with it, he recalled. Dubose was determined to make the shipping barges turn a profit. He knew he had one tool to help him do this: the charts of W. Edwards Deming. The fleet Dubose oversaw initially consisted of 5 large barges. They each carried about 8,500 barrels of oil. Each barge had a skipper and crew who lived on the craft while it traveled from port to port. The first matter of business that Dubose focused on was keeping costs down. Fuel was the largest cost the barges incurred. Rather than let the skippers fuel up the ships when they wanted to, Dubose required them to call his office when they were running low on gas. Then he would call the local ports and find the best price for gas, sending the skipper to the best location. This helped cut costs right away. The tools from Deming helped Dubose go even further. Of all the charts he learned to make, he found that by far the most useful was called a run chart. Even decades later, he'd talk about run charts as if he were discussing a cherished family pet. The best chart out of all of them is that old-fashioned run chart. It'll tell you where you've been and where you're going, he said. A run chart broke down all the costs that a barge would incur. It had a separate category for each cost: groceries, fuel, maintenance, ship damage, and supplies. The run chart allowed you to track these costs as they shifted from month to month, letting you see where you've been and where you're going. Dubose was taught to look for cost spikes. The reason was simple: you figured out what caused costs to spike, and you avoided it. Then you figured out what caused costs to fall, and you replicated it. The critical part came next. Dubose printed run charts for each vessel and posted them in the skippers' cabins. Each skipper could then see for themselves where they were running up costs and where they were saving money. Dubose turned each skipper into his own manager. Skippers were free to make their own decisions based on the run chart. Then Dubose went further. He started tracking the profits and losses for each barge. This made each skipper a small business owner and each barge a small business. The skipper had all the information he needed to boost profits and the freedom to act on that information. And Dubose had total visibility into his fleet. He knew which ships were losing money and which were making it. It got to the point where the boats were competing against each other. I was just sitting back like a big old Cheshire cat in a tree, Dubose said. Using data to drive changes at the level of each barge, Dubose boosted profits in the Marine unit overall. His profit margin reached 33%. The trucking division, by contrast, was lucky to see a profit margin of 8% or 9%. As he boosted profits, Dubose was given more freedom and more resources. He added more ships, buying larger barges that could ship 40,000 barrels of oil at a time. All the while, he was in contact with managers from Wichita. They helped him prepare his run charts, and they taught him other tricks from Deming. As he talked with more managers, Dubose learned that not everyone embraced the Deming formula. A lot of managers were accustomed to making decisions based on gut instinct. They thought the charts were just a gimmick. But as many Koch Industries employees would learn over the years, Charles Koch did not consider his guidance to be a gimmick. And following his guidance was not optional. Some of these poor rascals just couldn't embrace Deming's thing. They couldn't get their arms around it. They'd just zigzag a line across with a bunch of numbers. The people who couldn't support that, well, most of them were let go, Dubose recalled. The Koch University seminars were just the most visible aspect of his efforts to encode his company with a very specific culture. There were other elements of the culture that were being institutionalized behind closed doors. One of the most important elements of Charles Koch's philosophy was the need to expand, the need to be opportunistic. Some of this was drawn from Sterling Varner, but there was also a part of it that came from Charles and from his view of the world. One of the key lessons that Charles Koch took from the Austrian economists von Mises and Hayek was that markets never stood still. The status quo never survived. Markets always build up and then tear down. It was an evolutionary process that never ended, and companies that tried to fight the process would only be devoured by the forces of change in the end. Charles Koch wanted his company to change and grow with the markets. He wanted Koch Industries to internalize the forces of change and exploit them rather than trying to fight them. This desire was institutionalized in a small office down the hall from Charles Koch's suite. That's where he started the company's first development group. To lead the new group, Charles Koch turned to one of his brightest young lieutenants, Paul W. Brooks, the employee who had suggested simply jettisoning annual budgets. While Brooks's ideas might have seemed brash or even radical, he was no corporate swashbuckler. Brooks didn't come across as someone trying to impress people around him by parading his shining intellect. He was low-key and analytical and very much like Charles Koch in his deliberate approach to problems. Brooks was part of a small cadre of employees who came to Koch Industries from Exxon in the mid-1980s. Exxon approached the market with a certain hierarchical rigor. It was a company that believed in protocols and an engineer's approach to problems, disciplined and linear. During the 1980s, this approach failed to master the violent ups and downs of the oil business, and Exxon had to let a lot of its talent go, including Brooks. At Koch, Brooks found that he could still think like an engineer but inside an institution that was more flexible, adaptable, and entrepreneurial. When he was put in charge of Koch's development group, Brooks was given one of the most important jobs at the company. The development group would be an acquisition machine. It would work full-time to identify new companies for Koch to buy and new deals in which to invest. The group would formalize Sterling Varner's instinct to scan the market for new opportunities. The development group was a central hub to which all Koch employees could send potential deals that they'd spotted. Senior managers in every division at Koch were taught to act like scouts in the marketplace, and when they found a deal that was large enough and promising enough, they passed it up the chain of command to the development group for approval. The development group then studied the idea from every angle before deciding how to proceed. The development group also came up with ideas of its own. Over time, executives in the group would undertake blue sky studies that looked out 10 or even 20 years on the horizon and identified new markets in which Koch might want to invest. Koch's development group would become one of the largest, most effective deal-making machines in the United States. The group would come to embody modern American capitalism in the early 21st century, an era when private equity and hedge funds scoured the landscape in search of acquisitions. Charles Koch quietly built a private equity firm inside his offices in Wichita that would rival anything created on Wall Street. In the earliest days, in the 1980s, virtually nobody outside Koch Industries headquarters knew that the development group existed. The development group made its first major deal in 1981. It came along thanks to Bernard Paulson, the head of oil refining. He had spotted an opportunity in part because of the computer models that he had perfected to help him run the Pine Bend refinery. The data helped Paulson determine exactly which units he should run, what products he should produce, and which markets he should sell into. The computer models gave Paulson a kind of X-ray vision into oil markets. Now, Paulson turned that vision outward, toward his competitors. Koch Industries sold a lot of crude oil to a refinery owned by Sun Oil in Corpus Christi. But Koch didn't just collect money when it sold crude to Sun Oil. It also collected intelligence. Bernard Paulson's team knew how much oil Sun was purchasing, and what kind of oil. Then he learned who Sun's customers were, and what those customers paid for Sun's product. Paulson began using his computer models to study the market that surrounded Sun Oil's refinery. He studied what equipment was inside the refinery and at what volume that equipment could process oil. He learned what products Sun was making and at what volumes. He learned where Sun was selling its products and at what price. The Sun Oil refinery in Corpus Christi processed the same kind of light crude that most other refineries used. Sun Oil did not have the type of coker towers that processed the heavy, sulfur-rich crudes refined at Pine Bend. This made the Corpus Christi refinery somewhat ordinary. It was doing the same thing that many refineries were doing along the Gulf Coast. It didn't have the same kind of competitive niche that Koch enjoyed in Pine Bend. But Paulson saw something in Corpus Christi that even the refinery's owner did not seem to appreciate. He saw that a market opportunity was being wasted. The Sun Oil refinery had equipment that could process oil and turn it into a petrochemical called paraxylene, pronounced per-azilene. Paraxylene was one of those products that Koch Industries excelled at making and selling. It was obscure, difficult to produce, and used in one form or another by virtually everyone. Paraxylene was the raw material for synthetic fibers and materials like dimethyl terephthalate acid and purified terephthalic acid. These chemicals, in turn, were used to make things like polyethylene terephthalate and saturated polyester polymers. Most people have never heard of these chemicals, but they are the building blocks for plastic containers, bottles, drapes, upholstery, clothing like polyester suits, electrical insulation, and photographic film. Paraxylene was something that everybody bought without knowing it, and demand for paraxylene was growing. There were ever more types of synthetic clothing and an ever-increasing demand for plastic containers to hold drinks or household chemicals. If Koch bought the Corpus Christi plant, Paulson realized, the acquisition would open up an entirely new market for the company, the market for paraxylene and other petrochemicals. And, true to Koch's philosophy, the market would be new but not entirely foreign. Koch knew the petrochemical business already. It could apply the expertise developed at Pine Bend to manufacturing paraxylene in Texas. On top of all of this, it appeared to Paulson and others that Sun Oil wasn't aware of the opportunity it was missing in Corpus Christi. Sun was making and selling paraxylene but not at nearly the levels that it could. In September of 1981, Koch Industries paid $265 million in cash for the refinery, and Paulson immediately started expanding it. He more than doubled its paraxylene output. He bought a used hydrocracking tower from a refinery in Europe and had it shipped to Texas, bragging to Charles Koch that he bought the tower for 40% of what it would cost, off the shelf. Koch Industries became one of the largest paraxylene producers in the United States. In 1987, Phil Dubose got the promotion of a lifetime. He went from running Koch's marine division and barges to overseeing a vast piece of Koch's pipeline and trucking infrastructure. Dubose's job title was Transportation Manager for the Southeast Division, Division 5. He was responsible for all of Koch's transportation infrastructure in the southeast quadrant of the nation, a territory that stretched from Louisiana in the west to the Florida coast in the east, and all the way up to New York in the north. Inside this region, Dubose was responsible for the trucking operations, pipelines, and the marine tankers in the Gulf of Mexico. Several branch offices reported directly to him, each with its own superintendent. He spent a lot of time traveling to each office and consulting with the local teams. I lived in airports, God Almighty. To this day, I still get an uncomfortable feeling about airports. I just lived in those things, Dubose said. The thing I could never get over was eating by yourself. That was tough. The machinery and supply chains that Dubose oversaw were exceedingly complicated. But the economic rules that he lived by remained relatively simple. The rules had not changed for him since he had been an oil gauger roving the backwaters of the bayou on a skiff back in the early 1970s. Dubose knew that his career still hinged on whether he was over or short. When he was an oil gauger, Dubose made sure he was over when he drained small oil tanks. Now he had to make sure he was over on a shipping network that covered many states. The reasons for this had to do with the nature of the pipeline business. Koch made its money in the transportation business by moving oil, not just by selling it. The actual value of the oil in its pipeline was of secondary importance to Koch Industries. What really mattered was ensuring that the oil was moving. When the oil was moving, Koch was paid to collect it and to deliver it. This means that Koch was somewhat protected from the volatility in prices that continued to roil markets during the 1980s. During the mid-80s, for example, a market crash sent many oil drillers out of business and depressed the economy of oil-rich places like Houston. But this volatility did not matter so much to Dubose. What mattered far more to him was being over. He wanted to make sure that his region was selling more oil than it collected, keeping a comfortable margin of overages across operations. Of course, it was impossible for Koch to consistently sell more oil than it collected, which is why oil gaugers used the Koch method to underreport how much oil they took. Every month, Dubose received a packet of information mailed from Wichita. It was the statistical report compiled by the computer whizzes at headquarters. This was Dubose's report card, in effect. And the most important number on the report card, the number that he focused on more than any other, was the overage that he reported. Dubose knew that if his region came in over, he would be praised, promoted, and well paid. If his region came up short, then he would be questioned, sidelined, and ultimately fired. "I lived and died by that monthly report," he said. "They put it on your desk, and you just stared at it for a couple of hours before you even opened the sucker. That's how you kept your job with Koch. By coming out over. You could not come out short at all." Some producers complained to Dubose about the company's measurement practices. They thought Koch was cheating them by taking more of their oil than it paid for. But the measurement margins in dispute were small, and it was still profitable for oil producers to sell through Koch. Most of the producers were more interested in getting the oil moved quickly and on time, and they didn't want to quibble over Koch's gauging techniques. Dubose ensured that his region was over month after month, and, in doing so, he was favored by the managers in Wichita. Dubose was not some sort of anomaly. Koch's pipeline and trucking managers across the country, from Florida to Oklahoma to California, took great pains to make certain they were over. Some of these managers, like Dubose, might have thought that they were stealing. Others simply considered the measurement practices to be aggressive, but fair overall. After all, measuring oil was an imprecise art. Koch executives simply saw themselves as ensuring that the imprecision did not hurt Koch's bottom line. Dubose had learned this himself as early as 1968. They saw where they could manipulate this because it's such a gray area. And they took advantage of it. From this point of view, Koch was just playing hardball. From an outsider's point of view, things looked quite different. For someone who was new to the oil business, Koch's conduct might have looked an awful lot like stealing. This point of view was about to come spilling out into the public realm. And it would do so in ways that endangered everything that Charles Koch had built. Light crude oil has a low viscosity and flows easily at room temperature. Heavy crude is more dense and doesn't flow as easily. Chapter 7. The Enemy's Circle, 1985–1992. During the late 1980s, Koch Industries faced two external threats that changed the company's future. The threats were separate. One came from the U.S. government, the other came from Bill Koch, but Charles Koch and his leadership team saw the threats as intertwined. It seemed to them that Bill Koch was still bitter at being forced out of the company and was using the government as his proxy to attack Charles. In fact, the government was pursuing its own criminal investigation into Charles Koch and Koch Industries, an investigation that arose from the years of aggressive mismeasurement inside Koch's oil gathering divisions. The government threat intensified in May of 1989, when the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs held a series of day-long public hearings in Washington, D.C. The hearings presented the evidence of oil theft collected by the Senate investigator Ken Ballin and FBI Special Agent James Ellroy, who had surveyed Koch employees. The issue of oil theft was the subject of one hearing, and that hearing focused exclusively on Koch Industries. The reasons for this were simple. Evidence in the case pointed to Koch Industries as the primary culprit in the oil theft. No other company had such dramatically high overage levels, according to data obtained by the committee. Senate investigators believed that Koch had been caught red-handed, and the other companies had not. The committee asked Charles Koch to testify at the hearing, but he refused. When the Senate released its final report, it stated declaratively, Koch Oil, Koch, a subsidiary of Koch Industries and the largest purchaser of Indian oil in the country, is the most dramatic example of an oil company stealing by deliberate mismeasurement and fraudulent reporting. When the Senate hearings were complete, Ken Ballin and his team boxed up their evidence and sent it to federal prosecutors with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Oklahoma City. The U.S. Attorney launched a criminal investigation that was aimed squarely at Charles Koch. Agent Jim Ellroy stayed on the case and intensified his surveillance. This legal threat coincided with another attack from Bill Koch. Bill had become suspicious of Charles Koch in 1985, when he learned that Koch Industries had repaid almost all of the $1.1 billion in debt that was taken on to buy out Bill and his brother Fred. Koch Industries paid the debt about 3 times faster than it had expected to. "I was stunned," Bill Koch later told a journalist with Fortune magazine. "How could they have so much cash?" Bill became convinced that his brother Charles had lied to him back in 1983 by dramatically understating the company's value. To Bill, there was simply no other way to explain Koch's meteoric profitability since his departure. On June 7, 1985, Bill filed a federal lawsuit against Charles Koch, Sterling Varner, and Koch Industries, alleging that they defrauded him. The suit was the first volley in a sprawling battle that would last more than 20 years. The conflict spilled outside of the courtroom and spread to every corner of Koch Industries' business, and into David and Charles Koch's personal lives. Bill sent spies into the company as fake employees. He used wiretaps and hired private detectives to pose as journalists. His public relations team tried to plant damaging stories about Charles Koch in the media. When Bill Koch heard the allegations of oil mismeasurement and theft, he incorporated them into his strategy. He tried, on his own, to collect damning evidence about the Koch method. Inside Koch Industries, Bill's attack and the government's investigation were mistakenly seen as one and the same. This created a paranoid mindset that seeped through the ranks of Koch's leadership. The federal government was seen as illegitimate, as a pawn that could be manipulated by billionaires. A universe of varied institutions, from newspapers, magazines, and government agencies, to law firms and competing companies, was divided into 2 opposing camps. There were those who worked for Charles Koch, and those who worked for Bill. No institution was seen as being neutral. For Charles Koch, the twin attacks would sharpen and deepen his feelings toward government. He had always been a staunch foe of regulation, but the events of the 1980s would harden his opposition into a kind of loathing. Before this time, Koch Industries had been pestered and harassed by inspectors from the EPA, and by cumbersome rules imposed by the Department of Energy. But now his company was under surveillance from the FBI, whose agents were interrogating Koch employees in their homes. The threat was immediate, and it was personal. The threat would change the course of Koch Industries, and American politics along with it. In 1989, the federal investigation into oil theft was transferred to a federal prosecutor named Nancy S. Jones. She was a tough-minded woman from Independence, Missouri, with many years of experience investigating fraud, first for the New York State Attorney General's office and then for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Northern District of New York. Jones took over the case after getting a call from Jim Elroy. She didn't know the FBI agent very well but was receptive when he told her that he had one hell of a case involving theft and corporate fraud. Jones was skeptical, at first, when Elroy walked her through the evidence he had amassed against Koch Industries. Elroy had obtained compelling material, to be sure, but Jones didn't think it was strong enough to file criminal charges. She had a high bar for filing charges, and didn't like to lose in front of a jury. Perhaps more importantly, Jones didn't like charging low-level employees. To her mind, Elroy's photos and statements from oil gauges, which proved theft, were not enough. She wanted to know just how high up the chain of command at Koch Industries the culpability went. Jones impaneled a federal grand jury, which operated in secret to obtain evidence of any high-level conspiracy at Koch to steal oil. The grand jury investigated Koch Industries for many months. By 1990, Jones was convinced that criminal wrongdoing was underway at Koch. And she believed the theft might have been ordered from high levels in the company. Even at this early stage, Jones felt she had enough evidence to safely charge multiple Koch oil gauges with theft. She believed there was also enough evidence to charge a group of higher-level managers with directing the criminal behavior. Jones and Elroy continued their investigation, however, because they wanted to push even higher up the chain of command at Koch, maybe all the way to the executive suite. Their evidence suggested that they hadn't yet reached the primary actors. There was too much at stake in the case to settle for the underlings, Jones recalled. As Jones pressed her case from the U.S. Attorney's Office, executives at Koch Industries saw the hand of Bill Koch at play. In September or October of 1988, Koch's top attorney, Don Cordes, heard a cocktail rumor that Bill Koch was trying to get the Senate interested in investigating Koch's measurement practices, according to court testimony later given by Cordes. That same month, Koch Industries received its first subpoena from the Select Committee on Indian Affairs, asking for a huge cache of documents related to its oil gathering practices in Oklahoma. It must have seemed to Cordes that the two efforts were combined, even though that was not true. The Senate investigation was prompted by the investigative reporting series in the Arizona Republic. According to Mike Masterson, a lead reporter who co-wrote the series and was involved in it from the beginning, Bill Koch did not tip off reporters to the story. They came upon it while reporting on persistent problems on Indian reservations and heard claims about rampant oil theft. Bill Koch had heard about the inquiry and adopted it as a weapon to use against his brother. Koch Industries responded by circling the wagons against investigators and closing down access to vital records at the heart of its oil gathering operation. Almost immediately when the U.S. Senate began its investigation, Koch Industries issued a new set of standards of corporate conduct to employees throughout the company. The standards also included a provision that would likely conceal evidence of oil theft that would have occurred through mismeasurement. The standards of conduct said that no Koch employee should defraud anyone by making false entries into Koch's books. This would effectively ban the Koch method of oil measurement, which required oil gauges to record fraudulent numbers on run tickets and receipts they left behind at oil wells. The standards imposed a sweeping blanket of secrecy over Koch's operations, stating that all financial data, business records, technology and information on corporate strategy, objectives or on modeling and other analytical and/or management techniques, were to be considered secret and proprietary information that belonged to the company. In other words, virtually every piece of information at Koch Industries was confidential. This would include any training documents for oil gauges or any tally sheets that showed overages or shortages in the oil gathering division. The standards barred any employee from sharing any of this information with an outside party without prior approval from a Koch Industries manager. The flow of information about Koch's measurement practices was being bottled up. On July 11, 1988, Koch's president, Bill Hanna, sent a company-wide memo informing employees how to handle company records. He reminded employees about the code of secrecy for Koch's records that had been distributed before. Then he ordered that written materials which would be useful to our competitors should be destroyed by shredding, burning, or some equally effective method. Hanna's memo was a license to destroy evidence, and it was issued at a time when top executives at Koch were aware that the U.S. Senate was investigating Koch's oil measurement practices. Under such circumstances, corporate lawyers and executives often order their employees to take special care to retain records that might be relevant to a lawsuit or investigation. Koch Industries did the opposite. It is unknown how many documents were destroyed because of that memo. Don Cordes eventually reversed course and told Koch employees to retain evidence that might pertain to oil theft, but he didn't do so until November of 1988, months after Hanna's memo went out. The only reason that Cordes changed the policy was because a Koch employee in Texas complained to Cordes that he had been told to destroy all written evaluations he had made of Koch's truck drivers and oil gauges. Bill Koch only fed into the company's sense of embattlement. He launched a privately funded investigation into Koch's measurement practices. He paid private investigators to interview Koch gauges, and he paid Koch gauges to speak with his investigators. He submitted some of this evidence to the Senate, even as the Senate was doing interviews of its own. An internal FBI report, which wasn't made public until 2018, indicates that Bill Koch helped submit 50 statements from former Koch employees to U.S. Senate investigators, claiming that the gauges were stealing oil. The Senate ignored the statements because Bill Koch's involvement made them suspect, according to an FBI memo. Rather than rely on Bill Koch's help, the Senate and the FBI relied on Agent Jim Elroy's investigation. Charles Koch did more than circle the wagons. He helped coordinate a broad counterattack aimed not just at his brother but also at the U.S. Attorney's Office. This marked a turning point in Koch's history and in its efforts to influence U.S. politics and public policy. His intentions were reflected in a lengthy written response that the company submitted to the Senate after Charles Koch refused to testify at the hearing. The most revealing part of the response was the headline of its first section: "The fact that the hearings were devoted almost exclusively to Koch Industries, Inc., is the result of the activities of William I Koch and his vendetta against Koch Industries, Inc." Koch presented an easy target, the statement said. It was politically unimportant, and because it would not have an opportunity to present its case or cross-examine witnesses, a one-sided presentation was possible. At the time, it might still have been accurate to call Koch Industries politically unimportant. The company didn't have a major lobbying operation in Washington and kept away from the spotlight. Charles Koch spent most of his time funding think tanks, university professors, and litigation in an effort to quietly shift American political culture. But when faced with the threat of criminal charges, Charles Koch redirected his political efforts. Rather than simply hire lawyers and lobbyists, Koch used a network of front groups, training centers, and political operatives to combat the threat. This time the network wasn't focused on changing political culture, it was focused on the targeted, tactical goal of derailing legal efforts against Koch's oil gathering operations. A former Koch Industries employee named Ron Howell was at the center of the effort. Howell was the ideal employee to spearhead Koch's political reformation effort in Oklahoma. During his tenure at Koch, Howell had specialized in commodity trading, the same kind of complex and opaque deals that Bill Koch had specialized in back in his days in Boston. Howell knew how to work in murky networks and connect the needs of several parties in ways that could ultimately benefit Koch. He was well suited for operating in the world of politics. Koch's first tactical goal was to change the political landscape around the issue of oil theft. In its final report, the U.S. Senate had categorically accused Koch Industries of systematic theft. Koch needed to undermine that claim if it wanted to forestall future investigations and litigation. Howell was well connected in Oklahoma, and was a true believer in Koch Industries. Howell was appalled when he heard that Koch was accused of stealing oil from Indians. He was convinced the allegations were entirely false. "I'd been in the boardroom many times for many many years, Howell said. It's just a very, very honorable company. So I got angry as much as anything else. Howell's first job was to reshape the political narrative about Koch Industries in Oklahoma. His strategy was to reach the producers themselves, meaning the oil drillers who sold to Koch Industries. The Native American tribes who owned the oil well leases were the most important target. The tribes were the most visible victims of the theft, and they were also the most sympathetic. If the Indian tribes could be brought on board with Koch Industries, it would undermine the entire rationale for a criminal inquiry into Koch's measuring tactics. If there were no victims, then how could there be a crime? One of the primary victims of Koch's theft was the Osage tribe in Oklahoma. Charles O. Tillman, chief of the Osage tribe, said that a team of employees from Koch Industries came to talk to him about the oil theft allegations after the U.S. Senate released its report. Koch sent a team of auditors to review receipts from oil leases owned by the Osage tribe. These receipts were compared against Koch's internal figures to determine if Koch had indeed been underpaying the Osage, as alleged by the U.S. Senate. Tillman said the tribe had little capacity to double-check Koch's work. The tribe didn't have an army of accountants at its disposal. The tribal members simply got checks in the mail for their oil leases and trusted the numbers. Koch was such a gigantic company, Tillman said. To me, they were doing good accounting. They were doing good business with the Osage. We didn't have anybody to rely on to refute Koch Industries. When Koch Industries completed its audit, the company came back to Tillman with surprising news: Koch Industries had not been underpaying for oil. The company told him that it had, in fact, been overpaying the tribe. The audit showed that the tribe actually owed Koch Industries about $22,000. Koch's interpretation was backed up by federal authorities at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Tillman said. He didn't feel like the tribe could question it. Tillman and other Osage leaders went public with their belief that Koch Industries had not stolen oil from them. In March of 1990, the local Osage newspaper, the Osage Nation News, published a story in which the Osage chief said Koch was innocent. The story was quoted in the mainstream Daily Oklahoman newspaper, and Koch made maximum use of the chief's statements. Don Cordes, Koch's attorney, told the Daily Oklahoman that the Osage statement completely undermines the false allegations of the Senate subcommittee. Charles Tillman would later regret his role in tamping down concerns over Koch's practices. His mind was changed after learning of testimony unearthed years later in federal lawsuits. He became convinced that Koch had, in fact, stolen oil from Indian wells. We were wrong, Tillman said. We were badly informed. Dudley Whitehorn, another Osage chief who worked with Tillman, also became disillusioned. Several years after the Daily Oklahoman article appeared, Whitehorn was sitting in a local auto shop waiting for his car to be repaired. A former Koch Industries oil gauger sat down next to him and struck up a conversation. Whitehorn said the gauger eventually told him, "We did steal from you." The man seemed contrite. Whitehorn didn't dwell on it. He didn't want to carry a grudge against Koch. The Osage chiefs might have felt duped later on, but the public comments in the early 1990s achieved an important goal. The government suddenly looked overzealous and unfair. This fed into Koch's broader efforts. While Howell was reshaping the story in Oklahoma, Koch was working to do the same thing in Washington, D.C. Charles Koch understood now that he needed a political operation in Washington. Up until that point, he operated as if he could stay out of the miasma of the nation's capital, staying true to his libertarian beliefs and focusing his efforts on the business in Wichita. This left Koch vulnerable. When Ken Ballin was conducting his investigation, he was contacted frequently by high-paid attorneys and experts who worked for companies like Exxon and Chevron. They defended their clients and even helped focus attention on Koch Industries. Koch had no such presence. This would change in the early 1990s. Koch Industries deepened its relationship with Kansas Senator Bob Dole. The Kochs already contributed to his campaigns and political causes, giving $245,000 between 1979 to 1994. David Koch would abandon the Libertarian Party to become the vice chairman of Dole's presidential campaign against incumbent Bill Clinton in 1996. By that time, the family would become Dole's third-largest financial supporter, according to an investigation later published in Businessweek magazine. Dole helped Koch delegitimize the issue of oil theft. Dole submitted the story from the Daily Oklahoman into the Senate record, and said that he was concerned that the Senate had rushed to judgment to condemn Koch. Koch amplified his concerns by helping to draw other senators into the fight, including Nancy Kassebaum of Kansas and David Boren and Don Nichols from Oklahoma. During a speech on the Senate floor in 1990, Dole criticized the committee's work, saying, "Several senators, including myself, Senator Kassebaum, Senator Boren, and Senator Nichols, had very real concerns about some of the evidence on which the special committee was basing its findings, concerns we raised with the committee in successive letters before the report was issued. It now looks like those concerns were well-founded." 2. As senators fought against the findings of their own committee, Koch put another piece of its plan into place. The biggest threat wasn't emanating from the Senate but from the courts and the U.S. Attorney's Office, two institutions that could not be influenced by campaign donations or lobbyists. In response, Koch initiated a long-term plan to reshape America's judiciary system. Ron Howell founded an obscure nonprofit group called Oklahomans for Judicial Excellence. It did something unheard of. It started grading local judges based on their fealty to free market economic theory. The group created scorecards for state judges, measuring how well their verdicts conformed with the teachings of Hayek and von Mises. The group publicized these rankings with public opinion articles published in places like the Daily Oklahoman. The grading system created a way to embarrass judges in the local press by publicizing their low scores. Koch Industries also offered them a way to escape this embarrassment. The company sponsored a series of free seminars that judges could attend if they received poor grades from Koch's rating system. The seminars were not held in stuffy classrooms. Koch Industries paid for judges to travel to a ski resort in Utah or a beachfront condominium, among other locations, relaxing places where the judges might be more open to Koch's message. The company held lectures that emphasized the importance of market forces in society, and warned against the consideration of things like junk science that plaintiffs often used to prove corporate malfeasance. The seminars were well attended, sometimes by more than 60 judges at a time. A Kansas State District Court judge named Michael Corrigan attended a Koch-sponsored seminar at the Sundial Beach Resort in Sanibel, Florida, and another at the University of Kansas. In between these seminars he handled 2 cases involving Koch Industries without disclosing the potential conflict of interest, according to an account later published in the Wall Street Journal. The junkets that it organized might have been disclosed or even regulated if they were enjoyed by other public officials, such as members of Congress. But there were no such restraints on treating judges to all paid vacations, perhaps because no one had thought to organize such events on such a large scale before. Koch's efforts to sway judges evolved over many years. By 2016, it had transformed into a new program that offered free seminars to judges called the Law and Economics Center, which was housed at George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, along with Koch's free market think tank, the Mercatus Center. The Law and Economics Center claimed to have hosted more than 4,000 state and federal judges from all 50 states at its seminars. It offered up to a dozen events a year. This long-term effort would do little to solve Koch's immediate problem, which emanated from the office of Nancy Jones. She and Jim Elroy were making strides in the case. They believed they were close to proving that Koch's oil theft was directed from the highest levels. Then they hit a wall. Jones and Elroy had zeroed in on one particular set of Koch's internal documents they felt would show how the oil theft was directed from Koch's senior leadership. They had subpoenaed those documents, and were waiting for Koch Industries to supply them to the grand jury. Then Nancy Jones got a letter from Koch's lawyer. The company could not provide the documents Jones had requested. Those documents had been accidentally destroyed, the letter said. This was puzzling to Jim Elroy. He knew that Koch Industries kept backup copies of its corporate documents in an underground storage area, the kind of place where company papers were treated carefully. Elroy said the documents in question were kept under lock and key in the storage area. Elroy later discovered that the documents had been checked out of the storage unit, in the same way books are checked out at the library. The man who took custody of the documents was named David Nicastro. Nicastro was no ordinary document courier. He was head of Koch Industries security operations and had been deeply involved in the company's response to allegations of oil theft. He had also been dogged by accusations of document destruction. Back in 1988, Nicastro traveled to Koch's far-flung oil gauging offices and collected documents that might have described the Koch method of oil measurement. Nicastro later told investigators that he'd simply collected the documents and copied them. But a Koch employee named Stephen Marshall testified in an unrelated court case that Nicastro ordered employees to destroy documents. Nicastro strenuously denied the allegation in court, and the judge ruled there was not enough evidence to prove the claim. The judge also pointed out that Marshall had asked to be paid for his testimony and that he found Marshall's testimony not credible. When the Oklahoma grand jury requested documents from Koch, Nicastro apparently made a special trip to the underground storage unit to retrieve them. He then reported that the papers had been accidentally destroyed. Koch Industries informed Nancy Jones that the documents in question had not been converted into digital files, as had many other corporate documents. There was no reason why those records shouldn't still exist. But when the grand jury wanted them, then they were not available, Jones recalled. The investigation had led them all the way to this batch of documents, and without those documents they didn't feel they could go any further. But that didn't mean that they were going to give up. Jones and Elroy began discussing other ways they could move forward with the case, other investigation tactics they might use, such as wiretapping and gaining informants inside Koch Industries. They would keep pressing, whether important documents were destroyed or not. Then something happened that punctured a hole in the case, something that would derail the investigation, arguably killing it. Jim Elroy quit. He left Oklahoma for personal reasons. The FBI had offered him a transfer to the Miami office. As a California boy, Elroy had a strong desire to get back to the ocean. He wanted to spend time on a boat and travel on the sea. He had been in Oklahoma for many years and was ready for a change. Jones wasn't too happy about it. She told him, "You are leaving me now. And you said you would help me do this case." Elroy recalled. Elroy was a driving force behind the investigation, and there was no guarantee that the FBI agent replacing him would be as passionate or as skilled. But he was determined to go. Decades later, Elroy would regret the decision. "It was really selfish. I should have stayed and finished this job," he said. He was pursuing the two brothers who had control over Koch Industries and was confident he would have gotten them. "I know if I had stayed, that Charles and David would be in jail now," Elroy said. In Elroy's absence, however, the investigation took a sharp turn in Koch's favor. There was a growing body of evidence that Koch Industries might be innocent. Now, in the summer of 1990, the FBI interviewed dozens of Koch gauges throughout Oklahoma and Texas, and the gauges all said essentially the same thing: Koch had never instructed them to steal, they had never heard of the Koch method, and they never falsified their measurements. The gauges said this even when they were alone with their FBI interrogators. One gauger was interviewed in a Dairy Queen parking lot. Other gauges would contradict this testimony under oath in later court cases, but the litany of interviews undermined the case dramatically. The FBI was searching for corroboration, but just as the interviews started to cloud the picture, there was a management shakeup at the U.S. Attorney's office. Nancy Jones's boss, U.S. Attorney Bill Price, quit his job to run for higher office. Price's replacement would be selected by Oklahoma Senator Don Nickles, a close ally of Koch's. Nichols had previously spoken about the case with Koch's lobbyist Ron Howell, who remembered pulling Nichols aside at a luncheon to discuss the case. Nichols would later leave office and open a lobbying shop in Washington, D.C., where Koch Industries was one of his clients. In 1989, Nichols chose a politician and lawyer named Timothy Leonard to fill the U.S. Attorney's job. This shocked Jones, who had expected one of Price's deputies, a longtime prosecutor named Bob Meidens, to be selected. Meidens had years of experience in the office, while one of Leonard's primary qualifications seemed to be his tenure as a Republican state senator, where he had briefly served with Don Nichols. Jones quickly developed her own opinion about Leonard. She considered him to be a political hack. Leonard was aware of her opinion, and the two of them never had an easy relationship. Leonard thought that Jones was an intelligent lawyer, but he became concerned about her work when a judge ruled against her in a high-profile case. Jones was particularly offended by Leonard's reaction. He assigned Jones's boss, Arlene Joplin, to be the second chair on one of Jones's major fraud cases. Being second chair essentially meant that Joplin would oversee Jones's work. Jones pressed ahead. Eventually, Joplin approached Nancy Jones to talk about the Koch Industries investigation. Joplin's comments were not encouraging. She said there was lukewarm enthusiasm over at the FBI for the Koch case. The FBI wasn't sure it would dedicate more resources to the Koch investigation. Jones ended up quitting her job. She was tired of working for a boss she didn't like and was tired of feeling that she was being micromanaged. She was also tired of the lack of cultural life in Oklahoma City. She and her husband wanted to live in a more cosmopolitan city. She said that the Koch Industries investigation was not a major factor in her decision. It wasn't unusual for an assistant U.S. attorney to move on to another job and leave a case behind. Jones organized her material and left the case in good shape to be pursued by another attorney. It would be up to Timothy Leonard to determine how to pursue it. In April of 1991, as the Koch case was still moving forward, Don Nichols nominated Timothy Leonard to become a federal judge. It was a prestigious distinction for Leonard. He'd been born and raised in the small town of Beaver, Oklahoma, and now he was offered a lifetime appointment to the federal bench. In November, President George H.W. Bush confirmed Leonard's appointment. Less than 4 months later, while he was still U.S. Attorney, Leonard dropped the case against Koch Industries and his office sent a letter to the company saying that it would not be indicted. Leonard did not explain publicly why the case was dropped, even though Jones said that the grand jury had obtained evidence showing criminal conduct of Koch Industries employees and managers. Whatever evidence Jones obtained could never be made public because of secrecy rules that govern grand juries. For years afterward, Leonard's decision raised suspicion that Koch used its political influence to kill the investigation. Koch had obviously deployed its lobbyists and think tanks to influence public figures in Oklahoma, and the trail of influence between Koch, Nichols, and Judge Leonard seemed straightforward. Koch's political ally Nichols appointed Leonard to the U.S. Attorney's office, then Nichols nominated Leonard to the federal bench, and Leonard decided to drop the charges. It seemed like Leonard might have been rewarded for dropping the charges. There is no evidence, however, to support this claim and there is strong evidence to refute it. The FBI's case file in Oklahoma, released in 2018, shows that there was plenty of reason not to file charges. Dozens of FBI interviews with gauges failed to corroborate the accusations against Koch. Internal FBI memos also show that it was Assistant U.S. Attorney H. Lee Schmidt, not Leonard, who recommended that the case be dropped. It seems that the dozens of FBI interviews convinced Schmidt there simply wasn't enough evidence to file charges. A handful of interviews pointed to wrongdoing, but they seemed outweighed by dozens that undermined the case. The FBI files did not show what evidence Jones obtained from the secret grand jury proceedings, but Leonard later said that Jones never told him or anyone in his office that there was enough evidence to file charges against Koch managers before she left. There is also evidence to suggest that Leonard actually fought to protect the investigation from political interference. Leonard said that shortly after he arrived, the FBI briefed him about the U.S. Senate investigation into Koch and the political controversies it had ignited. In late 1989, Leonard sent a letter to the FBI in response, chastising the agency for sending him statements about the Koch case made by U.S. senators in Kansas and Oklahoma. "Your presentation of this letter to this office both puzzles and concerns me," Leonard wrote. He went on to say that the investigation was independent, and that the view of any elected official regarding the Senate investigation of Koch would have no bearing on the course of the grand jury investigation. During an interview in his home, Leonard said that politics played no role in the decision to drop the charges. Leonard said that Nichols did not handpick him for either the U.S. Attorney's job or the federal bench. Instead, it was Leonard who approached Nichols for the jobs. Leonard decided to apply for the U.S. Attorney's job in 1989 after he realized that he would never run for governor. U.S. Attorney was the next best thing. Years later, when there was an opening on the federal bench, Leonard once again approached Nichols and applied for that job. In an interview later, Nichols said he selected Leonard for the U.S. Attorney position because they knew each other from the state Senate. Nichols respected Leonard and knew him better than Bob Meidens, the assistant U.S. Attorney. Both Leonard and Nichols said that they never discussed the Koch case, either during Leonard's job interviews or later. Leonard said he would have remembered if Nichols brought up the case because doing so would have been a major ethical breach. Nichols confirmed this account, also pointing out that it would be inappropriate to do so. "I wouldn't talk about a case," he said. When pressed on the issue during the interview, Leonard walked into another room and retrieved a weathered copy of the Bible that he said belonged to his grandfather, a Presbyterian minister. Placing his hand on the book, Leonard said, "I never had any contact with Senator Nichols, or any other political person, and there was no political thought or influence that ever entered the U.S. Attorney's decision on the Koch oil case or any case." While there is no evidence that Leonard dropped the charges inappropriately, new evidence would emerge that Koch employees had indeed stolen oil, even if FBI agents in Oklahoma and Texas failed to prove it. This new evidence was revealed thanks to the efforts of Bill Koch. After Leonard dropped the case in 1992, Bill Koch bankrolled a massive civil suit against Koch Industries, filed in federal court, using an obscure law that lets citizens file lawsuits on behalf of the U.S. government. Bill Koch was essentially acting as a whistleblower. He happily told journalists that the suit was just another weapon in his arsenal to attack his older brother Charles, and Bill spared no expense in making that weapon as dangerous as possible. He had tracked down Jim Elroy and hired him to investigate Koch's oil gathering business around the country. Elroy spent months combing small towns in rural America, visiting oil gauges in their homes and collecting their stories. Bill Koch's interviews were more successful than the FBI's in digging up damning testimony. The case went to trial in Tulsa in late 1999. The testimony was devastating for Koch Industries. During the trial, Koch officials admitted that they earned roughly $10 million in profits each year by taking oil without paying for it. Witness after witness described the Koch method of stealing oil. Jack Crossan, a district gauger for Koch in Oklahoma, described under oath how the company trained him to intentionally mismeasure oil. Phil Dubose also testified and said categorically that Koch's business strategy relied on theft. Tales of theft were told by Koch's own employees from Kansas, Texas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and New Mexico. A gauger named Ricky Fisher said he rationalized stealing oil just so he could keep his job. "You're programmed to think and believe you take a little from this man, and it won't hurt him," Fisher said from the witness stand. The jury found Koch Industries guilty of stealing oil between 1981 and 1985 from federal land and Indian reservations, and of falsifying roughly 25,000 documents in order to underreport how much oil the company was taking. The fines for Koch could have been enormous. The judge could have levied a $214 million fine just for falsifying the oil sale receipts. But Koch's lawyers were able to settle the case before it went to the penalty phase, paying an undisclosed amount. In 1989, Koch Industries had complained that it was politically unimportant. In a few short years, Charles Koch eliminated that problem. Charles Koch's high-minded political network of libertarian thinkers had transformed into an effective, diffuse, and highly specialized lobbying operation. It included front groups like Oklahomans for Judicial Excellence, a campaign finance network, and traditional corporate lobbyists. Koch's political operations continued to grow even after the legal threats ended in Oklahoma. The operations weren't just effective, they were perfectly designed to exploit the structure of American politics in the 1990s. By that time, the U.S. political and economic system had become one that supported big companies over small. A central feature of the political system was massive complexity, and mastering complex systems was Koch Industries' core specialty. The deep changes in America's political system began during the Reagan presidency, which was widely seen as an era of deregulation. But that was only half of the story. Reagan did succeed in cutting taxes and stripping away some government rules. Over 8 years, he cut the EPA's budget by 28%. He cut funding for transportation by 12%, siphoning money away from the federal highway system. He also reduced antitrust enforcement, allowing big companies to get even bigger through mergers and acquisitions. Reagan did this, in part, by naming attorney William F. Baxter the new chief of antitrust enforcement at the Department of Justice. Antitrust laws were an economic foundation of the New Deal, a critical counterbalance to the power of monopolistic corporations like Standard Oil. Baxter issued a memo to his legal staff telling them not to worry so much about the concentration of corporate power but to focus instead on efficiency and prices. This subtle change ushered in a wave of consolidation that swept across virtually every sector in the economy. But in spite of these actions, Reagan soon discovered that he could not dismantle the stubborn machinery at the heart of the New Deal. He sought to dismantle Social Security, but his plan died in the Senate, with a vote of 96-0. Medicare could not be touched, either. Together those two programs accounted for almost half the federal budget. The entitlement programs were joined by an increase in military spending. During Reagan's first term, the Department of Defense budget swelled 54% to $551.9 billion in 1985. This led to a toxic collision. Reagan cut taxes, but he could not cut spending to a similar degree. The idea behind Reaganomics had been that tax cuts would stimulate growth and boost tax revenue. But the federal debt ballooned from $1 trillion when he took office to $2.8 trillion when he left. The Reagan era created a paradox in the world of governing. Key rules were repealed, the free market was praised, but the size and scope of government continued to grow unabated. The trend continued under Bill Clinton. One of Clinton's first acts was to pass the North American Free Trade Agreement, a pact that opened markets in Mexico and Canada. NAFTA dramatically weakened America's labor unions. Companies once avoided unions by moving to southern, right-to-work states. In the 1990s, they began moving to Mexico. At the end of Clinton's presidency, he signed a law bestowing permanent normal trade relations on China, opening the gates yet wider for companies to shift jobs overseas. Clinton also repealed key banking regulations from the New Deal, like the 1933 Glass-Steagall Act, which created a division between commercial banks that took deposits and investment banks that gambled through speculation. He eliminated decades' worth of rules to restrict risky financial trading in commodities and derivatives contracts. Banks grew larger than ever before. All the while, the overall size and burden of the federal government continued to grow for most Americans and small businesses. A libertarian group called the Competitive Enterprise Institute marked the increase by tallying the number of pages in the Federal Register, which records rules and regulations. In 1986, there were just more than 47,000 pages. By 1995, there were more than 67,000. The burden of these rules fell disproportionately on smaller companies, the CEI found. There was no longer any clear consensus about the balance of power between government and private enterprise. The New Deal era was over, but it hadn't been replaced by a new laissez-faire system. It was replaced, instead, by a theory with an appropriately vague and misleading name, neoliberalism. Neoliberal policies sought free market reforms like NAFTA but retained federal entitlement programs and heavy defense spending. Its hallmarks were massively complex laws and programs that tried to thread the needle of unshackling markets while preserving a role for the state. Companies that could exploit this complexity thrived. Koch Industries did it as well as anyone. There was no better example of this than Koch's manipulation of the Clean Air Act, a sprawling set of rules that imposed a perpetual regulatory burden on oil refineries. Oil refineries were a prime target of the Clean Air Act when it was passed because they are a major source of toxic pollution like benzene and smog-producing gases. In 1970, the Clean Air Act put a strict limit on how much pollution the refineries could release. But a loophole in the act dictated that the regulations would only apply to new oil refineries, not the existing ones. Any refinery already doing business in 1970 was grandfathered into the era of clean air enforcement. This was seen as a way to avoid penalizing existing oil refineries that were built before the era of pollution controls. Congress appears to have thought that the grandfathering clause would be temporary. It was believed at the time that most oil refineries would last about 40 years before their equipment wore out. Koch's Pine Bend refinery, for example, was built in the mid-1950s. It might have been retired as early as 1995. The old refineries were not phased out, however. The opposite happened. Companies like Koch exploited an obscure bureaucratic program called New Source Review that allowed them to expand their existing refineries. The rule stated that any major new equipment added to an old refinery must comply with the newest clean air standards. But compliance was in the eye of the beholder. Oil refineries and their teams of attorneys fought over the definition of critical terms like new and significant. The refiners took advantage of another loophole. The Clean Air Act exempted new sources of pollution from regulation if companies could prove that curbing the pollution would be unreasonably expensive. This was easy to exploit. The oil refiners all cited the best available technology as the current technology they were already using. Any advances beyond that were arguably too expensive. This created a downward spiral. New pollution control technologies never became cheaper because there was no market for them. Oil companies expanded their existing refineries during the 1980s and 1990s, gaming the New Source Review program and prohibiting any new refiners from entering the game. The EPA, which enforced the Clean Air Act, pushed for the New Source Review process to be updated, but the update didn't happen. As a result, Koch Industries rapidly expanded its refineries in Minnesota and Texas during the 1990s without obtaining permits that would have limited pollution from the plants, according to data compiled by attorneys at the EPA and the Department of Justice. DOJ Attorney Diane Shawley later prosecuted Koch and other refineries for illegal expansion. The company was able to exploit the New Source Review in part by overwhelming state regulators who enforced the Clean Air Act on behalf of the EPA. The local regulators were simply not equipped to analyze the reams of data and legal documents heaped upon them when Koch was expanding. The same tactics were used by virtually all major U.S. oil refiners, Shawley said. The grandfathering clause built a protective wall around a group of companies that were lucky enough to be doing business in 1970. The clause froze the oil industry in mid-play, leaving the existing players to have the game board to themselves by making it prohibitively expensive for new players to enter the market and compete. The last large-capacity U.S. oil refinery was built in 1977. Koch Industries didn't just benefit from political dysfunction. The company used its newly expanded political operations to shape the government in new and innovative ways, using many of the same techniques it honed in Oklahoma. After the Watergate scandal of the early 1970s, Congress enacted a strict and complicated set of rules around campaign donations. Individuals and companies were capped in how much they could give to any candidate in an election cycle. Donations had to be disclosed publicly, potentially embarrassing both the donor and the politician. Koch Industries circumvented this system in ways that would become widely imitated. In 1996, Koch Industries created a non-profit group called the Economic Education Trust. The group did not need to disclose its donors because it was not ostensibly a lobbying or campaign finance organization. Koch funneled money through the Economic Education Trust to state and federal campaigns in Kansas and other states where it did business. In October of 1996, the Economic Education Trust gave $1.79 million to a company in suburban Washington, D.C., called Triad Management Services, Inc. Triad was supposedly a political consulting firm, but it had a strange business model. It offered its services for free to Republican candidates. A U.S. Senate report in 1998 concluded that Triad was a corporate shell funded by a few wealthy conservative Republican activists. Triad laundered political contributions in a way that was extremely difficult to discern from the outside. The Senate report laid out a basic picture of the money trail. 1. Koch Industries supported the Economic Education Trust. 2. That trust gave cash to Triad. 3. Triad gave the cash to campaign groups like Citizens for Reform, which, in turn, 4. Pumped money into elections to defeat Koch Industries' opponents. Koch Industries also gave at least $2,000 directly to Triad. Triad was a new kind of campaign finance machine. It acted as a third party that didn't directly donate money to politicians. Triad hired consultants who created attack ads for Republicans in tight races. Triad was careful in its language. It never used words like vote for, support, or defeat that might have triggered oversight from campaign regulators like the Federal Election Commission. Triad was particularly active in Koch's home state of Kansas. The company spent money on 4 of 6 federal races in Kansas in 1996, supporting candidates such as Congressman Sam Brownback and Todd Chart. Republicans won all 4 of the races in which Triad intervened. One of Triad's consultants, Dick Dresner, said that the campaign company was designed specifically to shield the wealthy donors who supported it. They use 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different ways so they aren't discovered, he said. Even if the names came up once or twice, the extent of their activities is underestimated. The Senate report about Triad's activities was a document of frustration. It conceded that the financial shell game behind Triad was so complex that investigators could not make sense of it even 2 years after the election. The report was clear in its condemnation of Triad's activities, however, and it sent a public warning. Most disturbing, Triad is poised to become a model for future elections. Koch Industries' political operations only continued to expand, but Charles Koch focused most of his efforts inside the company. In 1992, Koch Industries built the largest office tower in Wichita. The structure was located on the north side of Koch's campus and was constructed with dark granite and black windows. The building was the perfect symbol of Koch Industries. The stone gleamed in an enticing way but was dark and inscrutable. People soon referred to the new building simply as the Tower. The tower was a testament to Koch's growth and an expression of its desire to grow even faster. Koch Industries moved 2,000 employees into the building. That was more than triple the number of employees who'd been there when Charles Koch took over the company, and it represented just a fraction of the 13,000 employees who worked for the company worldwide. But even 2,000 employees couldn't fill the tower. Almost half the building was empty. The table was set for expansion. Charles Koch's office was located on the 3rd floor of the tower, on the north side of the building. His large desk was covered with neat stacks of papers and a telephone placed near the left corner. There was an oil painting of Fred Koch on the wall above Charles Koch's chair. Directly across from the desk, there was an open area with a conference table for small meetings and a small sitting area with a couch surrounded by chairs. The northern wall of the office was all windows, offering a panoramic view of the Kansas prairie and tall grass. The rest of the walls were lined with built-in bookshelves. These books seemed to be Charles Koch's prized possessions. There was a multi-volume edition of the Oxford English Dictionary. There were works by his favorite philosophers, economists, and historians. Charles Koch liked to tell people that true knowledge results in effective action. True knowledge was the important part of the equation. Charles Koch aimed to discover the truths undergirding society and business by reading all the books in his library. He wasn't satisfied anymore to borrow the thinking and methods of people like W. Edwards Deming. Charles Koch wanted to codify his own understanding of the truth. In 1990, he put a name to this effort. His set of rules would be called market-based management. One of the first things Charles Koch did in his new office was to get the rules written down. He hired two academics to help him, Jerry Ellig and Wayne Gable. They were both employees of think tanks that Charles Koch funded. The men had meetings and hashed out lessons from Hayek and von Mises and all insights gleaned from decades of running Koch Industries. They began to distill all of this into a framework that could guide Koch Industries in its next phase of growth. In 1993, the team produced a glossy booklet, 63 pages long, called Introduction to Market-Based Management. The booklet was an operator's manual, the rulebook for working at Koch Industries. Charles Koch taught market-based management with the same rigor that he had instituted the teachings of Deming. He held seminars for managers, and then those managers held seminars for their employees. Copies of the booklet were printed and shipped to Koch facilities everywhere. The unionized workers at Pine Bend sat through lectures about it. Managers looked at charts describing it and broke into small groups to learn it. A new vocabulary was disseminated throughout the company ranks. Employees didn't have responsibilities, they had decision rights. They weren't managers anymore, but process owners. The vocabulary was drilled into everybody. The words of market-based management were not simple slogans. They were a code of conduct that would guide life inside Koch Industries during the 1990s. This was a decade of explosive growth for Koch, a time when it would take full advantage of economic conditions that favored complexity and bigness. But it was also a time of dysfunction and challenge. Charles Koch liked to say that growing was a lot like the process of scientific inquiry. You came up with a hypothesis, and then you tested the hypothesis against the hard rocks of reality. You did this again and again until you found out what was true. The 1990s were a time that tested Charles Koch's deepest hypotheses. He believed that he had discovered the true knowledge. He believed he had cracked the code for building a prosperous and enduring company, but the hard rocks of reality would not be kind to this hypothesis. As market-based management was rolled out through the company, it would wreak its own kind of havoc. There would be accidents and spectacular business failures. There would be public humiliation and, worst of all, a host of criminal charges brought against the company. One of the worst debacles happened right inside the company's crown jewel, the Pine Bend oil refinery. And all of it started with the best of intentions. Balance said that a few other instances of oil theft were discovered, but they were isolated incidents perpetrated by very small companies. It was not the systematic theft indicated by evidence collected from Koch Industries. 2. During an interview in 2016, Senator Dole had a hard time recalling details about his relationship with Koch Industries. Dole was 92 years old at the time, but even at that advanced age, he regularly went to work at his law office in downtown Washington, dressed in a neat suit and crisp red necktie. Dole recalled working with David and Charles Koch, and remembered attending a fundraiser at Charles Koch's home in Wichita. However, the senator did not recall any events regarding Koch's oil measurement practices or the Senate investigation into them. The topic did not seem to spark a hint of recollection from Dole's long and storied political career. 3. Leonard is not related to the author. IV. Schmidt declined to comment on the case. Chapter 8. The Secret Brotherhood of Process Owners. 1995–1999. A business firm is not just a piece of society, but a mini-society in its own right. Introduction to Market-Based Management, 1993. Heather Farraher arrived for her new job at Koch Industries' Pine Bend refinery in the winter of 1995. During those long, cold months, the refinery landscape was frozen and bone-white. The empty fields surrounding the facility were covered in snow, and the sky was often slate-gray. The gloom was broken only by the twinkling lights of the refinery towers in the late afternoon when darkness started to fall. In spite of this barren landscape, the refinery itself was a vital place, full of life and excitement. Farraher joined the company as an environmental engineer, specializing in wastewater treatment. The refinery produced millions of gallons of water each day tainted with toxic chemicals, and it was Farraher's job to make sure that the water was purified, as much as it could be, before it was flushed into the Mississippi River. This was Farraher's third job as a wastewater engineer. She was only 28 years old but had already done 2 stints at large paper mills in New York and Alabama. Farraher's new boss was a kind and energetic young woman named Karen Hall. Hall seemed like a former hippie, a positive woman who was fluent in the language of environmental protection. Soon after Farraher arrived, she got a tour of the environmental engineering office at Pine Bend. It was located in the main refinery office complex in a U-shaped complex of cubicles and offices. Everything was wide open and bright. The offices had big glass windows. The employees called them fishbowls, which made the whole floor seem like one big collective space. And everyone inside it was so young. There must have been 30 environmental engineers, and most of them seemed to be in their 20s. There was energy everywhere, and it was more than just youthful exuberance. The employees had a sense that they were part of something big. They belonged to an enterprise that really mattered. Farraher quickly discovered why this was. During her orientation as a new employee, Koch Industries flew her to Wichita. She joined a group of other new recruits from around the country, and they were shepherded into the opaque glass edifice of the tower. Just entering the tower felt like gaining admittance to a secret society. It was obvious that not just anyone could get past the security guards in the hushed lobby. Farraher and the other recruits were ushered deep inside the building and delivered to a large auditorium. It would be inaccurate to describe what happened next as corporate training. Corporate training can often be little more than a gimmick, one that usually involves a captive audience of employees sitting in a meeting room while bosses recite a script of vaguely inspiring catchphrases, like, living with integrity, thinking outside the box, and, a sum being greater than its parts, which are promptly forgotten once employees get back to their desks and actually start working. This is not what happened in Wichita. Farraher and her new colleagues were told that they were being let in on a secret. They were about to learn the Koch way of doing business, and Charles Koch, the CEO himself, would arrive to reveal the secrets in person. Even decades later, Farraher would vividly remember seeing Charles Koch walk out onto the stage to address the crowd. He had bone-deep confidence, the kind that expresses itself in the weird way of making a man simultaneously humble and also completely certain of his beliefs. During such meetings, Charles Koch explained that there were fundamental laws guiding the natural world, the law of inertia, the law of gravity. These were immutable forces that dictated events. And there were also immutable laws that governed human affairs. History showed, inarguably, that the laws protecting individual liberty and free market capitalism were the only principles that could form the bedrock of a healthy society. The same held true for creating a healthy company. Individual liberty and free market capitalism were the cornerstones. These principles would guide every action of every employee inside the company. Commitment to these laws was a precondition to employment at Koch Industries. It was also the surest path to a virtuous and prosperous life. This wasn't a pep rally. This wasn't corporate training. As Heather Farraher would soon discover, this was her introduction to a new society. She joined this secret society eagerly. But after a year or so at Koch Industries, Farah was exposed to the dark side of this society, too. She watched while her bosses and co-workers broke the law and flagrantly poisoned the environment. She stood up and tried to stop them, and that's when the secret society turned against her. Farah saw firsthand how toxic a workplace could become when everyone spoke the same language and thought the same way, and how dangerous this could be to those who challenged the culture from the inside. She would lose her job, face the risk of doing time in jail, and have her career permanently damaged. All because she tried to do the right thing. Farah's experience was not unique. The conduct she witnessed was emblematic of problems at Koch Industries during the 1990s. Throughout the company, from the pipeline division to the Corpus Christi refinery and elsewhere, a common problem emerged from the teachings of market-based management. All too often, an emphasis on boosting profits took precedence over the need to operate safely or to obey the law. A belief in the power of markets created a disdain for the government agencies tasked with regulating Koch. And the people who didn't agree with the principles of market-based management were all but labeled apostates. Understanding what happened to Heather Farah is the key to understanding why Koch Industries racked up a shocking number of criminal charges and civil complaints throughout the 1990s, branding the company as a kind of corporate outlaw. When Heather Farah joined the company in 1995, she only saw the promise of it, the potential. This was years before the sleepless nights, and the federal agents with guns on their hips showing up at her doorstep, and the pressure from her bosses to lie to authorities. All of that came later. In the beginning, there was only the thrill of being part of something much larger than herself. Heather Farah had grown up about 35 miles north of the Pine Bend refinery, in the small town of Bayport, Minnesota. About 3,000 people lived in Bayport back in 1990. It was a sleepy community carved into the western bank of the St. Croix River. This was the kind of town where conformity was the norm and where neighbors quickly learned each other's business. But even from a very early age, Farah knew what it was like to stand apart from the crowd. She learned this from one of the people she idolized most in the world, her father, Ted Lawrence. Ted Lawrence described Bayport as a redneck town, and he made it abundantly clear that he did not consider himself a redneck. Lawrence commuted every day to his job in the city of St. Paul. He worked for the county's Child Protection Services, counseling abused children and their families. He and his wife, Henry, had 2 kids. The oldest was Heather, and 4 years later came her little brother, Stephen. The Lawrence household was filled with politics. Ted Lawrence made sure of that. He wasn't just a state social worker. He was also president of his local union. Lawrence spent hours of his free time working on union business and stumping for local politicians. He lived and breathed by the progress of the liberal wing of the Democratic Party, of which he considered himself a lifelong member. In September of 1966, the month Heather was born, Lawrence joined a march with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. from Chicago to the town of Cicero, Illinois, the site of race riots in the 1950s. Lawrence told the story for many years to come, a story that showed how common people could take action to change a public wrong. The Lawrence family often accepted foster children into their home on a temporary basis, giving them a place to stay before the state could find them something permanent. The foster kids were often minorities from urban St. Paul, setting them apart from their neighbors in overwhelmingly white Bayport. The Lawrence home was different. Ted Lawrence didn't just encourage his kids to be Democrats. He encouraged them to do the right thing. Even more important, he encouraged them to argue. It was always all right for Heather to argue with her mother and father if there was something she disagreed about, Lawrence recalled. There was lots of humor in our house. There was a lot of yelling in our house. Heather was a bright kid who always seemed to have a book in her hand. Like many first children, she was a rule follower who was a high achiever in school. She skipped the 4th grade and excelled in the 5th grade. She read far more books than were required. Also, like many firstborns, Heather made a point to walk in her parents' footsteps. During her time off, she helped her dad walk door to door and stuff political pamphlets in mailboxes and hammer campaign signs into the ground. As a union president, Ted Lawrence was on the phone constantly with his union peers, discussing disputes or arranging campaigns. Lawrence was amused when he'd later hear Heather repeat the things he said over the phone. Heather and her little brother, Stephen, had been absorbing it all. "That's what amazed me the most, was how much they heard of my phone conversations," Lawrence said. When little Stephen was in grade school, he could name every major politician in Minnesota. He had helped campaign for many of them. Argument was a form of art at the Lawrence dinner table. Ted Lawrence encouraged it. Family dinners became political debates, and Heather was expected to join in. Sometimes this rankled her. Ted Lawrence remembers an exasperated Heather asking him, "Can't we just talk about the weather?" "I said, no we can't. That's not how it works in this house," Lawrence said. Over the years, Heather Lawrence learned how to hold her own. She got good at arguing. In spite of all this, Heather's interests took her away from politics. She attended a summer camp for engineering students during high school, and she loved it. It catered to her aptitude in math and science. She got her college degree in engineering and left Minnesota for New York, where she took her first job as a wastewater engineer. After working in New York, Farraher moved to Alabama and worked at paper mills. She married Greg Farraher and took his name. That's when a recruiter called and told her about the job at Koch Refining. Farraher wanted to move back home to Minnesota. She knew that when she and Greg had kids, she wanted to raise her family in her home state, near her parents and friends. The job at Pine Bend was the perfect opportunity. During her first year at Koch, Heather discovered the kind of work family that people yearn for. Employees at Pine Bend tended to stay there for their entire careers. It wasn't rare to bump into employees who'd been there 20 years or more. The collegiality between engineers made it a joy to go to work every day. There was also a sense of great purpose. Everybody knew that Pine Bend was the crown jewel of Koch Industries. In fact, the Pine Bend refinery was at the center of Koch Industries' business during the 1990s. It was the primary fountain of cash that allowed Charles Koch to plow money back into the company and realize his dreams of expansion. That reality was made clear on the ground every day. It was hard to miss the fact that Koch was betting its future on its operation in Minnesota. In 1992, Koch launched a $220 million project to install new refining towers and other equipment that would make cleaner fuels like low-sulfur diesel fuels to meet new standards being set under the Clean Air Act. The project turned a large quadrant of the refinery into a busy construction zone, with armies of contractors coming in and out every day with heavy equipment. A year later, Koch partnered with Williams Companies, which operated pipelines, to build a new gasoline terminal about 30 miles from Pine Bend to serve Koch's customers. In 1995, Koch was considering a new $300 million project to build a mini power plant inside the refinery that would power its operations and sell electricity to the surrounding area. The production capacity at Pine Bend rose dramatically during this time. In 1985, the refinery was able to process about 137,000 barrels of oil a day. In just 1 year, Koch boosted that capacity 13% to 155,000 barrels a day. Plant supervisors were encouraged to operate machinery in ways that increased production as much as possible even as new units were being added. By 1995, when Heather Farraher was hired, the refinery could process 245,000 barrels a day. Just a year later, it was processing 286,000 barrels a day, more than double the amount from a decade earlier. The rapid expansion created strains on the system. Refining oil creates a lot of pollution. The refinery towers and stacks release streams of poisonous gas, while cracking units produce a steady flow of toxic water runoff. Every new barrel refined at Pine Bend only created more pollution. But the limits on these pollutants were not as flexible as Koch's marketing plans. There were strict pollution controls set by both state and federal authorities. The pollution limits were clearly spelled out in state-issued permits that allowed Koch to operate the refineries. These permits were enforced by a web of state and federal agencies. On the state level, Koch was overseen by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. On the federal level, it was overseen by the Environmental Protection Agency. Karen Hall oversaw the division that ensured Koch didn't violate limits on hazardous waste and water pollution. She also oversaw the wastewater group, which was composed of one person, Heather Farraher. Farraher's glass-walled office was located next to Hall's, so it was easy for Farraher to pop her head in and touch base with Hall or ask her questions. But it quickly became apparent that there were very few questions that Hall could actually answer. Hall had virtually no experience in the wastewater business and deferred to Farraher when it came to making technical decisions. This meant that Farraher was largely on her own. One of her first jobs was to get familiar with Pine Bend's complex water treatment center. The plant didn't just have its own sewer system, it had two. One sewer system handled wastewater, and the second sewer system handled oily wastewater that was more heavily polluted. These two flows of water were kept in separate piping systems, as the oily water was the more dangerous. Wastewater from the refinery was treated in a large sewage plant, which cleaned out pollutants. After that, the water was piped into a set of large ponds on the eastern side of the refinery, called polishing ponds, where the water was allowed to sit so that any sediment it carried could settle to the bottom of the ponds. Sitting in the polishing ponds also allowed the hot wastewater to cool and allowed microorganisms to break down pollutants that weren't caught by the treatment plant. After sitting in the polishing ponds, the water was sent into a series of small pipes that injected it straight into the Mississippi River. The refinery pumped about 3.5 million gallons of water into the waterway every day. It was critical, then, to test the water in the polishing ponds and make sure that the pollution levels there were not too high. Farraher oversaw these tests. One of the biggest pollutants that Farraher worried about was ammonia, which was a major byproduct of the refining process and damaged the environment in two ways. It was a nutrient that caused algae to bloom in overwhelming quantities, which choked waterways like the Mississippi. In high enough concentrations, ammonia also posed a danger to aquatic life, killing fish by damaging the tissue in the gills. Ammonia was also toxic to humans and other organisms. Breathing ammonia vapors, even when diluted, destroys body tissue and can be fatal in high doses. The treatment plant cleaned ammonia out of the wastewater in an old-fashioned way. It let microbes eat the substance. This process, called nitrification, cut down drastically on ammonia levels, but it took time. You had to give the microbes plenty of time to eat, and they could only eat so much. Farraher liked to cut the ammonia level to zero before she pumped it into the Mississippi. But that wasn't always achievable. Instead, Koch aimed to release water that was about 40 parts ammonia for every million parts of water, or 40 parts per million, as the environmental engineers say. Running at this level allowed Koch to stay within its permitted pollution limits. During Farraher's first year on the job, the water treatment plant ran smoothly. She walked from her office down to the treatment plant frequently, sometimes multiple times a day, to make sure the operations met her standards. She became friendly with the blue-collar OCAW workers who ran the plant. Farraher also became close with other engineers in her department. She and her husband, Greg, joined the Koch softball team. After the games, everyone went to a local bar to dance and drink beer. She was part of a team, and she loved it. Farraher soon discovered, however, that Koch's employees were all on one team, but not all teammates were created equal. There was, in fact, a stark division of power. The differences were not just the obvious ones that defined so many companies, such as the breach between the unionized workers and their managers. At Koch, Even the white-collar workers belonged in two camps. In one camp, there were the operations people. These were workers who ran the machines. In the other camp, there were the engineers, like Farraher. They were not considered part of operations. They were more like support staff. Karen Hall explained that the engineers on her team were like consultants to the operations people. The engineers were there to offer their advice and their expertise. But the engineers were not in charge. At the end of the day, the operations people decided what would be done. They pay attention to us, but we don't run the place, Hall said. Heather Farraher, then, didn't have any real authority over how the wastewater plant was run. She could just advise and consult with the operations people, who were the ones with the real power. The operations team that Farraher reported to was run by a 27-year-old man named Brian Roos. He was a quintessential Koch man. He joined the company in 1990, shortly after graduating from the University of Minnesota with a degree in mechanical engineering. Like so many Koch employees, his real education happened after college, once he joined the company. Roos started as an engineer in the maintenance department and then was moved to the new clean fuels area. He became a supervisor and eventually was promoted to a senior management position. Except, at Koch Industries, there was no such thing as a senior manager. Within the confines of market-based management, Roos was known as a process owner, or someone who acted like they had an ownership stake in the company. The refinery at Pine Bend was divided into 5 groups, which were known as profit centers. Each profit center was like a separate piece of property owned by a boss who was responsible for everything that happened within the domain. Koch measured the financial results in each profit center, which, in turn, determined how much money would be steered toward that profit center in the future. Brian Roos was the process owner over the utilities profit center, a division that included the refinery's wastewater treatment plant, boiler house, cooling system, and other equipment that kept the cracking units running efficiently. Roos spent a lot of time with Heather Farraher, explaining to her how things worked at Koch. She sometimes sat with him in the company cafeteria, where Roos spent long lunches outlining free market principles that undergirded Koch Industries' philosophy. Roos had an earnestness, a sincerity, that was similar to Charles Koch's. He was a true believer. But under the dictates of market-based management, there was an important divide between his role and Farraher's. Farraher was not part of a profit center. Environmental engineers like Farraher were lumped into a category of non-profit groups. Either non-profit groups were like a second-tier workforce supporting the core profit centers. This distinction helps explain a lot that went wrong at Koch during the 1990s. When process owners like Roos read Introduction to Market-Based Management, they were warned against using the non-profit support services too much. Because services like accounting and environmental engineering were essentially free to people like Roos, there was a danger that those services would be overused. The pamphlet likened the non-profit groups to government agencies that handed out free services. There was a danger that the non-profit groups might become bloated and overly expensive. The non-profits might therefore drag down the performance of the very profit centers that they were supposed to serve. As they grew in size and cost, the non-profit service centers would suck resources away from the parts of the company that actually made money. The predictable result was often a corporate overhead cost spiral, the pamphlet said. To counter this cost spiral, Charles Koch created an internal market system. Divisions such as Roos's had to essentially pay to use the non-profit groups. That way, the process owners would have to think twice about sucking up support resources. Of course, in some cases, these non-profit resources were all that stood between successful business and criminal conduct. Heather Farraher spent a lot of time walking around the refinery. She thought the equipment inside the control room was primitive. Most of the screens displayed only a digital readout of numbers. Much of the data wasn't even displayed but instead was printed out on a scroll of paper. The control room wasn't the only place that could use improvement. There were other problems at the refinery. much more dangerous problems, that had been left to fester for years. One of these problems was the refinery's sewer system, which had been decaying without repair. One of the operators who worked at the wastewater plant, named Todd Alto, had seen firsthand how the infrastructure was falling apart. When inspecting the sewer system, Alto noticed that the concrete floor of one section had eroded away completely, leaving nothing but wire mesh along the bottom. Shift workers routinely disposed of various chemicals into the oily water sewer, dumping large drums of things like naphtha and xylene down into the pipes. It was impossible to measure how much might be leaking out into the outside environment through the cracks and fissures below. Giant investments were being made at Pine Bend during the 1990s, and Farraher wanted some of that money to go into the utilities infrastructure, like the sewers and water treatment plants. But the engineers couldn't make such decisions, only the process owners. In this case, the decision would have gone up to Karen Hall's boss, a man named Stephen David, whom everybody called Steve. He was the boss of all the environmental engineers, but this still didn't give him the same status as a real process owner. The engineers were a non-profit center, after all. David was 42 years old and more experienced than Brian Roos. But David was still at a lower rank than Roos in the refinery pecking order. Farraher proposed new investments and upgrades that could be made at the wastewater plant, but those investments were delayed or rejected time and time again. All investments at the refinery were evaluated with one goal in mind: return on investment. The process owners would put their money where it generated the most profit within the plant. Investing in pollution control technology or sewer pipes just couldn't compete with investing in a new cracking unit that could increase oil production. New equipment was just too profitable. A big investment in new refining equipment might be able to pay for itself within 1 year. An investment in sewer pipes, on the other hand, might not be earned back for several years. Still, Farraher pleaded for new investments to Steve David and Karen Hall. She believed that such investments would benefit the company for many years to come. At first, Farraher thought that this argument might win the day. One of the great things about Koch Industries was how quickly projects were approved. There wasn't a lot of bureaucratic decision-making. But Farraher learned that only certain kinds of projects got approval from on high. If the payback of the investment was going to be less than a year, they'd basically give you permission and you could run with it, she recalled. If I needed money for wastewater treatment, it was like pulling teeth. It was like, why do you need that? That's not going to make me any money. Quote, at the Pine Bend refinery, Koch was allowed to expel an average of 8.3 kilograms of chromium every day and 714 kilograms of ammonia. That was the letter of the law. But Farraher also wanted to abide by the intent of clean water laws. Obviously, the intent of the law was to keep large levels of ammonia out of the nation's waterways. That's why the limit of 714 kilograms was set. But setting the limit at 714 kilograms did not mean that regulators wanted Koch to pump 714 kilograms per day into the Mississippi River. The state had set a maximum level of pollution, but the goal was to be under that level. The intent of the law was to encourage Koch to pollute as little as possible. With that in mind, Farraher designed a water treatment plan that kept ammonia and other toxins at very low levels. When it came to measuring pollution, everyone in her business used the terminology of parts per million to figure out how much pollution was leaving the pipes with each gallon of water and how close the company was to hitting its limits. If the mandatory limit was 40 parts per million, Farraher liked to keep the flow at about 20 parts per million. This was a habit that she'd learned at the paper mills. Doing so gave the company a large buffer. Treating water was an inexact science, and there was bound to be unexpected spikes in the level of pollution. Keeping the normal pollution rate low helped the company avoid busting its permit levels in case of an emergency. But maybe more importantly, running at a low rate of pollution helped the company meet the intent of the law. The point was to keep waterways and air as clean as possible. One day Steve David came to Farrah's office for a talk about the Koch method of wastewater treatment. He drew a large graph on a whiteboard in her office. There was a straight line that ran across the graph from left to right. That was the permit level. Ammonia levels could not exceed that level. Below this line, David drew a squiggly line to represent Koch's actual ammonia emissions. The line was squiggly to represent the natural variation in daily ammonia levels. There was a big gap between the squiggly line and the straight line. This represented that Farrah was emitting far less ammonia than the permit allowed. David pointed to the line representing low levels of ammonia emissions and said, "You don't have to run here," Farrah later recalled. Instead, David drew a new squiggly line that ran just below the permit level. David told Farrah that she could run pollution levels there, just below the maximum level. The goal was to keep the ammonia output levels stable. If they avoided big spikes in ammonia output, they could operate just below the level permitted under the law. Farrah listened intently. She understood what he was saying. Running pollution levels just below the permitted level might seem good for the plant. It was a way to avoid expensive treatment procedures. It was also a way to make sure that the plant was able to run continuously at high volumes. In theory, this plan would work perfectly. There was nothing about Koch's approach that was illegal. Koch could keep its pollution levels just below the legal limit and still operate within full compliance of the law. And the Koch engineers prided themselves on being smart and running efficiently. They were just the kind of people who could keep pollution levels right within the narrow band that they aimed for. But Farrah was uneasy with this method. It counted on things going just right inside the oil refinery. That wasn't how life really worked. Things started going wrong around June 1, 1996. The problem started inside a machine called the sour water stripper, which played a critical role in cutting down on the ammonia emissions that were pumped into the wastewater treatment plant. For some reason, one of the sour water strippers started to malfunction. Only later would it be discovered that a series of trays inside the stripper had built up a layer of residue called scaling that made the trays far less efficient. Unfortunately, no one at the plant was aware that this had happened. The trays were buried deep inside the machine, and they could not be seen unless the machine was turned off and disassembled. Doing so would require a partial outage at the refinery. Production would be interrupted. Output would fall. Sales would be hurt. The sour water strippers were allowed to keep running. Large levels of ammonia started flowing into the wastewater plant. Only so much of the ammonia could be removed by the nitrification process. The ammonia loads were overtaking the microorganisms that were supposed to eat them. As a result, heavy doses of ammonia were sent from the wastewater plant out to the polishing ponds and, ultimately, into the river. Doing this for too long would violate Koch's operating permit. The fine for doing so would have only been about $30,000, pocket change for Koch. But it wasn't the fine that was important. If the high ammonia levels still continued, then the legal troubles would escalate. The entire operation could be endangered. Brian Roos discussed this problem with the other people in operations, like Todd Alto in the wastewater treatment plant. Roos also talked with Alto's boss, a woman named Ruth Estes. These discussions often occurred when Heather Farrah was not around. The operations people had to figure out how to handle the high ammonia levels. Eventually they settled on a rather elegant solution. It wouldn't bust the permit levels. But it wouldn't require the refinery to shut down, either. From the control room, Todd Alito could pull back on the amount of water that was flushed into the polishing ponds and divert it into a series of large detention ponds on the far end of the refinery. These ponds were enormous. One held 22 million gallons of water, and another held 12 million. The ponds were a kind of catch-all basin for runoff from the plant, and it was not entirely clear just what was inside of them. The ponds took runoff from the oily water sewer and other pipes within the refinery, the cracked and leaky system where employees dumped naphtha, xylene, and other chemicals. A test by state regulators would later show that soil near one of these detention ponds was contaminated with mercury, chromium, zinc, and other pollutants. In June of 1996, operators like Alto started sending millions of gallons of water that was heavily polluted with ammonia into these detention ponds. The technique was known as stacking the water, and it had the immediate effect of helping Koch Industries. Because the ammonia-laden water was being stored in these detention ponds, it was not being sent out to the river, where it would count against Koch's permit levels. Engineers like Farraher were testing for pollution in the polishing ponds, not the detention ponds. Unfortunately, over the ensuing months, stacking the water began to present its own problems. Water levels at the detention ponds rose steadily. Soon, the water was creeping dangerously close to the tops of levees that surrounded the ponds. If there was a heavy rainstorm, it could potentially cause the detention ponds to overflow, sending a stream of pollution into nearby farmland and wetlands. Roos assigned engineers to figure out just what was causing the high ammonia levels, but they failed to do so. For a number of technical reasons, the engineers did not suspect that the problem was the trays inside the sour water stripper. Usually those trays were effective for many years, and the trays in place then were not very old. The sour water strippers were not shut down and disassembled for rigorous inspection. Roos and his team settled on yet another rather elegant solution to the ammonia problem. Once again, this solution wouldn't bust the permit levels and wouldn't require the refinery to shut down. The large detention ponds at the refinery were not connected only to the sewage system, they were also connected to a vast network of pipes and hydrants used for fighting fires. In case of emergency, water from the detention ponds would power hoses that could douse flames inside the plant. Fires are a perpetual threat hanging over oil refineries. After all, a refinery is little more than a giant collection of pipes and tanks full of flammable material under very high pressure. Everybody knows that one small flame, within minutes, could give birth to a conflagration that might kill hundreds of people and destroy the facility. To protect against this eventuality, every priority is given to firefighting. At the Koch refinery, a set of hydrants located throughout the facility could be activated rapidly, making use of more than 30 million gallons of water in the detention ponds. Everybody knew that the water in the detention ponds was polluted, and nobody relished the thought of spraying it all over the refinery. But extinguishing a fire took precedence over everything else. To keep it in peak condition, the firefighting system was flushed out about once a year. This task was overseen by the safety department. Safety employees would drive down to the detention ponds and open a group of special hydrants that drained the entire network of pipes used to fight fires. Doing so would draw water from the detention ponds, flush it through the firefighting system, and then spray it out of the hydrants and onto open ground near the refinery. This ground consisted of open crop fields and wooded land about 1 mile from the river and its surrounding wetlands. When the safety team flushed the system, they only kept the hydrants open for about an hour or so. It didn't draw down much water from the detention ponds. As water kept stacking up in the ponds during the summer of 1996, Roos and Estes discussed a novel idea. They could open the fire safety hydrants connected to the detention ponds and flush the water out onto the ground. They decided it would be a better idea to flush the water onto open ground rather than send it to the river, where it would violate Koch's permit level. Roos downplayed the risk of pouring ammonia on the ground. He reminded Estes that ammonia was often used as a fertilizer. "I grew up on a farm. Ammonia is a fertilizer, and that quantity is not harmful. We had a discussion like that, you know," Roos said. Roos and Estes never determined a clear policy about whether or not it was legally acceptable to drain the detention ponds out onto surrounding land. But in the absence of a clear policy on the matter, the desire to keep ammonia out of the river won out over concerns about polluting the land. On June 18, 1996, the fire safety hydrants were opened and water from the detention ponds was flushed out onto the land. The next day, the hydrants were opened again, flushing more water out of the ponds. Nobody told Heather Farraher. Every weekday morning at 7 o'clock, there was an operations meeting inside a large conference room at the refinery. This was a chance for supervisors throughout the operation to share information and pass around news from their scattered outposts. Process owners like Roos attended along with shift supervisors like Estes. Environmental engineers like Farraher also attended. During the fall of 1996, ammonia pollution became a topic of discussion. Very high loads of ammonia was still being delivered to the wastewater plant. Shift workers in the safety department were complaining about high water levels in the ponds. During one meeting, Estes brought up the idea that she'd discussed with Brian Roos. Maybe they could just open the hydrants and flush the pond water out onto the land. Farraher's reaction to this idea was immediate and unequivocal. That was not possible. With that declarative statement, Farraher gained the undivided attention of her bosses. She explained to them that dumping water on the ground violated their state permit in many ways. To begin with, opening the hydrants would be considered a trick, called a bypass, in regulatory circles. The state monitored Koch's pollution at an agreed-upon location, the pipes that went into the Mississippi River. Flushing the water out a back door and onto open land was bypassing this monitoring point, a practice that was specifically outlawed in the permit. But there was more than that. If Koch released chemicals into the environment, it needed to measure how much it was releasing and report those releases to the state if the pollution levels were high enough. 2. Because Koch didn't measure pollution in its detention ponds, the company might be pouring reportable quantities of pollution out into the environment without telling the state. And, more to the point, it was the wrong thing to do. Farraher didn't need to consult any manuals or state regulations to make her judgment. It was an easy decision for her, and an instant one. It seemed to her that no wastewater engineer would have to think very long about it to come to the same conclusion. But Steve David, Farraher's boss's boss, did not agree with her. After Farraher had made her point, David told the group that he wasn't so sure about her opinion. There might be more of a gray area there than Farraher was letting on. With that, the meeting broke up. Farraher left the meeting thinking she had clearly just prohibited the idea of opening the hydrants and flushing out polluted water from the detention ponds. Steve David might have said he wanted to look into it, but that didn't change the fact that she had opposed it. Maybe he could come up with some good reason why Koch could pour out ammonia onto the ground, but that didn't seem likely. And the language Farraher used was not ambiguous. This would violate the permit, she said. In other words, it was illegal. On October 24, 1996, Heather Farraher sent a memo to the environmental team and the plant operators. She told them that Koch would conduct routine pollution testing on November 4, which was a Monday. These were the tests that Koch would then give to the state to prove that it was operating within its pollution limits. Koch would test water at the polishing ponds and at other points within the plant. This was a routine memo. Farraher liked to give everyone a heads up about the testing. On Saturday, November 2, days before this test, the wastewater plant cut back its flow of water into the river. More water was sent to the detention ponds, which were already brimming. The next morning was relatively quiet at the refinery. On weekends the place ran with a leaner staff. Heather Farraher was not at work, and most of the engineers' offices were dark. Todd Alto was the operator on shift that day at the wastewater plant. He read the latest lab work on the water being sent to the river, and the ammonia numbers shocked him. A typical target for ammonia might be 40 parts per million. The lab results showed ammonia was dumping in at 110 parts per million. There were other problems. The tests also looked for pollution called total suspended solids, which measured particulate matter in the water. Koch aimed for 35 parts per million. The tests were showing 72 parts per million. I thought, this is not good, Alto later recalled. He knew that if water was sent to the polishing ponds, it could break the ammonia permit levels. So he diverted it. The operators cut the flow of water to the river from about 4 million gallons to 1 million gallons. Millions of gallons were sent to the detention ponds. Koch managers were aware that testing for the state regulators would occur Monday. Shifting the water flow would help them beat the test. During that weekend, an operator in the wastewater plant named David Gardner wrote in a logbook, "I hope these moves prove sufficient in light of tomorrow's annual toxicity testing." Estes was the shift supervisor on duty that weekend. She had many problems to take care of, but, by Sunday afternoon, it became very clear that she also had a crisis on her hands. There was simply too much water flowing to the detention ponds and a very real risk of overflows. The hydrants were sitting there, capable of being opened, siphoning off the water. She had a tool at her disposal to easily solve the problem. Estes remembered that Farraher had opposed opening the hydrants. But their boss, Steve David, had undercut Farraher in front of everybody. There did not seem to be a clear answer. And regardless, environmental engineers were merely consultants. As Hall had put it, "We don't run the place. They do." Estes had a clear choice on her hands that afternoon. It would have been basically, "Our pond levels are high, we're about to go over, what the hell are you going to do about it?" She said. At 7 o'clock Sunday evening, Safety Department employees went down to the hydrants and began the detailed process of opening them up. Soon enough, fountains of water began pouring out, flowing over open fields and into the woods and low-lying wetland areas. The operators went home for the night, and they left the hydrants open. When workers arrived around 7 for their Monday morning shift, the hydrants were still spewing water. Employees from the safety team then closed the hydrants, just as the morning operations meeting was beginning in the conference room inside the plant. The state of Minnesota later estimated that roughly 6 million gallons of water were flushed onto the ground overnight. On the morning of November 4, Heather Farraher was informed that the safety team had flushed out the detention ponds. She was furious. She had made it perfectly clear that flushing the hydrants was prohibited, that it was illegal. And yet Ruth Estes had gone ahead and opened the spigots, for 12 hours. It was only on that Monday morning, after the damage had been done, that Estes checked with Farraher and Brian Roos to make sure that flushing the water was kosher. Estes later told state investigators, "I talked to the environmental team and Brian about it, and essentially they also viewed it as a gray area, you know." But there was no gray area as far as Farraher was concerned. Heather was against it, unequivocally against it, Estes remembered. The group eventually decided to call Koch's legal team. They reached Jim Voiles, a senior attorney at Koch's headquarters in Wichita. Hopefully he would be a voice of reason who could help cut through the dispute. But Voiles told them during the call that he needed to do more research into the legality of flushing the hydrants. He refused to side with Farraher. Farraher went back to her office, and she was alone in trying to figure out what to do next. She did some quick calculations, trying to estimate how much water had been released and how heavy the ammonia concentrations in that water had been. This was essentially a guessing game because nobody had measured pollution levels in the detention pond. Ultimately, Farraher decided that the release was not a reportable event. There probably had not been enough ammonia released. But there was still a problem. Farraher felt that she was also required under law to report any pollution bypass releases. During the conference call with Voiles, Farraher brought up the need to report the bypass. That was discussed in the meeting, and the decision was made that that wasn't reportable. "That I was wrong," Farraher later told investigators. On November 16 and November 17, the hydrants were opened again, and water was flushed out onto the ground. This time, nobody told Heather Farraher. Heather Farraher reported directly to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, or the MPCA, as it was called, which was the state-level agency that enforced federal environmental laws. Behind the MPCA stood the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the feds. And the feds were not to be tampered with. The feds had the best attorneys in the field, and the feds did not hesitate to pursue anyone who violated the law. During November and December, there weren't any more heated meetings about dumping ammonia. The issue had been left to lie as an enduring, gray area, something that Jim Voiles in Wichita was looking into. There was no clear policy, and the ammonia continued to flow into the wastewater plant at dangerously high levels. A log notation in early November, for example, indicated that ammonia was flowing toward the polishing ponds at about 170 parts per million, more than 4 times the level that could keep Koch inside its legal limits. The operations team kept diverting the water into the detention ponds, which crept ever higher. During this time, something changed in Heather Farraher, something that might have escaped the notice of her bosses. It was around this time that Farraher began to worry that working at Koch Industries might land her in prison. Ruth Estes was the shift supervisor on Saturday, January 4, 1997. When she arrived at work, she faced a familiar crisis. Once again the water levels were dangerously high down at the detention ponds. An employee with the safety department complained to Estes that the ponds were about to overflow. One more rush of water into the ponds might send water spilling onto the nearby roads. Estes simply couldn't send any more water into the detention ponds. Estes called Todd Alto at the wastewater plant. She asked him if he could divert the water back into the polishing ponds and the river beyond them. Alto said that he could not. Estes did not press him on the point, but she also didn't know why Alto couldn't just send the water to the polishing ponds, where it normally went. Maybe the polishing ponds were full, or their ammonia levels were already too high. Regardless, sending water to the river did not seem like an option to her. The other tool available to Estes was the fire safety hydrants. With one order, she could drain the detention ponds onto surrounding land. But was it illegal to do so? Estes didn't know. Koch's lawyer, Jim Voiles, and Estes's managers had intentionally left the matter vague. For all Estes knew, Voiles was still examining the legal issue and might decide that it was completely acceptable. The only thing that Estes was certain of was that nobody had specifically prohibited her from opening the hydrants. It was still an option on the table. So she started discussing it with the operators. Farraher was on vacation and out of town, so Estes could not call her. Instead, Estes called down to the environmental engineering department, where an engineer was pulling a weekend shift. Estes told him that she was thinking of flushing the hydrants, but the engineer balked. He didn't think it was the proper thing to do. Estes soothed him with a convincing, but untrue, argument. She told the engineer on duty that Farraher had given the tactic the green light. The reluctant engineer said he would defer to Farraher's judgment on the matter. At that point, poor Karen Hall walked in, as Estes remembered it. Hall wasn't even supposed to be working that weekend. She just happened to pop into the office to handle some unrelated business. As luck would have it, Hall walked into the control room just as Estes was debating whether or not to flush the water from the detention ponds. As a lead engineering supervisor, Hall should have been the resident expert on whether flushing the hydrants was illegal or not. But Hall had been studious in her efforts to avoid expertise on the matter. Ever since she became Farraher's boss, Hall made it clear that it was Farraher who had the background and the knowledge to handle wastewater issues. Even when debates arose, such as whether or not to dump ammonia water on the ground, Hall avoided getting involved. When the issue was thrust on her that Saturday, Hall was not ready to deal with it. She vacillated, and Estes pressed her point. Estes said that they were in a crisis. There was no time to debate the legal fine points of what they were doing. The detention ponds might overflow if they did. I said, well, do you have a better option? If somebody has a better option, I will by all means be happy to do it, Estes later recalled to state investigators. Our options now: wastewater runs to the road, erodes the road, and ends up on the ground anyway, or I direct it somewhere where there's minimal impact. As far as I was concerned, that was the two options. Estes told Hall that flushing the hydrants was routine, they did it all the time. When faced with the choice, Hall deferred to Estes. Estes was the one who worked in operations, after all. Hall was just a consultant. The process owners were in charge. I just bowed to Estes's expertise, basically, so I figured she knew what she was talking about, Hall said. Estes decided to drain the detention ponds into a low-lying wetlands area near the refinery. We figured since there was already a pond down there and there wasn't any, wires or anything building up ice on and falling, that essentially would have the least impact of any area. It was already a wetlands area, she said. 3. This time, roughly 2.88 million gallons of polluted water were released. When Todd Alto was told that Estes had just drained water from the detention ponds and flushed it into nearby low-lying wetlands, it made him curious. He had never heard of anyone flushing water down to that area. He decided to go take a look. Alto walked along a tree line that bordered an empty field beside the oil refinery. As he did so, he witnessed a surreal work of sculpture. The fountains of water spewing from the hydrants had been expelled at such force that the water had splintered small trees and snapped their branches off. A cloud of water and mist had showered the treetops, which now sparkled with crowns of icicles. The raw power of the water was breathtaking. Heather Farraher returned from her vacation and went into her glass-walled office. She learned that, once again, Estes and her team had opened the hydrants and sprayed ammonia-laden water out into the fields and wetlands. The first time Farraher had heard about this, she'd been furious. But things were different now. Farraher had already spoken up. She had already told Estes, Ruse, and David that flushing waters from the hydrants was possibly illegal and certainly unacceptable. Farraher had even made the case to Jim Voiles, a top lawyer in Wichita. Voiles had undercut her. What was she supposed to do now? In early 1997, something happened in Farraher's life that made it even more difficult to wage this fight. She became pregnant with her first child. This removed the easiest solution to her problem, which would have been to quit her job. But how could she quit now? How would she and Greg support their child? Still, there was one thing that kept Farraher from going along with her superiors. She knew that the flushing was illegal, and by keeping her job, she was essentially participating in an illegal act. She saw only one way to move forward. She had to report Koch's activities to the state. Shortly after the January 4 flushing, Heather Farraher met with Don Creans, an official with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. She unburdened to him everything that happened. Creans was shocked at what he was hearing. He agreed with Farraher that the flushing was not permitted under state law. It was an illegal bypass and might have resulted in unreported pollution. Creans gave Farraher unambiguous direction. He told her that Koch Industries must cease flushing the hydrants. And if Koch insisted on doing it again, the company must first notify the state. This was simplicity. This was a solution. Heather had gone to the authorities and gotten an answer. One could have forgiven Heather Farraher for feeling relieved when she left Don Creans's office. It seemed that she had finally found a way out of her dilemma. The authorities had spoken, and Koch Industries would have no choice but to obey the law. Farraher had no way of knowing how wrong she was. Her problems with Koch had just begun. When Farraher returned to the refinery, she immediately spread the message, using the hydrants to flush polluted water must cease immediately. And even if Koch was considering flushing the hydrants again, there was no question that the company must first notify the state. Farraher sent memos to this effect to supervisors, and she personally told the news to Brian Ruse, Stephen David, and Karen Hall. On January 17, Farraher sent a lengthy email memo detailing the issue to dozens of employees, including Karen Hall, Ruse, and wastewater plant operators like Todd Alto. She even sent the memo to the safety department employees who actually opened the hydrant nozzles. The memo noted that Koch's lawyers were still exploring whether they could find a way to dump water from the hydrants legally. But the memo made clear that no hydrants could be opened without prior approval from the state. The memo also acknowledged that plant employees had been approaching Farraher with ethical concerns about opening the hydrants. This wasn't all that Farraher did. She sent another memo laying out clear and strict guidelines for when water could be drained out of the detention ponds and sprayed on the ground. This memo stated that if more than 20,000 gallons of water, a relatively minuscule amount, was flushed out from the hydrants, then it had to be tested first for pollutants. The matter seemed to be settled. Heather Farraher had gotten Koch Industries back into compliance. Now that she had informed Koch Industries managers about their obligations, Farraher composed a memo to send to Minnesota state regulators. She wanted to report back to Don Creans at the MPCA to let him know that she had complied with his orders. Farraher completed this memo, and she ended it with a clear statement that Koch would comply with the state regulators going forward. Before she sent the letter to the state, however, she was told to send it to Jim Voiles in Wichita. He needed to edit it. When Voiles returned Farraher's memo to her, it was almost unrecognizable. Perhaps the most salient change was at the end of the memo, the paragraph that Farraher had written to ensure that Koch would comply with state law. Farraher had originally written, "In the future, we will contact the MPCA if we need to put water on the ground for containment or high levels of permit pollutants. We plan to formalize a policy concerning this issue after we hear back from the MPCA and review all other pertinent regulations." Voiles deleted that entire paragraph. He had replaced it with the following: Koch is unaware of any statutory or regulatory duty to seek approval of or to report this type of discharge unless it is to surface water. It results in the release of a contaminant in an amount exceeding a reportable quantity, or could otherwise cause pollution of the waters of the state. Nevertheless, Koch wishes to ensure that it fully complies with applicable laws, regulations, and permits, and would welcome further dialogue with the MPCA on this issue to avoid any misunderstandings. The difference between these two statements was stark. Farraher had written that Koch would comply with MPCA's wishes. Voiles had written the company wasn't aware of any legal reason to do so. And now this memo was about to be sent to the state under Farraher's name. That's when Farraher decided to go above her boss's heads. Koch Industries had installed a hotline that employees could use to report an ethics complaint. After reading Voiles's edits to her memo, Farraher called it. The first man she reached seemed nonchalant about Farraher's story. He took her name and phone number and said someone would call her back. Eventually someone did. Years later, Farraher could not remember the name of the man who called her back. At that time, the head of ethical compliance at Koch Industries was a lawyer named Ben Burgess. Farraher spilled her story to the man on the other end of the line. She told him everything, how her legal opinion was being marginalized, how Koch was taking a legal risk by doing so, and about the troubling edits that Voiles had made on her memo to the state. Farraher even talked about the personal toll that all of this was taking on her. She was pregnant, and she was worried that the stress of all this might be hurting her baby. Farraher was having trouble sleeping. The stress was wearing on her mind and body. After hearing her out, the man in Wichita tried to soothe Farraher. He told her that the situation would be handled, and he insinuated that her concerns might be a bit overblown. He told her, then, to focus on her own health and personal life. He told me that I needed to be taking care of myself and my baby. You're kind of just emotional because you're pregnant, she later recalled. I never heard from him again. When the phone call ended, Farraher realized that she was on her own. On February 18, Brian Roos sent a memo to Farraher, Steve David, and an operations manager named Jim Jacobson. The memo was labeled, in reference to the water policy. The water policy in question was the one Farraher had laid out in the memo she had previously shared, based on her meeting with the MPCA. Roos informed the team that he wished he had been consulted before that policy was announced. He thought the policy was wrong-headed. Roos was particularly bothered by the idea that Koch would need to conduct pollution tests anytime it flushed more than 20,000 gallons of water from the hydrants. He said that these and other constraints were unreasonable. "I believe there is more red tape here than necessary. For routine use of the fire water for cleaning and flushing, we should not be required to go through this procedure," Roos wrote. Heather Farraher, once again, was contradicted by senior management at the refinery. There was urgency to this issue. The ammonia loads continued to arrive at the wastewater plant in alarmingly high levels. Once again, the water was being diverted to the detention ponds, and once again the detention ponds were getting dangerously full. The outcome seemed inevitable. Koch Industries opened the fire hydrants and spewed ammonia-laden water onto open ground on February 25, 26, and 27, and again on March 26, without seeking prior approval from the state. Two men who worked with the wastewater plant, named Charlie Chadwell and Terry Stormine, did not understand why Koch was dumping polluted water onto open fields around the plant. They were being asked to cooperate with the practice even after they'd gotten the memo from Farraher saying that it was unethical and possibly illegal. This was just one of many grievances among the OCAW workers at the refinery during the 1990s. It was an unusually tense time between management and the union. It wasn't all-out war like 1972, but wounds from that period lingered. The union men felt disrespected, and the work rules seemed to give them no job security at all anymore. The market-based management teachings emanating from Wichita struck them as a tidal wave of corporate lingo. In many cases, it seemed like little more than a smokescreen used to justify firing any workers that Koch didn't want around. The OCAW employees felt like they knew plenty about running a refinery. They didn't need to learn about property rights and process ownership. There was a brief strike in 1993, and it concluded without much of a sense that anything was accomplished. Longtime employees like Charlie Chadwell wanted out of the company. In April of 1997, it seemed like Chadwell's desire to quit merged neatly with a need for him to relieve his conscience about the ammonia pollution. Maybe he could do the right thing, and win a generous severance package at the same time. On April 4, Chadwell and Stormine paid a visit to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. When they arrived, they told a story that was even more damning than Farraher's. The two plant workers alleged that Koch Industries made a habit of violating state pollution laws. To prove their point, the two brought along reams of documents, operating logs and internal communication that spelled out the violations in inarguable detail. It was all there. The logs of hydrants being opened for 12 hours, the notations of workers dumping xylene and naphtha down a leaky sewer system meant to process only water with some oil in it, and other complaints about leaky tanks and pollution. Chadwell returned to the refinery and immediately told his bosses what he had done. He wondered if they might not want to negotiate his exit from the company. The state regulators were not very far behind Chadwell. They arrived a few days later. On April 8, 1997, Steve David, Farraher's boss, told her that the MPCA was going to send agents to the refinery the following day for a surprise inspection. He had been tipped off by a source at the agency. David gave Farraher clear instructions. She could meet with the MPCA investigators when they arrived, but she could not volunteer any information to them. She was to answer their questions with as little information as possible. Yes, or no, answers were preferable. The next day, the regulators showed up unannounced, just as expected. When the state inspectors arrived, Farraher saw that Don Creans was with them. He was the official with whom she'd met months before, the one who'd told her Koch needed to stop flushing ammonia onto the ground, or at least give the state prior notification if it did so. Koch had already violated Creans's command several times. Creans and his team of MPCA agents gathered up a small group of Koch employees, including Farraher and David. Kriens asked the Koch employees to take him on a walking tour of the refinery. He wanted to see the detention ponds and other sites. The state inspectors noticed that Farah was nervous. She seemed to be having a silent argument in her mind. Every time they asked her a question, even a simple question, Farah paused. She looked as if she might be comparing different versions of scripts in her head before responding. Kriens and his team asked Farah if Koch had flushed ammonia onto the ground at any time besides the incident that Farah had already reported. Farah said that she didn't know. She said Koch's safety department controlled the hydrants, not the environmental engineers. This was not true, and Kriens's team suspected as much. The state now had evidence of several other flushing incidents. Kriens would later ask Farah why she'd misled him, and Farah would not have a good answer. "I was instructed not to give you any information you didn't ask for," she said. She seemed almost surprised by what she had done. The state inspectors walked down to the detention ponds to inspect them. They walked near the wooded area that had been blasted sideways by the hydrant streams. Two of Koch's safety department employees, Gary Ister and Chris Rapp, met Kriens at the detention ponds and told him what Farah would not, that the ponds had been drained onto land several times after the incident. Kriens and his team turned to Steve David. They asked him if he had known about these flushing episodes. Had Koch's environmental team been aware that this was happening? David told them that the environmental team didn't know about the flushing until January, when Farah reported the flushing to the state. This was not true. David also left out the fact that he and other senior managers at Koch not only knew about the flushing but had held multiple meetings discussing the issue. One of those meetings had been all the way back in November, when David and Farah debated the issue with Koch's senior attorney Jim Voiles. David would later say that he hid the fact of the meetings because Voiles told him the discussions were top secret and protected by attorney-client privilege. Voiles gave David the impression that even acknowledging the meeting would violate the attorney-client privilege, which David was not authorized to do. This was not true, as David would later learn. Kriens and his delegation walked over to an area called the Coca Pond, a detention pool often filled with highly polluted water. Kriens had reason to believe that the Coca Pond had been overflowing its banks, and he asked David if a sewer mechanism at the pond called a sump had recently caused the pond to overflow. David told him no. Farah was visibly nervous at this point. The pond had, in fact, overflowed the previous Monday. Farah was part of a team that was now lying to the state. Without Steve David's cooperation, it was extremely difficult for state investigators to figure out how much Koch Industries managers knew about the ammonia pollution. The state had piles of work logs showing that the dumping occurred. But those logs told only part of the story. It wasn't at all clear who had ordered the pollution, who had told the safety department to open the valves. It was even unclear how often the dumping happened. The investigation might have foundered after Koch's team left the state offices on May 8. If nobody inside the refinery told the truth to investigators, it was all but impossible for the MPCA to figure out what was happening inside the refinery. This was how Koch Industries wanted it. Ernie Tromberg, the longtime Pine Bend operator and manager who retired in the early 1990s, said Koch's management team felt that the state had no right to know what happened inside the fence line of Koch's property. Managers obeyed a code of silence to maintain this wall around Koch's operations. They didn't talk about the company's business to outsiders. This was an unspoken rule among Koch's tightly knit team of leaders. On May 12, Farah called Kriens. She told him that Steve David had lied during their meeting. She was ready to help the state. On May 27, Kriens and his team met again with Koch's managers. This time David, Farah, and Hall were joined by Ruse. Once again, Kriens asked if Koch's environmental team had been aware of the ammonia dumping prior to January, when Farah had reported it to the state. Once again, he was told, no. But this time, Kriens knew the truth. During back-channel meetings, Farraher was helping him understand it. The state's investigation grinded on through the spring and summer months of 1997. Koch built a legal wall around its refinery, hiring criminal defense lawyers to represent the employees involved in the ammonia dumping. Jim Voiles traveled to Pine Bend from Wichita and helped coach the employees, preparing them for an intense investigation by the MPCA. Farraher kept going into work every day, as if everything were normal. She had very little choice. Her pregnancy was progressing, and she was always aware that soon she'd have a child to support. The happy days of her early career at Koch were finished. The sense of community, the softball games, the drinking sessions, all of it had disappeared. Farraher had gained a reputation. She was known to be the complainer, the employee who'd fought her bosses on the ammonia issue. Farraher kept her mouth shut at work during the long summer months. It was obvious what happened to those who did otherwise. Life had become instantly and thoroughly miserable for Charlie Chadwell and Terry Stormine, the shift workers who took evidence of Koch's criminal conduct to state officials and then told their bosses about it. Chadwell was reprimanded after cigarette ashes were found in a work vehicle he used. He said he'd been smoking during his shift but not on refinery property. He was suspended. His managers held disciplinary meetings with him. A Koch attorney interrogated Chadwell about his views on Koch's environmental policy. Chadwell didn't cooperate and claimed that he couldn't answer some of the questions because he had short-term memory loss. Chadwell called in sick after that meeting, and, in response, Koch required him to go see a company doctor who could evaluate his health. Koch's doctor referred Chadwell to a neurologist, who was hired by Koch, and the neurologist, in turn, referred Chadwell to a psychologist, also hired by Koch. The psychologist said that Chadwell did not, in fact, suffer from a memory disorder that would cause short-term memory loss. Chadwell became even more confrontational. He took a briefcase full of documents from the refinery and gave them to the state, informing his bosses about it after the fact. Koch suspended Chadwell, saying he would not be reinstated on the job until he returned that evidence. Chadwell started telling people that Koch Industries was trying to kill him. He said someone had detonated an explosive device in his mailbox, an act he thought was orchestrated by the company. On December 9, Chadwell met again with Koch supervisors. This time he said he had been lying about the mailbox explosion and that he simply wanted to be fired. Koch granted Chadwell's wish on December 17. He was terminated. News traveled fast around the Pine Bend refinery. Chadwell's story was well known. Employees like Farraher saw what happened to employees who worked with state regulators. On October 27, Farraher gave birth to her first child, a healthy girl. She stayed home and began a maternity leave that would last more than 2 months. The leave gave her time to think. She focused on her daughter. She trained her mind to avoid thoughts of Koch Industries. She thought the stress would only hurt her health, and therefore the health of her new baby. During the holidays of 1997 and the frigid New Year, Farraher kept her eyes and her thoughts on her little girl. But the problems at Koch came to her doorstep. On March 18, 1998, Farraher was home with her husband and infant daughter when the doorbell rang. She answered it and found a well-dressed man and woman on her front porch. It was the woman who would lodge herself in Farraher's memory. Actually, it was the pistol on the woman's hip that was memorable. The couple introduced themselves to Farraher as she held the door open. The man was John Bonage, a special agent with the FBI. The woman was Maureen O'Mara, an agent with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. They asked if they could come in and talk, and Farraher said they could. It didn't appear that she had much choice. O'Mara walked through Farraher's house with the heavy pistol holstered at her side. The pistol said everything that the two agents did not need to say. The full force of the federal government was now investigating the pollution at Pine Bend. Farraher was apparently at the center of the investigation. Farraher sat down with the agents and her husband, Greg. They asked her about her history at Koch and the issues surrounding the ammonia dumping. They told her that they wanted her to cooperate with them and become a state's witness. They also wanted her to keep her involvement secret from Koch Industries. In short, the investigators wanted her to follow the path that Charlie Chadwell and Terry Stormine had followed. They wanted her to provide evidence that could lead to criminal charges against Koch Industries. Farrah said she would cooperate. They gave her their business cards and let it be known that they would be in touch. As the agents were leaving her home, Farrah asked them if they needed her phone number. She recalled her husband saying, "Heather, they found our house. I think they have our phone number." In this moment of fear, Farrah called her father, Ted Lawrence. She told him everything that had happened. "He told me, I raised you to do the right thing. So tell the truth. You can sleep on my couch if you need to." Quote, on March 31, 1998, Heather drove to an office building where she met with the FBI and the EPA. She talked to them for 12 hours. Inside the refinery, Koch's defense attorneys were meeting extensively with employees, coaching them and questioning them as the federal regulators pursued the criminal probe. Farrah sat down with a Koch attorney named Susan Weens to go over the details of the case. Weens began the interview by asking a series of perfunctory questions, collecting basic information. Weens didn't seem to be paying much attention as she rolled through this series of stock questions. Then she asked Farrah if Farrah had been speaking with federal regulators. Farrah answered, yes. The look on Weens's face was priceless, Farrah recalled. She said, "Okay, you've got to excuse me." She left the room immediately to go talk to someone. In 1998, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency fined Koch Industries $6.9 million for the company's pollution at Pine Bend. It was the largest fine of its type in the history of the state. Federal criminal charges quickly followed after that. In 1999, Koch Industries pled guilty in federal court to criminal violations of environmental laws, both for dumping ammonia and for allowing leaks at the refinery to pollute the surrounding area with oil for several years. The company's plea spared it from fighting the charges in a drawn-out jury trial. No individuals at the company were charged with crimes. The deal allowed Koch to get off easier than it might have. As part of the plea deal, Koch agreed to pay a criminal fine of $6 million while also paying $2 million to Minnesota's Dakota County Park System. It was the largest federal fine ever imposed in Minnesota. Koch Industries also reached an agreement to pay a $3.5 million fine to the EPA. The guilty plea permanently damaged Koch's reputation in Minnesota, but Koch's attorneys could reasonably be credited with getting the company off lightly. The fines, while historic, would not dent Pine Bend's profitability or cash flow. Koch did not retaliate against Farrah by firing her. But she was ignored and felt shunned by management. She contacted the criminal lawyer Koch had hired to defend her and asked if he might be able to get her a severance package from the company. He negotiated a deal on her behalf. Farrah quit and got the severance. She never found another job in Minnesota, where she had so desperately wanted to raise her daughter. The Minnesota Pollution Control Agency offered her a job, but with a significant pay cut. She ended up getting a job in another state. After he was fired, Charlie Chadwell sued Koch, claiming the company violated whistleblower laws by retaliating against him. Chadwell lost the case when a jury decided that Koch had sufficient reason to fire him for his erratic behavior on the job. Terry Stormine, the other shift worker who reported Koch's criminal activity, said that he simply quit his job without getting any kind of severance package or settlement from Koch. Not everyone did so poorly. Brian Roos, the process owner over at Pine Bend's wastewater plant, was promoted to Wichita. By 2010, he had become a manager of strategic planning at Koch's petroleum division. Timothy Rush, the refinery manager at Pine Bend, became Koch's vice president of construction and refinery services, overseeing projects at both the Pine Bend and Corpus Christi refineries. Jim Voiles, Koch's attorney, went on to have a successful career in environmental law, leaving Koch to join the fertilizer company Mosaic. In 2013, he spoke at a national conference on corporate sustainability held by the National Association for Environmental Management. In 2016, he was a senior attorney for Chevron in Bakersfield, California. The illegal activity at Pine Bend was not an isolated incident. There were incidents of lawbreaking across Koch Industries, caused in part by a cultural bias toward maximizing profits and abetted by a general disdain for government. At the refinery in Corpus Christi, for example, Koch managers delayed equipment improvements in much the same way that Brian Roos and others hesitated to shut down the Pine Bend refinery to inspect the sour water strippers. In April of 1996, an environmental technician named Sally Barnes-Sollers went to state environmental regulators and told them that Koch Industries had been lying about illegal emissions of the chemical benzene, which causes cancer. Barnes-Sollers worked at the Corpus Christi refinery. The state had ordered Koch Industries to cut benzene emissions from the refinery. Koch had told the state it complied with the order. But Barnes-Sollers said this was a lie. The refinery was just hemorrhaging benzene into the atmosphere, she later told Bloomberg Markets magazine. Barnes-Sollers reported the high emissions levels to her bosses. But like Farraher, she said, she was sidelined. Koch reported much lower levels to the state, filing false reports that undercounted how much benzene it was emitting. Thanks in part to assistance from Barnes-Sollers, federal prosecutors filed a 97-count criminal indictment against Koch. The company disputed that Barnes-Sollers was a whistleblower, pointing out that Koch managers themselves reported wrongdoing to authorities when they discovered that a manager had falsified pollution reports. Most of the 97 counts against Koch were later dropped, a sign, Koch's attorney said, that prosecutors had been overzealous. A federal judge ended up fining the company $10 million for the violations and ordering it to pay another $10 million to Texas authorities to fund environmental work. Barnes-Sollers said Koch retaliated against her whistleblowing. "They were pressuring me to quit," she told Bloomberg Markets. She did so in 1996. Koch insisted that Barnes-Sollers had a poor performance record and her departure was unrelated to the benzene pollution. In Koch's pipeline division, managers delayed needed repairs to boost profits. Phil Dubose, the one-time oil gauger who rose to senior levels in the transportation department, said he was shocked at the sorry state of Koch's pipelines. They were leaky and poorly cared for. Koch often didn't even trim foliage that grew over and around the pipes as it was supposed to do to keep a clean right-of-way. The EPA sued Koch in 1995 for negligence of the pipeline system. The agency alleged that Koch spilled roughly 12 million gallons of oil between 1988 and 1996 and caused 312 spills in 6 states. The company was eventually fined $30 million for the pipeline leaks, which was the largest fine of its kind in U.S. history. The most tragic case happened in Texas. One of Koch's neglected pipelines began to leak butane vapors into the air in the summer of 1996. 2 teenagers named Danielle Smalley and Jason Stone were driving near the pipeline leak when it ignited and caused an explosion. The 2 kids were burned alive. Smalley's family sued Koch and won a judgment of $296 million, another record-breaking amount. The family later settled for an undisclosed amount. These fines and charges, combined with those for the ammonia dumping at Pine Bend, marked Koch Industries as one of the largest, most flagrant violators of environmental laws in the United States during the 1990s. But the judgments and indictments did not slow Koch down. This was a period when Charles Koch was focused more than ever on expanding, and expanding rapidly. The problems exposed at Pine Bend and elsewhere were not being isolated and contained. They were being exported. Other non-profit groups included accountants, the human resources team, lobbyists, and lawyers. 2. In regulatory parlance, Releases with enough pollution are called a reportable quantity, or an RQ. 3. While the area in question was referred to as a wetland, and was near the Mississippi River, the area was not on a list of state-designated wetlands. IV. Burgess left Koch after these events, and in 2002 he won an election to become a state district court judge in Sedgwick County, Kansas, where Wichita is located. He remained a state judge in 2015. Chapter 9. Off the Rails. 1995–2000. Koch Industries executives gathered for a secret meeting at an off-site corporate conference room in Wichita. They were gathered to be told about a new strategic initiative. It is safe to say that this meeting is where the problems started. The business leaders heard a presentation from a young Koch employee named John C. Pittenger. He was a new breed of Koch employee. He didn't graduate from Kansas State University or the University of Oklahoma. He went to Princeton University for his undergrad and to Harvard for his master's degree in business. Koch hired him from a consulting firm called Monitor Group, which was run by Michael Porter, the Harvard management guru who'd given some of the earliest seminars on competition strategy at Koch Industries in the 1980s. Pittenger moved easily in the world of East Coast money. He knew the latest management theories, consulting trends, and buzzwords being handed down by the Ivy League. He could have easily worked for any firm on Wall Street, but he decided to leave that world and work for Koch. He did this after seeing firsthand how the company operated when Koch had hired him as a contract consultant. Lots of other business school graduates were following in Pittenger's footsteps. Koch was hiring more Ivy Leaguers and MBAs than ever before. The educated business class was finally catching on to what was happening inside the tower in Wichita. During the off-site meeting with Koch's top executives, Pittenger helped explain how they'd be running their business over the next decade. They learned that growth would be more important than ever. It was time to expand. Time to take advantage of the economic conditions encouraging bigness in corporate America. In typical Koch fashion, the company developed a specific strategy to grow, one that came complete with its own vocabulary. The framework was called the Value Creation Strategy, or VCS. Every Koch business leader was expected to create their own value creation strategy. They needed to look for new companies to buy, new plants to build, and expansion projects for existing plants. This wasn't exactly new. Growth was ingrained in Koch's DNA from the beginning, when Sterling Varner encouraged his employees to keep their eyes peeled for investment opportunities. But the VCS regimen was different. Business leaders knew that Charles Koch would cut or increase their bonus pay based on the value creation strategies they delivered. Expansion was once applauded, now it would be required. This change rippled out through the ranks. Deals were proposed and sent to Wichita. Everybody wanted a big acquisition under their belt. Charles Koch had historically been merciless when it came to assessing these deals, but a certain bias toward acquisitions crept into Koch Industries' decision-making by 1995. Koch's own track record fostered this bias. Koch Industries' sales were roughly $24 billion a year, more than 135 times what they had been when Charles Koch assumed control in 1967. The profits and the cash flowing in the door seemed to be proof that Koch's philosophies worked. The company knew how to grow. The market itself had delivered its verdict. Charles Koch listened to that verdict. He pushed the company forward even more aggressively. "There's a tremendous focus on growth, okay," from Charles. "The whole thing is growth," recalled Brad Hall, the Wichita State graduate who joined the company in 1975. Hall rose through the ranks to become a business leader by 1995, allowing him to work closely with Charles Koch as more and more acquisitions were being made. As it turned out, Hall would spend many years of his life helping clean up the wreckage from those deals. It was wreckage that might have been avoided. "I think Charles got cavalier," Hall said. What resulted was a kind of perpetual motion machine, a company that grew and then cited that growth as justification to grow even faster. One employee, a rising star, would take this philosophy to heart. He was ambitious, smart, and determined to prove his worth to Charles Koch. His name was Dean Watson. Dean Watson joined Koch Industries in the early 1980s when he was just 22 years old, freshly graduated from Kansas State University. He was intense and physically imposing, standing 6'1", or 6'2" in cowboy boots, as he likes to say. He had sandy red hair and a competitive streak that seemed woven into his muscle fiber. He'd been a star on his high school football team, but an injury kept him from playing in college. When he was sidelined from the football field, Watson found another realm in which he could compete. He discovered that he had a mind for finance and complex systems. He took business and accounting classes, and he excelled. After he joined Koch Industries, Watson approached the world of business in the same way he had played sports, with the intensity of a coiled spring. He was a natural leader with a deep and commanding voice and a way of stating his judgments with supreme confidence. Watson could talk for hours about marginal profits and competitive industry dynamics and expansion opportunities. He shifted easily between abstract management concepts and microscopic operating details of anhydrous ammonia pipelines in the Gulf of Mexico. He didn't tell people that they needed to follow a business plan. He said, "We need to execute violently against what we've been asked to go do." Watson threw himself into his career. Koch was his life. He didn't know his neighbors because he worked all waking hours at the tower. And it made him very happy. He was part of something big. Watson was fearless, and this might be part of what endeared him to Charles Koch. Watson's colleagues and peers couldn't help but notice his particularly close relationship with Charles Koch. Watson dropped into Koch's office to share ideas and seek his mentor's advice. If he was walking past Charles Koch's office, Watson even felt comfortable popping his head in and interrupting the chief executive. On one occasion, Watson did so to talk over some arcane mechanics of oil prices. His door was open, and I knocked on the door and said, "Hey, Charles, I've been thinking about this," Watson recalled. And so we were talking about internal price transferring and the distortion of pricing in the markets, and I bet he spent 40 minutes with me, writing on the back of a sheet of paper, and we were drawing graphs and pictures and philosophizing. I mean, he was very, very open and very kind to me. Watson wasn't shy about challenging the people around him, but there was something almost disarming about it. It didn't seem like he was trying to exert his status but was just possessed by an idea. This alone isn't what propelled Dean Watson to the center of Koch Industries' growth in the 1990s. What propelled Watson was his track record in the business. He was named president of a relatively obscure division called Koch Fertilizer. In this capacity, he oversaw a fertilizer plant in Louisiana that Koch purchased when another company wanted to unload it cheap. The division also included a pipeline that shipped fertilizer north to farming states like Iowa and Nebraska. Running the fertilizer division might have seemed like an insignificant job to people outside of Koch. But Watson knew better. The fertilizer plant was an example of Koch's strategy for rapid prototyping, a phrase that Watson used to describe Koch's business experiments. Rapid prototyping was the process of trying new ventures on a small scale to see how they worked. It was the method that Koch used to branch out into different industries. Failure would be part of the process, so Koch kept its initial ventures small. Divisions like the fertilizer business were all learning laboratories. Koch Industries learned a lot with its fertilizer business. Among other things, the company learned that American agriculture had slowly and quietly turned into a fossil fuel business. This strange fact would launch the largest expansion effort in Koch's history. It was nothing less than a play to take over a vast portion of America's food system. Koch's fertilizer plant was basically an oil refinery, but instead of transforming crude oil into gasoline, it transformed natural gas into nitrogen-based fertilizer. It might seem odd that crop fertilizers were produced from fossil fuel. The reasons for this were diverse, but they had a lot to do with the industrialization of the American farm. During the 1990s, American farmers were producing more food than ever. Barn-sized combines and tractors tilled farms that stretched for thousands of acres. This system was entirely dependent on artificial fertilizers, because even the best, deepest topsoil in the Midwest couldn't support such massive yields of corn and soybeans year after year. To achieve the mega harvests, farmers applied a mixture of 3 chemicals to supercharge the soil: potassium, phosphorus, and nitrogen. The first 2 chemicals are mined from the earth, just like coal. But nitrogen is different. There aren't large deposits of nitrogen underground. Before World War II, farmers had to plant special legume crops to fix nitrogen in the soil through special nodules in their roots. This was time-consuming and complicated. But in the early 1940s, a pair of German chemists figured out how to produce nitrogen artificially. They invented something called the Haber-Bosch process, which fixed nitrogen inside a refinery using natural gas as the primary input. This was revolutionary. Nitrogen fertilizer became the lifeblood of modern farming. Koch's facility in Louisiana used natural gas to create a nitrogen-rich chemical called anhydrous ammonia. It used the pipelines to ship ammonia north, where farmers applied it to the soil. The fertilizer plant looked very much like an oil refinery. It was a knotted landscape of interweaving pipes and tanks studded with giant cracking towers. And the facility was operated a lot like an oil refinery. Koch Industries was able to apply what it had learned at Pine Bend and Corpus Christi. Dean Watson employed a team of natural gas traders to get him the cheapest possible sources of feedstock, and he used computer models to run the plant at peak efficiency, just as Koch's refinery managers did. The fertilizer business itself was a platform for growth. It was a listening post to learn about all the businesses that the fertilizer business touched. Dean Watson executed violently against this task. He met the players in the food industry, and he studied the markets for food and crops. Soon enough, he and others started to see how Koch Industries might compete in the food business. The entire food system appeared to be one immense machine that laundered energy from fossil fuels into food calorie energy that humans could eat. At the beginning of the supply chain was the fossil fuel, gasoline used by tractors and natural gas used to make nitrogen fertilizer. The next link of the chain were farmers raising crops and animals, using the fossil fuels as they went. After that came the food processing industry, like the grain mills and slaughterhouses. Finally, there were the grocery stores and restaurants that distributed the final food products. Koch Industries planned to insert itself into every link of this chain. Charles Koch had made his company the single largest purchaser of American crude oil in the span of a decade. Now his company might be able to do the same thing with food. Dean Watson was promoted from overseeing Koch's fertilizer production to overseeing a new division called Koch Agriculture. This division would be the cornerstone of a business plan that was so large in its ambition, so vast in its scope, that nobody outside the company would have believed the plan was real. Koch Agriculture first branched out into the beef business, and it did so in a way that gave it control from the ranch to the butcher's counter. Koch bought cattle feedlots. Then it developed its own retail brand of beef called Spring Creek Ranch. Dean Watson oversaw a team that worked to develop a system of identity preservation that would allow the company to track each cow during its lifespan, allowing it over time to select which cattle had the best tasting meat. Koch held blind taste tests of the beef it raised. Watson claimed to win 9 out of 10 times. Then Koch studied the grain and feed industries that supplied its feedlots. Watson worked with experts to study European farming methods because wheat farmers in Ukraine were far better at raising more grain on each acre of land than American farmers were. The Europeans had less acreage to work with, forcing them to be more efficient, and Koch learned how to replicate their methods. Koch bought a stake in a genetic engineering company to breed super-yielding corn. Koch Agriculture extended into the milling and flour businesses as well. It experimented with building micro-mills that would be nimbler than the giant mills operated by Archer Daniels Midland and Cargill. Koch worked with a startup company that developed a pixie dust, spray preservative that could be applied to pizza crusts, making crusts that did not need to be refrigerated. It experimented with making ethanol gasoline and corn oil. There were more abstract initiatives. Koch launched an effort to sell rain insurance to farmers who had no way to offset the risk of heavy rains. To do that, Koch hired a team of PhD statisticians to write formulas that correlated corn harvests with rain events, figuring out what a rain insurance policy should cost. At the same time, Koch's commodity traders were buying contracts for corn and soybeans, learning more every day about those markets. Koch agriculture was growing rapidly, but Charles Koch was distracted by a different matter. He was busy talking with lawyers in Topeka, where his brother Bill was waging a full-scale legal war against him. The lawsuit Bill filed in 1985, alleging that Charles Koch underpaid him for his share of the company, had grown into a sprawling legal sinkhole, sucking in dozens of lawyers, judges, clerks, and investigators. The reasons for Bill Koch's crusade were becoming increasingly hard to decipher. Was it over money, brotherly competition, the simple desire to avenge his firing? If the motivations for this fight were shadowy, then the tactics Bill employed were even darker. The New York Times later uncovered documents showing that Bill Koch hired investigators to pose as journalists and dig up incriminating information on Charles Koch. One investigator was offered a $25,000 bounty if he could persuade a national newspaper to publish damaging information about Koch Industries. Bill hired detectives to collect trash outside the homes of Koch Industries lawyers, and he later bragged to Vanity Fair that he'd hired an Israeli-trained former Marine named Mark Nezer to run security operations and use surveillance devices like bugs and cameras. Bill Koch's lengthy interview with Vanity Fair included the kind of excruciatingly personal information Charles Koch did not share with close friends. Bill Koch detailed his therapy sessions and the scars of his childhood. The Wall Street Journal published a front-page story under the headline, "Blood Feud." The first paragraph of the article began, "To hear William Koch tell it, his brother Charles is a liar, a cheater, and a racketeer." During the late 1990s, Charles Koch found himself consumed by the battle against Bill. His company was under attack, his reputation was under attack, and he faced the prospect of paying millions of dollars or more to his brother if he lost the federal lawsuit in Topeka. As these distractions swallowed Charles Koch's attention, his company was growing faster than ever. There was a secret group inside Koch Industries dedicated to expanding the company. In the late 1990s, Brad Hall was put in charge of it. This was the small team with the anodyne name of the Corporate Development Group, or simply, the Development Group, as most people called it. It was essentially a small brain trust located inside the executive suite. Very few people outside the company knew it existed. The Development Group was modeled on a new kind of investment machine that was springing up on Wall Street, called a private equity firm. These firms institutionalized a trend that had started in the 1980s, when investors realized there was more money to be made in buying existing companies than in creating new ones. The 80s and 90s were the era of mergers and acquisitions and so-called leveraged buyouts. Private equity firms borrowed large sums of money to buy companies, sometimes stripping them for parts and selling off their assets. Other times, the companies became a playground for business turnaround artists who swept in, cut jobs, cut pensions, closed money-losing divisions, and then sold the resulting company. The development group that Brad Hall oversaw resembled these private equity firms in some ways. But there was a fundamental difference. Koch's development group had patience. It thought on a timeline of 10 or 20 years, not 12 to 18 months. And, unlike virtually any other private equity firm, Koch's group had only two shareholders to answer to, Charles and David Koch. For these reasons, Koch made acquisitions like nobody else. It tended to rush into markets when others were leaving. It tended to buy companies only when they were distressed and no one else wanted them. Koch was accustomed to the wild volatility of energy markets, so the company knew that most downturns were temporary. The development group was the central hub of many spokes. Each major division at Koch Industries had its own development team, looking for acquisitions. Sometimes these teams made the deals on their own, other times they passed them on to Hall's central group for clearance. Being head of the corporate development group might have seemed like a plum assignment for someone like Hall. It was unfortunate, then, when he discovered that the group was a dysfunctional mess. The development group was bloated. There were too many people across the company looking at too many deals. And these people were not the right kind of people. Koch had begun to stock its ranks with MBA students from the best business schools around the country. Brad Hall spent a lot of his time trying to unteach these kids what they learned at Northwestern University or Harvard. And there was the cultural element as well. Many executives inside Koch Industries saw that a type of freelance culture was growing among the young guns. They were looking out for themselves, not the company. Charles Koch was not there to school these new employees. The company had grown too large for that, and he was spending much of his time in closed-door meetings with lawyers to fend off Bill Koch's latest attacks. The culture inside Koch Industries was beginning to drift. It borrowed some of the worst impulses from Wall Street, a hunger for high-profile deals, a desire for giant personal paydays, short-term thinking, and combined them with Koch Industries' mandate for growth. The value creation strategies were piling up. Brad Hall and his team were trying hard to evaluate them. But the corporate development group could not control the growth. A lot of the decision-making had been pushed out to the smaller development groups in each company division. They were out making acquisitions on their own. Koch Agriculture was about to make the biggest, and most disastrous, of them all. The largest animal feed maker in America was called Purina Mills Inc. In 1997, the company was up for sale. A group of bankers brought the deal to Dean Watson's attention. With just one acquisition, he could make Koch Agriculture a colossus. Purina Mills was based in St. Louis and had been around for more than a century. It was well known for making pet food. Almost everyone with a dog knew about Purina's products and its famous red and white checkered logo. But there was a giant part of Purina that was largely hidden from public view. Over many decades, Purina Mills had become the largest maker of livestock feed in the United States. This was a particularly vibrant business during the 1990s, thanks to a revolution in the way animals were raised for meat. The pig industry was emblematic of this shift. Even up until the 1970s, most pigs were raised in an environment that people would recognize as a farm. Pigs lived in hutches and could walk around outside. Pigs were fed grain that was often grown right on the farm where they lived. When it was time to slaughter the animals, they were loaded onto a truck and driven to a nearby sales barn where slaughterhouses bought the animals based on a competitive market price. All of this changed with the advent of the industrial pig farm. The hutches were replaced with vast warehouses that could hold thousands of animals at a time. The warehouses were fitted with automatic feeding and ventilation systems. The local sales barns closed down and were replaced by large-scale farms where farmers raised 10,000 pigs at a time under contract for a company like Tyson Foods. This transformation had an odd side effect. It neatly split American agriculture into two spheres. There were farmers who raised animals in factory barns, and then there were farmers who raised grain to feed them. Purina Mills stepped into this breach as the feed provider of choice, and it made a fortune. The company operated 58 giant feed mills across 24 states. In 1996 it sold 5 million tons of grain for $1.2 billion. It was earning gross profits of about $176 million a year. But 1996 was a down year for Purina Mills, a time when commodity markets were roiling. Grain prices shot up to record highs and then crashed again. The company lost sales because it had to raise prices sharply. Margins were squeezed. The firm lost $10 million that year. It was the perfect takeover target for Koch Industries. Koch looked at a struggling Purina and saw tremendous potential in the long term. Purina's national network of feed mills was unmatched. The underlying market structure that Purina served wasn't going to change at all. When markets rebounded, which they would, Purina could generate huge profits. This didn't mean that the executives who led Purina mills were excited about selling it. The company had a storied history in St. Louis and a legacy of independent leadership. Senior executives at the firm weren't instantly seduced by the idea of being owned by an energy company out of Wichita. Purina's chief operating officer, Arnie Sumner, counted himself among the skeptical. He had been with the company more than 20 years. He was a New Englander, a transplant to suburban St. Louis who still had a slight trace of a longshoreman's accent. Sumner wasn't a flashy guy, and he wasn't too impressed when Koch first approached the company. Koch's ambitions for Purina were vast. The company would transfer all of Purina's grain purchases to a central desk in Wichita, where they would become a trading desk to buy and sell commodities. These traders would be able to supply all the grain that Purina needed, while also supplying other major customers like Tyson Foods and Cargill. I think they thought they were going to buy commodities for the world, because they could do it better than anybody else, Sumner recalled. Koch also planned to build a new network of specialized, wet, feed mills that could process food waste into animal feed. Those mills would create whole new sources of feedstock for Purina, wet potato peels instead of soybeans, for instance. Purina could sell the feed through its unrivaled network of dealers. Because of these ambitious plans, Koch was able to offer a surprisingly giant sum of money for Purina. Dean Watson and others offered a price for Purina mills that included the value Koch thought it would produce after its improvements had taken hold. Purina itself was worth about $109 million. Koch would pay $670 million to buy it. Such a rich price was impossible for Purina's management to deny. Koch came along, and they made a huge offer for the stock, Sumner recalled. That's the whole reason it was sold. People wanted to cash out. We were all led to believe that this was going to be a great thing. Koch made one pivotal decision when it bought Purina. It financed almost the entire deal through debt. This was a stark departure from earlier deals, when Koch had used its own cash reserves to buy new businesses. It was extremely difficult to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars from one place, so Koch Industries went on a roadshow of sorts, convincing different groups of bankers to lend it money for the Purina deal. Koch ended up borrowing the money with two massive sources of debt. The first was a $200 million loan called a term loan that was provided by a network of banks. The second source was a group of corporate bonds called notes worth $350 million. Koch also set up a line of revolving credit in case it needed extra cash. Koch made up the rest of the purchase price with roughly $100 million of its own money in the form of equity that it handed over to the new Purina mills. The deal was closed in March of 1998. Koch wasted no time in making good on its investment. Koch employees began to infiltrate Purina's offices in suburban St. Louis. Koch had more than $550 million in debt hanging over its head, but the Koch people didn't seem worried about it. I think everyone within Koch thought they knew more than anybody else, Sumner said. It kind of got crazy. One of Dean Watson's first and most important jobs was to integrate Purina Mills operations into the broader machinery of Koch Industries. There was more to this than figuring out how to process Purina's payroll out of Wichita or how to train Koch's traders to buy and sell grain for Purina's mills. That was the easy part. The more difficult element was psychological. Watson had to figure out how to subsume Purina's corporate culture into Koch's. Watson referred to the entire acquisition, in fact, as a long-term culture shift play. The process began with a seminar in market-based management. Watson needed to teach the philosophy to Purina's top leadership, just as Charles Koch had first taught it to his own senior managers. The parameters of MBM demanded total conversion on the part of new employees. But Purina Mills already had a corporate culture of its own. You could call it the Danforth culture, named after Purina's founding family. The Danforth name carried a mythical reverberation that could only be heard by Missouri ears. The Danforth family was the state's equivalent of royalty, having mastered all three important realms of Midwestern civic life: business, church, and politics. The patriarch, William H. Danforth, founded the Ralston-Purina Company more than 100 years before Dean Watson showed up. Danforth's son, Donald, took over the company and became a fixture of the St. Louis business community. Danforth's grandson, John Danforth, was an ordained Episcopal priest who went into politics and became a U.S. Senator. The Danforths had their own way of doing business at Purina, generation after generation. Even the company's logo, a famous checkered logo with 9 squares, 4 white and 5 red, were a symbol of the founders' philosophy. The 4 corner squares in the logo represented the 4 necessary elements of human well-being, according to William Danforth: physical, social, mental, and religious. These 4 elements blended together to make a corporate culture that executives would describe as being like family. As such, employees were not discarded. If an employee's job was eliminated after he'd been with the company for 40 years, he could rely on Purina to find a place for him. He could totter into work until he no longer cared to. His joints would give out far earlier than his job's security. Such an arrangement was considered perverse under the philosophy of market-based management. Letting someone work past their prime only robbed precious resources from potential new employees. Shortly after Koch Industries took control of Purina, Purina's senior management team was called into a meeting. The executives arrived at a hotel in the Western St. Louis suburbs, where the wide windows look out over rolling green hillsides and the rooftops of suburban cul-de-sacs. Roughly 24 Purina executives sat down in the conference room. These were men who'd been with their company for decades, many of them with the white hair to prove it. They were not a class of eager college graduates attending a market-based management training session in Wichita. Dean Watson stood before them and explained that the first step toward being an employee of Koch Industries was learning MBM. Learning the philosophy wasn't a benefit of being at Koch, it was a precondition to working there. Purina's executives would need to understand the 5 dimensions to MBM. They would need to internalize Koch's 10 guiding principles, not memorize them, but internalize them. These principles included integrity, compliance, and value creation. Arnie Sumner, Purina's chief operating officer, listened to the presentation and thought it sounded like management consultant sloganeering. The nature of a good merger, in his mind, was when 2 companies meshed the corporate cultures. But Koch wasn't trying to mesh with Purina's culture, it was trying to eradicate it. The Purina executives didn't swallow it. They didn't think it was necessary to erase their neural pathways and start anew under Charles Koch's tutelage. Dean Watson became agitated in the face of this resistance. He got up on the stage and started screaming and yelling, Sumner said. He remembered Watson shouting, "Who the hell do you think owns this damn thing? You guys are going to do what the hell we tell you to do. If you don't like it, get your ass out." 2. If this was a sales pitch, it was less than inspiring. Senior executives began quitting the company soon after the meeting. They took retirement packages or moved on to new jobs. Watson seemed to realize his mistake immediately. Afterward, he said to me, "I really screwed up, didn't I?" Sumner said. Things started to go south for Purina Mills because of a change in government policy. It wasn't an OPEC-style embargo that unleashed an era of volatility in food production. It was Congress. For the preceding half-century, the world of agriculture had been remarkably stable. Prices for crops like corn and soybeans moved around, but they moved within a narrow band. The food industry was a lot like the oil industry during the 1960s. It was predictable. This changed in 1996. Shortly after Republicans took control of Congress. Newt Gingrich, the Speaker of the House, led the Republican Revolution, and farm programs were one of the Conservatives' first targets. Farm programs were the cornerstone of the New Deal. Back in 1933, farming was a pillar of America's middle class, but the business was whipsawed by violent booms and busts. The Great Depression had been the biggest bust of all. In response, President Franklin Roosevelt created an intricate system of price supports and crop quotas using pages stolen from the books of Soviet-style central planning but burnished with a patina of capitalistic freedom. Farmers had production limits, but the limits were voluntary. The guidelines were encouraged by subsidies. Many farmers got checks in the mail to ensure they let part of their land lay fallow. They got money for nothing. In 1996, Congress passed a bill called Freedom to Farm that largely abolished the New Deal farm programs. Subsidies did not disappear, however. They were simply replaced with a complex system of insurance payments and disaster relief. It turns out that virtually every year is a disaster of one kind or another for farmers. The so-called disaster payments turned into a dependable flood of cash to large-scale farmers. What did get abolished were the production controls. Farmers were encouraged to grow as much food as they could, market prices be damned. This caused a wave of volatility to flood through every nook and corner of the farm economy in 1997 and 1998. Purina Mills was sitting right in the center of it. Purina bought grain from farmers and sold feed to livestock producers. Both of those businesses rose and fell in wild and unpredictable swings, each one hurting Purina Mills in a different way. The brain trust of Koch employees around Dean Watson had to figure out how to respond, and they were utterly unprepared to do so. A lot of his team members were the freelancers, the MBAs from business schools on the East Coast or in Chicago. We had no depth when it came to local knowledge, which was our ability to understand the nuance of the businesses we were in, Watson said. Most of what we relied on was from the free agent markets. You had no idea how these guys and gals would react when the shit started hitting the fan. The heaviest damage started to emerge from an unlikely place, Purina's business selling pig feed. Before the deal to buy Purina closed, Watson had been warned about Purina's pig business. It turned out that Purina owned some pigs, which was odd. Purina sold feed, it didn't raise animals. Watson was told that Purina had signed some contracts to buy baby pigs and then turn around and sell those baby pigs to farmers. The idea seemed to be that Purina would lock in the business to sell those farmers feed as the pigs matured. Watson asked one of his lieutenants, a former Cargill employee, about the pig contracts. He told Watson that the exposure was limited. Purina didn't own the pigs for very long. It was basically acting as a middleman. As it turned out, Purina's exposure to the hog business was not limited at all. The volatile markets exposed that fact. In 1998, the U.S. hog market experienced a shock comparable to the stock market crash of 1929, a market convulsion that obliterated all the rules everyone thought applied to the business. The root of the problem could be traced to the very industrialization that created Purina Mills' feed business in the first place. Now that hogs were raised on factory farms, the supply of animals was enormous and inflexible. Farmers were raising herds of tens or even hundreds of thousands of pigs. When prices started to fall, these industrial farms couldn't adapt quickly. They had mortgage payments to meet on the big pig houses, and they needed to keep production high. Factory farms were a machine that wasn't easily turned off. The flow of pigs continued into the slaughterhouses, and prices fell even further. Then everything spun out of control. Hog prices plummeted, sucking the entire business into the ground almost instantly. The price of hogs fell from about 53 cents per pound to 10 cents per pound in a matter of months. When adjusted for inflation, this was the lowest price for pigs in U.S. history. It cost far more to raise a pig than the animal was worth. Purina Mills should have been insulated against this crisis. It only sold feed, not the hogs themselves. But with its decision in 1997 to start buying baby hogs, Purina had exposed itself to the risk of falling pork prices. Dean Watson began to discover just how large that exposure was. As one farm economist put it at the time, the rational number of hogs to own in 1998 was 0. Purina discovered this fact quickly. It bought baby hogs, and turned around to sell them to the farmers. But there were no buyers. The farmers refused to take them. The people who we were supposed to be selling the pigs to were basically saying, "Sue me." The people we had bought the pigs from were saying, "You're not getting out of my contract or I am suing you," Watson said. All of this ownership risk that I was assured didn't exist started to just come out of the woodwork. There was no central repository in which all these hog contracts were kept. That meant there was no easy way to figure out how much money Purina stood to lose. The company was discovering its contractual obligations with each new angry phone call that came into its pig division. One giant pig contract was sent into the company via fax from a large pig company in Pennsylvania. No one on Watson's team had been aware of the contract before it arrived. I remember asking the question, how in the hell can this show up in a fax without us knowing about it? Watson said, "You kind of get these deer in the headlight looks." In December of 1998, Watson was named CEO of Purina Mills. His job was to staunch the bleeding. At the time, he was still working at Koch's headquarters in Wichita, but Koch chartered him a private jet to St. Louis that departed each Monday morning at 5:30. He spent his weeks at Purina headquarters and flew home on the weekends to see his family. The hog market crisis raced forward faster than Purina Mills leaders could respond. And Purina could not respond quickly to the market convulsions because it was shackled with debt. In mid-1998 it owed about $557 million. The company had to post periodic payments of several million dollars just to pay interest. Watson tried to mollify crowds of angry bankers. One group of lenders, who had about $200 million on the line, traveled to St. Louis to hear Watson tell them how he planned to pay their money back. His ideas were less than convincing. In early March of 1999, just 3 months after Watson became CEO, the ratings agency Moody's downgraded Purina's debt. The likelihood of anyone getting their money back started to look slim. Watson struggled to keep his troops in line. The freelancers with MBAs knew very well that the ship might be going down. Loyalty was not at a premium. At one point, Dean gathered employees around him as he stood on a desk in one of Koch's trading rooms. He exhorted the crowd, saying, "Look, I've got to have everybody. All hands on deck. You're grabbing an oar to help paddle, or you get your ass off the boat, because I can't wait anymore." Brad Hall was dispatched from Wichita to St. Louis to start digging through Purina Mills' files and figure out just how big its losses might be. The picture that emerged was terrifying. Starting sometime in 1997, before Koch Industries bought the company, Purina Mills had hatched a plan to boost hog feed sales by purchasing baby pigs and then providing them to farmers to raise. The farmers agreed to feed the pigs Purina products. The company had locked in guaranteed sales, and it was easy money for a while. So Purina expanded the program. It provided more pigs under contract to big companies like Tyson Foods, selling more feed and then buying even more pigs. By the end of 1997, Purina effectively owned 6 million pigs, making it one of the largest hog producers in the nation. When Koch purchased the company, it missed this fact because it hadn't looked closely enough. The deal was too hurried. Growth had taken precedence over diligence. By 1998, Purina Mills was on the hook to purchase about $240 million worth of hogs that had literally zero financial value. Brad Hall went back to Wichita to inform Charles Koch about what he'd found. Charles Koch was just returning his full attention to the business. His months of distractions from Bill Koch's litigation were finally coming to an end. The federal jury in Wichita ruled in Charles Koch's favor in June of 1998, finding that he had not deceived his brother Bill when he sold the company. It was a complete and unambiguous victory for Charles Koch. He owed Bill nothing. Bill appealed the verdict and called Charles a crook in the resulting newspaper stories, but this was to be expected. The appeals went forward, and Bill Koch lost them all. Charles Koch wasn't given time to celebrate. The disaster at Purina Mills was awaiting his attention. Most people who have worked with Charles Koch have never seen him get angry. Charles Koch doesn't yell, or even raise his voice. During one meeting of senior executives, a manager said there was no fucking way he would comply with an order from Charles Koch. In response, Charles Koch simply closed his meeting folder, stood up, and left the room. When Brad Hall explained what was happening inside Koch Agriculture, Charles Koch became as angry as Hall had ever seen him. Hall stood in front of Koch and walked him through the pig contracting scheme at Purina. It was hard to guess just how much money Koch Agriculture would lose from its stake in Purina Mills. Koch was able to escape some of the contractual commitments to buy hogs. It might be able to hedge some of its other contracts. The losses might approach $80 million, or they could be higher, Hall said. It wasn't just the financial losses that seemed to enrage Charles Koch. It was the fact that Koch executives missed the lethal liability hiding within Purina's business. Charles Koch snapped. How'd this happen? He demanded of Hall. Charles Koch was incensed with Dean Watson and some of the MBAs who'd worked on the Purina acquisition, Hall remembered. Charles Koch was staring at a catastrophe, and one that appeared to have been entirely avoidable. Dean Watson's life was a rapid rotation of flights between Wichita and St. Louis, and conference calls with angry bankers and furious customers who demanded that Purina Mills live up to its contract obligations. Every assumption we had made had just been blown out of the water. "We're in just an awful spot," Watson said. "We knew what we wanted to do, we just didn't have the time to do it. Honestly, we were just like, holy shit." Quote, during one meeting, Watson was interrupted by one of his attorneys bursting into the room. The attorney had just tried to call one of his counterparts in Wichita and was told that nobody in Wichita could speak to him. "What do you mean they can't talk to you?" Watson remembers asking. The attorney said there had been an order given from on high in Wichita. All communication between Wichita and Purina Mills must cease. Another executive came into the office with a worried look on his face. He told Watson that he too had been cut off from talking with a counterpart at Koch Industries. 4 or 5 senior people gathered in Watson's office, wondering how to move forward. Watson did the only thing he knew to do. He called Charles Koch to ask what was going on. He said, "Well, we're doing this for the protection of Koch Industries. We need to narrow the scope of the interface. You will be given a person that you can talk to, so all your communication will go through that person," Watson recalled. Watson felt that Charles Koch made the right decision for Koch Industries. It was important to protect Koch from the burning building that was Purina. But Watson still argued against the move. He didn't think it would help Purina survive. Charles Koch tried to calm his young protégé. He chuckled, in that laugh of his, and he goes, "Dean, don't worry. Everything will be all right," Watson remembered. That was the last thing I ever heard from Charles Koch. Watson was in Wisconsin, attending one of the countless pig meetings, when he got a phone call. His attendance was requested at the Crestview Country Club in Wichita. He needed to meet with the 3 men who comprised Purina Mills' board of directors. The men had been appointed by Koch Industries, and they were not friendly toward Watson. They were the only people who could fire him. Watson arrived early at the country club. The parking lot was nearly empty. Watson spotted a car there that he knew belonged to one of Koch's directors. He peered inside the car windows and saw 3 suitcases in the back. That meant the directors would be catching a flight to St. Louis directly after the meeting. It was likely to be a short encounter. Watson had no illusions about what was underway. "I've been in business a long time. "I've seen what happens at Koch," he said. Watson walked into the spacious clubhouse and proceeded up a flight of stairs to a meeting room often used by Koch. The room had big windows looking out over a putting green. The three directors were waiting for him. I said, "Okay, boys. Let's get this over with." Quote, Watson was fired from Purina Mills at that meeting. But he still worked for Koch Industries. He was told at the country club that he needed to go to Koch headquarters to speak with Bill Hanna, the president of the company. Hanna ran the company while Charles Koch was preoccupied with his legal troubles in Wichita. Hanna also sat in on the key meetings about Koch agriculture and oversaw many of the vital decisions for the business. He had been a mentor to Watson and told Watson that he was an example of what a Koch employee should be, an example who should be emulated by other business leaders. The meeting with Hanna was also short. He told me, "I never believed in what you were doing. You and Charles were so far out there, I kind of let you go," Watson remembered. The second thing he said is that, "I've talked to everybody else, and nobody else wants you." Quote, none of the other business divisions at Koch would hire Watson. After breaking this news, Hanna complained about a knee problem he was having and made other small talk. Then Watson was shown out. The meeting lasted about 5 minutes. 20-year career. Just, boom. Just like that, Watson returned to negotiate his severance package, doing so across the table from an old drinking buddy. Both times Watson was in the office, Charles Koch's door was closed. The day he was fired, Watson returned home. His wife was having a garage sale. He told her the news. That morning, he had been CEO of one of Koch's largest and fastest growing divisions. He joked with his wife that he'd gone from CEO to head of floor sales on the driveway. Even 15 years later, the pain of this was still raw for Watson. He hashed over the details of the Purina collapse in his mind, trying to figure out exactly how he could have stopped it. In a fundamental way, Koch Industries was still his life, even though he was no longer there. "I swear to you, it still haunts me to this day," he said. Watson never lost respect for Charles Koch and always spoke fondly of his old mentor. He never lost respect for Charles Koch's philosophy. Watson had been one of market-based management's brightest pupils, and he always believed in its principles. The markets levied their verdict, and their verdict was sometimes harsh. It was never forgiving. He abided by the laws of the markets. "Oh, it's ruthless. It'll absolutely rip your heart out." There was only one way that Purina Mills might survive without declaring bankruptcy and defaulting on loans that Koch had taken to fund its purchase, an influx of money from Koch Industries. Purina's leaders made a compelling case to Koch. If Koch would just invest more money, Purina could weather the downturn. In just a year or two, Purina might be able to emerge stronger than ever. Koch had owned the firm for barely a year and had invested more than $100 million of its own money. Surely Charles Koch didn't want to lose that entire investment by sending Purina into bankruptcy. True knowledge results in effective action, as Charles Koch liked to say. Pouring money into a failing business venture like Purina Mills would not change the market's verdict. Doing so would only steer that money away from other ventures where it could be more profitably invested. It was better to let the thing die, no matter the short-term pain that might be inflicted. This was one of the principles of market-based management. What good were principles if you abandoned them when tested? In late August of 1999, Koch Industries informed Purina that it would get no extra money from Wichita. Koch owed Purina nothing. Soon after, Purina failed to pay $15.75 million in interest expenses that were due. 2 weeks later, it failed to pay $2.1 million in principal payments. When Purina blew through its payment dates and became delinquent, it set off a cataclysmic chain of events. The banks accelerated their payment demands rather than giving Purina more breathing room. The lenders were desperate to get whatever money they could while the firm was still solvent. The frenzy only ended on October 28, when Purina filed for bankruptcy. With Purina in Chapter 11, Koch Industries stood to lose its $100 million investment. The bankers stood to lose much more. And they did not accept this fact easily, in part because they knew how much money Charles Koch had. Charles Koch's wealth was well known in spite of his penchant for secrecy. Forbes magazine publicized Charles Koch's status as a billionaire and Bill Koch's extensive litigation that dragged the family's finances into a public courtroom. Press reports from the Wichita Eagle to the Wall Street Journal showed that Koch Industries enjoyed billions of dollars in revenue each year. This was one of the reasons bankers had been willing to risk more than $500 million to finance the Purina Mills acquisition. Now Charles Koch was telling them they would have to kiss that money goodbye. He wouldn't pay them back. Koch appeared to have structured the deal in a way that protected it from the bankers' claims. Koch used debt that was called non-recourse debt, meaning that lenders could not collect the debt from Koch Industries itself. They had no recourse against the parent company. They could only collect debt against the assets of Purina Mills. But there was a way around this clause. It was called piercing the corporate veil. Piercing the corporate veil is one of those arcane strategies known only to a small subset of deal makers and lawyers whose careers took off during the merger boom of the 1980s and 1990s. A banker can pierce the veil by showing that non-recourse debt was actually a sham used by a borrower to escape liability. For non-recourse debt to be justified, the parent company needed to be truly independent from the entity borrowing the money. Lawyers pored over the details of the Purina acquisition with the goal of proving one argument, that Purina was essentially a division of Koch Industries, not an independent company. If they could show that Koch was responsible for what happened at Purina, then Koch would be on the hook for Purina's bad debt. This was not a particularly hard case to prove. Dean Watson, for example, had been Purina's CEO. But had he ever truly been independent from Koch Industries? When Watson was in trouble, he called Wichita. Purina's payroll was processed in Wichita, along with other administrative functions. One of Purina's most vital business activities, buying the grain to make its feed, had been shifted to Koch Industries' trading floor. It was impossible to make the argument that Koch was not fundamentally involved in Purina's daily operations. The banks would sue Koch in order to pierce the veil, and going to court was a risky proposition for Koch Industries. Piercing the veil was a binary proposition: either the bankers pierced the veil, or they did not. With a single verdict, a bankruptcy judge could expose Koch to enormous liabilities. If Koch lost the court battle, it could also affect the entire system that Charles Koch built over 30 years. By the late 1990s, the company was an impossibly dense interlocking set of supposedly independent subsidiaries and joint ventures. This arrangement allowed Koch to become enormous by swallowing up dozens of smaller companies while shielding it from the full liability of owning each of those companies. If a Koch subsidiary went bankrupt, then Koch would only lose its investment in that subsidiary. It wouldn't be on the hook for all the debt and outstanding obligations of that subsidiary. But if banks in the Purina bankruptcy pierced the veil, it could call into question the walls between all of Koch's divisions. Imagine all the Koch subsidiaries, said the financier who worked on the Purina bankruptcy. The last thing Koch wants to do is guarantee all the obligations of these entities. Lawyers working for the banks determined that their case was strong enough to make it past the first hurdles of a lawsuit. This meant that Koch faced the real risk of trial, and the bankers' negotiating team highlighted this risk to Koch's attorneys. The negotiators dropped the word litigation a lot. They made it clear what kind of dirty laundry would be dragged into open court. They emphasized just how eager they were to file a complaint. In short, they leveraged the legal threat into a bargaining chip. Koch finally agreed to pay $60 million to help Purina emerge from bankruptcy in a stronger position. This was a coup for the banks. A worst-case scenario for Koch was losing its entire investment in Purina of $100 million. By the end of its negotiations with the creditors, Koch lost all that money and paid an extra $60 million on top of it. This failure would reshape Koch Industries going forward. The company fortified its corporate veil, creating a corporate structure that was even more complex and opaque than before. Koch called its divisions companies, and treated them like independent entities to make sure the veil was strong. Koch might publicly claim that its various business units had so much autonomy only due to the tenets of market-based management. But the real reason was to avoid liability. After the banks were paid off, Charles Koch began to dismantle Koch Agriculture. It was a very public failure. For the first time in memory, Koch Industries made sweeping staff cuts in Wichita. Roughly 500 employees and 300 contractors lost their jobs. Many of those jobs were at the highest reaches of the company. Brad Hall gutted Koch's development group, for example, firing most of its employees. The group had grown bloated, unwieldy, and ineffective. So had many other parts of the company. I told Charles, we ought to be in the Harvard Business Review as an example of piss-poor management, Hall recalled. The investigators were hired by a firm called Decision Strategies International, which was under retainer, according to documents uncovered by the Times. 2. Dean Watson did not remember this encounter. He said it was rare for him to lose his temper at work, and if he did lose his temper, it would have run counter to the teachings of MBM, which does not seek to coerce or control employees. Chapter 10. The Failure. 2000. Charles Koch drove himself to work every day. He was a billionaire, but he still drove a sensible sedan to the office. He arrived at the tower early and often walked up the back stairwell to his office on the 3rd floor. Charles was the most powerful person in the company. During the course of his day, he seldom encountered people who were not directly answerable to his authority. But as he climbed the stairs to work, and as he sat at his desk and looked out over the flat grasses north of Wichita, it could be said that Charles was, in many important ways, a failure. The previous decade had been a public embarrassment. To the degree that Koch Industries was written about in the popular press, the stories tended to focus on Koch's lawbreaking and litigation. To the degree that Charles Koch himself was written about, he was described as a character in a pathetic family feud that showed just how crazy billionaires could be. To the degree that Charles Koch's tenure as CEO was written about, it was hard not to question how effective his leadership had been. He had spent years honing a management philosophy that had sown problems throughout the company. Oil gauges interpreted Koch's push for continuous improvement as a reason to steal from Koch's customers. The refinery managers had interpreted Koch's push for profit centers as a reason to dump pollution into wetlands and delay investments that would have reduced pollution. The common teachings of MBM had too often turned into a language of groupthink, prompting managers to persecute whistleblowers rather than heed their important warnings. MBM's focus on growth had encouraged irresponsible acquisitions that piled up losses and public failures like the collapse of Purina Mills. Koch Industries was flush with cash, thanks to the heavily subsidized and regulated oil markets that were its core business, but the failure of Koch Agriculture seemed to prove that MBM was not, in fact, a blueprint for running successful ventures in other business sectors. This mattered to Charles Koch. He believed that the CEO was ultimately responsible for a company's conduct. If a company was dysfunctional, the leadership was to blame. As he said when he was being deposed by Senate investigators, 90% of the problems in industry are caused by management, not by the worker. The main management is the one that should be fired, if there's a problem. According to this logic, there was a reasonable argument to be made that Charles Koch should be fired. Charles Koch said that the late 1990s were one of the most difficult times of his life. The worst was when we had that trial, where we were being sued by a family and stockholders and all this stuff, he recalled. And I'm thinking, God, look, all the money we've made and this is what we get. So it was depressing. It took me a while to adjust to that. Still, every day, Charles Koch drove himself into work. He parked his sensible sedan in the employee lot, and ascended the back stairwell and stationed himself at his desk very early. He left very late in the evening, and he often took a briefcase home to review papers during his off hours. And during the long days of his workweek, as he sat at his desk, Charles Koch saw something that nobody else could see. He could see Koch Industries for what it really was. The company was intentionally opaque and secretive, and its complex network of divisions and subsidiaries was so diffuse that even some senior people at the company were not aware of the full organizational structure. But there was one focal point from which the whole machine could be observed, and that point was Charles Koch's desk. He was the only one who could see the entire machine for what it was. And he believed in it. Charles Koch was in a position to see the seeds of strength in Koch Industries, seeds that might have been overlooked by other people during the turmoil of the 1990s. He saw all the elements that would later make Koch Industries one of the largest, most powerful corporations in America. Market-based management might have fostered business failures, but it had achieved one thing: it gave all of Koch's employees a common language. It gave them a common mission, and this is more important than it might sound. By the year 2000, Koch Industries was a sprawling confederation of divisions spread across different segments of the economy. As many companies have discovered, this can be a recipe for disaster. It can foster fragmentation, miscommunication, and managerial fiefdoms that compete against one another. But Charles Koch had drilled into each employee the value, the necessity, of MBM. Years of doing this created a unified workforce, a workforce where employees could shift from one division to the next and understand each other perfectly. The fact that Koch employees thought with a long-term view was another strength. It was a strength that Charles Koch fought dearly to earn. He spent years battling to keep his company private, fighting his brother and dissident shareholders for years in court. He fought against conventional wisdom to make this happen, not just by remaining privately held, but by refusing to take large dividend payments out of his company. The reward for this struggle was the ability to think in terms of years and decades rather than in quarterly earnings or monthly reports. Another strength was knowledge. Charles Koch had built an organization that learned, and learned constantly. Every transaction was a data point, every relationship was a conduit for information, every business unit a listening post. At Charles Koch's direction, the company had filled whole rooms of its basement with computers and processing power, the ability to churn and analyze mountains of information. Koch built a company around learning. Charles believed there were quantifiable laws that drove the world, unbreakable laws that were true whether a person believed in them or not. These laws were the principles by which he tried to live and run his business. He never doubted these principles, even in the darkest days of the late 1990s. The principles had been correct. He had simply made mistakes in carrying them out. So he would do better. His solution was simple: I just work harder. Part 2. The Black Box ECONOMYCHAPTER 11. Rise of the Texans. 2000. Over the course of one short year, Charles Koch and a small team of trusted executives reinvented Koch Industries. The company was redrawn in a series of urgent and sometimes tense private meetings, an effort that was kept secret from the outside world and even employees. The Koch Industries that emerged on the other side of this transformation was radically different from the faltering machine that Charles Koch oversaw in 1999. The firm was reshaped from its boardroom all the way down to the refinery floor. The revolution began with a purge. Charles Koch needed a new leadership team to take him where he wanted to go. Bill Hanna, the company's long-serving president and chief operating officer, was replaced. F. Lynn Markle, the true blue Koch employee who joined the company in 1975 and rose to become its chief financial officer, was replaced. Corky Nelson, a vice president and head of Koch Capital Services, who had been with the firm since 1978, was replaced. The chief technology officer, replaced. The vice president and head of structured finance, replaced. The purge reached down into Koch's business units as well. The head of Koch Petroleum, replaced. The CEO of Koch's polyester division, replaced. The head of trading across Koch's divisions, replaced. After the purge was complete, Charles Koch didn't replace his leaders with fresh employees who were hired from the best business schools or other companies. Instead, he promoted loyalists who knew the Koch way. The new CFO, Sam Solomon, graduated from Texas A&M University and had worked most of his career at Koch. The new head of Koch Petroleum, David Robertson, spent his entire career at Koch, having joined just after he graduated from Emporia State University in Kansas. The new president and COO, Joe Moeller, was a Koch lifer and a graduate of the University of Tulsa. The new team was composed entirely of men who were steeped in Charles Koch's values and who were imbued with the lessons of Koch University. These were people who spoke the language of market-based management. Charles Koch promoted players from his own farm team into the big leagues. The change in personnel was only the beginning. Between 1999 and 2001, Charles Koch and his team overhauled the company's strategy and its corporate structure. The new strategy emerged from a set of private debates after Charles Koch pulled his new management team into meetings and pushed them to think of a way forward. It seemed that every idea was put on the table and considered. There was discussion of moving Koch's headquarters out of Wichita so the company might have a better chance of recruiting top talent. It had always been a tough sell to convince people to move to an isolated city in south-central Kansas. Houston and Scottsdale, Arizona, were proposed as new homes for the company. There was even talk of breaking apart the company and of David Koch potentially selling off his ownership stock. Charles Koch drove his team forward, pushing them to consider every possibility. His message to the new leaders seemed simple: "I don't like losing," as one of them recalled. Their new mission in life was stopping stupid, ending the follies of the 1990s. The evidence of past mistakes was still everywhere in 2000. Koch Industries was still carrying the accumulated litter that was left behind by countless value creation strategies, years of acquisitions, and rapid growth. As Koch reviewed its holdings, one executive described the corporate structure as representing a table piled high at a rummage sale, full of odds and ends that had no apparent rationale for belonging together. Koch began to unload these properties, selling off pipeline holdings like the Chase Transportation Company. It sold a chemical firm called Koch Microelectronics Service Company and closed down a new $30 million chemical plant in Bryan, Texas. Over a period of years, Koch would sell off thousands of miles of pipelines. The corporate odds and ends were discarded. The remaining businesses at Koch were restructured and streamlined. The most important division, Koch Petroleum, was renamed Flint Hills Resources and given new leaders. Other businesses were consolidated under a new, simplified structure that put them under the umbrella of a few new companies like Koch Minerals, Koch Supply and Trading, and Koch Chemical Technology Group. This change in Koch's corporate structure and strategy ushered in a decade of unprecedented growth. Over the following decade, Koch Industries became perfectly suited to thrive in the strange political economy of the 2000s. It was an era that favored big corporations that could master complex systems, in both markets and in the political system, two characteristics that already defined Koch Industries. It was also an era that favored debt-fueled expansion and buyouts, a skill that Koch Industries came to embrace and dominate. The biggest profits of the decade were gained by financial companies and trading firms, a shadow economy into which Koch Industries expanded dramatically. By the end of the decade, Koch Industries came to reflect the broader American economy, where tremendous wealth was generated for a few, wages stagnated for most, and the biggest U.S. companies grew larger than ever. During this decade, one of the most important features of the new Koch Industries was the impervious strength of its corporate veil, the legal barrier that separated Koch's various divisions. Under the new structure, Koch Industries became little more than a holding company, a big investment firm that owned a lot of smaller, nominally independent firms. And those companies would be strictly segregated from one another, and from Koch Central, by a thick wall designed to be legally impenetrable. The corporate veil became reflected in the vocabulary of Koch employees. They didn't refer to the company's subsidiaries as units or divisions, but as companies, reinforcing the notion that each unit was fully independent. Many of these companies developed their own internal systems for human resources, information technology, and other services, creating just the kind of big, redundant systems that most U.S. corporations were striving to eliminate. These redundancies might have cost Koch money, but their value far outstripped the cost. Koch could now argue persuasively that each company division was a standalone company, one that could assume its own liabilities. Never again would angry creditors be able to threaten the cash reserves of Koch Industries' central treasury, as the lawyers from Purina Mills had done. Now liability would only travel to the top of each company that Koch held. This new structure would allow Koch Industries to amass billions of dollars in debt over the next decade, heaped onto divisions that were nominally independent companies. The strategy of dividing Koch Industries' various holdings into independent companies was often discussed in terms of free market principles, animated by the principle that the company would survive or fail on its own merits in a market system. In fact, the strategy was a way to expand while limiting the downside risk. Shielding Koch's liability increased the company's appetite for new acquisitions because the risk of failure was contained. During the 2000s, Koch would make deals that dwarfed anything Charles Koch had even considered during the 1990s. Koch Industries, the central holding company, institutionalized this drive to expand. The company created a new team of top executives called the Business Development Board, whose sole job was to look for other companies to buy. This group was essentially a reincarnation of the Central Development Group that Brad Hall had overseen in the late 1990s, but it was restructured in a way that made it larger, more influential, and capable of closing deals that were larger by an order of magnitude than anything Koch had done before. The new development group rivaled any deal-making entity on Wall Street. The team had a steady river of cash to work with thanks to the steady flow of money generated at Pine Bend and other assets. The team also made use of Koch Industries' nearly pristine credit rating, which made it cheap and easy to get big loans. Even this new strategy, to push for growth and limit risk with a corporate veil, rested on a deeper, more important idea. This idea was the centerpiece of Koch's new game plan, which relied on one competitive advantage more than any other: Koch's superior information. Koch was seen by outsiders as an energy company, but, within the firm, it was seen quite differently. Charles Koch and his lieutenants considered Koch to be an information-gathering machine that built up stores of knowledge that were deeper and sharper than its competitors. This strategy traced back to Koch Industries' earliest days, but with the new Business Development Board in place, it reached the level of a fine art. Koch's newly designed companies, like Koch Minerals, each had their own mini-development teams that became like searchlights, trained on the various industries in which they operated. Whatever they saw and learned was transmitted to the Central Development Board, which synthesized the information with knowledge that was flowing in from Koch's other companies. The Development Board also undertook studies of its own, looking for new opportunities beyond the existing Koch universe. The Development Board ran blue sky studies in which it teased out economic trends going out 10 to 20 years, considering how Koch could make bets that would yield big returns in the future. When the Development Board saw a deal it liked, it moved with stunning speed. There were no layers of bureaucracy between the board and Charles Koch. There was only a short walk down the hallway. There were no public shareholders to consult, only Charles and David Koch. Again and again, Koch exploited these advantages. The Development Board recommended acquisitions, and Koch Industries acted before its competitors even seemed aware of what was happening. Charles Koch made significant changes to how the company operated new facilities once it purchased them. He imposed a new compliance regime that helped avoid the sort of legal troubles that ensnared almost every significant part of Koch's business up until the 1990s. Like everything Charles Koch did, This new effort carried its own slogan, 10,000% compliance, meaning that employees obeyed 100% of all laws 100% of the time. To this slogan might have seemed banal, even empty, to Koch Industries employees in the beginning. There isn't a company in America that doesn't profess to obey the law. But the glib nature of the slogan was deceiving. It represented an entirely new way of operating. Koch Industries expanded its legal team and embedded them into the firm's far-flung operations. Now if process owners like the managers at Pine Bend decided to release ammonia-laden water into nearby waterways, they often had to first consult with teams of Koch's lawyers. Koch's commodity traders consulted the legal team when devising new trading strategies. Teams of inspectors from the legal department descended on factories and threatened to shut them down if managers couldn't prove that a valve had been properly inspected. The mandate to comply with the law was very real, and it served a strategic purpose. Koch would keep state and federal regulators off its property. Taken together, this was the most important restructuring since Koch Industries was first unified and reorganized after Fred Koch's death. At most publicly traded firms, such overhauls are announced through press releases and explained at length in interviews with the business press. At Koch Industries, a premium was put on secrecy. Part of this was cultural. Charles Koch always believed that his business dealings were a private matter that journalists had no business in scrutinizing. But a larger reason for the secrecy was strategic. In a company that set itself up to exploit its superior knowledge, it became imperative that no one, not the public and certainly not competitors, could know what was happening inside the black box of Koch's corporate tower. The restructuring was done in a way that it wasn't very obvious to the market or to the employees, even, said a former senior executive who was intimately familiar with the process. You don't necessarily want to attract attention. During the year 2000, it was easy for Koch to avoid this kind of attention. This was due in large part to the fact that the United States was undergoing its own change in management, and the process was anything but smooth. In Washington, D.C., people lined the sidewalks of Pennsylvania Avenue on the morning of January 20, 2001, Inauguration Day, in spite of the bitter rain and gray skies. The motorcade of George W. Bush rolled past the crowds, and the newly elected president couldn't help but notice the signs held high behind the police barricades and cordons. The hand-painted placards said, "Hail to the thief, Bush lost," and "Restore democracy and count all votes." They were just the most visible expressions of a deep conflict that had simmered since the presidential campaign of 2000. The campaign itself had been a display of American confusion. Amid all the heat and noise, there didn't seem to be any kind of debate about the central issue of what role the federal government should play in terms of regulating private enterprise. The broad, national political consensus behind the New Deal had effectively died during the 1970s, but it seemed to have been replaced by no new consensus at all. Ronald Reagan's deregulatory revolution had failed. The entitlement programs of the New Deal and the later Great Society programs under President Lyndon Johnson, like Medicare and Social Security, remained in place. But now these entitlement programs were coupled with the belief that government should keep its hands off the market. The Clinton administration had only solidified this paradoxical view of government. It cut regulations on banks and boosted government programs. If the new era was defined by any term, it was still the soupy and ambiguous term of neoliberalism, which combined the machinery of a welfare state with deregulatory efforts for the select few special interest groups that had the money and lobbying power to make their case heard in Washington, D.C. There wasn't a concrete ideology behind this approach and no public political consensus to support it. The political campaign of 2000 reflected this reality. It seemed as if George W. Bush and his Democratic opponent, Vice President Al Gore, spent the entire campaign working as hard as they could to become indistinguishable from each other. Bush ran as a left-leaning, compassionate conservative, Gore ran as a right-leaning liberal. The electorate rewarded the candidates with a vote that was split down the middle. In the state of Florida, The margin of victory for Bush was an infinitesimal 537 votes, a difference that was statistically non-existent. Lawsuits broke out over a recount effort, and the election was decided by litigation rather than by democratic participation. The government hardly seemed capable of orderly continuity. Bush's first months in office were unfocused, desultory, and involved clearing brush at his ranch in Texas. He pushed for tax and educational reforms. Then the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, drew the world's eyes to the smoking towers of the World Trade Center and the ruined face of the Pentagon. For the ensuing 8 years, the nation's attention was almost entirely focused on the issues of war and terrorism, issues that seemed to pose an existential threat to the nation. Beneath the smoke and noise of international conflict, the wheels of the economy continued to grind, and the structure of the economy was remade under the Bush administration. Bush and his vice president, Dick Cheney, both moved to Washington from Texas, where they had deep roots in the fossil fuel industry. They brought with them more than just an affinity for the big energy companies of their home state, such as Exxon and Enron. They also brought a governing philosophy that reflected the anti-regulatory sentiment of the Lone Star State. The Bush era would be regarded as a time of deregulation, when rules were stripped away from the private marketplace, and the reach of the federal government over corporations was curtailed. In reality, the Bush presidency only accelerated the trends begun under Reagan and continued under Clinton, and it pushed these trends to an obscene extreme by the end of the 2000s. The government grew larger, more complex, and more intrusive than at any point in history, giving rise to a hyperregulatory state. At the same time, rules were dissolved and enforcement was dropped at key pressure points in the economy, where only a handful of giant companies could operate. The paradoxes of neoliberalism were in full bloom. Bush cut taxes in a way that primarily benefited the richest taxpayers and financial firms that earned money from capital gains. This caused federal revenue to crash, particularly during times of economic downturn. While the government was cut in some ways, it was enlarged in others. Bush pushed for, and received, a new Medicare program that paid for the costs of prescription drugs, costing taxpayers tens of billions of dollars each year. In the wake of 9/11, Bush dramatically expanded national security spending while spending trillions of dollars on wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, which would later be referred to as credit card wars, for their effect on the federal debt. In this environment, corporations that could manage complexity, in both the markets and in regulatory affairs, were the economic winners. And among these companies, a certain kind did better than all the others. There was one sector of the economy that grew far faster than the rest, the financial sector. The decade of the 2000s was defined by the financialization of everything. The Financial Deregulation Acts passed by Bill Clinton launched an industry of trading and speculation activities that dwarfed anything even during the Reagan era, when Wall Street gained the reputation as a greed machine that produced multi-million-dollar paydays for a handful of financiers. Banks started trading exotic instruments based on the value of homes, crops, metals, stocks, and energy. The smartest college graduates went straight from top-tier schools like MIT and Harvard to the trading floors of Wall Street. Koch Industries, an industrial conglomerate based in Kansas, seemed particularly unsuited to thrive in this environment. The company seemed confined to the business of making things and processing raw materials in complex, expensive facilities. A Koch engineer in Texas didn't seem to have anything in common with a banker in New York. In fact, while the world was looking elsewhere, Koch Industries built a financial trading desk that rivaled anything operated by Goldman Sachs or Lehman Brothers. Koch Industries, known for crude oil and natural gas, became a world leader in making and trading some of the most complex financial instruments in the world. Koch's trading business was a strategic centerpiece of the company's growth strategy over the next decade. It was also the most striking example of Koch's ability to amass and exploit information asymmetries, learning more than everyone else and turning huge profits from this advantage. There were no markets more complex and more opaque than the trading markets born during the Bush administration, and Koch Industries mastered them. To understand how Koch Industries more than tripled in size in 10 short years, it is critical to understand Koch's trading operations. When the era of financialization began, Koch Industries was already poised to exploit it. Koch had been building expertise in the field for decades. Unsurprisingly, Koch Industries first entered the world of exotic financial instruments when it started trading in the one commodity Koch knew best, crude oil. Koch began trading crude oil in the earliest days of the modern market, back in the 1970s. To understand the world of derivatives and futures markets that Koch later came to dominate, it is helpful to go back to that moment when the markets were newly born, and Koch was just starting to build its beachhead in the financial world. Koch's earliest trading desk was based in Houston, and it was run by a young man who started as a clerk for the company. His name was Ron Howell. In the late 1970s, Ron Howell made one of the most significant investments in the history of Koch Industries. He went to an office supply store and bought a big oak conference table. It had a leaf in it, so that it could expand and make room to seat about 6 people. This table was a major advancement in Koch's trading operations. Howell bought it because he could see that the world of oil trading was transforming, and Koch Industries was poised to dominate the new markets. Back then, Ron Howell's job might have seemed easy enough. He sold the gasoline and other fuels that Koch Industries produced at its refineries. As the senior vice president of supply and trading at Koch, Howell made sure that Koch's fuel went straight from the refineries to the highest-paying customer. Gasoline was the kind of product that seemed to sell itself. There was always demand for fuel. People at Koch referred to Howell's job as the dispossession of molecules, meaning that he simply had to find a home for the various fuels that Koch produced. This seemed straightforward, but Howell's job was the kind of job that produced insomnia and ulcers. It forced him to retire when he was in his 30s before the job killed him. When he talked about oil trading, even decades later, Howell often used words like whippin' and savage. The savagery of Howell's average workday began when he walked into the office in Houston every morning and picked up the phone to sell the first barrel of gasoline or diesel fuel. The stomach acid started to boil the instant Howell tried to establish what might seem like a basic, simple fact: the price of oil that day. Determining the price of oil at any given minute was an arcane art practiced by a network of traders around the world. They spent the days on the phone with one another, arguing, cajoling, bluffing, and bullying. The fact is that nobody really knew the price of a barrel of oil, or gasoline, or diesel fuel. Everybody had to guess, and the person who could guess with the most precision walked away with profits that were almost limitless. The person who guessed wrong faced instant, brutal downsides in the market. There was a common misperception that the price of oil floats up and down on a global market. Every day, business commentators and journalists talked about the price of oil, as if it were like the price of General Electric stock, a price that was determined by millions of buyers and sellers who traded on large, open exchanges. In fact, there was no global market for oil. Oil was bought and sold inside a constellation of thousands of tiny nodes where transactions and prices were totally hidden to outsiders. One of these nodes, for example, was the big complex of oil tanks that Koch Industries owned in St. James, Louisiana. Another node might be an oil terminal off the coast of Scotland, where oil drilled in the North Sea is stored. These were the kinds of places where oil refineries bought crude oil or Amoco bought gasoline. Prices from the sales were never posted on any exchange. The real price of oil, back when Ron Howell was selling it in the 1970s, was negotiated between 2 people over the phone. When he sat at his desk in the small Koch trading office, Howell made phone call after phone call, trying to figure out how the price of oil might be changing at all these different nodes. Everyone on the phone line was trying to learn from him, bluff him, oversell him, and undercut him. He had to triangulate between truth and lies to figure out the real value of oil before it changed again. "I can't even tell you how dynamic it all is," he said. "You almost have to be in it for a period of time to understand the complexity." While this was also inducing, Howell did have one advantage. Koch Industries was one of the bigger members of a very small club of companies that could even dream of trading crude oil. The market wasn't open to the masses for a simple reason: a trader needed to be able to ship and deliver huge quantities of actual, real oil. This required barges, pipelines, and refineries to be at the trader's disposal. Howell was one of those traders. He could buy 10,000 barrels of crude in the North Atlantic and sell it in the U.S. Gulf Coast because Koch could charter the barges to take it there. There were, of course, a handful of speculators in the early days of the oil markets. These were people who bought oil without ever expecting to actually handle it or deliver it. They were making a bet that they could sell their contract at a higher price before the time came to load a barge. This was a dangerous game. A trader like Howell might be able to sniff out a speculator and simply refuse to buy the oil contract off his hands, putting the speculator in a desperate position because he knew he couldn't actually take delivery of all that oil. A trader like Howell could hold out until the speculator was forced to give away the oil for pennies on the dollar when it came time to accept delivery. This was a well-known trading maneuver called the squeeze, and it was a pitiless tactic that could financially ruin a person in a matter of hours. Traders like Howell and his counterparts at Chevron and Exxon were more or less immune to the squeeze. Howell could accept delivery of the barrels of oil, maybe at a loss, but not at a catastrophic loss. In the beginning, before he bought the big table, Howell began his trading career in Wichita. But as Koch's operation grew, he moved the office to Houston because that's where the talent was. Houston was a hub for the energy industry, home to some of the nation's biggest producers and pipeline companies. By the late 1970s, it was also home to the most talented oil traders. Howell decided to open shop where these traders were willing to work. Koch's trading office resembled a small, boutique law firm. There was a row of offices that ran down a hallway, and inside each office was a trader, with his door closed, frantically working the phone. Each trader focused on a particular niche in the market, selling natural gas supplies in the Gulf Coast, for example, or buying crude oil in the upper Midwest. When one trader learned something significant, he had to leave his office, run down the hall, and tell other traders who might be able to profit from the news. "I would watch our guys, and they'd nearly run into each other, running from office to office," Howell recalled. All of these traders were trying to piece together the movement of energy prices, based on the pieces of information they gleaned from each sale. As he watched his traders run from office to office, Howell had a pivotal realization. Every time a trader sold a barrel of oil, the transaction produced an ultra-valuable byproduct, information. Each sale was a price signal. And as Koch bought and sold hundreds of thousands of barrels of fuel around the world, it began to accumulate this ultra-valuable information in one place. This information could then be paired with yet more ultra-valuable information that only Koch Industries had access to, the huge output of price signals that were generated by Koch's oil refineries and pipelines. These physical plants gave Koch's traders a window into the future. Koch knew, for example, when it was about to shut down the Pine Bend refinery for repairs, or when it might be shutting down a pipeline. When this happened, Howell's traders could start gaming the downstream effects on local energy markets, all those opaque nodes that would be affected. And they could do this before any other traders even knew it was happening. There is no way to overstate the value of this kind of inside information. If Pine Bend closed one unit, it could create cascading effects throughout the U.S. oil markets. Other refiners and merchants would substitute one kind of fuel for another when they learned that Pine Bend was closing, which, in turn, caused yet other merchants to make substitutions and changes. When a Koch trader knew what was coming, they could buy and sell before anyone else priced in the coming changes. It was like seeing into the future, while at the same time creating it. Koch's stores of information became a growing and vital advantage in the market. And that's why Howe decided to stop the hectic traffic in the hallways. He wanted the traders to sit together. They should share everything they learned, as they learned it. On his lunch break one day, Howell went to the office supply store and bought the big oak table with a credit card. He didn't remember how much it cost, but it seems possible that the return on investment for that table was among the highest of any acquisition in Koch's history. Howell moved the big table into a meeting room at the trading office and informed a handful of traders that this would now be their workspace. They weren't happy about this. They saw the private offices as a sign of prestige. But Howell insisted. First, he seated 4 traders around the table, equipping them with telephones and trading books. Everybody shared everything they learned as soon as they learned it. These were traders working in different markets and selling different products. But that made them like the proverbial blind men who approached an elephant, each feeling and describing a different part of it. When they pulled their impressions together, a picture of the giant beast began to emerge. Koch was developing a view, in real time, of highly complex and interrelated markets for crude oil, diesel fuel, and natural gas liquids. Other traders began dropping into the room, asking about the latest news. Howell installed the leaf in the table to expand it so 6 traders could sit there. Then he bought a second table and put it in the room. Before long, everybody wanted to be in the office, because that's where the information was, Howell said. This arrangement would become the foundation from which Koch's trading floor was launched. Over the next 20 years, the trading infrastructure would expand dramatically, but the underlying strategy would remain the same: the traders working in a cluster, gathering information, sharing it, and using their insights to prosper in complex markets where only a handful of firms dared to do business. In 1983, the expansion of Koch's trading efforts really began. That's when Howell brought another piece of large furniture into the trading room. This was a heavy, bulbous television screen that was hung on the wall. If the screen had fallen from its anchor, it might have killed somebody. But its presence was vital. The wide screen was filled with simple rows of numbers, in black and white, that blinked periodically. The traders referred to it as the Merc screen, and it changed everything about their job. It also ushered in an era of derivatives trading and financial engineering that would define the economy of the 2000s. Merc referred to the New York Mercantile Exchange, which was also called the NYMEX for short. It was a Wall Street exchange that celebrated its 100-year anniversary in 1982. Even though it had been around for a long time, the NYMEX was a backwater of the financial industry. The big shows on Wall Street were the exchanges where stocks and bonds were sold. On the NYMEX, people were trading products like butter, eggs, and cheese. Or, to be precise, it's where people traded paper contracts that were based on the value of butter, eggs, and cheese. It was something called a futures exchange. The futures market was very different from the oil market where Koch Industries was doing business in the late 1970s. In the oil markets, people bought and sold physical shipments of crude. In the futures markets, they bought and sold paper contracts. Futures contracts had been around for more than a century and were an integral part of the food system. Corn, pork, and soybean futures were traded on the Chicago Board of Trade. The NYMEX specialized in eggs and butter. The futures market wasn't big. Traders in the market tended to be farmers and big grain millers. They used futures contracts to limit their risk. The owners of the NYMEX weren't content with their sleepy corner of the financial world, and they decided to expand their business and sell contracts for new kinds of products. The NYMEX introduced the first futures contract for crude oil in 1983. At first, the birth of oil futures contracts looked like a threat to Koch's business model. Howell and his team spent years figuring out how to be the smartest blind men in the dark cave of the physical oil business and making the best guess as to the real price of oil. Koch Industries had gained an expertise in exploiting the opacity of oil markets and wringing the best price out of its counterparties. The new oil futures contract created something that was anathema to this business model: transparency. When the NYMEX debuted its oil futures contract, it created a very visible price for crude oil that changed by the minute on a public exchange. Again, this wasn't the price of real crude. It was the price for a futures contract on crude, reflecting the best guess of all market participants as to what a barrel of oil would be worth in the future. Even though the futures price wasn't the real price, it provided everybody with a common reference point. Now, when Koch called up someone to buy oil from Koch's tank farm in St. James, that customer could look at a screen and start haggling based on what the markets in New York were saying the price of oil was worth. It was the first time that there was a common, visible market signal, Howell said. It just kind of sucked the oxygen out of the room for that physical trading. Some of the older traders wanted to avoid using the futures contract for this reason: it undermined their advantage in the physical market. But there was no fighting the rise of futures. The contracts became indispensable for big companies looking to limit their risk. Airlines, for example, bought oil futures contracts to lock in future jet fuel prices. Big oil refiners bought futures contracts to lock in the price of crude in future months. The number of oil futures contracts proliferated. There were contracts to buy crude oil going out 3 months, 6 months, even a year. Howell embraced the new market. He hung the Merck screen in his newly built trading room and urged his traders to pay attention to it. Like other oil refiners, Koch started buying and selling futures contracts on the NYMEX, in part to hedge its own risk. It wasn't long before executives at Koch Industries realized that the birth of oil futures contracts presented them with more than just a way to cushion themselves from risk. Trading oil futures presented Koch with a chance to make money, independent of its refineries. Speculating in the futures market would become a line of business unto itself. Koch Industries had almost inadvertently developed an expertise in trading over the years. Traders like Howell got into the business for the simple goal of dispossession of molecules, moving Koch's product. In doing so, Koch Industries had become one of the world's best traders in the physical markets for oil, the markets where real oil was bought and sold. Howell and his team realized that those skills could carry over into the newly born paper markets. And the market for paper oil futures appeared to be much larger and more profitable than the market for physical oil. Koch had been able to apply that inside information before, but now it could apply it to a massive market. Oil futures greatly magnified the power of the information that Howell and his traders were sharing around the oak table. In the stock market, it is illegal to trade on inside information. If a CEO knows that her firm is about to buy a smaller competitor, she cannot go buy shares of that smaller firm before the news is publicly announced and the shares jump in value. The idea behind the ban on insider trading is that it makes the markets an even playing field for ordinary investors. Futures markets are different. When regulators built the modern futures markets during the 1930s, in fact, they wanted traders to use inside information when they bought and sold futures. This way, the thinking went, the markets would quickly reflect the most accurate price possible. When traders used inside information to buy or sell contracts, their actions would quickly send price signals to everyone else. While it was legal to use inside information in the futures markets, the power to do so was concentrating into fewer and fewer hands during the 1980s. Koch Industries was one of relatively few firms in the world that was able to ship oil by the barge load while simultaneously making bets in the futures market about what would happen when that barge load of oil arrived on shore. Koch exploited this advantage to the fullest extent. The company expanded its trading office in Houston, hiring traders who did nothing but buy and sell in the futures markets. Koch's trading strategy was built around the high-value information that was gleaned from Koch's refineries, pipelines, and storage tanks. By 1985, Koch Industries had built a trading operation that was proficient in playing both the physical and futures markets for energy. Howell, however, wasn't willing to stick around and enjoy the fruits of his efforts. His daily life as a trader was still savage and still punctuated by whippings. He was burned out. He retired from the trading business in 1985 and moved back home to Oklahoma, where he took up a career in politics. He would later help Koch Industries fend off legal challenges in the state related to Koch's intentional mismeasurements. Howell never traded oil again. But the trading system he helped build in Houston only continued to grow. The oak table was replaced by rows of cubicles, where traders sat side by side. The small trading office was traded for a larger, and then larger, office. The age of trading was just getting underway. Koch Industries wasn't the only company that understood how much money could be made in energy futures markets. Goldman Sachs, Lehman Brothers, J.P. Morgan and Company, and other Wall Street banks started trading oil futures in the early 1980s. These banks already had big trading floors for stocks and bonds, so they applied their knowledge to the commodities markets. But even the biggest Wall Street banks were at a disadvantage when they went up against the traders at Koch Industries, British Petroleum, or Amoco. The Wall Street banks didn't have access to inside information. Goldman Sachs didn't own refineries or pipelines and couldn't get a sneak peek into where markets were headed. The banks had to resort to second-rate information that was publicly available, like government reports on monthly energy supplies. It was a losing proposition. In the mid-1990s, the Wall Street banks came to Koch Industries, asking for help. We kept getting approached by banks, who say, "Hey, Koch. You guys are so good at this physical stuff, we'd like to partner with you," recalled a former senior Koch executive who was heavily involved in trading operations. The banks came to Koch with the same pitch: the banks would handle all this financial stuff, while Koch handled the physical end of trading and shared information from its operations. If Koch executives were flattered by the attention from Wall Street, they didn't show it for long. "We kind of got curious, or suspicious is the better term," the executive recalled. Rather than help the banks out, Koch set up a team to study why the banks were so interested in their business. Koch hired the outside consulting firm McKinsey & Company to study what was happening in commodities markets during the 1990s. McKinsey reported that the world of trading had grown even larger and more profitable than Koch Industries had suspected. As it happened, the futures contracts that Koch was trading had become the plain vanilla products in a rapidly booming market. Now there were more exotic, more opaque, and far more profitable financial products on the market. These products were called derivatives. That's where the real money was. A derivatives contract is one more step removed from reality than a futures contract. A futures contract was at least notionally based on the real delivery of a real commodity at some point in the future. But now the banks were creating derivatives that were based on the value of underlying commodities like oil and natural gas, but that never required the delivery of the actual commodity itself. These new products had arcane names like swaps and OTC contracts. 3. When McKinsey gave its report to Koch, trading derivatives was almost entirely the domain of Wall Street banks, which had cornered the market for products that were both complex and financially dangerous. A derivatives contract carried the potential to make huge profits but also the potential to deliver losses that redefined the savagery of a down market. This was due in part to the sheer scale of a derivatives contract. In the physical market, Koch could speculate on a large storage tank of oil. In the derivatives market, it could speculate on the value of 10,000 tanks of oil without ever having to lease an actual tank of fuel in the real world. Throughout the 1990s, the federal government did all that it could to stoke the size and scope of derivatives trading. The Clinton administration ensured that federal regulators took a hands-off approach to derivatives contracts and did not regulate them in the way that futures contracts were regulated. A typical futures contract was undergirded by a set of rules that made markets more stable. A futures contract required traders, for example, to set aside a certain amount of money in reserve to cover losses, or required the trades to be posted on transparent exchanges. When the Clinton administration passed the Commodity Futures Modernization Act of 2000, the law mandated that derivatives would not be treated the same way. The market for derivatives would remain dark, and it would explode in size. When the Bush administration came into office, the rise of derivatives markets accelerated. Energy derivatives were particularly hot. The Houston-based energy company Enron made derivatives a central part of its business, replacing the boring world of actual energy production with the enticing world of swaps and OTCs. After analyzing the McKinsey report, Koch Industries decided to put itself in the center of the booming derivatives market, focusing on the field of energy trading. Charles Koch consolidated all of the company's trading operations under one corporate umbrella that was named Koch Supply and Trading. When managers at the oil refinery in Pine Bend wanted to buy a new shipment of crude oil to process, they did not use their own traders, they simply called Koch Supply and Trading, which did the ordering for them. Putting all of the trading capacity under one roof would do more than simplify Koch's operations, it would amplify them as well. That's because all of the traders would benefit from the information sharing effect that Ron Howell helped engender around the oak table. When a trader at Koch Supply and Trading bought a large shipment of crude oil for Pine Bend, he or she could then place bets in the futures market to hedge the risk of buying so much physical crude at one time. Then a trader sitting nearby could sell a derivatives contract related to the crude product that was just purchased. Even as the markets changed, Koch's unifying strategy remained the same. It would enter the new markets using the advantages of its past, the inside information that it gleaned from its operations. If you have a physical capability, you have a lot more options. It provides you this physical presence, building up all this knowledge that you can trade around, said Brad Hall, the executive who ran Koch's development group and helped clean up the mess at Purina Mills. After the Purina fiasco, Hall became deeply involved in Koch's trading operations. The success of Koch's trading desks relied heavily on the flow of information from its refineries and pipelines, according to Hall and others. Naturally, the consolidated office of Koch Supply and Trading was based in Houston, which had slowly evolved into the Wall Street of energy trading. Koch purchased a building in the southwest part of town, not too far from Rice University, and converted it into a bank of trading offices. The building bore a remarkable resemblance to the tower in Wichita. It was a cube of dark glass that was inscrutable from the outside. This opacity was fitting because Koch Industries' trading operation was the one division of the company that Koch was least willing to discuss publicly. Even back in 1981, Charles Koch had insisted on a veil of secrecy around it. When a group of bankers tried to convince Charles Koch to take Koch Industries public, he told them he was worried that doing so might let the world learn just how much money Koch's commodities traders earned. Koch's trading profits were so high that Charles Koch worried that counterparties might stop doing business with the company, presumably out of fear that Koch traders made so much money that it must come at the expense of anyone on the other side of a trade. Charles Koch voiced those concerns at the dawn of modern commodities trading. By the year 2000, the traders' profits had grown by an order of magnitude, and Koch Industries was even less willing to discuss what happened on its trading floors. While the Purina Mills fiasco hurt Koch, it did not permanently damage the company's credit rating, which was based on Koch's long-term financial track record. By 2016, Koch still had an AA credit rating from Standard & Poor's, close to the highest rating reserved for ultra-safe investments like Treasury bills. 2. 100 multiplied by 100 equals 10,000, hence 10,000% compliance. 3. OTC stands for over-the-counter, which basically meant it was a contract that wasn't defined by the rules of an exchange. It was just a contract between two parties, tailored specifically to their needs. A futures contract, by contrast, had to meet certain criteria set by the exchanges like the Chicago Board of Trade. Chapter 12. Information Asymmetries. 2000–2004. It was still dark when Brendan O'Neill drove his car through the tree-lined streets of suburban Houston, making the short commute from his home to the Koch Supply and Trading office. He usually arrived for work around 7 in the morning. Or, to be specific, he arrived for work around 7 a.m. in the Houston morning, as opposed to the London morning or the Singapore morning. There was no single morning for a commodities trader like O'Neill. Instead, there was a rolling series of mornings, each one representing a signal point at various places along the globe, marking the passage of global markets that circled the world and never slept. London, Singapore, Moscow, Geneva. Activity in these markets advanced with the horizon of dawn, passing one major trading hub after the next. O'Neill liked to be stationed at his desk when the markets hit the all-important New York morning, and trading began with a frenzy on Wall Street. By that time, O'Neill was ready to execute transactions worth several $100 million. O'Neill was 31 years old. He seemed like an unlikely candidate to work in the world of high finance. He had never worked on Wall Street and didn't have a degree in finance or economics. But O'Neill was exactly the kind of person whom Koch Industries hired to staff its trading floors. The company preferred engineers to financiers and preferred graduates of Midwestern state schools to the Ivy Leagues. O'Neill had graduated from the University of Kansas with an engineering degree and spent most of his career working at Koch Industries' oil refinery in Corpus Christi. He still dressed like a refinery worker. The standard uniform for a Koch derivatives trader wasn't a pin-striped suit with cufflinks, but khaki pants with a short-sleeved golf shirt. He lived in a modest one-story home in the western suburbs of Houston with his wife, Heather. It was a snug fit for their family, but it worked well enough. The house was only a 10-minute drive from the Koch Supply and Trading office, a building with black windows that looked like an obsidian cube, tucked away in a quiet, commercial neighborhood near the Houston Zoo. The headlights of O'Neill's car cut across the garage entrance to the tower as he approached. It was early in the winter of 2000, and the temperature was in the lower 50s, a freezing spell by Houston's standards. The morning temperature was a salient fact for a derivatives trader. The weather meant everything. The weather determined how the markets might buck and heave throughout the day as commodities traders tried to figure out how much heating gas, electricity, and crude oil might be consumed across the United States. Unexpected temperature changes could change these calculations in an instant. One of the first things O'Neill did every day was read through a series of proprietary secret weather reports produced by Koch analysts. He needed to gain an edge over the New York morning. He parked his car in the company garage, and headed toward his trading desk. The interior lobby of 20 Greenway Plaza was colorful and visually dazzling, like a geode hidden inside a black stone. The spacious atrium rose up several stories, and the open space was crisscrossed by a series of silver escalators that slanted upward at interlocking angles, like something out of an M.C. Escher lithograph. The walls were covered with grids of lighted squares glowing yellow and with metallic circles that looked like jumbled points on a graph. A security guard was stationed at a circular wooden desk in the center of the space. O'Neill rode the elevator up to Koch's trading floor. Koch's trading floor was a cavernous room that sprawled for several thousand square feet, taking up an entire floor of the office building. O'Neill walked through a maze of trading desks as he made his way to his workstation. The traders sat side by side in long rows, each trader facing one or more bulky computer screens. The desks were covered in piles of papers and files and telephones that were used at a punishing level of intensity throughout the day. By 7 o'clock, many of the desks were already filled. Not too far from O'Neill's desk, for example, Koch's in-house meteorologist was hard at work developing reports that he would soon email out to the teams of traders. Even though the office was crowded, the trading floor wasn't a loud or unruly place. It wasn't a commodities pit where red-faced men in loosened ties yelled orders across the room. It felt more like the headquarters of an insurance brokerage or an investment research firm. The day was filled by the ambient clatter of keyboard typing and the background murmur of salespeople working the phones. O'Neill settled into his desk and turned on his computer. His face seemed weathered in a way that was particular to the place he grew up, Wichita. His features were drawn and narrow, his cheekbones high and sharp. He was lanky and had sky-blue eyes. Both of his parents were raised on small farms, and he never knew a life of wealth, let alone entitlement. Now, after joining Koch Supply and Trading, O'Neill had a chance to become something different. He had a chance to get rich. He spent his days working in the epicenter of an unprecedented wealth machine called the derivatives market. This was the supercharged engine of America's economic growth during the 2000s. The profits from derivatives were larger, in fact, than the profits for the real, underlying economic activity that derivatives were based on. You could make more money from selling natural gas derivatives than selling natural gas. O'Neill managed to become one of the insiders who knew how things worked inside the black box, and this knowledge gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had the chance to make so much money, off a single giant trade, that he might be able to elevate himself out of the American middle class forever. It was almost an accident of circumstance that O'Neill found himself in the position to make a fortune almost overnight. His path to Koch's trading floor began in a humble working-class neighborhood in Wichita. O'Neill's dad worked as an engineer at the Boeing aircraft factory, earning a decent middle-class living. O'Neill's mom stayed home and took care of the kids, which entailed the workload of an executive-level position. O'Neill was the youngest of 9 children. He shared his childhood bedroom with 3 of his brothers, all of them sleeping in a matching set of bunk beds. The family had enough money to get by. A typical family vacation was a weekend trip to Kansas City to watch a Royals baseball game. Ever since he was young, O'Neill wanted a richer life than his parents had. He wanted to be a doctor because doctors made a lot of money and lived in the big houses near the Wichita Country Club. He would take his kids on real vacations and maybe give each kid their own bedroom. O'Neill never considered working for Koch Industries until he was well into college. He was attending CU when a recruiter from Koch came to campus and pitched O'Neill on the idea of taking a summer internship. O'Neill paid a visit to Koch headquarters. He couldn't believe what he saw. The place was crawling with all these guys who were so young. O'Neill was interviewed by a former Exxon employee named Carl Van, a senior manager in the company's oil group, who couldn't have been any older than his mid-30s. And these guys weren't just young, they had money. They didn't even have to brag about having money. It was obvious in the way they carried themselves. The guys at Koch had that same air of confidence as the members of a winning football team. O'Neill wanted to be part of this. He took the summer internship and was paid $3,000 a month, a staggering sum. It was more than many kids in Wichita made in a whole summer. After he graduated, O'Neill took a job in 1991 with Koch Industries as a process engineer at the Corpus Christi refinery. He was paid $40,000 a year. He got married in 1995 and started a family. The O'Neills would have 4 children. O'Neill loved his job and was promoted up through the ranks to be a lead engineer at Corpus Christi. By 1995, he was making about $60,000 a year and sometimes received bonuses of $10,000 or so. But somehow, O'Neill's paychecks never seemed to provide enough money to keep pace with America's middle-class expectations. The O'Neills didn't vacation extravagantly, but they did try to get away with the kids when they could. It turned out to be more expensive than they expected. They didn't hire a nanny or drive expensive cars, but O'Neill's income never seemed to quite cover expenses. Over time, they put a few $1,000s on a credit card here and a few thousand there. They counted on O'Neill's bonuses to help pay off the debt. But the debt seemed to grow with a life of its own. It seemed like one day they turned around and here was this horrible truth: they owed about $60,000 in credit card debt. O'Neill knew that he needed to make some sort of change in his life. He needed a way to make more money. In 1996, the opportunity arrived when he heard that there was an opening in Koch's commodities trading division in Houston. He had zero trading experience outside of some amateur forays into the stock market. He belonged to an investment club with some friends who made stock picks to see if they could outperform the market. But he decided to apply anyway. He discovered that Koch didn't care all that much about prior trading experience. For example, Carl Van, the former Exxon engineer, had risen to a senior position over Koch's trading operations. The company wasn't looking for Wall Street swagger. It was looking for analytical engineers who approached the market in the same way they approached complex problems inside Koch's pipeline and refinery divisions. O'Neill was hired and moved his family to Houston, first renting a home and then buying a 4-bedroom house in the suburbs. Trading wasn't a path to instant riches. Koch hired former engineers, and it paid them like engineers. O'Neill started his new job at the same pay grade as before, about $60,000 a year. The bonuses got a little bigger, however, and the O'Neills were able to start digging themselves out of debt. That morning, as O'Neill sat at his desk in early 2000, upper middle class comfort seemed like it might be within his reach. Or maybe even something greater than that. O'Neill's computer was now fully alive. He opened his email program and began to scroll through messages and reports that came in overnight and in the early morning hours. This information was starting to coalesce into a picture in O'Neill's mind. He was beginning to see a trade taking shape, and a very large trade at that. He saw a strategy, in fact, that might very well lift him out of the financial strain that had defined his life up until that moment. He looked over the numbers as they scrolled and blinked on his screen, and as the Houston morning progressed, he began making phone calls. Over the next year, O'Neill would execute a trade that was larger than any he'd ever done before. And it was a trade that was only possible, in all of its massive scope, because of the strange way that America's financial markets had evolved over the previous decade, creating a small node within the economy that minted millionaires and billionaires. If O'Neill could pull off his trade as he imagined it, he could become one of them. If he had confidence that he could do it, it was because he had been trained by the best in the business. Koch's trading office in Houston was overseen by a man named Sam Solomon. Like O'Neill, Solomon had cut his teeth in Koch's Corpus Christi refinery. He was a graduate of Texas A&M and an engineer by training. Before working for Koch, Solomon was an officer on a U.S. Navy nuclear submarine, and even years later, when overseeing Koch's trading floor, Solomon carried with him the bearing and ethos of someone in a military chain of command. It seems that spending extended periods of time submerged in the ocean, confined next to a nuclear reactor, had impressed upon Solomon certain habits of discipline and risk assessment. He was tall and thin, with a head of thick, dark hair, and spoke with exacting precision. Solomon was considered a talent sifter, meaning that he hired young and bright employees, put them in profoundly challenging positions, and fired the traders who couldn't handle the challenge. This talent sifting was a vital part of Koch's strategy to build a trading floor from scratch during the late 1990s and early 2000s. Engineers like O'Neill were given a crash course in trading and graded every day by their profits or losses. When describing the trading culture under Sam Solomon, trader Chris Franklin replied, simply, "No mistakes." And Franklin was one of the traders on Solomon's good side. At any moment, you could get tapped on your shoulder and you're leaving. It was extreme stress for most people, Franklin said. There are people I know today who say that when they drive by the building, their heart races. And they haven't worked there in a decade. On any given afternoon, the dozens of traders sitting in long rows outside of Solomon's office were trafficking in wildly diverse classes of commodities and financial products. Koch operated desks that traded crude, natural gas, and derivatives contracts based on crude oil and natural gas. Other traders handled futures contracts in metals, soybeans, corn, and wheat. After mastering the markets in these products, Koch branched out into more obscure territory. Chris Franklin, for example, worked on a desk that traded short-term commercial bonds, the same products made famous in the 1980s by notoriously voracious traders at Wall Street firms like Salomon Brothers. Franklin's team then started trading financial products like swaps and derivatives based on interest rates and currency values. Koch even created its own financial products to trade. It pioneered a class of futures contracts for obscure petrochemicals like propylene and ethylene, selling them to big companies that bought plastics in bulk and wanted to hedge their risk. Deep analysis was at the heart of Koch's trading strategy. Franklin, for example, was hired into the trading unit after working in Koch's pipeline division. He had impressed his bosses there by developing a software program that could help Koch run its hypercomplex network of pipelines and natural gas processing plants. Franklin's program synthesized enormous amounts of data about pipeline flows and gauge pressures to simulate how the system could ship the most gas. When he started trading interest rate swaps, he used the same approach. Every trade began with research, which undergirded the trader's view of how things worked in a certain market. Traders never executed a strategy based on hunches. Koch hired teams of analysts who worked alongside each trader to provide reams of data and analysis. The importance of this analysis was reflected in Koch's pay structure. The company changed its payment structure so that profits were split between the trader and her supporting team of analysts. This put the analysts on equal footing with the traders. Melissa Beckett, who worked on several of Koch's trading desks as both an analyst and trader, said Koch was unique in this regard. Other trading shops might consider analyst reports to be an afterthought. At Koch, those reports were the bedrock where a trade began. Traders on Koch's floor considered the rest of the world to be a herd, and not a particularly smart herd at that. There was an overwhelming amount of activity in the markets, but seemingly very little insight. When Koch cautiously branched into a new market, the traders were often surprised at how easy it was to make money there with just a little bit of forethought. We couldn't believe how the incumbent counterparties couldn't see the enormous profits that existed in those markets. Even though these were very established markets, dominated by the large banks, or large incumbent parties, like insurance companies, etc. But they just looked at it fundamentally very different, one trader said. It turned out that most of the counterparties in the market were obsessed with the near-term horizon. On Wall Street, entire teams of traders were focused entirely on what was about to happen in the next 3 months. The investment culture had become trained to trade around the next set of corporate quarterly earnings, public reports that could cause major bounces for stocks or commodity prices. This near horizon was bombarded by millions of hours of attention and human brainpower, with investors jockeying to position themselves to benefit from a quick shift in the market. This left entire continents of the marketplace unexplored, terrain that Koch was quick to enter and dominate. For example, traders at Koch would never short the oil market, making a bet that oil prices would drop. Making a short bet was sloppy, and the kind of thing that anybody could do. Rather than make such simple bets, Koch relied on its mastery of the world's complicated, opaque energy markets. Koch traders tended to make basis trades, or spread trades, that were based on complicated price relationships between different products at different locations around the world. Koch didn't bet that the price of gas was going up, but that the price of gas in the Midwest was going to rise relative to the price along the Gulf Coast. To make these trades, Koch used a set of tools that few other companies could use. If Koch thought there was going to be an oversupply of oil in the Gulf Coast region, for example, it might snap up leases on giant oil barges, knowing that when the oversupply hit, companies would be scrambling for extra storage space and willing to pay a premium for the leases that Koch bought on the cheap. This was a much safer way to execute the trade than simply shorting the price of oil. Even if Koch was wrong about the supply glut, the downside was limited because Koch could still sell or use the barge leases and almost certainly break even. Koch maximized the advantage of having, inside, information gleaned from its refineries and other assets. Inside information helped traders like Melissa Beckett sharpen their trading strategies as she bought and sold futures contracts for oil at her desk in Houston. When Koch's traders made assumptions about the oil market, they could test those assumptions against the real data that was emanating from Koch's refineries. But Koch supply and trading did not rely exclusively on inside information. It aggressively gathered and analyzed huge amounts of data from outside sources. It used the publicly available data that all traders used, like the federal reports that tracked the volume of crude oil being stored in the United States. This data was good, but often stale, published weekly or monthly, and rarely drilled down into specifics. So Koch found other ways to learn about the market. The Customs Service, for example, kept databases of the manifests submitted by oil tankers entering U.S. waters, data that revealed what kind of oil the tankers carried and for whom they were carrying it. By collecting and analyzing reams of this data, Koch could reverse engineer a picture of oil shipments and flows that was granular in its specificity. Koch could learn exactly what its competitors were refining, how much they were refining, and on what day they refined it. Koch also discovered that the National Parks Service published data showing the snowpack in the California mountains, data that Koch could analyze to determine how much water would be flowing in future months to generate power at California's hydroelectric plants. This helped Koch predict with great accuracy the future supply of electricity and the resulting demand for natural gas. Because weather conditions had such a big impact on electricity and natural gas demand, Koch raided the newsrooms of places like the Weather Channel to hire the best meteorologists. The weather scientists were all too happy to leave their television gigs and multiply their earning power. The meteorologists arrived at work around 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning and started running their computer models that analyzed several sources of weather data around the country. If they could deliver a forecast that was 1 or 2 degrees sharper than the forecast everyone else was using, it could give Koch's traders an edge. The company's proprietary weather report was circulated early in the morning and updated throughout the day. The Koch meteorologists watched the local weathercasters and scoffed. The B-team players had been left behind in the television studio to forecast for the public. "I can outforecast any of those guys on TV," one former Koch meteorologist recalled. All of these information streams were centralized, analyzed, and then shared widely within Koch's trading group. The purpose of gathering all of this information was to find the gap, as Koch's traders called it, the gap between reality and what the market believed was reality. Koch gathered enough information to get a sharper picture of reality than its competitors. Then it placed bets that would make money when the market corrected itself, closing the gap, and came closer to the real-world conditions. When O'Neill was promoted from the oil refinery to the trading floor in late 1996, his job was to find gaps in the natural gas market. He was stunned to see how much money a person could make in this hidden niche of America's energy industry. On the first day he reported to work at 20 Greenway Plaza, O'Neill held the obscure job title of analyst on the Gulf Coast basis desk. The moment he sat down at his desk, Sam Solomon's talent sifter began to shake back and forth, testing O'Neill's instincts. O'Neill was perpetually aware that at any moment the tap on the shoulder might come, and he'd be escorted out of a job. O'Neill did okay at first. He seemed to have an aptitude for the business. He was trading abstract natural gas financial contracts, but he quickly learned that even this abstract business was conducted according to the Koch way. The foundation of Koch's natural gas trading business was a 9,600-mile-long collection of pipelines that ran along the Gulf Coast and snaked through several states in the southeast. Koch purchased these pipelines and the company that owned them, United Gas Pipeline Company, in 1992 in a deal worth at least $100 million. The timing of the deal was no coincidence. It occurred just 1 year after the George H.W. Bush administration revolutionized the gas business. The deregulation of America's natural gas business was one of those historical episodes that garnered little attention but that created sweeping changes throughout the economy. These changes gave a handful of companies the chance to make a once-in-a-generation windfall of profits. Prior to the first Bush administration, the history of the natural gas industry wasn't too different from the crude oil business. The government intervened in deep and distortive ways to encourage production while protecting consumers from high prices. Back in the New Deal era, Franklin Roosevelt created a legal regime, headed by the Federal Power Commission, that regulated the business from the wellhead to the kitchen gas burner. The federal government capped the price that gas drillers could charge for gas, which kept natural gas prices low for consumers. But there were toxic side effects from these price caps. By the 1970s, the price was so low that producers didn't even bother to drill new gas wells. Predictably, new supplies dried up and gas shortages ensued. Customers turned the gas valve, and nothing came out. Even a New Deal-era government monolith like the Federal Power Commission couldn't force producers to drill for gas if they didn't want to. In 1978, President Jimmy Carter stripped away the price controls to unleash market forces that might encourage new supplies. But Carter's deregulation was hardly a libertarian dream. It created a wildly complex set of rules and price controls that sought to let the wholesale price rise and fall while protecting consumers from the highest price spikes. This was a Faustian bargain that would play out repeatedly in U.S. policy making from the 1980s on. Lawmakers repeatedly passed deregulation measures that only went halfway, stripping away some controls while trying to shield average people from the true volatility of the market. The ensuing market structures were usually defined by complexity and dysfunction, and the natural gas industry was no different. The Federal Power Commission was replaced by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which held hours of hearings and collected reams of public comment to pass out the minutiae of when companies could raise prices and when they could not. The regulatory state could never get the porridge just right. High prices in the late 1970s were replaced by supply gluts and falling demand in the 1980s. George H. W. Bush tried to tear the system up and start over in 1991. The FERC issued a regulation, called Order No. 636, that broke apart the existing natural gas companies. This single order redrew one of the nation's largest industries, and an energy system on which millions of people relied for heat and electricity. Under the new regulatory scheme, the natural gas industry was divided into three components. 1. Gas drillers who sold natural gas. 2. Pipeline companies that transmitted the gas. 3. Consumers who bought the gas. The pipeline companies that transmitted the gas became like railroads. They didn't own gas like they did in the old days, they just shipped it. Anyone could book space in a pipeline to have gas shipped. This created a new market. Now there was feverish buying and selling of gas at every node of a pipeline. A new class of merchants arose to traffic in this market, chief among them being Koch Industries and its neighbor in Houston, the energy giant Enron. Senior managers at Koch Supply and Trading saw the potential profits to be made in the growing natural gas marketplace and rushed in to capture it. Koch followed the lead of Enron in cutting deals to manage the nation's natural gas infrastructure on behalf of the gas consumers. The infrastructure had originally been built with a focus on reliability, ensuring that there was enough gas to meet demand. The big pipeline companies built underground domes in which to store gas, surplus supplies that they could then dole out in times of scarcity. In the age of deregulation, this infrastructure was used like a casino gaming table, every niche explored for ways in which it could turn a profit. In the old days, an underground gas dome might be filled up and emptied about once a year. Under Koch's management, the domes were filled or emptied 8 or 9 times a year. Customers who bought the gas were promised that they would have supplies when they needed it, and Koch's traders were free to buy and sell supplies from the underground domes in the meantime. Deals like this were called origination deals because they essentially originated new markets for gas. As was often the case at Koch, The company wasn't just interested in the revenue from deals like this. It was more interested in the real-time window that origination deals could provide into the natural gas markets. Just as in the early days of the crude oil markets, information about prices was both scarce and incredibly valuable. There were not yet electronic exchanges that showed a visible price of natural gas, and government data on sales were irregular and relatively slow to come. Every origination deal provided fresh and precise information about prices, supply, and demand. Koch went so far as to fold its origination group into its trading group, to encourage information sharing. Now it's all one company. There's one trading book, a former senior executive recalled. There's no more origination profit and trading group profit. There's one profit. This profit flowed from inside information. The most important thing you can have as a trading company is deal flow. The more flow you see, the more knowledge you have, according to the former senior executive. And sometimes you don't mind even if the deal flow just breaks even for a while. That's okay, because that gives you new knowledge on price direction and all that. You'll ultimately make much more money long term. This gave traders like O'Neill an advantage in the trading markets. Koch's pipelines and origination teams were an information-generating machine. The United Gas Pipeline System, which was renamed Koch Gateway, included 120 connections with other pipeline systems, each one a node that could yield information about natural gas prices. O'Neill spent his day on the phone, calling around to brokers and other traders and customers, feeling out where they might be on price. He also called other Koch traders to find out what they were hearing. One of his favorite colleagues to call was Jeff Stevens, who traded at Koch Gateway's connection to the Henry Hub, a Louisiana pipeline distribution complex that became a major market for gas sales. The Henry Hub was one of the industry's price-setting markets, and in the late 1990s Stevens seemed to be single-handedly brokering most deals on the hub. He was the Henry Hub cash market, O'Neill recalled. Stevens berated and cajoled other brokers and customers. When they said they didn't want to place an order because the low market might bounce, Stevens would scold them by saying, "Eggs don't bounce." Before the era of the electronic exchange, Stevens was a living, breathing market ticker, and O'Neill made full use of his services. At the end of his first year of trading, O'Neill produced promising results. His trading book yielded $7 million in profits. Of course, that was back in the quaint and early days of the gas market, before things really picked up steam. Koch's traders often got off work early, between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after U.S. market trading ceased. The traders were mostly in their late 20s or early 30s, and they enjoyed going out for drinks after work. They didn't party hard, in the way that later became synonymous with the hard-charging world of Wall Street traders. The Koch people didn't snort cocaine and visit strip clubs. In fact, the drinking sessions might have seemed disappointingly dull to outsiders, a bunch of engineers sitting around in golf shirts sipping craft beers. One of their favorite gathering places was a pub called the Ginger Man, located near Rice University, not too far from 20 Greenway Plaza. The pub was located on a quiet side street, set back behind a grassy patio area. It was a small, wood-framed bungalow that was obscured from view during summer months by leafy trees that sheltered picnic tables and a large front porch. Customers walked past a small picket fence to enter the patio and then up a set of rickety wooden steps. A small placard by the front door announced drink specials on a handwritten menu scribbled in brightly colored chalk. Inside, the bar was pleasingly dim and cave-like. Although the Koch traders were unaware of the fact, the bar was a near replica of the Coates Bar in Minnesota, where the union workers used to gather in the 1970s after their shifts at the Pine Bend refinery. The layout of the two establishments was virtually identical, with a long bar extending along the left side of the room and wooden tables clustered along the right side. The ceiling was low in both places, and the wood-paneled wall seemed to be stained the same honey blonde color. But the Ginger Man was more refined. It was like the Coates bar reimagined by an interior designer who kept the charming elements and jettisoned the unseemly parts. While the Coates bar served Miller Lite or its equivalent, the Ginger Man had a menu of dozens of craft beers that were arrayed along the bar with their own custom taps. The Koch Industries traders didn't drink like the blue-collar counterparts up in Minnesota. They didn't line up shots of hard liquor to be pounded one after another, as the OCAW president Joseph Hammerschmidt had done. But the Koch traders were just like the unionized predecessors in one way. When they got together and drank at the Ginger Man, they bitched about how underpaid they were. Koch had hired engineers to staff its trading desk, and it continued to pay them like engineers once they learned the job. O'Neill, for example, was still making $60,000 a year. There was a creeping awareness spreading throughout the trading floor that things didn't have to be this way. There were rumors that traders over at Enron were making multiples of $60,000. And Wall Street banks started calling with job offers that were far richer than what Koch offered. O'Neill was not a disloyal person. He had worked for Koch his entire career. But financial pressures were beginning to press down on him. His credit card debt, in particular, was problematic. In this, he wasn't alone. America's middle class stopped seeing significant pay increases after the 1990s, but they did enjoy a new source of spending power, an easy availability of credit. The loosening of laws around banking during the 80s and 90s paved the way for a flood of consumer debt. At places like nearby Rice University, credit card companies set up booths to greet incoming students, promising easy access to large lines of credit. It had never been easier for Americans to borrow, and they used the privilege to supplement the lag in their paychecks. The tide that lifted all boats during the 1990s was fueled by credit cards that carried 14% interest rates or higher. The monthly payments could eat a person alive. O'Neill and his wife were happily married, but that didn't mean it was easy. They lived within a constricting web of household spending budget. It was hard not to argue when money was tight. It might have been disappointing, then, to discover that Koch's trading floor wasn't an easy path to riches in the mid-1990s. When O'Neill earned $7 million for the company that first year, he might have reasonably expected a large bonus. At the end of the year, he discussed his performance with Sam Solomon and was told that his incentive reward would be $25,000. That was about 0.004% of what O'Neill had just earned for the company. Solomon seemed sympathetic to the idea that traders should earn a bigger cut of the profits. But Charles Koch seemed intent on paying the traders like engineers. And O'Neill's bosses knew that his best annual bonus at the refinery was $10,000 a year. Sam's like, "It's a lot better than the refinery, right?" O'Neill recalled with a laugh. And I'm like, yep, you're right, it is. Quote, not all traders were as compliant. Some of them quietly slipped away to join Enron or big banks. They did so with the knowledge that there were fortunes to be earned. Just 7 months after he joined the Gulf Coast basis desk, Brendan O'Neill got his chance to see this world for himself. He was promoted to trading natural gas derivatives, and ushered into the world of real money. Sam Solomon stretched his top traders. When a trader did well at one thing, Solomon tended to promote them into a new role with which they had zero experience. If they performed well in this spot, they could be promoted once again. If not, tap on the shoulder. Goodbye. Brendan O'Neill was promoted to the natural gas options desk. A natural gas option is a derivatives contract, and O'Neill knew virtually nothing about derivatives before joining Koch's trading team. He would now be trading millions of dollars a day in contracts. He figured that he'd better learn what he was doing, and fast. A person couldn't just enroll in college and take a class in trading natural gas options. O'Neill didn't take time off and attend Harvard Business School. He didn't have a mentor, and he didn't have an industry group that he could turn to for training. So he bought a textbook off the shelf, called Option Volatility and Pricing Strategies, Advanced Trading Strategies and Techniques, by Sheldon Natenberg. It was basically a high-end version of options trading for dummies. He read the book on his own time and started to learn the mechanics of how things worked inside the black box of the derivatives market. Here is a brief description of a derivatives contract, in one paragraph, that is still torture to read. Pretty much all derivatives traded by people like O'Neill were either calls or puts. A call is a contract that lets somebody buy something at a certain price. O'Neill could sell you a call that would allow you to buy a tank of natural gas for $5 in March, even if the real price for gas at that time was $10 a tank. It was like an insurance contract against rising prices. He could also sell you a put that would allow you to sell a tank of natural gas in March for $5, even if the real price at that time was $2 a tank. It was like an insurance contract against falling prices. Again, these derivatives contracts didn't even deal with real gas. They dealt with gas futures contracts. So, O'Neill was buying and selling insurance contracts on futures contracts. He spent his days examining these futures contracts, and watching their price rise and fall. This was complicated. For natural gas, there were several different futures contracts. There were contracts for delivery of gas in March, then April, then May, then June, and so on. In the eyes of a trader like O'Neill, each month's contract was like a different commodity in and of itself. The May contract might be doing one thing, while the March contract was doing something different. He examined the behavior of all the different contracts and sold people insurance products, derivatives, for every different month. O'Neill started experimenting with these new markets. He bought and sold puts and calls options, and then started to figure out more complex maneuvers. He could buy a put on a May futures contract, and then turn around and start buying and selling volumes of that futures contract as a way to hedge the option in a complex interplay that is called trading the underlier. It didn't take long before he realized that these machinations could generate tens of millions of dollars. Where did all this money come from? Why were the profits so enormous? The best way to understand it is to know that O'Neill was sitting in the middle of a giant game of tug-of-war. On one side of the rope, pulling hard, was every company that drilled natural gas and sold it. This side of the rope wanted gas prices to be as high as possible, because they were selling it. On the other side of the rope, also pulling hard, was everyone who bought natural gas and burned it. These parties wanted gas prices to be as cheap as possible, since they were buying it. Back and forth these opposing interests tugged, and the bright red line in the middle of the rope was the going price for gas. Sometimes the gas producers were winning the game and pulled the red line way over toward their side, making the price very high. At other times, the consumers won the game and pulled the red line way over to their side, making the price very low. The stakes of this game were almost incomprehensible. The total national market in natural gas was worth several $100 billion a year. When the red line of price went one way or the other, it was the financial equivalent of a tectonic plate shifting in the earth. The rumbling and shaking shook loose billions of dollars in one moment, money that flowed from the pockets of consumers to producers as the price moved positions. And when that money was disgorged, it passed through the hands of traders like O'Neill, who kept a portion of it for themselves. In the final analysis, the people who were buying his derivatives contracts might be a big utility company in Ohio that burns natural gas, or a big company in Oklahoma that drills and sells natural gas. These entities would pay real money for insurance contracts that protected them from shifts in the price. If the price was moving, O'Neill and Koch Industries stood to make millions. Volatility was the trader's best friend. O'Neill honed his trading strategies over the year, and he began to make one bet more than any other. He didn't bet that gas prices were going to rise, and he didn't bet that they were starting to fall. He just started betting that they would be volatile. He did this by snapping up options and then snapping up their underliers in the futures markets, buying them and selling them in a way that stripped out the price component of the bet. He didn't want to bet on price. He wanted to bet that the price was going to change and change more than people expected it to. One reason he kept betting this way was because it kept making money. After the natural gas markets were deregulated, volatility started to become the norm. The sleepy days of price controls were over, and now the price could shoot up or down in minutes. That's why, when he came into work in the early winter months of 2000, O'Neill started to get excited. He was starting to see a very large play unfolding, one that would dwarf anything he'd attempted at Koch before. All of the data that he'd amassed was pointing in one direction as the weather got colder in January and February. All of the signs were pointing toward unprecedented volatility. When O'Neill turned his computer on in the morning, he would find numerous reports available to him that were produced by Koch's teams of analysts and traders. He was on an email list for an internal report called Winterskinny, for example, which was sent to a long list of Koch employees both inside and outside the trading unit. The Winterskinny report had a commentary section that summarized the state of the market in simple language. One email read, "To sum up the commentary section in fewer words, I don't know where it's going, and nobody cares anyway." Quote, other internal reports, such as the daily analysis, were not written in English, or in any language that most people would understand. It was composed of complicated graphs and spreadsheets that showed electricity usage, as well as weather pattern analysis for cities like Denver, Las Vegas, and Eugene, Oregon, that compared temps versus normal. One graph even showed detailed water levels for a reservoir above the Grand Coulee Dam in Washington state, which provided hydroelectric power. These reports were coupled with flash alerts from throughout Koch Industries. Plant managers, refinery operators, and others were encouraged to share any information they learned that might affect markets. The trading unit built an internal instant messaging system called Koch Global Alerts that sent the news to traders in real time, an innovative technology in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Traders sitting shoulder to shoulder in O'Neill's office read through these reports and news flashes all morning, synthesizing what they learned into trading strategies. The traders created PowerPoint slideshows outlining their strategies and presented them in conference rooms to their colleagues. The presentations were shared across trading groups. Chris Franklin, who traded interest rate swaps, might find himself sharing a strategy with natural gas and crude oil traders, and vice versa. The traders were encouraged to pick apart each other's plans, criticizing the strategies and, ideally, making them stronger. In 2000, two Koch analysts and a reservoir engineer produced a slideshow entitled, Natural Gas Point of View 2000-2001. In this report, they accurately predicted a coming disaster that would contribute to blackouts along the West Coast, the bankruptcy of major utilities, and skyrocketing costs for many consumers. The seventh slide of the presentation concluded that in the case of a cold winter, storage inventories will be depleted. This blunt conclusion was the only sentence on the slide that was underlined and written in bold type. The assessment matched what O'Neill was seeing in the markets. During the 1990s, cheap and abundant natural gas had been taken as a given in the American economy. Large new wells had been discovered, and supplies were plentiful. More power plants were built to burn the fuel, which was used as an alternative to coal and nuclear power. In the late 1980s, the price of gas spiked to $2.27, and it hovered around that level for the decade and was trading for $2.22 in late 1999. The long years of price stagnation seemed to have convinced many consumers and producers that low volatility and cheap gas were the normal state of affairs. In early 2000, O'Neill and his team realized that this was a deeply mistaken assumption. Koch was in a privileged position to see the coming shortage. The company didn't just operate a huge pipeline, it also owned a huge but obscure company called IMDST-3 which arranged gas storage leases for about 1 billion cubic feet of gas. Managing storage was a critical part of the business. As O'Neill liked to say, there wasn't a lot you could do with gas once it was pumped out of the ground. You either burn it, or you store it. You can't do anything else with it. Companies stored it by injecting it into underground storage units, and Koch saw that the inject rates were historically low. The industry was behind its historical storage levels, according to the natural gas point of view slideshow, which stated that more prolific injection path seems impossible with current fundamentals. The squirrels were not burying enough acorns, in other words, and the winter was about to hit. At the same time, there were more hungry squirrels than ever. U.S. energy consumption was on the rise as people plugged more and more devices into their walls, from extra television sets to home computers. A historic shortage of gas appeared to be in the making. Koch Industries wasn't the only company to see the coming storm. Traders gossiped over beer and shared tips over the phone, so it was well known in certain circles that firms like Enron were starting to put on trades betting that gas prices would rise. While traders might have seen what was coming, it appeared that the general public did not. O'Neill saw a gap in the market in early 2000. A giant gap. The price of gas options was cheap, too cheap to account for what was apparently coming down the road. In other words, the insurance policies against a sudden price spike were not as expensive as they ought to have been. So O'Neill started snapping up the options and holding on to them, knowing that they would become more valuable. As usual, he wasn't just making a bet that prices were going to go up. He was primarily betting that markets were about to become more volatile. He built up a large position with his natural gas options and underliers that was long volatility, meaning that he bet volatility would increase. He assumed that the positions would provide a good return for Koch Industries. He was wrong. He grossly underestimated the riches that the coming volatility was about to deliver. Senior executives in Koch Supply and Trading realized that they could no longer pay their traders like engineers. There was a competition for talent, and too many well-trained people were bleeding off the Koch trading floor. There was one person who seemed to resist big paydays for the traders, Charles Koch. The business failures of the 1990s impressed on Charles Koch the need for humility among his workforce. The thinking went that it was the high-flying ambition and loose planning that led to many of the business losses at Purina Mills. Charles Koch put a premium on culture among his employees. Among the most important attributes was valuing the team over the player, and the company over the individual. There was something unseemly about the grousing of commodities traders who clamored for ever larger bonuses. If traders got giant bonuses, it might incentivize them to act like lone wolves, seeing a personal payday instead of the long-term well-being of the company. In the risky business of derivatives trading, Charles Koch knew that a lone trader could cause immeasurable damage. This viewpoint held sway for many years, but the defections began to change things. So did a shift of personnel at the top. Sam Solomon, the previous head of trading, stepped aside to become the chief financial officer of Koch Industries when Charles Koch began overhauling the firm in the early 2000s. A newer hire in the trading division started to change the trading culture in Solomon's absence. His name was David Sobotka, and Koch hired him directly from Wall Street. Sobotka worked for Lehman Brothers before joining Koch in 1997. He was somewhat of an odd bird within Koch. He had matriculated from Yale, not Texas A&M, and he looked every bit the part of a Wall Street dandy. He had a boyishly handsome face with tousled, wavy hair, and clearly knew how to handle himself in a five-star world. But unlike other Ivy League grads, he managed to embed himself successfully into Koch's management machinery, learning to talk the language of market-based management. While he might have used the catchphrases of MBM, Sobotka also imported vital pieces of the Wall Street trading culture into Koch's operations. Sobotka imposed a bonus and compensation structure that matched the norm at other trading firms. There would be no more bonuses of $25,000 for traders like O'Neill. Instead, they would get a cut of the profits they earned for the company. This was a novel thing at Koch Industries. It does not appear that Charles Koch allowed for a true profit-sharing bonus pool to exist anywhere else at the company. But the potential profits of derivatives trading demanded a change in course. Under Sobotka, the trading floor would take 14% of the total profit they earned. That 14% take would be split up among the managers, traders, and analysts, in a split that Sobotka and his leadership determined was fair. Charles Koch never seemed comfortable with this model. But it had a dramatic effect on the traders. It was a cold winter in 2000. Demand for electricity was strong. There wasn't enough natural gas injected into underground storage units. Utilities were burning gas and demanding more. Suddenly, everybody in the world wanted to buy insurance against volatility. During the 3 short months between March and May in 2000, the price of natural gas shot up 57%, from $2.88 to $4.52. The markets roiled, with billions of dollars being hauled from consumers to producers in a matter of weeks. O'Neill was in the middle of it, collecting millions. Traders who had sold him options earlier in the year were calling him up seeking to buy them back. He sold when the price was right. "We got lucky to a certain degree because it got cold early," he recalled. "We made much more money than we probably thought we would. It wasn't a straight path to riches." In July, the natural gas market pulled back sharply, and prices fell. It seemed that the market was correcting itself. The run-up in March had been an aberration, an overreaction. It looked like there was a chance that O'Neill had simply gotten lucky and gotten a short-term payday. The gas price dropped 14% to $3.75. Other traders in O'Neill's group had made naked long bets, positions that counted on natural gas to keep rising. They started to unwind these positions in July out of fear that they would lose all the gains they'd achieved that year. It seemed possible that the market might sink back into a steady equilibrium. O'Neill, however, remained firm in his position. He thought of the words from his mentor, Sam Solomon, who had overseen him when O'Neill was first learning how to trade. O'Neill had often grown nervous when it appeared that the market was moving against him. But Solomon counseled patience. The Koch way wasn't to react in the moment. It was to hold a long-term view. Solomon called this managing to expiration, meaning playing out a position until it expired. Short-term thinking was the death of a good trader. There were just too many wild variables that might cause the market to fall from one month to another. These variables often didn't have any relation to the underlying reality of the market. People have a terrible habit of making bets that things will revert to a norm. This is the same impulse that delays the bursting of a stock market bubble. Many investors convince themselves that undesirable outcomes must be unlikely because their consequences will be so painful to bear. It's human nature. O'Neill was not betting on a return to the norm. He was betting on volatility and sticking with his position. And almost immediately after markets dropped in July, the upheaval returned. In 1 month, the price of gas shot up 27%. Orders were piling up, and supplies were tight. Customers who needed natural gas in the spot market started paying dearly to get it. During the 1970s, gas shortages caused an interruption of delivery. Pipeline companies simply closed their spigots when price controls made it infeasible to deliver gas. This caused factories to shut down and lights to go out. After the deregulation of the 1990s, it was the market that would enforce such rationing, and the main tool at the market's disposal was the punishing power of high prices. This made perfect sense economically, but caused problems socially. Natural gas wasn't a product that people could easily stop using when it got pricey. It was embedded in the electric and industrial base of America, so consumption remained strong and prices kept rising. The run-up in gas prices continued for the rest of the year. In the fall, the price of gas jumped to the highest levels in years, hitting $6.31 in November, almost double the price just months before. Across the country, this volatility played out with terrible effect. It contributed to months of rolling blackouts in California, where factories ceased production, stores closed down, and auto accidents occurred when the traffic lights blinked out. In December, The price of gas hit $10.48. O'Neill cashed out of his position. He tallied the profits from his trading book. He'd earned roughly $70 million for Koch through his plays in the options market. By contrast, the entire pipeline company of Koch Gateway, all 9,600 miles of pipe with 120 connection points to other customers, earned only $15.3 million, according to government filings. The black box economy of derivatives, once a shadow market, had far surpassed the real economy in its earnings. O'Neill said his entire trading team earned as much as $400 million of profit in 1 year. And that was just a single team. After the books were closed on the year 2000, it was time for O'Neill to get his bonus. It would be his first payout under the Sobotka bonus pool regime. It would be his first taste of what other traders in the business were making, from Enron to Lehman Brothers. He knew that 14% of the profits would go to the floor, which would have equaled nearly $10 million. But that amount was split up among himself and others like Sobotka and Jeff Searle, a trading manager who reported to Sobotka. One trader after another was called into Searle's office to learn what their bonus for the year was. O'Neill's turn came. He sat down to hear the news. He would be paid $4 million. We talked about how it was a life-changing number, O'Neill said. I was very appreciative. With a single paycheck, O'Neill was propelled up through the ranks of American economic life. He broke through the upper atmosphere of the middle class. He would no longer worry about making mortgage payments. He would no longer argue with his wife about cutting back to meet the monthly budget. He would no longer fret about the quality of public schools in his neighborhood. All the financial worries that had encompassed his life since he bunked in the basement with his brothers were gone. The O'Neills sold their single-story, 2,428 square foot home. Just before Christmas 2002, they bought a newly constructed, 4,820 square foot house that sat far back on a wide grassy lawn in a tree-lined neighborhood in town. It had a pool in the backyard with a diving board. The O'Neills were able to hire a nanny to help with the kids, and began taking skiing vacations. They joined a country club and enrolled all of their children in private school. If there was a downside to being a millionaire, O'Neill was hard-pressed to describe it. The new money ends up going faster than a person might think. Private school might cost between $80,000 and $100,000 a year for all the kids. Nannies aren't cheap. A ski trip might cost $20,000. It turned out that before long, you were spending all that money without even doing anything extravagant like buying rare art. But still, this wasn't the same thing as worrying about paying off the credit card each month, or worrying if you had enough money to pay for all the activities the kids had signed up for. O'Neill worked for Koch Energy Trading until 2004, when he left to trade on his own. He got tired of working at a big company and enjoyed being independent. He formed a hedge fund that specialized in energy trading, dabbled in the oil well business, and continued to live in Houston. For all the money he made, O'Neill retained a great deal of humility. He realized that other people in his business were making far more money than he did. A $4 million annual compensation was somewhat prosaic among the top derivatives traders in America. At Koch Industries, he personally knew many other millionaires. O'Neill was also able to recognize the difference between himself and the people he worked for. He knew that he kept only a fraction of the profit he earned, even in the best years. There were other people, not too far from his orbit, who earned hundreds of millions of dollars. That kind of money created a completely different kind of life, which he couldn't fathom. I made enough money to where I was comfortable. But I wasn't powerful. It didn't bring power with it. It just brought comfort. O'Neill said. He wasn't rich enough, as he put it, where you have enough money where you can influence things. That kind of money was accruing to his bosses at Koch, and to the bosses above them. Our readers will learn more about this disaster in Chapter 13, Attack of the Killer Electrons. 2. Specifically, The price was $2.27 per million British thermal units, or MMBTU in market lingo. This is the basic unit of measurement for natural gas used by traders, and all figures in this chapter are MMBTU. A British thermal unit is a measure of energy put out by a given volume of gas. A million BTUs can be about 1,000 cubic feet of gas. 3. The full name was IMD Storage, Transportation and Asset Management Company LLC, and the company was based in Texas. Chapter 13. Attack of the Killer Electrons. 2000–2002. The problem, therefore, lies as much in the national political culture as in the specifics of California's ill-fated experiment. Yale Journal on Regulation, 2002. Who would have thought? All we wanted was a bigger, healthier tomato. Government Bureaucrat, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, 1978. Koch's trading division was always expanding into new territory. Koch's traders sought out new, opaque markets where the economics were complex, the rewards were enormous, and Koch could press its advantages of deep analysis and inside information. One of the richest horizons for new trading in 2000 was an emerging market for something that had never been traded before: electricity. The new commodity in this market was called a megawatt-hour. This was a basic unit of power that could be bought and sold like an oil futures contract. The size of this new market was breathtaking. The national electricity market was worth roughly $215 billion a year, making it more than twice the size of the airline or telephone industries. The natural gas market, by contrast, which had earned Koch Industries such rich profits during the 1990s, was worth a mere $90 billion. The market was even more enticing because only a handful of firms were prepared to trade megawatt hours in 2000. Koch Industries was one of them. Koch formed a division that traded electricity futures called Koch Energy Trading. The company selected a young man named Darrell Antrich to pioneer its venture into the megawatt markets. Antrich was only 28 years old. He looked even younger than his age, with a lean physique and closely cropped light brown hair. When he arrived for work at Koch's trading floor in Houston, Antrich wore a button-down Oxford shirt and khaki pants, and could have easily passed for a young conservative college student. His youth was a good match for the ambition and novelty of the new team that he would lead for Koch. Antrich helped build a team of traders who would focus on trading nothing but megawatts. Their cluster of desks was located near the natural gas trading floor where O'Neill had made his fortune, and the new electricity traders would benefit from the same infrastructure that helped O'Neill. They had access to Koch's internal weather reports and flash alerts from the pipelines and refineries. They built a complex software system to help predict demand for electricity around the country, along with detailed flow charts of power grids and transmission pathways. The trading infrastructure was up and running, ready to do business, but there was one significant problem: the electricity markets in which it would trade were still being built. There was an important truth embedded in this situation: Koch's trading floor was only one half of the coin of the marketplace. The other half of the coin was the public policy and politics that would create the trading market itself. It was common for Koch's traders and other libertarians to talk about markets as if they were organic systems that lived, grew, and evolved on their own if only left alone by the government. In fact, markets are always a system of exchange created by rules, and those rules are almost always created by the government. This was certainly the case for the new electricity markets in which Koch was hoping to trade. A new market for electricity was being created in the United States, piece by piece, during the 1990s. One state after another was changing the rules of the power business in a process that was called deregulation, but that was a lot more complicated than simply repealing rules. The deregulation effort was really more of a re-regulation effort, a political movement to shift the rules in favor of independent traders and away from a state-regulated utility system that was born in the New Deal era. It wasn't clear until years later what an important role Koch Industries played in helping shape the effort. As Darrell Antrich was helping set up Koch's trading desk, Another arm of Koch Industries was actively shaping the markets in which Antrich would trade. Koch was uniquely prepared to execute on this double-edged strategy. The company's ability to influence politics had expanded dramatically since the early 1990s, when Koch was investigated by the U.S. Senate. Over the next decade, Koch expanded its political lobbying office, increased its political contributions, and funded libertarian think tanks. Perhaps most significantly, Koch Industries became a vital supporter of a little-known national policy network called the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, which pushed efforts to deregulate electricity trading around the nation. ALEC promoted these policies in state legislatures where policy making was often ignored by national media outlets and where political influence came cheap. The economic rewards of this approach proved to be enormous, but they also came at a cost. This cost was paid most dearly in the state of California, where electricity deregulation ushered in a statewide economic disaster. Darrell Antrich would end up getting engulfed by this disaster. Years later, he found himself being deposed by federal investigators and accused of orchestrating illegal market manipulation from Koch's trading floor. This would have been surprising to the people who worked with Antrich every day. Everything about Antrich was straight arrow. He graduated from Texas A&M in 1992, and he embodied the Midwestern work ethic so prized at Koch. He was known as a conservative family man, a guy who might go out socially but wouldn't close down the bar. He was quiet, reserved, and had the analytical mind of a well-trained accountant. He worked for the accounting firm Ernst & Young for a year before being hired by Koch in a mid-office support job helping traders, and was later promoted through the ranks. To understand what went wrong, it is important to understand the political process, which Koch heavily influenced, to deregulate the energy markets of California. The giant state was a gold rush for electricity traders, and the ensuing calamity there was a microcosm of America's political economy of the 2000s. The policy process to set the rules, while open to the public, was largely ignored and driven by lobbyists and special interest groups like ALEC. The mind-numbingly complex system that resulted was then gamed and manipulated by a tiny group of traders who understood the rules of the game better than anyone else. When the bottom fell out, these traders and the general public blamed the state of California, which scrambled to staunch the bleeding with taxpayer money and bailouts. All the lessons of the 2000s were there in California, early in the decade, and they were ignored. One man who couldn't ignore the lessons, because they destroyed his career, was the public official who was later credited with being the author of California's deregulation plan. Oddly enough, he was a liberal Democrat, and a movie maker, no less. His name was J. Stephen Peace, and he worked in the state capital of Sacramento. It is significant that the disaster began in Sacramento. One reason the chaos originated there is that almost nobody paid attention to what happened in Sacramento. The world's attention was focused on other parts of California, Hollywood, the world's entertainment capital, and Silicon Valley, the world's technology capital. Sacramento, by contrast, wasn't the capital of anything other than California's state government. While the power outages and economic crisis in late 2000 would draw worldwide attention when they unfolded, very little attention was being paid in 1996, when the state dismantled and rebuilt its electricity industry. That isn't to say that Stephen Peace didn't try. He did his best to draw a crowd, and had the flair of a natural showman. He was tall and slender and looked a lot like the actor Jack Nicholson, with a wide forehead and thick, sharp eyebrows that amplified his facial expressions. His parents were both schoolteachers, and Peace said his family's motto was, "It's better to be a smart ass than a dumbass," a piece of wisdom that he employed in public hearings. When he disagreed with someone's opinion, he was quick to call it out as happy horseshit. Peace was put in charge of the effort because he was head of the state Senate's Energy Committee. He was an unlikely champion of deregulation, being both a Democrat and a skeptic of free markets. But the momentum to deregulate California's markets was unstoppable, and Peace thought he could shape the effort for the better. He was known in Sacramento as a lawmaker who relished in the challenge of dealing with profoundly complicated issues. Steve Peace had the storyteller's gift. Like a lot of kids who grew up in Southern California, Peace had fallen in love at a young age with the business of movie making. When he was in his 20s, Peace and two of his high school buddies came up with an idea for a campy humor film called Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Peace produced the movie, co-wrote it, and starred in it. He was only 25 years old when the film was released in 1978. It became a cult sensation and made him moderately wealthy. The success of Killer Tomatoes was puzzling to almost everybody. The movie didn't even have many killer tomatoes in it. But everything about it, from the clumsy jokes to the wooden acting, was painfully low budget. Many people might have enjoyed it simply because it was so bad. It only became apparent years later that Attack of the Killer Tomatoes was prophetic in important ways. The movie captured the spirit of the age, and it documented the kind of political struggles that would eventually ruin Peace's political career. At its core, the movie is about government incompetence and institutional decay. The tomatoes make only a few cameo appearances as they attack Californians enjoying the fruits of American middle-class life. What's more important is the fact that the tomatoes were unleashed by incompetent government scientists working at a top-secret USDA test plot, who accidentally create a strain of lethal fruit. 2. The tomatoes kill civilians and attack cities across the nation. But the president just sits at his desk and signs blank pieces of paper. The Senate holds hearings but does nothing. The army sends in soldiers, and they end up sitting in offices, arguing, and looking at maps on the wall as the country is destroyed state by state. There goes Arkansas. One soldier declares. The only effective institution in the movie was the public relations industry, which bombarded Americans with the idea that the tomato attack was a blessing. Peace had a feature role in the film. He played a mentally unbalanced commando who doesn't seem to realize that World War II is over. He runs around most of the time dragging a deployed parachute on the ground behind him. If Peace was cynical about American politics, he wasn't without hope. His stepfather was heavily involved with local Democratic politics, and Peace became intrigued with the political process. He got a job as a legislative staffer and saw the process of lawmaking up close. When he was 29 years old, he decided that he would run for a seat in the California State Assembly. He won the seat, and over the next decade, he won the confidence of his fellow legislators. One of the first things that anybody seemed to mention about Steve Peace was that he'd starred in the Tomato movie. It was an invitation not to take him seriously. But his co-workers soon discovered that Peace had a real interest and aptitude in taking on the most intractable issues. There were whole continents of public policy where even the most hardened lawmakers didn't dare to tread, areas that were so tedious and so complicated and so lacking in public exposure that they promised to swallow public service careers whole. Regulating public utilities was one of these areas. Just the phrase, regulating public utilities, was enough to make a citizen change the channel or skip to the next news article. It was one of those ironic facts of American life. Very few issues affected people more deeply than providing them with electricity, but very few issues drew less public interest. For whatever reason, Steve Peace was profoundly interested in the topic. He learned the issue from top to bottom and from inside to out. If caught in the hallways of the state capitol, Peace could immediately be drawn into a heated and hours-long conversation about California's utilities companies and regulatory structure. Because of this knowledge and interest, Peace was given more committee assignments and more responsibilities. He won a race to become a state senator, and became a leading authority on electricity and utilities. This is how, in 1996, Steve Peace came to lead the state's efforts to break apart the existing electricity industry and replace it with something new. Over a matter of months in 1996, he oversaw a grueling process. It would earn the nickname, the Peace Death March, to produce a bill that was described as being as thick as a telephone book, which created the new markets for trading megawatt hours. When Peace held public hearings on the issue, he realized the audience for public policy debates was minuscule. But the hearings revealed a long and complicated history that reflected the changing nature of America's economy. Back in the hands-off days of laissez-faire economics, in the late 1800s and early 1900s, California's electricity was a free market dream. Companies set up shop wherever they wanted and built big power plants and transmission lines to carry power. They charged a market price for electricity. But this turned out to be problematic. Electrical utility companies tended to be monopolies. There was really only room for one big company to operate in any given area, and it was expensive to build power plants and grids. The monopolies charged exorbitant prices for their power, because they could. They also refused to build transmission lines to rural areas or other neighborhoods where they didn't feel like they could make a profit. Electricity, and therefore modernity itself, was something of a luxury good. This was unpopular. People wanted the luxury of electricity, and the government responded to their wishes. This gave rise to a model that prevailed during the era of the New Deal consensus. The utilities remained monopolies with private owners, but they were tightly regulated and overseen by the government. Agencies like the California Public Utilities Commission were created to make sure that the utilities didn't price gouge customers and that they offered reliable service. This system worked so well that everybody forgot it existed. Rates remained reasonable, and the public commissions worked in the background to ensure it. Electrical power was extended into virtually every corner of American life and became something akin to a basic human right. Then the age of volatility hit in the 1970s. Electricity prices rose along with those for oil during the era of the OPEC embargo. The bureaucrats who oversaw the electricity business didn't know how to respond effectively. It seemed like they could never get the porridge just right. Prices rose, and the utilities stumbled from one year to another without clear direction. The bureaucrats bickered. What price was reasonable? When was a rate increase justified? Public faith in the system diminished. At the same time, environmental laws made it harder to build new power plants. The American public put a premium on not living in the haze of a nearby coal plant and dying of respiratory illness at an early age while their children suffered from asthma. This slowed the construction of new facilities. Real scarcity of power emerged at times in California even as regulators managed to cut down electricity usage by encouraging conservation. This stoked an effort to deregulate the industry in the 1990s. The idea was to replace highly regulated monopolies with competitive markets where people could buy and sell electricity freely. The power of the invisible hand would make electricity cheaper every day, and would give utilities incentives to become more efficient and increase production. Again, this is an excruciatingly dull story that nobody wanted to hear about back then. 3. When Steve Peace began to hold public hearings in the summer of 1996, the events garnered virtually no media attention. While there would be plenty of national media coverage later, when the catastrophe unfolded, there appears to have been zero national coverage when the deregulation bill was being written. This is not to say that the auditorium was empty on the warm summer evenings when Peace and his colleagues would convene to begin debating about megawatt hours and reasonable rates. In fact, the room was often full. The seats were filled by a class of people who got paid a lot of money to watch the proceedings: lawyers, lobbyists, and consultants who represented large utility companies, natural gas companies, and trading firms like Koch Industries and its fellow energy conglomerate in Texas, Enron. The well-dressed lobbyists who filled the seats in Peace's hearing room were just the most visible piece of a much larger political influence operation. Peace would come to understand this better when he got invited to speak at industry events about deregulation. The invitation came from a strange and little-known organization called the American Legislative Exchange Council. He was as surprised as anyone to find himself, a Democrat, speaking to the group. ALEC was an umbrella group that coordinated efforts among conservative state legislators around the nation. ALEC's mission, and its organization, was a novel innovation. State legislatures were often seen as policy backwaters. ALEC stepped into the breach by giving much-needed resources to overworked and underpaid state lawmakers. This innovation was born of necessity in 1973, when liberal politics dominated Washington. ALEC's founder, a religious conservative activist named Paul Weyrich, felt it would be far more effective to push policy ideas on the state level. He was right. By the time peace arrived to address the group, ALEC was deeply committed to promoting electricity deregulation, even though the business community was torn on the issue. The reason for ALEC's support was straightforward. The group's policy positions were effectively bought by the highest bidder among its corporate members, including big companies like Koch Industries and Enron. This structure came about because ALEC had been only marginally successful in its early years, with few resources and an anemic membership list. Then ALEC's leaders struck on a novel idea: they would seek corporate sponsorship. This idea played well with business conservatives who believed that government agencies should act more like private corporations, promoting ideas with the highest market value. ALEC offered corporations the chance to become dues-paying members of the organization. Over the years, a pay-to-play structure emerged at ALEC. The dues-paying corporations didn't just determine which policies would be promoted. They actually co-authored the bills that ALEC's legislative members took back home and tried to pass. ALEC created a set of task forces that addressed issues of concern to the corporate members. The task forces were directed by a team composed of corporate representatives and state legislators. This partnership appears to be unique in American history, giving companies an unprecedented chance to craft public policy. Brand-name companies like Procter & Gamble and Coors Brewing joined ALEC. But Koch Industries was one of the most active participants. Koch almost always sent a representative to ALEC's task force meetings, recalled Bonnie Sue Cooper, who was chairman of ALEC in 1997. A Koch lobbyist named Mike Morgan was on ALEC's board of directors with Cooper. In the late 1990s, when ALEC was struggling financially, Koch's political network loaned the group $500,000 to keep it afloat. Koch Industries also gained a reputation as an important leader within ALEC because the company was particularly willing to give money to lawmakers' campaigns. At the time, the return on investment was relatively high when it came to funding a state legislator in his or her race. Even a few $1,000s could still make a difference. During the 1990s, Koch Industries and Enron were key members of the ALEC task force that pushed for electricity deregulation across the nation. Their reasons for doing so were obvious. Deregulation would open huge new trading markets that they were ready to enter, but it wasn't at all clear in the beginning that they would win their case. ALEC's utility company members opposed the deregulation plan. Deregulation would break apart the existing utility model, forcing companies to buy their power from traders rather than produce it at their own plants. Koch and Enron won the battle in part because they could afford ALEC's premium membership fees. The utility companies got outbid in ALEC's lawmaking auction. It's a situation where you buy a seat at the table, and then you have the opportunity to vote and drive policy, an exasperated utility lobbyist named Tim Kochland later told the Austin American-Statesman. "We don't have enough votes. If they are going to do something we like, they don't need our votes, and if they are going to do something we do not like, we can't stop them." After Koch and Enron won the fight, ALEC crafted model bills for electricity deregulation. In states like Mississippi and South Carolina, ALEC's model bills were introduced almost verbatim. In California, the Republican state senator and ALEC member Jim Brult was on hand to help guide the legislative efforts alongside Steve Peace. Without pressure from groups like ALEC, it's not at all clear that deregulation would have happened at all. The general voting public certainly wasn't pushing for it. People weren't taking to the streets with placards and banners demanding electricity trading. Even under the best circumstances, the benefit of deregulation to consumers was likely to be minimal. Consumers would have to shop between electricity providers only to gain a savings of a few dollars, or even a few cents, on their electricity bills. Even though he drove the legislative effort to deregulate, Peace remained uneasy. He remained skeptical of the free market advocates. He knew markets might be more efficient in the long run, but they also created a lot of volatility. The market didn't care if an average family in San Diego could afford to keep their lights on, or if customers wanted a predictable cost of electricity from month to month. The industry lobbyists and trade groups didn't seem to fully appreciate this. But Peace saw that there was no stopping the train. "I realized that this all was in motion and was many years in the works," Peace said. Peace and Brault passed the bill in August of 1998. The law was radical in nature. It instantly broke apart the state's big utility companies. The utilities became glorified middlemen, buying energy on an open market from traders at Koch and Enron and then selling it to the utilities' customers. The utilities had to sell their power plants to outside companies, many of them in Texas, that operated the plants as independent companies. The utilities also lost their transmission lines, which were taken away and turned into something that resembled a railroad or a pipeline. Anybody could now schedule power to run across the transmission lines, making them the common carrier of power. The world of electricity trading, in other words, was starting to look a lot like the world of natural gas trading that made Brendan O'Neill's team so rich. It would take 2 years for the bill to take full effect. But by 2000, the markets were open, and the gold rush had begun. Koch Industries was one of the few companies ready to capture the opportunity. Koch Industries had constructed its own intelligence network, from the ground up, to support its new team of traders as they bought and sold electrons. Traders on the electricity desk analyzed the new marketplace with an internally developed tool called the West Power Clearing Model. It used a software program that sucked in and synthesized huge amounts of data to determine the supply and demand for electricity in places like California. The model considered how high electricity reserves were at key nodes in Southern California, the desert Southwest, and Northern California. It also considered the cost of electricity transmission along power lines and the different price of power at several locations. This helped traders start to make basis plays, as they did in the oil markets, exploiting the changing prices within fractured markets. The model also integrated published information about upcoming power plant outages, expected gas prices, and anticipated demand for energy. Darrell Antrich helped lead the small team of traders who started using the West Power Clearing Model when California markets were open for business. One of the star traders on his team was a young woman named Melissa Beckett, a graduate of Fort Hays State University in Kansas. She was a small-town girl with the work ethic to prove it. The trading floor was dominated by young white men, but Beckett managed to hold her own among them. She gained respect for her trading acumen and had a no-frills air about her, wearing her hair in a shoulder-length bob cut and dressing in low-key attire like white blouses with dark slacks. She arrived at work early and worked the phones relentlessly, calling around to brokers and other traders and utility companies to get a feel for the going price of electricity. During her career at Koch, Beckett had worked on the crude oil desk, so she was privy to the vast stream of data that Koch used for trading. She used the data to calculate the marginal cost of electricity. Then they could compare it to prices in the market and get to work trying to outsmart everyone else who was selling power. Figuring out the cost of electricity was only part of the equation. The Koch traders also had to figure out the legal parameters of the California market in the bill passed by Stephen Peace. The bill created a new market on which Koch's traders could buy and sell megawatt-hours, a market called the California Power Exchange. It was basically a wholesale market where utilities bought power, thousands of megawatt-hours at a time, to meet their customers' needs. There was a wrinkle in this exchange that would later cause calamity. The prices on the power exchange could float with market conditions. But the prices that utilities could charge their customers for the power they bought on the exchange were frozen. The utility companies had pressed to freeze customer rates at high levels as a way to recoup the $20 billion to $30 billion in power plant upgrades the utilities made before the new law forced them to sell those same power plants. The state agreed to freeze electricity rates at a price that was higher than wholesale power, so the utilities would be guaranteed a comfortable profit margin for the first few years of deregulation. When everything went south later, trading companies like Enron, who were actually breaking the law, would scapegoat the rate freeze and call it a price cap, using it as evidence that California had created a distorted marketplace that was simply begging to be exploited. In fact, the rate freeze was not a cap at all but a floor, a guarantee that prices would be high enough for the utilities to recoup their sunk costs. It appears that virtually no one in 1998 believed that wholesale electricity prices might actually go higher in the age of deregulation. The law did not contain a clause that would unfreeze rates and allow them to rise if wholesale prices spiked. There was one more vital piece to the California law that would cause problems later. This was the emergency system put into place to make sure that the utility companies wouldn't lose power if nobody was selling megawatts on the power exchange. To make sure the system was reliable, California created a new nonprofit authority called the California Independent System Operator, which was based just outside Sacramento. This agency was like an air traffic control tower. It was staffed with engineers and operators who made sure that the electrons were flowing on time and in proper volume. The Independent System Operator, or ISO, only came into play once trading was finished on the open power exchange. The power exchange was a day-ahead market, meaning that utility companies shopped there for electricity they planned to use the following day. After trading closed on the exchange, the traffic controllers at the ISO made sure there was ample supply for the following morning. If things started to look haywire for the next days, the ISO operators could buy the emergency supplies it needed to keep the lights on. These operators also had a special authority that didn't get much attention in 1998. They could buy electricity at the last minute, at high prices, to shore up the grid if it looked like there was going to be a shortage. This was designed to be a safety net, and one that would be rarely used. The market was set up in a way to ensure that the independent system operator barely purchased any electricity. Steve Peace, for one, believed that only a tiny fraction of electricity would be bought in emergency markets by the independent system operator. As it turned out, the higher prices on the emergency ISO market turned out to be too strong of a lure for the new traders at Enron and Koch to ignore. When Melissa Beckett started her day on Koch's trading floors, she bought and sold electricity contracts in the same way other Koch traders bought and sold crude oil futures. But this time, her customers were the large utilities in California that had been stripped of their power plants and forced to buy megawatts on the open market. Beckett and her team of megawatt traders were one of the most important players in California's new market. Her trading desk wasn't glamorous. It looked like the desk of a telemarketer. The traders sat shoulder to shoulder in their stations, speaking into black microphones, checking their computer monitors, occasionally glancing up at the large television screens suspended from the ceiling that gave them minute-to-minute headlines. The desks were covered in drifts of papers and file folders, littered with empty coffee cups and boxes of Kleenex tissue perched on top of files. Through the course of an average morning, Beckett called traders, brokers, and customers west of the Rocky Mountains. She greeted them by name, "What's going on, Billy?" and began to haggle with them over the cost of a megawatt hour. She sounded casual, but Beckett was trading based on information, analytics, and the projections produced by Koch's elaborate West Power clearing model. California's new electricity markets were ambling along peacefully during their first years of operation. Prices were relatively low, as legislators like Steve Peace had expected them to be, and the market was relatively stable. Most of the power was bought and sold in the day-ahead power exchange and very little power was traded in the emergency hourly markets, where prices were much higher. But then, during the first days of January in 2000, the West Power Clearing model began to produce some very strange numbers. It seemed that there was a supply crunch looming in California. The state had not built a new power plant in about a decade, and demand had been rising steadily. Water reservoirs were getting low, thanks to a dry year with little rainfall. A hot summer seemed to be on the way. Demand was high and supplies were tight, which meant that prices would soon be rising. This was essentially the same analysis that Brendan O'Neill was seeing on the natural gas desk. There would be a spike in both gas and electricity prices, which were closely connected. There was a small problem, however. California's day-ahead market on the power exchange had a price cap on it. This created a potential distortion in the market. The real price of power might float higher than the capped price, which would force producers to trade at a loss. There seemed to be some gaming going on in this market in response to the price caps. It looked like some utility companies were intentionally underscheduling their loads in the day-ahead market to try and evade the price caps. The traders believed that California's new system was imperfectly deregulated because of the price caps, and they also seemed to believe that the state's political leaders were too dumb to recognize the fact or change it. The traders weren't sympathetic to the idea that they should abide by the price caps if the market dictated otherwise. The thinking of Enron traders was captured in recorded phone calls, later obtained by investigators, which included gems such as, "Grandma Millie, man, now she wants her fucking money back for all the power you've charged, jammed right up her ass for fucking $250 a megawatt hour." It would be up to the traders, then, to figure out how to make the markets work in spite of California's jerry-rigged system. In the spring of 2000, these traders were looking to do one thing: they were looking to gain length, as Beckett put it. They were looking to own megawatts and sell them at a price higher than the state-imposed price caps on the California Power Exchange. The only way to get a higher price for the megawatt hours was to sell them in the small emergency market on the day that power was needed, the ISO market. But Koch was prohibited from doing this. Only companies that owned a power plant and could promise to deliver the power on a given hour could sell into the ISO market. Koch needed to find a way to break into the hourly markets, regardless of what the rules said. Or, as Darrell Antrich would later put it when questioned by federal investigators, we thus concluded that we were more likely to be profitable on our positions if we had the flexibility to carry our long positions into the real-time power market. Antrich discovered a pathway into the pricier ISO market almost by accident. He was meeting with a salesman for a power plant company named Tom Nesmith, who pitched Antrich a novel idea. It was called parking. It would deliver Koch the profits it desired in California. Federal regulators later determined that the trading technique violated the law. Antrich wasn't looking for a new trading technique when he first met with Tom Nesmith. He just wanted information. There was one critical piece missing in Koch Energy Trading's intelligence network. Koch Industries didn't own any power plants, so it didn't have access to the kind of inside information that made its energy trading desks so successful. Antrich was on a quest for such information, and he tried to get it by forming information sharing systems with utility companies that owned the plants. Antrich approached one such utility outside California, Public Service Company of New Mexico, or PNM, as most people called it. The company owned a power plant in Arizona that sold electricity into California. This meant that PNM could sell into the coveted ISO market. Antrich wanted PNM to sign a deal that would give Koch's traders access to PNM's inside information, such as information on plant outages, its own weather forecasts, and other data that could give Koch a head start on responding to changes in the market. In return, PNM would get access to Koch's trading analysis, its secret in-house weather projections, and its forecasts on natural gas markets, among other things. Antrich and his team drew up a consulting agreement for PNM that spelled out the information sharing agreement, and he pitched it to Tom Nesmith. The salesman was interested in this arrangement. But he wanted to pitch Koch on a special opportunity, the parking trading strategy that Koch could execute in partnership with PNM. The strategy was apparently dreamed up by traders at Enron, and it was later judged to be illegal. Enron traders seem to have invented the parking scheme sometime in the late 1990s. To execute a parking trade, a trader at Koch or Enron sold electricity from a power plant in California to a customer outside the state, like PNM in Arizona. This sale was made in the day-ahead market, where prices were capped. But the sale was bogus. The next day, when power was supposed to be delivered from California to PNM, the utility would suddenly sell the exact same amount of power from Arizona into California, and into the much pricier ISO hourly market. The two sales would be orchestrated to cancel each other out, 100 megawatts out of the state to PNM, and 100 megawatts into the state from PNM. Here's why the scheme was fraudulent: the electricity never made the round-trip journey that the paper trail would indicate. Instead, the power was generated at the original point inside California, and then sold to a customer in California the next day without ever leaving the state. It was only a paper game between PNM and Koch that made it look as if Koch had moved electricity from California to Arizona, and then back into California again. In reality, the power had just gone from point A to point B inside California. The reason this is so important is that, under the arcane rules of California's system, the power from Arizona was allowed into the pricey ISO market, while the power from California was not. Once PNM learned how to park power, it started pitching the service to trading companies. One trader was hesitant to sign up because he was worried he might get stuck having to actually deliver electricity across state lines. But Nesmith assured this trader by saying, "Luckily, you're the guy with the hand on the throttle in this case." Federal experts would later interpret that remark as showing that PNM always considered the parking transactions to be little more than a ploy on paper. Nesmith understood that a company like Koch could make huge profits by parking power. Accordingly, PNM charged a high price for the service. According to Koch's agreement with PNM, Koch paid an upfront fee of $345,600 to participate in the parking strategy. Koch also paid an additional fee of $1 for every megawatt-hour it traded through the parking deal. On February 28, 2000, Koch Energy Trading signed a contract with PNM to park power in the coming months. The deal essentially allowed PNM to rent out its status as an out-of-state utility company, and allowed Koch to buy its way into the pricey hourly market in California. Koch's agreement with PNM allowed Koch's traders to start parking power in July. But they began much earlier than that. Electricity prices spiked in May, thanks in part to the supply crunch that Koch saw coming through its supply and demand models. When prices spiked, parking allowed Koch to capture the opportunity. "I am excited about practicing in the next few weeks, as well as the opportunities the parking gives us for this summer," Antrich wrote. On May 22, 2000, Koch Industries executed one of its first parking transactions. On that Monday, Koch sold 950 megawatt-hours of power into California's power exchange. The price on that day-ahead market was high. Koch was paid $108.99 per megawatt-hour. Average prices that month were about quadruple what they had been 1 year before. An unusual heat wave had driven up power prices sharply as businesses and residents cranked up their air conditioning. The state was facing a shortage of electricity, and the independent system operator declared a Stage 2 power emergency because reserves were below 5%. This meant that the agency could start initiating blackouts if demand stayed high, and the administrators were desperate to find backup sources of power to keep the lights on. Koch's parking arrangement allowed it to take advantage of this desperation. On the same day that it sold electricity into the power exchange, Koch's traders parked 650 megawatts of power with the Public Service Company of New Mexico. This meant that Koch informed the state of California that it was planning to export the 650 megawatts to PNM the following day, even though Koch had no intention of doing so, according to federal investigators. The reported export was essentially a sham. Koch knew that when it came time to export the power, Public Service Company of New Mexico would report to the state it was sending the same amount of power into the state. This paper game allowed Koch's traders to sell electricity in emergency markets that were otherwise off-limits to traders like Koch. Of the 650 megawatt-hours that Koch parked with PNM, Koch was able to sell 50 megawatt-hours directly to the independent system operator at a price of $336.40 per megawatt-hour. Then it sold 450 megawatt-hours to the power exchanges, day of market for $539.95. Koch sold another 125 megawatt-hours of parked power to a utility company for $625. It sold the rest to Enron for $320. The transaction yielded $315,788 in profit. Investigators would later say that this kind of deal came at a dear cost to the state. By parking power, electricity traders were diverting power from the day-ahead power exchange and forcing the independent system operator to pay exorbitantly high prices for the power, a cost that was passed on to the utility companies. Gaming the system was creating dire, real-world effects. Power was cut at the Orange County government building, forcing employees to go home early. In the Santa Clarita Valley, north of Los Angeles, the school district paid emergency prices to keep students in session, including penalty payments of up to $10,000 an hour. On June 14, Koch's traders executed another remarkably profitable and complex parking transaction that yielded $874,523 in profits. On June 15, Darrell Antrich emailed an old friend named Brian Arriaga, who had previously worked for Koch's trading office. Arriaga had since moved on to a new job, but the friends bantered back and forth during the workday. Arriaga emailed Antrich at 2 in the afternoon to comment on the remarkably warm weather in California, which had pushed electricity prices to record highs. "Isn't it a little too early in the summer for the Santa Ana sick winds?" Arriaga wrote, "I hope you guys were long." Antrich, who was presumably busy that afternoon, did not reply until 5:19 that evening, long after the markets had closed. "I can't even begin to tell you how well things have been going," he wrote. "We have been doing parking with PNM and have made over $2 million in the last 2 weeks. On June 14 and 15, temperatures rose above 100 degrees in many parts of California. It was 103 in San Francisco and 109 in San Jose. Air conditioners kicked on in millions of homes and businesses throughout the state. The heavy load bogged down transmission lines and sapped power plants. Prices skyrocketed. Lights blinked on the wall-sized electronic maps and screens inside the cavernous control room of the California Independent System Operator, just outside Sacramento. Traders there looked at spreadsheets on their computer monitors and desperately called from broker to broker, looking to buy supplies to keep power running. These traders were frantic with good reason. The technology of the modern power grid dictated that demand had to be met exactly at all times. If the supply was not met, even for a matter of moments, it could cause a system of cascading and uncontrolled blackouts that could leave millions without power. By the afternoon of the 14th, it became clear that the ISO might fall short on its power supplies. Power reserves fell below 7%, so the state declared a Phase 1 emergency, giving it the authority to begin rolling blackouts. At 1:22 in the afternoon, San Francisco's utility company, Pacific Gas and Electric, started cutting power to blocks of 35,000 customers at a time, leaving them in the dark for between 60 and 90 minutes and then shifting the blackout to other neighborhoods. The lights went out at a microbrewery on Haight Street. People who worked from home got in the cars and took their PowerBook laptops to coffee shops in nearby cities where the lights were still on. The worst was yet to come. Throughout the autumn, electricity traders continued to game the system, using incomprehensibly complex schemes to shift megawatt-hours away from the day-ahead power exchange and into the hourly ISO markets. As winter approached, outside events conspired to help these traders, as if invisible gremlins had been released into the state to wreak havoc. A natural gas pipeline ruptured in Southern California, interrupting key fuel supplies. A storm hit the coast and clogged intake valves for a nuclear plant with seaweed, forcing the facility to go offline and taking its megawatt capacity with it. This created a destructive feedback loop. Every time power prices rose, it gave traders more reason to manipulate the markets, which caused prices to rise yet further. By the time January rolled around again, the state found itself in a summer-like environment of high demand, limited supply, and exorbitant prices. The market dysfunction began to take its toll on the state's three big utilities. The state had forced them to sell their own power plants, so they had no choice but to buy all of their power on wholesale markets. The rate caps prohibited the utilities from passing the higher costs on to consumers. The frozen rates were designed to be a floor price, but now that wholesale market prices had skyrocketed, the frozen rates were suddenly a price cap. No one had expected this. Losses were approaching $10 billion for two of the three big utilities, San Francisco's PG&E and the Los Angeles area's Southern California Edison Company. There was simply no way that the utilities could keep passing on power to their customers at such a deep cost without declaring bankruptcy. Steve Peace found himself in the odd position of knowing more than anybody about California's dysfunctional markets but being able to do little or nothing at all about it. Because he was no longer on the Energy Committee of the State Senate, Peace wasn't in a position to intervene. And even if he was, there was very little that the Senate could do. He was left to watch as state legislators and electricity regulators scrambled to keep the system afloat. The scene might have looked familiar to him. It wasn't completely dissimilar to a vignette about halfway through Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, when the U.S. Army was scrambling to destroy the marauding tomatoes. The camera panned across the Army Command Center, which was a scene of chaos. Papers were spread everywhere. Soldiers were working at makeshift tables and shouting back and forth at one another. They bickered and scrambled around, powerless against the tomato menace. There was a similar fatalism playing out at the ISO offices near Sacramento. The traders looked shell-shocked, walking around with the cheap styrofoam coffee cups while lights blinked on a wall map of the state transmission routes. There was nothing the traders at ISO could do. They were price takers who had to pay whatever it took to avoid a blackout. It was only then, as ISO was being gouged, that Steve Peace could have seen one of the biggest mistakes he had made while negotiating California's deregulation laws. During all the marathon hours of debate and negotiation, the lawmakers had not paid enough attention to one vital issue, the issue of market power. Market power was a concept that animated lawmakers who crafted the New Deal, and it referred to the ability of companies to demand higher prices even when the laws of supply and demand did not justify them. Monopolies had market power. Utilities had market power. The traders at Koch and Enron now had market power. What the lawmakers didn't take into account back then was the peculiar nature of commercial electrons and electrical power. Unlike other commodities such as corn and oil, electrons cannot be stored. They must be transmitted and used in real time as they are created. This made the electrical grid particularly vulnerable to market power. The grid had to be expertly orchestrated to match supply and demand almost perfectly. If enough electrons weren't forced down the wires to meet demand, then the system could shudder, and blackouts could result. In other words, system reliability dictated that demand must be met in real time. Buying that last megawatt of power to meet demand was a necessity rather than a luxury. The market for that last megawatt hour was a seller's market, and the savvy trader could exact a ransom price. The only entity with the authority to correct the dysfunctions of market power was the state. And that's what forced the state of California to finally intervene in the electricity crisis. As it happened, the Republican governor who pushed for deregulation in the 1990s, Pete Wilson, had left office. He was replaced by a Democrat named Gray Davis. It would be up to Davis and the state legislature to solve the mess that deregulation left behind. Gray Davis was a popular, if somewhat bland, governor. He was a career politician, elected with 58% of the vote. Electricity deregulation wasn't his specialty, but a few months into his term, it was clear that Davis wouldn't be dealing with anything else. The weekend of January 12, 2001, was a long holiday weekend. It was also the last 3 days before the state's electric grid might fail. The big utility companies had major debt payments due the week after the Martin Luther King Day holiday, and it was becoming apparent that they didn't have the money to pay. The consequences of a default for the big utilities were difficult to predict but would almost certainly be catastrophic. Mandatory blackouts would cut power to hospitals, airports, shopping malls, and homes. Gray Davis formed a war room in the state capitol and worked there through the weekend. He set up a live satellite link between California and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission offices in Washington. California's state lawmakers were on hand through the weekend to write emergency legislation that Davis could sign when markets opened up Tuesday morning. Davis quickly discovered that energy traders were not willing to compromise. Market prices were non-negotiable. They would get their money. A Texas-based trading firm called Dynegy made clear that it would rather see one of the state's biggest utility companies, Southern California Edison, go into bankruptcy than forgive the utility for its debt. The state needed to craft a bailout bill that was friendly to Dynegy's terms. If we can't get this bill through in the next 2 days, this will start to unravel, Dynegy president, Stephen W. Bergstrom, told the Los Angeles Times. When and if they default on Thursday, it puts us in a position where we have to take them into bankruptcy, and I'm sure others will be right beside us. FERC also refused to compromise in important ways. The agency was in limbo between the Clinton and Bush administrations and wasn't inclined to intervene. This left Davis and the state legislature with one option. The state would use its credit rating and money to step in and keep the broken market system afloat. The legislators found a clever way to do this. They could use a relatively obscure agency to buy electricity supplies and pass them on to the utilities. Over the weekend, Davis and his team spent hours negotiating over what price the state would pay for the electricity. Davis tried to negotiate for a discount. He wanted to pay 5.5 cents per kilowatt-hour over 3 years. The traders and their industry groups said they wanted at least 8.5 cents per kilowatt-hour over 3 years. Davis had no leverage, and the traders knew it. Negotiations carried on through Monday and then into Tuesday. The debate was largely over how much the state would have to pay. The figure would clearly reach into the billions. Throughout Tuesday afternoon, the state legislature debated an emergency bailout bill in the same room where Stephen Peace helped write the original deregulation measure so many years before, when almost nobody could be bothered to attend his hours-long hearings. Now the situation was suitably disastrous enough to draw the attention of the national press. By late Tuesday evening, it appeared that the legislators had come to a rough understanding of what the final emergency legislation might look like. State assembly leaders started whipping votes into line. They fashioned a bailout before the utilities went under. Around this time, a truck driver named Mike Bowers steered his semi-truck off the freeway and onto the side streets of Sacramento. He had a record of mental illness and a long criminal history. For reasons that were never entirely clear, Bowers accelerated his rig to 70 miles an hour and drove it into the side of the Capitol building. The truck hit the Capitol building like a missile. When the cab slammed into the white stone walls, the fuel tanks exploded, sending a ball of flame climbing over the face of the building. Somewhat miraculously, Bowers was the only person who died that evening. The next morning, as the blackened face of the Capitol building continued to smolder, Gray Davis declared a state of emergency. At that point, he was simply stating the obvious. Amid the smoke and carnage, the lawmakers were able to pass the bailout plan. During the spring of 2001, a storyline emerged about the electricity crisis that eventually hardened into conventional wisdom. It was a story about legislative stupidity and incompetence. This narrative was cemented by Gray Davis's bailout plan. The state was obligated to buy electricity for the utilities but prohibited from changing any of the underlying market dysfunction. Wholesale prices continued to soar. The traders continued to profit, and the state opened its treasury to pay for it all. Between January and June, the state bought about 30.8 million megawatt-hours at the price the market demanded. The price to taxpayers was roughly $9 billion. And even with this, the grid remained unstable. Utilities ordered rolling blackouts, cutting power to neighborhoods and shopping districts and leaving traffic signals dark. Taxpayers were heavily subsidizing a third-world electricity grid. The state had created the deregulation scheme, so many citizens blamed the state. The politicians hadn't listened closely enough to the free market evangelists at Enron. Now the overcomplicated mousetrap was destroying itself. This narrative was misleading. The biggest misconception was that the state had deregulated the wholesale market for power while imposing price caps on electricity rates for consumers. It sounded like an absurdly designed system, and it reeked of pandering to voters, in this case electricity customers, who wanted a free ride. It also helped explain why the big utility companies were going bankrupt, because they couldn't pass on their high costs. Of course, it was the utility companies that had pushed for the rate freeze, and they had done so with the expectation that the frozen rates would deliver them outsized profits over several years. In San Diego, the rate freeze had been lifted, and it didn't change much beyond shifting the exorbitant prices directly onto the broader populace. Another misconception was that the deregulation law's complexity was somehow to blame for the high prices. News stories mentioned that there was a power exchange market and an ISO market, and there were price caps and different rules for imported and exported power. It made the system handbook sound like a plate of spaghetti that distorted the market and made high prices almost inevitable. In fact, it was the traders and power generators who decided to game the system using the complex rules as a way to hide their behavior. Finally, there was little discussion of the fact that federal regulators had the authority to combat the crisis but chose not to use it. California's deregulation law called for FERC to police any market manipulation, and it was FERC that decided not to penalize traders and generators in late 2000 when it discovered that prices were unjustly high. FERC refused to intervene for months as the crisis worsened. Another part of the narrative remained entirely absent. In all the stories and headlines that were generated about the California power crisis, one name remained notably absent: Koch Industries. This wasn't accidental. On November 20, 2000, Koch Industries was given the chance to expand on its parking strategy in California. PNM offered Koch a new contract to park power over the summer of 2001, a time when prices were expected to be high. The offer must have been enticing. PNM's signature was on the contract but Koch's was not. Koch walked away from the parking scheme, just when the strategy was arguably the most promising. Other firms ramped up their market gaming schemes as electricity got more expensive. But Koch appears to have cut back. It seems that Koch imposed a sense of discipline, and a long-term point of view, that eluded its competitors. Enron, for example, feasted on manipulative trades, not only parking, but also gratuitously manipulative trades with names like Fat Boy and Death Star, in part to help it meet company-wide quarterly earnings targets. Koch Industries had no such concerns. Back in 1968, when the oil gauger Phil Dubose joined Koch Industries, he joined a company that thrived on exploiting gray areas. But skirting the law had drawn the attention of the FBI and the U.S. Senate, and Charles Koch had learned a lesson from that. His trading team would not aggressively push into legal gray areas. They didn't need to. Koch had enough advantage using its inside information to trade in the dark, lightly regulated derivatives markets. Getting caught up with blatant market manipulation would only serve as a distraction. This was certainly the case in California. There were plenty of politicians complaining about market manipulation, even if FERC had stepped aside. It wasn't hard to imagine that, down the road, there might be more investigations, maybe even a U.S. Senate hearing or two. Koch's priorities in the winter of 2000 were telling. PNM's trading team was persistently trying to convince Darrell Antrich and his team to park more power with the firm. But Koch wanted something else entirely. Koch just wanted PNM's information. Darrell Antrich and his team turned the table on PNM. Amid the golf outings and meals, Antrich tried to convince PNM that the real gold mine lay in sharing inside information about outages, transmission, and weather forecasts. In the end, Koch won. PNM signed an information-sharing agreement in late January of 2001. This strategy helped Koch avoid the attention that soon settled on Enron, which became the public face of market manipulation when it was exposed. Koch had engaged in market manipulation on a far smaller scale, but it had done it nonetheless. Because it was willing to remain anonymous, virtually no one knew about Koch's role in the crisis. The California crisis ended in April, when FERC decided to intervene.